The surge of spiritual energy swept in, ensnaring the feeble human race into the tumultuous battlefield where myriad races clashed. In this era of great contention, Chen Xuan possessed a system of 100 million times critical strike, enabling him to trigger a critical hit in virtually any endeavor. Alien Demon. Surrender your life. Chen Xuan. Fireball technique. Ding. The number of fireballs triggers 100 million times critical strike, over 100 million fireballs rain down. Ding. The size of the fireball triggers 100 million times critical strike. A sun descended upon them. The alien demon met its demise. In the human domain, southern Zhan continent, Qingshui City, at the 1047th Primary Martial Arts Academy. On the rooftop of the teaching building, two figures stood tall. One, a strikingly handsome boy of about 16 or 17, bore a youthful yet resolute countenance. The other, a middle-aged man with a square face and piercing eyes, stood with unwavering attention. The fierce wind rustled their garments. The square-faced man remarked, "How peculiar you students always prefer to meet me on the rooftop." The boy replied, "Grant me a chance." The square-faced man inquired, "How can I grant you this chance?" The boy explained, "I had no choice before, now I aspire to be a good student." The square-faced man said, "Very well, speak to the principal and see if he allows you to become a good student." The boy protested, "That would mean I must withdraw from school." The square-faced man stated, "I am sorry, but that is the regulation of the Martial Education Bureau." The boy sighed, "I understand." The boy, named Chen Xuan, hailed from Earth and had traversed into this parallel high martial world a month prior. In this realm, a surge of spiritual energy erupted thousands of years ago, leading to the rise of martial arts. Terrifying beasts roamed the wilds, confining humanity to their cities. And as misfortune compounded, the first spatial rift appeared, bringing forth a dreadful message from the martial experts who ventured to explore the battlefield of myriad races. The domain in which humanity resided was but a minuscule fraction among the countless realms, inhabited by fearsome alien races endowed with formidable physiques, extraordinary talents, unparalleled combat prowess, and a penchant for slaughter. With the onslaught of spiritual energy, more spatial rifts emerged, dragging the weak human race into the vast and boundless battlefield of myriad races. The original host lacked any background. His parents had joined a local pioneering legion into a small world, disappearing without a trace for 5 years, leaving him bereft of resources and with abysmal talent. At 17, he remained stuck at the second level of body refinement. After languishing for 5 years at the primary academy, he now faced expulsion. The Martial Education Bureau mandated that to apply for a secondary academy, one must have proof of clearing a microsecret realm. To pass through this realm, one required at least the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. Chen Xuan had attempted the challenge twice, failing to even surpass the 1st level, and had now received a notice of dismissal from the academy. In the age of martial arts, academies offer protection and resources to students, however meager. For those without connections, it was the only opportunity for advancement. Chen Xuan was unwilling to lose this chance. With a heavy heart, he pleaded with his homeroom teacher, Li Lebang, to intercede on his behalf, allowing him to remain at the academy a while longer. After a prolonged silence, Li Lebang gently patted Chen Xuan's shoulder. "Chen Xuan, I have guided your class for 5 years. In that time, aside from you, who remains at the 2nd level of body refinement, every other student has progressed to at least the 5th level. To speak candidly, your martial talent is abysmal. Yet you are undoubtedly the most diligent student I have taught. I know you sacrifice sleep for your studies. I can see that you have grown lax recently. Perhaps you have lost hope." At this, Li Lebang reflected on the adage that genius is composed of 1 talent and 99 effort. Hearing his teacher's words, Chen Xuan grew anxious. The Martial Education Bureau stipulates that everyone is entitled to 5 years of compulsory education. I still have half a year left. Even if I am ineligible to apply after 6 months or fail the exam, it would not be too late to withdraw then. Li Lebang retorted coldly, "That regulation exists, yet traditionally, students with no hope of advancement are advised to withdraw early." Chen Xuan remained resolute. "May I stay for another 6 months? I receive a qi enhancement pill each month. Perhaps I could improve my standing, gaining an opportunity to apply for a secondary academy." Upon hearing this, Li Lebang nearly lost his composure. "How dare you? You have consumed nearly 60 qi enhancement pills over the past 5 years. Even a dog would have reached the 5th level of body refinement by now." Chen Xuan's heart sank at Li Lebang's words. He thought to himself, as a transmigrant with no family by his side, if I were to be expelled, I would have to rent a room on my own. To improve, I would need to purchase chi enhancement pills with my own funds. I would also lose access to the cafeteria's meal subsidies, and the food outside is prohibitively expensive. Most importantly, outside the academy, there were no innocent and charming girls. The mere thought of such a life filled him with dread. He could not afford to be expelled. Old teacher, please exert more effort. I believe I still have hope. I can do it. Leela Bang felt his patience waning. Very well. I shall shamelessly seek the principal's assistance once more on your behalf, but do not harbor any illusions. Thank you, old teacher. Returning to his single dormitory, Chen Xuan threw himself onto the bed in relief. Suddenly, a mixed electronic voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The 100 million times critical strike system is activated. 100 million times critical strike system. Under the premise of not endangering the host's life, any action taken by the host may trigger 100 million times critical strike. Level 1. Trigger probability, random. Critical hit multiplier, 2,100 times. The system comes with a digital panel and storage capacity. 100 million times critical strike system. A love for the underachievers. If you love it, please love it deeply. System. Chen Xuan sat up abruptly. I have long heard that transmigrators receive benefits. It seems the time has come. He pondered this belated gift. This system specializes in critical strikes. Any action could potentially trigger a critical hit. Any action? With the system's backing, when I engage in combat with alien beasts, a single strike could lead to a multiple critical strike. Could I trigger a multiple critical strike while utilizing martial skills? What about during cultivation? In the millennium following the surge of spiritual energy, the martial arts of the human race had reached a mature stage, with realms such as body refinement, chi absorption, transformation, sky mastery, honorary, celestial, nirvana, and heavenly monarch. From what Chen Xuan understood, the territory of Earth in the human domain was incomparably larger than in his previous life. Although much of it was occupied by alien beasts, the population had surpassed 1 trillion, flourishing in an era where martial arts thrived. The most mainstream cultivation method today involved refining oneself with the abundant energy permeating the heavens and earth, absorbing it for personal use. The chi absorption realm was the starting point for true cultivation. Upon entering the opening yuan realm, one could absorb chi, further honing the body while also utilizing the energy to practice martial skills. Only those above the chi absorption realm could venture into small worlds. His homeroom teacher and Chen Xuan's parents were low-level martial artists within the chi absorption realm. To enter the battlefield of myriad races, one needed to be at least a sky master. Those at the transformation level were merely fodder. Higher realms, such as honorary and celestial beings, largely guarded the battlefield of myriad races, figures whom Chen Xuan could only look up to. He chose not to dwell on it further. Chen Xuan began to experiment with the system. He sat in meditation, employing the 9th set of body refinement chi flow visualization issued by the Martial Education Bureau to refine his body. This technique was created by a great human martial artist, allowing practitioners in the body refinement stage to mimic those in the chi absorption realm by following a special meridian path to absorb minuscule amounts of chi, thereby refining their bodies and improving their cultivation level. Before the advent of this technique, entry-level martial artists had to consume pills containing chi or rare treasures to surpass the threshold of the body refinement stage. With this technique, body refinement practitioners could absorb minute amounts of chi for body refinement. Even without any cultivation resources, it was possible to accumulate enough to reach the 10th level of body refinement, subsequently opening up the Bodhis meridians and officially entering the chi absorption realm. While progress may be slow, it was particularly suitable for common martial artists, a true boon for the impoverished. Utilizing this method, freely imparted by the academy, was Chen Xuan's sole reliance for cultivation. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, after completing a full cycle of the meridian flow for body refinement, Chen Xuan retrieved the realm testing device provided by the academy and aimed it at his arm. Beep! Testing result. Body refinement realm at level 2.125, an increase of 0.001 levels from the previous test. The path to the sacred mountain is paved with diligence. The sea of martial arts is boundless, and toil is the vessel. Thank you for using the Xiaomi martial arts realm testing device. May your martial journey ascend to greater heights. Chen Xuan curled his lips at the result, entirely unsurprised that a martial artist of average talent typically experiences a 0.01 increase in their body refinement levels with each refinement session. In contrast, Chen Xuan only achieved a mere 0.001 enhancement in his refinement, revealing a martial arts aptitude that fell tenfold below the average. It seemed he belonged to the ranks of the least gifted among humanity. Starting as a wastrel, he wore a visage of helplessness. Regrettably, he had not triggered the billion-fold critical hit system. In the second round of refinement, the system did not activate, so he pressed on. During the third round of refinement, ding! The host has triggered the billion-fold critical hit system with a multiplier of 58, enhancing the host's refinement effect by 58 times. A gentle warmth surged through Chen Xuan's body, bestowing him with newfound strength. Joy welled up within him as he hastily conducted a test. Beep! Test results. Body refinement level at 2.183, an increase of 0.058 from the previous test. Remarkable. The art of martial cultivation indeed has the potential to trigger critical hits. A 58-fold increase in cultivation efficacy. His heart soared with delight. 15 minutes of refinement equated to the results he would typically achieve over 2 days of training. Chen Xuan was elated. Through experimentation, he gleaned an understanding of the critical hit system. The first-level critical hit system offers a random multiplier ranging from 2 to 100 times. The multiplier is entirely arbitrary, sometimes yielding dozens of times, while at other times, it may offer only a few. The likelihood of triggering it is also random. To enhance this probability, one must accumulate attempts. Moreover, the system is currently only at the first level and is bound to upgrade, potentially offering 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold enhancements. The prospect of a million-fold cultivation speed. Terrifying. Instantly, Chen Xuan felt invigorated. Could he now strike the southern mountains skyward class with his fists and kick the northern seas' respected academy? Chapter 2. 30-fold critical hit. The test results are in. The body refining stage has reached 2.525 levels, an increase of 0.021 levels compared to the last assessment. With the introduction of the critical hit system, my daily training has remarkably elevated my body refining levels by 0.4. This is at least 20 times more effective than before. I have already achieved twice the level of an average person, which could be considered a small stroke of genius. How fortunate I am to possess this system. After training late into the night, utterly exhausted, I collapsed into bed. Upon waking the next morning, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to conduct a test. The results thrilled him, however. The excitement quickly turned into an urgent need to relieve himself, prompting Chen Xuan to dash to the bathroom. As he turned on the faucet, a torrent of water gushed forth, refreshing him immensely. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! Host's urination critical hit triggered. Critical hit multiplier 30 times. Host's urination count 30. The flow continued. Oh. Something feels amiss, thought Chen Xuan. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Panic set in as the relentless torrent flowed. 5 minutes later, a drained Chen Xuan collapsed against the sink, gazing woefully at his reflection. A visage of extreme dehydration, with wrinkles etched upon his pale face and his arms nearly unable to support his frail body. A profound thirst enveloped him. Summoning his last strength, he turned on the faucet once more and drank deeply. After a moment of recovery, Chen Xuan sat in speechless disbelief. This system seemed far from endearing to him now. What are you doing? He bellowed at the system. Response from the host. The rules of the billion-fold critical hit system dictate that, without endangering the host's life, any action taken by the host may trigger a critical hit. The host is advised to thoroughly read the rules. With a disdainful snort, Chen Xuan retorted, Remember, this shall not happen again. Feeling thoroughly vexed by the system's trickery, Chen Xuan found himself devoid of any desire to train. He pulled out his phone and began to surf the internet. Opening the search engine, he typed, Cunning Rabbit's 3 Caves. The search results immediately presented themselves, and Chen Xuan perused them one by one. Where to purchase rabbit pets effectively? Chen Xuan seeks green wings. Advertisement 24-hour online consultation at the pet hospital. Advertisement rabbit seedlings for sale in Qingshui City. Free feed cooperation and repurchase at 800 credit points each. Advertisement. The first 10 entries were all advertisements. It was only at the 11th that he discovered the information he sought. Complete Guide to Cunning Rabbit's 3 Caves. Martial Arts Forum. Author. Wan Xiaosheng. He hurriedly clicked on it. Hello everyone, I am Wan Xiaosheng. Today, I will explain the secrets of Cunning Rabbit's 3 Caves. First, let us revisit the origins of the secret realm. Following the spiritual energy tide, human martial artists discovered fragments of space, which differ from the small worlds connected by spatial rifts. The secret realm can only be considered a fragmented small world, where only partial rules exist. It typically houses exotic beasts, which drop corresponding rewards upon defeat. These could be elixirs, weapons, rare materials, or even martial arts techniques. Remarkably, all secret realms can be challenged repeatedly. Tio put it simply, it resembles a dungeon in a game where one battles bosses for equipment.
The realms are categorized by size: micro, small, medium, and large. Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves is classified as a micro-realm, restricted to those in the body refining stage below level 6, and is currently the simplest secret realm discovered by humanity, one that can be completed with closed eyes. The difficulty levels for Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves are easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss, and shura. The completion proof for easy difficulty also serves as a qualification for enrollment in mid-level martial arts academies, as recognized by the Martial Arts Education Bureau. Hence, this secret realm is the most frequently cleared dungeon by martial artists. The highest completion difficulty to date is hard. Without further ado, let us delve into the dungeon. At this point, Chen Xuan became increasingly focused, as he was also contending with the issue of obtaining enrollment qualifications. He had previously failed twice in his attempts to conquer the secret realm, and with his meager strength at body refining level 2, the school had entirely given up on him. Being advised to withdraw from the academy would mean losing access to the resources provided to martial arts students, a fate akin to severing his path in martial arts as a commoner. Even now, Chen Xuan could not accept such an outcome. He had ventured into this vast and splendid world with aspirations to go further. How could he falter at the starting line? Continuing to read, he learned that within Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves dwelled a rabbit-like beast, which resided in 3 caverns. After defeating it in the first cave, it would appear in the second, albeit stronger, and then again in the third cave. Even mightier. Overcoming it would yield completion rewards. The strategies for clearing the first 3 difficulties were straightforward: combat, direct, and unrefined, relying solely on strength. The strengths of the bosses were as follows: easy difficulty, body refining 4, 5, 7, normal difficulty, body refining 6, 7, 8, hard difficulty, body refining 8, 9, 12, nightmare difficulty, body refining 12, 15, 29 yuan. This dungeon only permits entry for those below body refining level 6. Easy difficulty is manageable for a human, while normal difficulty requires the aid of sharp weapons to clear. Hard difficulty demands exceptional combat skills to gradually wear down the boss. As for nightmare difficulty, no one has yet succeeded in conquering the 3rd stage, as the 3rd stage boss is suspected to possess both demonic and martial prowess, making it exceedingly formidable. Point 1 can only hope for the day when a genius will conquer the nightmare level. Now, a brief advertisement. For those in need of sharp alloy weapons, feel free to visit my shop address. Thank you. Chen Xuan clicked on the link. Basic alloy warblade, 2,000 yuan. Basic alloy armor, 6,000 yuan. These prices seemed quite transparent. Chen Xuan intended to clear the secret realm and realized that he needed weapons and armor after having discarded his crude weapons in previous battles. He attempted to purchase them directly, but payment failed. Your account balance is 162 yuan. Insufficient funds. It dawned on Chen Xuan that he was not only a failure but also a pauper. To enhance his strength, he needed money for elixirs, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Even entering a dungeon required funds. Everything demanded money. How could he earn some? Chen Xuan fell into deep contemplation. After considerable thought, he spent a while searching online. Eventually, he made a phone call. Hello, this is the Human Resources Department of the Qixing Toy Factory. How may I assist you? A pleasant female voice responded. Chen Xuan endeavored to sound sincere. I am a student from a junior academy and am currently seeking a part-time job to support my studies. Do you have any openings? Upon hearing part-time job, the voice on the line hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating. Are you looking for temporary work? Yes, I can only work for a short period, as I need to return to school for classes. That's fine, but our temporary workers are paid by commission. Would you be able to accept that? That sounds good. Can I start this afternoon? Chen Xuan was eager to earn money. Certainly. Chapter 3. The working class Mary is the HR specialist at Qixing Toy Factory. Her job is usually relatively relaxed, but recently, the factory received a substantial order for plush toys from a small family venturing into a new world, necessitating a large quantity of plush toys to be completed within a specified time frame. Consequently, the factory found itself understaffed. As an HR specialist, Mary became quite busy, tasked with rapidly filling numerous recruitment positions while also managing inspection duties in the workshop. Although the production of plush toys is straightforward, it still requires a basic assessment process. With the urgent need for labor, when she received Chen Xuan's job inquiry, she hastily agreed. Before long, she met this spirited young man. Hello, Chen Xuan. I am HR specialist Mary. Let us head to the workshop for a trial run, and if all goes well, we will sign the employment contract. All right, I'm ready to follow your instructions. Chen Xuan was quite impressed with Mary. He simply wished to start working as soon as possible in the toy workshop. After observing the filling process a few times, Chen Xuan quickly grasped the task. The job was simple: filling pre-sewn toys with feathers by inserting the filling nozzle into the designated hole. The machine would automatically fill and compress the stuffing before sealing it up with a zipper, resulting in a completed plush toy. Each toy was approximately the size of a palm, and filling one would earn him 1 dime. If he worked swiftly, he could produce around 300 toys in an hour, potentially earning 600 yuan for a 20-hour shift. Chen Xuan chose to work at the toy factory precisely because he lacked any specialized skills and could only perform such simple, mindless tasks. After successfully signing the commission contract, Mary left to attend to other matters, leaving Chen Xuan to work in the operation room. Chen Xuan began his working life with earnestness, filling plush toys, filling. He worked swiftly, murmuring to himself, 1 dime, 1 dime, 1 dime. Ding. Post-production of plush toys has triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 15x, quantity of plush toys produced, 15, a critical hit. As expected, the rules of the system's critical hit activation include any actions taken by the host. Therefore, working also counts. He filled 15 toys in one go, which amounts to $1.50. Chen Xuan felt even more exhilarated, his hands moving faster. Filling. Ding. Post-production of kitten toys has triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 29x, quantity of kitten toys produced, 29 filling. Ding. Post-production of puppy toys has triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 76x, quantity of puppy toys produced, 76 filling. Ding. Post-production of bear toys has triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 41x, quantity of bear toys produced, 41 filling. After 4 hours, Molly commenced her routine inspections. She felt quite dissatisfied with the arrangement of part-time inspectors, as recruiting alone kept her busy, and now she had to manage inspections too, leaving her overwhelmed. She couldn't help but grumble about the small family that placed the order. The inspection work primarily involved checking product quality and quantity, but such small plush toys typically didn't have quality issues. It was mainly a matter of counting. The factory was eager to fulfill orders, hence strict orders were issued that each inspector's designated area must exceed the order quantity. As she made her way through the inspection, each workstation had produced between 800 to 1,500 toys, an orderly quantity, suggesting her task quota was quite daunting. Molly paused at the last workstation, recalling that this particular station had just received a new student working part-time. Generally, they had little hope for such novices. They could only produce as much as they could, primarily because there was a severe shortage of workers. However, when she pushed open the door to the workstation, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Her mouth dropped open in astonishment. The entire workstation was piled high with toys, in the few remaining narrow spaces. This seemingly unpromising student was leisurely filling toys while muttering, 1 dime, 1 dime, 1 dime, $3.20, 1 dime. Did you do all this? After a moment, Molly regained her composure, unable to fathom how this seemingly languid novice could produce such a volume. She even began to suspect that this student might be a relative of some factory leader, intentionally bringing in a large number of toys from the finished goods warehouse to attract her attention. But there was no reason for that. Her looks weren't anything special. Besides, even if someone did take an interest in her, there was no need to go through such elaborate means. A simple gift would suffice. Molly quickly dismissed these unrealistic thoughts. Yes, if the novice doesn't perform well, please offer your guidance, Chen Xuan replied humbly. Novice? You, a novice, have produced more than 10 seasoned workers combined. This entire room is filled with toys. It must be tens of thousands. Ali began to seriously question her life choices. Was there really such a person who possessed unattainable talents from the moment they were born, like this remarkably swift toy maker before her? How did you manage to do this? Molly asked curiously. Like you taught me just now, Chen Xuan responded, performing another toy filling and sealing operation. It was standard and straightforward. There were hardly any steps left to save time. I taught you? How come I can't do it myself? Molly began to doubt her own capabilities again. Well, anyway, it's quite impressive. I'll find someone to count the quantity and transfer them back to the warehouse. It's time for lunch. You should go eat first. Then Molly inquired, will there be overtime tonight? Of course, there will be. Chen Xuan wouldn't miss a chance to earn money. After enjoying a complimentary buffet in the cafeteria, he returned to his working life. 1 dime, 1 dime, 1 dime, $5.50, 1 dime. Until he finished for the night. Looking at the workstation that could no longer accommodate any more toys, Chen Xuan forced himself to cease his bustling hands. In the accounting office, the bespectacled old accountant stared at the expense report before him, recalculating several times. Name: Chen Xuan. Job type: temporary working hours, 8 hours. Toy output: 98,545 units. Piecework wage: 98. 545 0.19,854.5 yuan. Wage payable: 9,854.5 yuan. The simple figures were checked multiple times, and everything appeared correct, yet something felt amiss. Ding! Your account has been credited with 9,854.5 yuan. Balance, 10,016.5 yuan. Chen Xuan was overjoyed upon receiving his wages. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. He hurriedly exited the toy factory, feeling elated with over 10,000 yuan in his pocket as he strode home. His mood soared. He remembered that his family had been quite well off in his childhood. However, after his parents took several older brothers to join the family business in the small world, promising to return in a year, they vanished for 5 years without a word, leaving him and his sister to fend for themselves. Luckily, as long as children were of appropriate age, they could enroll in elementary schools, so they didn't starve. With the care of teachers and schools, he could still pursue the martial path. Yet, life became quite frugal thereafter. Not to mention cultivation resources like spirit-enhancing pills, even ordinary meat would take a long time to acquire. Now that he had money, it was time to indulge. Observing the various meats displayed at the barbecue stall, Chen Xuan swallowed hard. What shall I have? Our lamb just arrived. It's super fresh, the hearty stall owner greeted warmly. Then I'll have a skewer of lamb, a handful of grilled leeks, and 20 skewers of grilled kidneys, Chen Xuan proclaimed generously. Moments later, sitting on a small stool, he savored his skewers while simultaneously browsing the Taobao app on his phone, clicking on his earlier saved items, the beginner alloy battle armor and the beginner alloy sword. What is earning money for? Of course, it's to spend. He clicked to pay. Your account will be charged 8,000 yuan. Balance, 2,016.5 yuan. Though his savings took a significant hit, Chen Xuan felt no regret. Having long been without a suitable weapon limited his strength. Stagnation in power was far more vexing than poverty. Although it was merely a basic alloy weapon, it was immensely better than being empty-handed, especially with the critical hit system. He believed the success rate for clearing the next secret realm would significantly improve. Chapter 4. I do not want to be a security guard. Subsequently, he opened Tencent to transfer 1,000 yuan to his sister. Just as he was about to send her some encouraging words, a new message popped up on his phone. It was from his homeroom teacher, Li Lebang. Chen Xuan, I have some bad news and some good news for you. This afternoon, I want to speak with the principal on your behalf, hoping he could allow you to remain in school. The principal said the rules cannot be changed. He must be accountable to all the faculty and students, so he refused. Although you can no longer be a student, the principal did relent. You can continue to stay at school. The cafeteria is currently short-staffed, or you could consider working as a security guard or cleaner. While these jobs may lack dignity, they offer guaranteed wages, allowing you to avoid the dangers of the small world while continuing your martial arts training. Please think it over. After reading the message from his homeroom teacher, Chen Xuan felt a wave of helplessness. He had no desire to work in the cafeteria, as a security guard, or as a cleaner. Just the thought of how the beautiful girls at school would look at the cafeteria workers filled him with gloom. Life is as insignificant as an ant, yet I have lofty ambitions. My life is as thin as paper, yet I possess an indomitable spirit. The universe is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. I have just obtained the system and am ready to unleash my potential. Yet you want me to be a security guard? Without hesitation, Chen Xuan replied. Boldly, wait for me to clear the secret realm. But his excitement led to a mistake. Before he could finish typing, he hit send. Boldly, wait for me. Sent successfully. Ding. Host's message sent triggered a critical hit. With a multiplier of 100x, host's message sent 100 times. Boldly, wait for me. Sent successfully. Point 1. Boldly, wait for me. Sent successfully. Point 2. Boldly, wait for me. Sent successfully. Point 100. Staring at the 100 identical messages on his phone, Chen Xuan was left dumbfounded. On the other end, Li Lebang was startled by the incessant dinging of message notifications. Looking at the multitude of messages flooding in, he nearly experienced a phone crash. Chen Xuan, you actually bombarded me with 10-cent messages. Do you still regard me as your teacher? Suddenly, a voice came from the bedroom, that of his wife, Zhang Guixiang. Boldly, who are you messaging? It keeps going ding ding ding. Let me see. It's nothing, just a student of mine playing a prank with message bombs. Li Lebang hurriedly explained, feeling uneasy. Hand it over. That tone was non-negotiable. Li Lebang trembled as he walked into the bedroom. 10 seconds later, Zhang Guixiang swiped the screen with her hand and was met with a flood of messages from Lao Li. Her face instantly darkened. Oh, Lao Li, you really have some nerve, doing such things behind my back. No, dear, let me explain. This is my student, Li Lebang hastily interjected. What? A female student? You truly are a beast. Zhang Guixiang's voice grew louder. Not a girl. Its aboyli Labang felt increasingly tongue-tied. A boy? My goodness, can't you satisfy your beastly urges with a female student? Zhang Guixiang's eyes were filled with despair. It's really nothing. Could you lower your voice? Dare to do it, but not to own up to it. Are you even human? Please, let me explain. I won't listen. I won't listen. Just let me explain for a moment. Li Labang still tried to salvage the situation. Get lost. After an hour of turmoil, seeing no resolution in sight, Li Labang reluctantly resorted to an age-old tactic. He grasped Zhang Guixiang's chubby hand, gazing deeply into her eyes, not at her pig-like features, but rather at her adorably plump face, and gently said, "My dear little treasure, do you remember the first time we met? In that moment, your beauty was like it captured my heart, and I leaned down to meet your soft lips, your small hands flailing." Li Labang's face radiated affection, accompanied by a deep, magnetic voice. Zhang Guixiang was momentarily transported back to her youthful 16, that enchanting moment of budding romance. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan retracted a few messages, but realizing the 3-minute recall window was insufficient, he decided to let it be. The homeroom teacher had not responded, seemingly dismissing the matter, so he opted to return home and rest. That night, Chen Xuan slept soundly. In his dreams, he found himself on a mountain piled high with gold, surveying the world. Early the next morning, upon receiving a delivery of alloy knives and armor from Tiba Express, Chen Xuan took the subway to the Secret Realm Center in Qingshui City. To facilitate challenges for martial artists across various locales and enable them to earn rewards to enhance their abilities, powerful figures of humanity devised a linking formation. This formation allowed martial artists distributed across different cities to communicate directly with the entrance space of the Secret Realm. Almost every city boasted a Secret Realm Link Center, enabling martial artists worldwide to enter the same realm through their local center. This comprehensive system, based on linking formations and teleportation arrays, required substantial amounts of elemental stones to operate, necessitating challengers to pay a fee to sustain its function. The Qingshui City Secret Realm Link Center was centrally located and heavily guarded to prevent destruction by foreign races. In a world transformed by the tidal waves of spiritual energy 1,000 years later, the population had exploded to a terrifying extent. Qingshui City, merely a small city in southern Huazhou, had a population exceeding tens of millions. Ground transportation was overwhelmed, making the subway the most vital means of transit. 2 hours later, Chen Xuan emerged from the exit of the number 1 line, at the Secret Realm Center subway station. The Qingshui City Secret Realm Center sprawled extensively, flourishing in an era where martial arts captivated public interest far beyond any other pursuits. Consequently, challenges within the Secret Realm, which promised to enhance a martial artist's abilities, became the most popular public venue, perpetually bustling with activity. The center featured several halls, each containing multiple Secret Realm link points, allowing local martial artists to challenge all realms discovered by humanity. Among these, the Miniature Secret Realm Hall was the most popular, given that low-tier martial artists constituted the vast majority of the population. As Chen Xuan joined the throng entering the hall, he looked up to see a massive LED screen overhead. Secret Realm Honor Roll, Crafty Rabbit's Burrows, Secret Realm Level, Miniature Realm, Secret Realm Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, Shura. Clearance counts, Easy Difficulty, 9.851 billion times. First Challenger, Anonymous, Normal Difficulty, 514 million times. First Challenger, Wang Zhen Hard Difficulty, 3.605 million times. First Challenger, Qin Tianxiang Nightmare Difficulty, 0 times. Clearance Progress, 88.7, Record Holder. When CR, though rewards from this miniature realm were modest, the lack of difficulty made it an attractive option for lower-tier martial artists. As Chen Xuan pondered while waiting in line. A girl holding a selfie stick approached, her appearance quite pure and sweet. She filmed while providing commentary, her voice pleasing. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiaoyang, the creator behind Polypoly, and today we are at the Link Center. Even busier than a vegetable market. Let me show you the latest clearance information for Crafty Rabbit's Burrows." She promptly pointed her phone at the large screen. This honor roll data hasn't been updated in years. And no one has cleared the nightmare difficulty. Here's an interesting question for everyone. Do you know why the first challenger for easy difficulty is listed as anonymous? She posed a little question to engage the audience and elevate the stream's excitement. This tactic never failed. The host, Xiaoyang, was already proficient. Chen Xuan glanced at her phone screen, which was flooded with comments. Seems like a good for nothing. Please enlighten us, experts. The discoverer of Crafty Rabbit's Burrows is a waste. Having only cleared easy difficulty, a good-for-nothing who couldn't even pass normal difficulty, sold the realm to the authorities. Suddenly rich, he vanished into obscurity. Chapter 5. Clearance. With the audience engaged, Xiaoyang continued her stream cheerfully. Genius girl when Xiaoer has cleared 88. 7 of the nightmare difficulty, reportedly facing a dual cultivating boss in the 3rd stage, at the 20th level of body refinement and 1st level of elemental gathering. Not only is the physical attack formidable, but it also possesses elemental skills. The challenge level for the miniature dungeon is for those below the 6th level of body refinement, a staggering 14 levels difference. It's truly impressive that when Xiaoer could bring the 3rd stage boss to half health. Let us quiz the audience again. Why has this realm, discovered for decades, only seen the first 3 difficulties cleared? She randomly selected an audience member to answer. A male voice responded, sounding quite excited. I know. Because Crafty Rabbit's Burrows only permits those below the 6th level of body refinement to enter, and the subsequent difficulties are far too challenging for those at the body refinement stage. If one were to study how to clear it, they would have to remain stuck below the 6th level, which is a waste of time. So many talented individuals squander their time challenging this realm. Xiaoyang cut off the connection. Correct answer. Your reward is a kiss, moi. Now, let's randomly interview a challenger on site. She suddenly aimed her selfie stick at Chen Xuan. This student appears to be from a junior academy's graduation class. Are you here to challenge the nightmare difficulty? I'm here to clear the easy difficulty. Chen Xuan was a bit dazed by the sudden spotlight. Turned out this student was merely here for the simple rewards. May I ask, what is your level of body refinement? Xiaoyang continued her questioning. Level 2 of body refinement. Chen Xuan replied honestly. Level 2 of body refinement. Xiaoyang paused, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Xuan. The boy appeared around 17. By the standard of ordinary martial artists, he should have been at least above level 5 of body refinement. Only level 2. Could this be the rare martial arts waste of a century? To avoid an awkward situation, Xiaoyang quickly made her exit. Everyone, let us check out the next secret realm. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Chen Xian's turn. He paid the 500 yuan challenge fee and was ushered into an empty teleportation chamber. Beams of light shot in from all directions, and a synthesized electronic voice announced, Identity verification, body refinement level 2, challenge requirements met. Please select your challenge difficulty. Challenger's clearance record, none. Automatically matched to easy difficulty. Please prepare yourself. Chen Xuan touched the alloy sword on his back, feeling somewhat anxious. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and in an instant, he found himself standing on a patch of grass. His surroundings featured a small hillside with 3 tiny caves, spaced a few dozen meters apart. This was Crafty Rabbit's Burrows, a very simple secret realm. Gripping his sword tightly, Chen Xuan charged toward the first cave. Inside lurked a half-meter-tall rabbit-like monster, resembling a menacing version of a rabbit, with notably sturdy legs and thick fur. Its open mouth revealed sharp fangs. Chen Xuan had attempted this challenge twice before but had failed to inflict any damage on the fierce rabbit with his bare hands, resulting in being severely injured and expelled from the realm. Beep. Detecting that the host is about to enter combat. Panel activation. A rectangular text panel appeared above the fierce rabbit. Low-class rabbit beast. Level. Body refinement level 4. Skills. Charge. Bite. Evaluation. A weak, pitiful rabbit, evenly matched with the host. A panel? Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Yet another boon from the system. However, what did the evaluation mean? Was he truly that weak? There was no time to ponder further. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between a man and a rabbit. Chen Xuan, lacking any formal martial arts training or systematic techniques, relied solely on the basic martial skills he had practiced at the academy, such as slashing, dodging, sweeping, and thrusting, supplemented by his own improvised street fighting techniques. The rabbit beast, however, was even more foolish, employing only headbutts and bites. As the 2 inept combatants clashed, dust swirled around them. After several exchanges, Chen Xuan was knocked down twice, but he ultimately severed one of the rabbit's hind legs with his sharp alloy blade. The outcome of the battle became inevitable. With a gradually calming mindset, Chen Xuan swiftly decapitated the rabbit. Regrettably, no critical hit was triggered during the fight, preventing him from assessing the enhancement to his strength it might have provided. The victory in the first challenge instilled confidence in Chen Xuan, prompting him to enter the second cave without delay. Once again, he faced a rabbit, albeit one that appeared significantly larger than the previous foe. He focused on the display panel. Subpar rabbit beast. Realm. Body refinement level 5. Skills. Headbutt. Bite. Hind leg kick. Evaluation. A pitifully weak rabbit, slightly stronger than the host. The additional skill of a hind leg kick posed no significant threat, as long as he avoided the rabbit's rear. In an instant, he devised a counter-strategy. After exchanging glances, the two clumsy fighters commenced their brawl once more. After several rounds, Chen Xuan resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. He feigned a vulnerability, and as the ferocious rabbit launched a headbutt, he countered with a swift strike to its back. Ding. Critical hit triggered during battle. Critical hit multiplier 27x. Hosts slashing attack 27 times. The rabbit's carcass lay beneath him, akin to neatly sliced chicken pieces. Chen Xuan sheathed his alloy blade and stepped into the third cave. Subpar rabbit beast, realm, body refinement level 7, skills, headbutt, bite, hind leg kick, foreleg kick, swift, evaluation. A pitifully weak rabbit, merely stronger than the host. This rabbit possessed the ability to kick with its forelegs and had gained increased speed. According to previous notes, this challenge should be manageable. Challengers were advised to proceed cautiously, allowing the rabbit to exhaust its stamina before launching an attack. However, such tactics were ill-suited for Chen Xuan, who was at only body refinement level 2. The disparity in strength, stamina, and speed between him and the rabbit was considerable, leaving him reliant on his weapon and armor. Even if the rabbit wore itself out, the odds of victory remained a mere 50-50. Unable to rely solely on strength, he chose to depend on the system. Equipped with basic alloy armor, he could withstand a direct confrontation with the rabbit for a limited time. A single critical hit would suffice to dispatch the beast. Without allowing the rabbit to gain any momentum, he engaged it head-on, exchanging blows. Minutes later, Chen Xuan found himself battered and bruised, while the rabbit, despite enduring numerous strikes, sustained no fatal injuries due to the significant disparity in their capabilities. After enduring a few more hits, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding. Critical hit triggered during battle. Critical hit multiplier 72x. Host's vertical slash effect 72x. The rabbit was cleaved in two beneath him. 2 critical hits had been triggered, one for the number of slashes and the other for the effect of the strike. Chen Xuan speculated that critical hits could manifest in different forms, leading to both quantitative and qualitative changes. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Please take a brief rest. You will be teleported out of the secret realm in 1 minute. Soon, a radiant light enveloped him, and Chen Xuan found himself in the teleportation chamber. A holographic screen emerged from the wall. Ding. Challenger successfully completed the challenge. Difficulty: easy. Reward: 2 energy-enhancing pills. Please collect your reward. A drawer slid open, revealing 2 simply packaged energy-enhancing pills. These pills were known to augment a body refinement practitioner's internal energy, valued at 1,000 yuan each, with rewards in hand and proof of completion obtained. Chen Xuan felt reassured. The academy could no longer pressure him to withdraw. At the very least, he could remain for another 6 months. How delightful. Chapter 6. Continuing the challenges. The primary function of the energy-enhancing pills is to absorb more energy for the refinement of the body, facilitating a faster elevation of one's body refinement level. For an average practitioner, consuming a single pill typically results in an increase of approximately 0.1 body refinement levels. The practitioner at body refinement level 1 could, with the aid of 100 energy-enhancing pills, break through to body refinement level 10, thereby opening their meridians and officially entering the realm of energy absorption. This stage allows one to absorb energy and store internal power, marking the true beginning of a martial artist's journey. 100 pills, valued at 100,000 yuan, represent a significant investment. For the scions of affluent families, this amount is merely pocket change, and the body refinement stage is a hurdle easily surpassed. However, reaching body refinement level 10 is not the pinnacle of this stage, but rather its baseline. Body refinement level 10, ordinary body refinement level 20, advanced body refinement level 50, extraordinary body refinement level 100, perfect body refinement. Higher body refinement levels imply enhanced physical attributes, including strength, stamina, resilience, agility, and even resistance. The body undergoes a comprehensive refinement from the inside out, ultimately transforming into a being akin to a humanoid beast. It is said that those at body refinement level 100 possess the strength to rival practitioners in the late stages of energy absorption. Furthermore, practitioners above advanced body refinement exhibit greater efficiency in energy absorption after opening their meridians, leading to enhanced growth potential. Ordinary body refinement practitioners experience moderate growth. Without fortuitous encounters, they are likely to remain stagnant at the energy absorption stage throughout their lives. Advanced body refinement practitioners can progress smoothly into the transcendent stage. Extraordinary body refinement practitioners can reach the skyward stage, while those achieving perfect body refinement are destined for greatness, not falling below the rank of esteemed masters. The resources required to advance through every 10 levels of body refinement double in quantity. The path grows increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, whether for gifted young martial artists or those backed by familial resources, achieving at least advanced body refinement is essential to open the meridians and transition into the energy absorption phase. For prodigies from prominent families, reaching body refinement level 50 is a prerequisite for advancement into the energy absorption stage. The foundational cultivation these exceptional individuals accumulate enables them to ascend to the skyward stage, where they may encounter obstacles in their progression. At the 1047th Primary Martial Arts Academy, the highest body refinement level attained by any student barely reaches level 20, marking it as an institution for the impoverished. The true prodigies of Qingshui City congregate at the 0001 Primary Martial Arts Academy, where the majority of students boast over body refinement level 50. With his thoughts refocused, Chen Xuan recognized that dwelling on such matters was futile. The most pressing concern was to enhance his strength. He swallowed an energy-enhancing pill, activated his meridians, and facilitated the absorption of the energy within the pill. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Xuan felt a surge in his physical power. Beep, testing results. Body refinement realm level 2.535, an increase of 0.01 levels compared to the previous test, while others could elevate their body refinement level by 0.1 with a single pill. He, a so-called waste, could only manage a meager increase of 0.01. Truly, the fairness of the heavens seemed lacking. On the verge of despair, Chen Xuan consumed another energy-enhancing pill. After a week, ding, host triggered a critical hit while consuming an energy-enhancing pill. Critical hit multiplier 88x, host consumption effect 88x. The notification startled Chen Xuan, but he soon felt invigorated with newfound strength. He retrieved the martial arts realm testing device. Beep, testing results. Body refinement realm level 3.415, an increase of 0.88 levels compared to the previous test. Elated, Chen Xuan realized that consuming the energy-enhancing pill could also trigger critical hits, resulting in a nearly full body refinement level increase. After more than 2 years, his body refinement level had finally reached 3.at. That moment, he longed to laugh joyfully at the sky like a protagonist in a novel, though he could not. Nevertheless, a broad grin adorned his face. With the system, even the most unremarkable of individuals could find their fortune. With his enhanced strength, Chen Xuan resolved to continue challenging the secret realm. The Center for Secret Realm Connections stipulated that after successfully clearing a difficulty level for the first time, challengers could attempt the next level for free on the same day. Saving 500 yuan in challenge fees was a most welcome opportunity. While waiting in line, Chen Xuan quietly contemplated. According to online guides, the Cunning Rabbit's 3 Caves Secret Realms bosses at ordinary difficulty were typically only one body refinement level above those at easy difficulty. Therefore, generally speaking, if one could clear the easy level, they possessed the strength to tackle the ordinary level. Given the effort it took to arrive, he decided to directly attempt the ordinary difficulty, as for the hard difficulty. He felt it was worth a try as well. With newfound confidence, after 20 minutes and a measure of experience, Chen Xuan navigated the secret realm, employing simple positioning, a steady mindset, a basic alloy weapon and armor, along with unwavering courage, allowing him to clear the ordinary difficulty almost unscathed. Of course, the critical hit system played a significant role, as successive critical hits dispatched the minor bosses immediately. The reward for clearing the ordinary difficulty was 3 energy-enhancing pills. Chen Xuan felt the rewards came too easily, if not for the regulations of the Secret Realm Connection Center, which limited each individual to 1 challenge per month for the same secret realm. He would have considered living there permanently. Every day, he could clear challenges and consume pills, rapidly enhancing his strength. What a delight that would be! Ceasing his daydreams, he continued to consume energy-enhancing pills. Unfortunately, this time he only triggered a modest critical hit, increasing his body refinement level by approximately 0.2. Reaching a total of 3.615. The 4th level of body refinement was now within his reach. Currently, the transition to the next level of difficulty remains complementary. However, the adversaries in the challenging tier consist of body refinement levels 8, 9, and 12, should one continue to engage in mindless melee combat as before. There exists a substantial likelihood of being incapacitated before the system triggers a critical hit, resulting in ejection from the secret realm. Notably, the boss of the 3rd level, at body refinement level 12, possesses physical attributes that significantly surpass my own. Chen Xuan wisely refrained from recklessly challenging the boss and instead devised a meticulous and strategic combat plan. Unlike others, my sole advantage lies within the critical hit system, which is inherently random. Thus, I must maximize my output opportunities while ensuring my own safety. With this thought, a A spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Xuan. To confront a melee beast, ranged attacks undoubtedly present the optimal approach. In this flourishing era of martial arts, weaponry, equipment, elixirs, and techniques abound in every street corner. Chen Xuan entered a modest establishment named Old Zhang's Weapon Shop. This shop, though small, boasted an array of weaponry, and upon scrutinizing the price tags, Chen Xuan gasped in astonishment. Intermediate alloy war bows, 200,000 yuan. Intermediate alloy war armor, 200,000 yuan. Even the basic alloy war bow demanded 10,000 yuan. At present, Chen Xuan could scarcely afford any of the alloy series weapons, as he was left with a mere 500 yuan. Ultimately, in a nondescript corner, he discovered a modestly priced item. Iron bow, 300 yuan. Owner, wrap up this iron bow for me, and add 100 arrows. Chen Xuan proclaimed, slapping 5 crisp bills onto the counter. Amidst the shop owner's disdainful gaze, Chen Xuan exited the weapon shop, now devoid of funds, at the center of the secret realm, in the mini-hall of the secret realm. After a lengthy wait, Chen Xuan presented his clearance proof and was granted free access to the teleportation chamber. I've arrived at the difficult tier of the Cunning Rabbit's lair. Gazing upon the first level's boss, he opened his status panel, Common Rabbit Beast, Realm, Body Refinement Level 8, Skills, Charge, Bite, Hind Leg Kick, Foreleg Kick, Swift, Evaluation. Still a pitifully weak rabbit. While its attributes were unremarkable, they were still superior to Chen Xuan's current capabilities. Nevertheless, even with a static output strategy, Chen Xuan held a significant chance of triumph. In Chapter 7 of the challenging tier, Chen Xuan eschewed a hasty resolution. He aimed to refine his agility, combat awareness, and rudimentary shooting skills. Entering the cavern, he spotted the rabbit 20 meters away and instinctively drew his bow. The ferocious rabbit surged forward, closing the distance until Chen Xuan released his third arrow. At that moment, he took a step back, retreating from the cave. The interior and exterior of the cave felt like two distinct worlds, with the cave serving as a self-contained space. The ferocious rabbit did not pursue him. This was a well-documented flaw noted by netizens, which Chen Xuan had encountered while researching strategy online. During combat, if a challenger exits the cave, the rabbit returns to its original position. This had occurred twice previously. Upon the third exit, the enraged rabbit would wait at the cave's entrance. If the challenger exited a fourth time, the infuriated rabbit would pursue, engaging the challenger in the open. Given Chen Xuan's current shooting speed, he could fire 3 arrows each time he entered the cave, allowing for a total of 9 arrows without sustaining damage. Based on his current shooting proficiency, he could easily strike with 6 arrows or more. If no critical hits were triggered, Chen Xuan would find it impossible to create sufficient distance to evade. Therefore, close combat would become inevitable, should he fail to trigger a critical hit before suffering severe injury from the rabbit strikes. The challenge would result in failure. The bosses of the first and second levels, being only body refinement levels 8 and 9, posed minimal concern. Chen Xuan had prior experience battling a level 8 foe. With caution, he could navigate these challenges with ease. The true peril lay within the third level, where the level 12 rabbit's vitality, strength, constitution, and speed vastly exceeded Chen Xuan's own level 3 capabilities. Without the occurrence of a critical hit, he could easily find himself unable to inflict damage, or even if he managed to strike, the damage would likely be negligible. In the first 2 levels, Chen Xuan refrained from hastily hunting down foes, instead opting for evasion and agility training to bolster his combat awareness and reflexes. In battle, heightened survivability allows for increased attack opportunities, potentially triggering critical hits. To challenge beyond one's means, one must proceed in this manner. After half an hour, Chen Xuan finally triggered a critical hit, defeating the rabbit of the second level. Though he bore several wounds, his combat efficacy remained intact, a deliberate consequence of his strategy to prolong the fight and hone his abilities. His agility and combat awareness improved rapidly. Now, even without the system's aid or alloy equipment, he could conquer the simplest of challenges. With renewed confidence, he stepped into the third level's cavern. Weak Rabbit Beast, Realm, Body Refinement Level 12, Skills, Charge, Bite, Hind Leg Kick, Foreleg Kick, Swift, Resilience, Evaluation. A pitiful rabbit, yet one capable of overwhelming the host. Upon witnessing the imposing rabbit, standing at a height of 1.5 meters, Chen Xuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With the added attribute of resilience, its defenses would undoubtedly be formidable. Without further ado, he engaged in combat. The rabbit charged forth with incredible speed, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Chen Xuan knocked an arrow, the sharp iron tip and straight wooden shaft flying forth, embedding itself in the rabbit's left front leg. The rabbit faltered only slightly before pressing on. Yes, he loosed a second and third arrow. Chen Xuan retreated from the cave. Moments later, upon re-entering, the rabbit had returned to its original position. He continued firing, landing 2 more arrows, one striking its neck and the other its back. Noticing the rabbit's momentum waning, he chose not to withdraw, swiftly dodging its charge and drawing his alloy sword to slash at its back. The rabbit spun around, its speed still impressive, sweeping its left leg and sending Chen Xuan flying. The disparity in strength was stark. He could hardly endure prolonged close combat. Quickly regaining his footing, he approached the rabbit once more. With a horizontal slice, his sword struck the rabbit's neck, eliciting a pained squeal as it shook off the blade. With a swift motion, it launched a front leg kick. If struck, Chen Xuan would likely sustain severe injury. He narrowly evaded as the rabbit's limb grazed his side, the tremendous force causing him to stagger. Steeling himself against the burning pain radiating through his body, Chen Xuan dashed out of the cave, delivering a swift kick to the rabbit as he departed. Outside, drenched in cold sweat, he reflected on the near miss with the level 12 rabbit in close quarters. Merely 2 or 3 exchanges had nearly left him gravely injured. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. Fortunately, another opportunity for ranged attacks awaited him. Should he fail to trigger a critical hit, he would withdraw from the secret realm entirely, for he had no desire to be trampled by the rabbit in close proximity again. After a brief respite, Chen Xuan re-entered the cavern. The sight of his adversary ignited a fierce intensity within him. The rabbit's eyes widened as it charged towards Chen Xuan with a menacing roar. Given his current physical state, a single collision could easily spell the end of his combat effectiveness. With determination, Chen Xuan drew his iron bow. The first arrow sailed wide. The second struck the rabbit's right front leg, momentarily impeding its speed. Chen Xuan's palms grew clammy as he gripped the bow tightly. In the worst-case scenario, he would simply face defeat. He steadied himself for the third arrow, which was destined to find its mark. The rabbit had closed the distance to just a few meters. The arrow plunged into the rabbit's left eye, and it let out a pained howl. Notification. Host's shooting has triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 30 times. Host's shooting damage increased by 30 times. Fortunately, the critical hit was activated. With a resounding boom, blood splattered everywhere as half of the rabbit's head was blown off, collapsing at Chen Xuan's feet. An electronic voice resonated. Congratulations on clearing the level. Please take a moment to rest. You will be teleported out of the secret realm in 1 minute. Chen Xuan sat upon the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at the enormous carcass of the rabbit. He shook his head in regret. What a waste of meat. This could feed me for many meals. Beasts at body refinement level 10 and above contain traces of elemental energy within their flesh. Consuming them can enhance one's own body refinement level. Alas. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he recalled the panel and storage space granted upon system activation. Attempting to communicate with the storage space mentally, he envisioned an independent realm measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, materializing within his consciousness. After issuing a command for storage, the rabbit's carcass vanished into the storage space. It truly worked. The system had provided him with endless surprises. Within the teleportation chamber, Chen Xuan retrieved his completion rewards from the automatically ejected drawer. Inside a sealed bag lay 10 pills and a simple tome. Energy boosting pills, 10 pieces. Random basic technique. Iron cloth shirt. The one-time reward of 10 energy boosting pills promised a considerable enhancement in strength. As for the iron cloth shirt, Chen Xuan searched for information online. Iron cloth shirt. A defensive technique suitable for body refinement practitioners. It condenses the meager elemental energy within the body and permeates the skin through bodily tissues, enhancing epidermal toughness. When mastered, the skin's defense rivals that of iron. Technique level. Basic evaluation. Slightly enhances resistance to impact. It's better than nothing. With delight, Chen Xuan stored away this rudimentary technique. Both techniques and martial skills can enhance an individual's strength to varying degrees, categorized from 1 to 9 based on rarity and effectiveness. There also exist techniques and skills that do not belong to any category. Although the iron cloth shirt is basic and offers only minor defensive improvements, it remains the first technique Chen Xuan is able to learn. Defensive techniques have brought Chen Xuan closer to his dream of standing firm and outputting power without harm. In Chapter 8. The sister I found for free. The challenges within the difficult level secret realm are exceedingly formidable. And Chen Xuan has abandoned any illusions of clearing the nightmare level. After all, no one has yet conquered the nightmare difficulty of the cunning rabbit's den. Departing from the secret realm connection center, Chen Xuan sought an isolated area and retrieved the corpse of a ferocious rabbit from his storage space. He soon discovered a nearby restaurant. "Dio, you purchase ferocious beast meat?" he inquired. "It's from a level 12 body refinement beast." Chen Xuan was ushered into the kitchen, where a portly middle-aged chef scrutinized the rabbit with keen interest. "This rabbit appears freshly hunted. What a pity about my signature spicy rabbit head dish." He lamented it was common for martial artists to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts and trade their blood and meat with local restaurants, a practice the chef was well accustomed to. "I can offer you a maximum of 10,000, the chef declared. "Deal," Chen Xuan replied, elated as this sum far exceeded his expectations. Both parties were satisfied. The chef would prepare the rabbit and resell it for double the price. While Chen Xuan happily pocketed 10,000. Moments later, his balance exceeded 10,000 once more. Indeed, combat is the swiftest means for martial artists to amass wealth and enhance their strength. It is no wonder that the wealthiest individuals in this world are those advanced martial artists who can effortlessly return with high-level ferocious beasts, earning hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan merely changed his attire before continuing his body refinement practice. He successfully refined 5 energy-increasing pills, triggering a critical hit. Ding, test results, body refinement stage 4. 112, an increase of 0.01 from the last test. He had reached the 4th level of body refinement. His physical strength noticeably improved, and he found himself nimbler than before. The exhilaration of rapidly increasing his abilities was indeed delightful. Regrettably, the energy pills were depleted. The remaining 5 were reserved for his sister. Chen Xuan refrained from further training as it was time for their weekly encouragement session. His sister, Chen Tutu, a 2-year younger girl, was adorable and somewhat pretty. She currently attended a different primary school as a 4th-grade student. Her cultivation level was slightly above the 1st level of body refinement. Chen Xuan worried for her, as her martial talent seemed inferior to his own. Having faced scorn due to his meager martial aptitude, he feared for his sister's emotional resilience, especially after their parents had been missing for 5 years. The absence of parental love during her formative years had led her to become increasingly reclusive. Observing her struggles filled Chen Xuan with concern, yet he felt powerless to assist, as his own situation was hardly better. Eventually, they agreed to dedicate one afternoon each week for mutual encouragement and growth, fulfilling his duty as an older brother. Now, it was once again their weekly time together. At the school gate, Chen Xuan spotted his sister. A frail girl with unremarkable attire and long hair, he summoned a ride to the snack street, where, during the journey, Tutu animatedly shared anecdotes about her life, clearly looking forward to their weekly sessions. "Brother, why did you transfer so much money to me? Do you have enough left for yourself? I can send some back," she asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I found a way to earn money. So we won TLAC for anything from now on," Chen Xuan replied earnestly. With the system at his disposal, even without training, working part-time at a toy factory would suffice for a comfortable life for both siblings. "Really?" Tutu exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Upon arriving at the bustling snack street, her eyes widened at the array of aromatic food stalls lining the street. "Brother, shall we change our weekly encouragement time to here?" Chen Xuan suggested, waving his hand grandly. "Yay," Tutu cheered, her joy palpable. An hour later, sitting with a pleasantly full belly after sampling 12 different snacks, she felt utterly satisfied. The thought of visiting every week for mutual encouragement brought a smile to her face. "I still have a wish that remains unfulfilled," Tutu said, her eyes fixed on the nearby Happy Invincible Doll Alliance. Like many girls, she had secretly tried claw machines before but had never been able to justify spending money on them after a few failed attempts. "Just wait, I'll get you a doll," Chen Xuan promised confidently, though Tutu remained skeptical. After inserting 5 coins, Chen Xuan attempted to maneuver the claw, playfully saying, "Sister, lend me your luck." Ding. Host's doll clawing triggered a critical hit. With a multiplier of 97, Host's attempts increased by 97. Tutu was momentarily dazzled, witnessing a doll tumble into the prize slot. "Wow, I got it!" she squealed in delight, eagerly reaching for the prizes. 1, 2, 3, 4. How can there be so many? She marveled, clutching 4 adorable stuffed dolls. Perhaps they were left behind by someone else. Chen Xuan speculated, surprised by the unexpected bounty. Tutu's eyes sparkled with glee as she exclaimed, "Brother, let us hurry. These dolls are beautiful, and I can't wait to show them off." On their way back, Tutu remained overjoyed, already planning how to boast to her classmates. Upon dropping her off at her school, Chen Xuan handed her the 5 energy pills and reminded her to train diligently. As he left, he couldn't help but recall a saying he had seen online. "Only with wealth can one find happiness." It's at least partially true. In a world fraught with danger, true happiness stems from strength. Currently, Chen Xuan believed that the best way to enhance his abilities was to continue conquering secret realms and acquire greater rewards. The first clear reward for the nightmare difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's Den was said to be exceptionally generous, potentially yielding treasure chests filled with high-level pills, rare materials, and even divine weaponry, along with unimaginable opportunities. The Cunning Rabbit's Den, Nightmare Difficulty, First Level, Body Refinement 12, Second Level, Body Refinement 15, Third Level, Body Refinement 20 Nature Essence with his current strength. Even defeating the first level's boss would be a daunting task, let alone the third level's boss, which had vanquished all prodigious challengers. The third level's boss practiced both demonic and martial arts and was at body refinement level 20. Ordinary physical attacks would be ineffective against it. This meant that to succeed, one needed not only physical protection but also skill-based defenses. A martial artist at level 5 had yet to reach the threshold for utilizing nature essence techniques, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand the boss's strikes. Even if one could endure the attack, inflicting fatal damage upon a level 20 boss posed an even greater challenge. If the boss possessed nature essence defenses, the task would become nearly insurmountable. The nightmare difficulty was already formidable. Chen Xuan could scarcely imagine the terrifying bosses that awaited in the hellish, abyssal, and azura difficulties. Perhaps the unknown creator of the secret realm never anticipated that anyone could conquer the latter three tiers. Chapter 9. Attending school. Chen Xuan had always adhered to the principle of careful planning before taking action. He intended to devise a reliable strategy and make thorough preparations before challenging the nightmare difficulty. However, before that, he needed to attend a day of classes. At the Junior Martial Arts Academy, the curriculum was rather tedious. Aside from essential literature and general knowledge courses, most of the time was allocated for students to practice at home or in their dormitories. Particularly for these commoner students, the body refinement practice that did not require resources was their primary means of strengthening themselves. Consequently, the academy mandated only one day of classes per week, allowing students to manage their time freely. Early in the morning, Chen Xuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried to classroom 23. Upon entering, he spotted Li Lebang seated at the podium, glaring intently at the classroom door. The homeroom teacher had arrived unusually early, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Lebang sprang to his feet. "Chen Xuan, you must enter the classroom with your left foot first. Otherwise, you are to stand outside for the entire class." The students in the classroom gasped in astonishment. Chen Xuan was equally taken aback. What sort of absurd rule was this? It was an unreasonable punishment. The homeroom teacher had never behaved this way before, not even towards the most unruly students. Chen Xuan was compelled to stand outside the classroom as his classmates began to murmur among themselves. It was rumored that he had never received a passage proof and refused to withdraw from the academy, leading to speculation that this was an attempt to drive him away. This is unexpected. The teacher is not that kind of person. For 5 years, he has been at the bottom of the class rankings. If I were in his position, I would have lost the courage to show my face here long ago. According to whispers from the faculty dormitory, Mr. Li had a heated argument with his wife the night before, and the entire building could hear it. He did not leave his room yesterday, and today he seems to be in a foul mood, so everyone should be cautious and not provoke him. Indeed, let us all behave ourselves. Li Lebang, a martial artist of the second stage of body refinement, possesses keen hearing and sight. He overheard the murmurs around him with clarity. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Silence! Are we in a marketplace?" Meanwhile, outside the classroom, a girl in a remarkably short skirt approached, her long legs swaying gracefully. Upon seeing Chen Xuan standing outside, she looked up at him and extended her hand. Chen Xuan was taken aback. "What do you want? Do I know you?" The girl frowned slightly. "Where is my breakfast?" "Breakfast? What breakfast?" Chen Xuan was even more confused. "I haven't even had breakfast myself. Did you ask me to bring you something?" "I don't remember that." The girl, slightly annoyed, retorted. "You used to bring me breakfast every time you came to class and now you're pretending." Realizing that the original owner of his body had some sort of relationship with this girl, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh, I must have forgotten to bring it." The girl's brows furrowed. "You've lost the privilege of being my admirer." With that, she strode into the classroom. Stunned, Chen Xuan realized that the original owner had been relegated to the status of a mere admirer. He had thought he was in a romantic relationship, but it turned out he was simply a sycophant. Given his status as a lackluster student with no money and poor social skills, it was no surprise that he could only aspire to such a role. After a moment, Chen Xuan delved into the memories of the original owner and discovered the girl's identity, Li Xiaoxia, the class beauty, somewhat attractive but rather proud, surrounded by a few admirers. The original owner had been one of them. timidly idolizing her and bringing her breakfast in hopes of winning a smile. The thought was almost nauseating. Being a sycophant leads to nothing but despair, Chen Xuan thought, vowing to help the original owner avenge this indignity. After a while, Li Lebang emerged from the classroom. Come with me to the office. Inside the office, Li Lebang scrutinized Chen Xuan, attempting to suppress the resentment built from a night of marital strife. So, what are your plans after dropping out? I don't intend to drop out. Chen Xuan replied honestly. Hearing this, Mr. Li was infuriated, believing Chen Xuan was being utterly brazen. You're trying to stir up trouble. This is school policy. Unless you can present a passing certificate, you will be expelled. Mr. Li, I already Chen Xuan began, but was interrupted. The security and cafeteria jobs may not be glamorous, but if you work hard, you could earn a decent living. Otherwise, as a second-stage body refinement practitioner, you'll be reduced to menial labor, struggling to make ends meet, with no hope for advancement in life. Trust me, I have your best interests at heart, Mr. Li. I already passed. Li Lebang was taken aback. Is that true? Show me your certificate. Chen Xuan pulled out his phone and displayed the proof of his achievement. Really? How did you manage to pass with only second-stage body refinement? Li Lebang questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. It's simple. I purchased an iron bow and exploited a glitch online. By sheer luck, I managed to blind a rabbit beast and defeated it slowly, Chen Xuan explained. Also, I've now advanced to the 4th stage of body refinement. Li Lebang examined him closely. You shot 3 fierce rabbits in the eyes? Yes, you're quite accurate. Where did you get the money for the energy-enhancing pills to advance to the 4th stage? Li Lebang's doubt resurfaced, but then he noticed Chen Xuan's strikingly handsome features and youthful vitality. An idea struck him. You aren't considering Chen Xuan thought Li Lebang had discovered his side job making toys and responded. How did you know? I only did it for a day, but the money comes in fast. Upon hearing this, Li Lebang realized that Chen Xuan had given up entirely. Such a sordid matter discussed so casually left him feeling disturbed. No, I cannot allow my students to stray down such a path. Taking a deep breath, Li Lebang spoke earnestly. Chen Xuan, life is fraught with traps. Young people should not solely focus on making money, as it leads to poor choices. One day, when you look back at your battered body, you will regret it. What's wrong with that? Chen Xuan was puzzled. I'm just working a job. Why would I regret it? You will understand in time. Your body can be cleansed, but your soul will always bear the stains, Li Lebang advised gently. What nonsense? Chen Xuan retorted, feeling exasperated. Forget your soul's stains, having been punished earlier. Chen Xuan sensed something unusual about his homeroom teacher and decided not to waste more words. Mr. Li, about the expulsion. Since you've passed, you won't be expelled. You may continue to apply to secondary schools. However, I want to emphasize that some people sacrifice much for martial arts, and the price you are paying seems excessive. I hope you won't regret it later. How could I regret it? The money comes in so quickly. I'll continue doing this, Chen Xuan replied, exasperated, as he pointed to the money he was making. I'll go back to studying now. With that, he hurriedly left. Behind him, Li Lebang clutched his chest in despair. His heart ached as he witnessed a once diligent student spiraling into decline. I must focus more on moral education for my students. Alas, what a derelict teacher I am. What a devouring world of martial arts this is. Lost in thought about how to rescue this wayward student, Li Lebang pondered deeply. Chapter 10. Praise. Returning to the last row of the classroom, Chen Xuan had just settled into his seat when his deskmate leaned in. Xiangu, why is Li targeting you? Flipping through his memories, Chen Xuan recalled that this deskmate was named Lu Xiaojin, plump, average in talent, at the 5th stage of body refinement, a bit of a chatterbox, but they shared a decent rapport. I'm not sure, Chen Xuan replied, equally perplexed. Hey, isn't it the case that the poor students have no rights? Are you planning to leave school soon? Lu Xiaojin inquired. Why would I leave? Chen Xuan responded. Wow, you're brave to stand up to the school. I admire your grit, Lu Xiaojin said, giving a thumbs up. Chen Xuan could not be bothered to explain further. Just then, a tall, ordinary-looking boy approached, radiating an air of superiority. Chen Xuan, pack your things and leave early. You no longer belong here. His blatant hostility was palpable. Chen Xuan was taken aback, and memories of this individual surfaced. Wang Zheng, the class monitor of Class 23, at the 9th stage of body refinement, a bit arrogant, and a suitor of Li Xiaoxia. He was not quite a sycophant, as he held a slightly higher status in her eyes, maintaining a teasing distance. Wang Zheng despised the sycophants around Li Xiaoxia, thus his enmity toward Chen Xuan was palpable. In the past, he had frequently troubled Chen Xuan, who would typically avoid confrontation. Chen Xuan felt a mix of helplessness and pity for his former self. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoxia turned her head from the front rows. Intrigued, she relished watching her admirers squabble over her attention, relishing the heightened sense of her own importance. Feeling the weight of curious gazes around him, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, replying coolly, "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Wang Jing's irritation peaked as he raised his voice. "Chen Xuan, listen clearly. Pack your things and get out today. Without a passing certificate. You think you can just stay?" Lu Xiaojin attempted to mediate. "Wang Zheng, we're all classmates. There's no need for hostility. Who asked for your opinion?" Wang Jing shot Lu Xiaojin a glare. Flushed, Lu Xiaojin, wanting to maintain his place in class, dared not offend the monitor and fell silent. Chen Xuan suddenly chimed in. "Who asked for your opinion?" Echoing Wang Jing's earlier words with conviction, he continued, "What are you? Do you represent the school? Do your words hold any weight?" Gasps filled the classroom as students were taken aback by Chen Xuan's unexpected assertiveness. This sudden shift in demeanor felt like a theatrical performance to them. Wang Zheng, facing this newfound boldness, felt an uncomfortable shift as he struggled to maintain control over the situation. With no desire to escalate into an all-out brawl and unable to suppress Chen Xuan's assertiveness, he found himself in a precarious position. This Chen Xuan was no longer the timid figure of before. An awkward silence hung in the air. Just wait and see. Abandoning a remark, Wang Zheng returned to his seat, harboring resentment in his heart. Once the homeroom teacher officially expels you, let us see what face you have left to remain here. At that moment, I shall delight in humiliating you thoroughly. A minor tempest had settled. Chen Xuan remained unfazed within, his experiences across 2 lifetimes rendering the trivial jealousy and rivalry akin to children playing house. However, when he inadvertently caught a flirtatious glance from Li Xiaoxia seated in the front row, accompanied by an encouraging look, he could no longer maintain his composure. What is this foolish girl thinking? Does she believe a beating might render her more sensible? Resisting the urge to confront her, Li Xiaoxia, at this moment, was filled with a sense of satisfaction. A typically submissive sycophant had shown such bravery for her sake. What a source of pride. Chen Xuan, I find myself developing feelings for you. She mused. The afternoon self-study session passed amidst the chattering of classmates. In the era of martial arts, weekly cultural classes had devolved into mere formalities, predominantly self-study sessions where students read books and engaged in casual conversation. Wang Zheng conspired with a few close friends, rallying them to support his plan to humiliate Chen Xuan once he was expelled from school. Before the school day concluded, Li Lebang entered the classroom, declaring, "Everyone, please hold your attention. I have several announcements to make." The boisterous classroom fell silent, all eyes turning to Li Lebang. Wang Zheng brimmed with anticipation, suspecting he could predict what was to come, asked the class monitor. He had privately received whispers of impending assessments. Furthermore, the school has issued a notice requiring homeroom teachers to swiftly expel students lacking qualification reports. Chen Xuan, you are in for a spectacle, Wang Zheng eagerly anticipated. Before addressing the main issue, allow me to mention a small matter. Students who have not obtained their clearance certificates must leave school immediately, Li Lebang stated. Wang Jing's heart raced with excitement. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Other students also understood that only Chen Xuan in their class lacked a clearance certificate. Suddenly, all gazes turned toward the back of the classroom where Chen Xuan Saturday. Li Lebang continued, however, as our class is not impacted by this matter, I shall refrain from elaborating. Wang Zheng was momentarily bewildered. How could he not elaborate? Wasn't Chen Xuan, the lowest performing student, without a clearance certificate? Homeroom teacher, your memory seems to be failing you. Surely you intend to speak with Chen Xuan privately? He thought, unwilling to let this matter slip. With a swift motion, Wang Zheng stood up. Li Lebang was startled. Wang, do you have something to say? Wang Zheng gathered his thoughts and stated, Homeroom teacher, surely we have someone in our class who has not received their clearance certificate. Li Lebang paused. No, we do not. Upon hearing the denial, Wang Zheng felt a surge of irritation. Still playing dumb, Li Lebang, your acting is impressive. Seeing the situation unfold, Wang Zheng disregarded his reservations. It's Chen Xuan. Isn't he still at body refinement level 2 and has yet to obtain his clearance certificate? Li Lebang quickly grasped the situation, glancing at Li Xiaoxia, fully aware of the dynamics within the class. With a stern demeanor, he surveyed the eager faces of the students and proclaimed, I would like to commend Chen Xuan for his recent progress. Through diligent effort, he has ascended to body refinement level 4 and has secured his clearance certificate, qualifying him for admission to intermediate academies. Let's applaud him. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. For only he knew the heavy toll Chen Xuan had paid to achieve such results, nearly sacrificing his own integrity. The students looked towards Chen Xuan, although level 4 was not exceptionally high. Advancing 2 levels in just a few days was quite impressive, earning him newfound respect. Wang Zheng was left dumbfounded. His meticulous calculations had failed him. This boy had come prepared, biding his time until Wang could be humiliated. It was exceedingly awkward, and Li Lebang addressed Wang Zheng with a pointed tone. As the class monitor, you ought to assist your peers more and focus on their strengths rather than fixating on their weaknesses. I suggest you learn from Chen Xuan. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Wang Zheng, silenced, retreated to his seat, his face flushed, nearly buried in his desk. Li Xiaoxia cast a glance at Wang Zheng before her gaze lingered on Chen Xuan. Previously, she had looked down upon him, her disdain rooted in his undeniable handsomeness and his affection for her. Now, witnessing his sudden brilliance, she felt an undeniable flutter in her heart. Chapter 11. Suppressing one's cultivation as the focus shifted back. Li Lebang assumed a serious tone. Now, for the main matter at hand. The first mock examination will commence in 2 weeks. This initial assessment is crucial, organized by the Municipal Martial Arts Education Bureau. With over 2,000 schools and millions of candidates participating, the specific evaluation criteria have yet to be disclosed. Pausing, he added gravely, the results of this mock examination are vital. The bottom 20 of students in the city will face expulsion, losing their eligibility to apply to intermediate academies. These scores will contribute to your overall examination results, accounting for 2-0. In truth, the high school entrance examination has already begun. Every subsequent assessment will factor into your final score. Determining your eligibility for intermediate academies. The entire class listened intently, anxious not to miss a single word. The high school entrance examination. In the martial arts era, the majority of mediocre martial artists would stagnate at primary academies, gradually struggling in society or lesser realms. Each year, only 20 of candidates would pass, gaining entry to intermediate academies. Intermediate academies represent the pinnacle of education within the human realm. With a population of 50 million, Qingshui City is merely a small 8th-tier city, lacking the qualifications to establish intermediate academies. Only a select few core cities possess the capability and authority to create such institutions. Graduating from an intermediate martial arts academy typically elevates one's power to at least the late transformation realm or even into the void realm. Graduates emerge as capable martial artists, coveted by military factions and prominent families, with opportunities to enter the myriad battlefield for greater fortunes and growth. Their social standing, income, and prospects far exceed those of others. As for the scant few advanced martial arts academies, none exist in the homeland. They are all situated within the myriad battlefield, where students complete their studies amidst relentless conflict, an unimaginable endeavor for Chen Xuan at present. Observing the enthused students, Li Lebang felt transported back to his own spirited youth. To incentivize excellence, the top 1,000 candidates in the first mock examination will receive generous cash and treasure rewards. Though the specifics of these rewards shall remain unspoken, what you cannot attain, our school has never received. The preliminary junior martial arts academy is merely a common institution. The martial arts prodigies from various families congregate at the top 10 martial arts academies. Historically, the top 1,000 spots in mock assessments and entrance examinations are almost entirely claimed by them. After class, Chen Xuan returned to the dormitory. In the intervals of meditative body refinement, he began to contemplate his present circumstances. Although he had secured his clearance certificate, temporarily evading expulsion, he had merely taken a small step. Setting aside the question of whether he could gain admission to a reputable intermediate academy, the upcoming first mock examination in half a month also served as the first hurdle for the entrance exam, with scores contributing to the overall results. This would eliminate a cohort of lower-ranking candidates. Following this, there would be a second mock examination and the formal entrance examination, each serving to further trim the eligible candidates until only a few remained, qualified to apply to their desired intermediate martial arts academies, akin to universities in the past, representing higher education. Unlike traditional universities, martial arts academies in this world are entirely free, offering ample resources, as well as the nurturing and protection of martial arts masters, ensuring graduates ascend to higher echelons of society. Particularly, the top 10 intermediate academies are reputed to be exceedingly challenging to graduate from. Those who do emerge as void realm martial artists, holding significant power and status. The city lord of Chen Xuan's own city is merely at the pinnacle of the void realm, governing a population of 50 million and wielding immense wealth and resources. To rise above the fray, one must gain admission to one of the top 10 intermediate academies. Additionally, Chen Xuan harbored a hidden ambition, His parents and several elder brothers had been trapped in a lesser realm for 5 years. Their fates uncertain, he sought to uncover the truth, a pursuit that demanded strength. He remained painfully aware of his own limitations, as he currently lacked the qualifications to traverse in and out of the lesser realm. After careful reflection, Chen Xuan recognized 2 choices before him. The first was to leverage a critical hit system to earn money, purchasing energy-enhancing pills, and within the next 3 months leading up to the entrance examination, achieve a body refinement level of 20 or even 50 layers, thus making entry into an ordinary intermediate academy a certainty. This path of reliance on drugs appeared straightforward, yet its future prospects were limited. The second choice was to temporarily suppress his cultivation to below body refinement level 6 and attempt the more challenging trial of the cunning rabbit's lair, aiming to secure the first completion treasure chest, which could potentially yield greater opportunities. It was rumored that the first completion treasure chests in secret realms could randomly reveal various high-level pills, martial techniques, rare materials, and even the bloodlines of ancient beasts. Restricting his cultivation would introduce uncertainty into the upcoming examinations, perhaps leading to disqualification due to poor performance. Yet, the allure of unknown rewards is a perennial temptation. The path of martial arts, if one chooses the smooth road from the very beginning, may find it difficult to achieve greatness without enduring trials and tribulations. A bold endeavor can transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. In a swift moment, Chen Xuan made his decision to suppress his cultivation and strive to unlock the treasure chest. Beep, the host has consumed a chi-enhancing pill, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 78. The effects of the chi-enhancing pill are amplified 78 times. Beep, the host has consumed a chi-enhancing pill, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 25. The effects of the chi-enhancing pill are amplified 25 times. With all his remaining funds, he purchased 9 chi-enhancing pills. Chen Xuan triggered 2 critical hits. His strength surged dramatically, feeling as if his muscles had expanded by a third. Without the pills, he continued to temper his body. Beep. The host's body tempering triggered a critical hit with a multiplier of 15. The effects of body tempering are amplified 15 times. He pulled out a Xiaomi testing device. Beep. Testing results. Body refinement stage 5.9, an increase of 0.015 from the last test. Thank you for using the Xiaomi martial arts stage testing device. His strength reached body refinement 5.9, placing him in the upper echelon of his class. Elated to join the ranks of top students, Chen Xuan felt a moment of excitement. However, he could not cultivate further. If he triggered another critical hit and broke through to body refinement 6, he would surpass the challenge level limit of the secret realm, which would lead to unforeseen consequences, in the intervals of his training. He surfed the internet. The martial arts forum, with billions of registered members, served as a comprehensive platform for martial artists to communicate, featuring sections on martial arts discussions, various realms, alchemy, weapon crafting, trading, secondhand goods, videos, entertainment, and numerous city-specific segments. Previously too timid to register due to his low cultivation, Chen Xuan, recognizing the necessity of frequenting the forum for strategies and information, casually created an account named Kick of Nirvana Punch against the Heavenly King. The Nirvana and Heavenly King realms represented the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation, and this account name reflected his unwavering confidence that one day he would transcend these ultimate thresholds. He opened the search interface and looked up the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows, spending considerable time perusing posts and gaining a deeper understanding of the secret realm. Although the source of the secret realms remains unclear to humanity, attempts to develop them have spanned centuries. Secret realms are particularly vital for mid to low-tier martial artists, akin to repeatedly grinding low-difficulty dungeons, providing stable income with minimal risk. Enthusiastically engaged in conquering secret realms, specialized groups for tackling various levels exist. These groups continually research monster data and possible strategies to overcome challenges, incrementally updating the difficulty of the secret realms. It is said that the most rapid progress is found in medium-sized secret realms, which have reached abyss difficulty. Successfully conquering a new difficulty and sharing its strategy yields substantial financial rewards from the Secret Realm Link Center. 10 million for micro realms, 50 million for small realms, 100 million for medium realms, and 1 billion for large realms. Such generous rewards stem from the fact that overcoming a conquerable secret realm difficulty represents immense resources that countless martial artists can repeatedly access, significantly enhancing the overall strength of humanity. Moreover, the initial conqueror receives a first clear treasure chest, offering unimaginable rewards. It is no wonder martial artists are so dedicated to tackling these secret realms. Chapter 12. The Clever One. To Chen Xuan's astonishment, of the dozens of secret realms discovered by humanity, The one with the least progress is the Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows, the lowest tier and weakest monster micro-realm. The fourth difficulty, Nightmare difficulty, has remained stagnant. As he continued reading the posts, Chen Xuan understood the reason. The challenge level restriction was too low, permitting only martial artists below Body Refinement 6 to enter. This meant that the highest level challengers were just over Body Refinement 5. The common strategies employed by the secret realm conquest groups proved ineffective: bug exploitation, discovering various bugs and refining strategies to navigate them; symbol bombardment, using a pack of high-attack talismans to defeat the boss; circle running, outpacing the boss and attacking it intermittently until it exhausts. None of these strategies could be applied effectively by martial artists at Body Refinement 5 to bugs. There were hardly any worth mentioning. Symbol bombardment? The meager energy within a Body Refinement 5 cultivator could not activate a sufficiently powerful talisman. Circle running. Could a Body Refinement 5 martial artist outpace a level 20 opponent? The strategies were fascinating to read, yet offered little practical insight. Nevertheless, they sparked inspiration in him. He resolved to devise a battle plan based on his core strength, the critical hit system. Therefore, the faster the attack speed, the better. The greater the attack range, the better. The stronger the survivability, the better. Most importantly was the attack speed. The quicker the speed, the more frequent the critical hits. With this in mind, Chen Xuan clicked the post button. Dear forum friends, are there any affordable weapons suitable for a Body Refinement 5 practitioner that are fast in attack speed and can deal multiple hits in a short time? After posting, he refreshed the page. No replies. Flipping through the pages, within a mere minute, his post had already sunk to the depths of oblivion. The martial arts forum was inundated with posts, generating hundreds of new threads every second. Uninterested topics quickly faded into obscurity without responses. Chen Xuan, feeling helpless, posted again, yet still received no replies. He copied the content of his post and submitted it anew. Beep. The host's post triggered a critical hit with a multiplier of 100. The host's post count increased by 100. A critical hit. Chen Xuan was startled. Would this flood of posts lead to a ban from the moderators? Notifications in the top right corner of the screen surged to 99. He clicked on the post with the most replies, which had already garnered dozens of comments. First, am I seeing things? Wow, the post count is insane. The OP is a legend. Where can I find this cheat? Seeking links. This cheat is incredible. The martial arts forum runs on the Central Lightbrain server. This is the first ever cheat. Seeking links. Instantly posting 100 threads. OP, are you provoking the moderators? Everyone, check out the OP's username. Kick of Nirvana punch against the Heavenly King. Worship the Great One. The first few comments were meaningless expressions of shock, and Chen Xuan scrolled further. This is off topic. Let us help the OP with his question. This question seems familiar. I see what's going on. Every so often, we get this kind of question. NAV young ones. OP, just go to bed. You might find a first clear treasure chest in your dreams. Don't divert the topic. It's clear OP wants to conquer the nightmare difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows. Let's have our forum's enthusiastic members respond. The Clever One. A renowned figure in our forum, known as the fusion of the Dragon and Phoenix, a high-level think tank. The Clever One. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in Zhaoyang, just off the plane. I have a friend with a Body Refinement 5 level of cultivation, a happy family, and a successful career. One day, he had an idea. If he wielded a Zhuge crossbow that could shoot 10 arrows instantly and exploited a bug to enter and exit the cave 3 times, shooting 30 arrows without harm, could he not defeat a level 20 rabbit? The thought took root and grew wildly. If he used powerful alloy arrows, it would be a breeze. So, he liquidated his assets, gathered the equipment, and after preparing everything, he entered the secret realm. Guess what happened in the end? He merely left a few pinpricks on the rabbit. The vast difference between Body Refinement 6 and 20 cannot be compensated by sheer numbers. My friend is now penniless, wandering the streets. The Clever One. Kick of Nirvana punch against the Heavenly King. Upon seeing your title, we immediately understood your intent. You are not the first nor the last to harbor such naive thoughts. I hope that after reading my friend's experience, you can tread steadily on your life's journey. After reading the Clever One's reply, Chen Xuan was filled with excitement. The Clever One was indeed remarkable. The Zhuge crossbow capable of firing 10 arrows instantly, controllable by a Body Refinement 5 cultivator, paired with formidable alloy arrows. Just a few critical hits could lead to overwhelming odds. He quickly sent a friend request to the Clever One. Recognizing the value of such a mentor, closing the martial arts forum, he opened the treasure network and, after a thorough search, gasped in astonishment. He finally understood why the Clever One's friend had to liquidate his assets. The Zhuge crossbow, 200,000 each. Alloy arrows, 1,000 each? Indeed, the instant-firing Zhuge crossbow held significant value. Alloy arrows were also pricey at 1,000 each, considering that ordinary wooden shafts with iron heads only cost 2 each. How exorbitant! A trip to the secret realm required at least 90 arrows, totaling 90,000. Adding the crossbow, a minimum of 290,000 was needed. Faced with this reality, Chen Xuan reluctantly dialed a number. Hello, Manager Ma? It's me, the student who worked part-time at your toy factory. Are you still hiring? That's wonderful. I can start immediately. Can I work both day and night shifts? I really need the money. Thank you so much. Thus began Chen Xuan's relentless journey of labor. 3 days later, he left the Star Toys factory with a salary of 50,000. He wasn't fired. He simply found the pay too low. At this rate, it would take nearly 20 days to earn the necessary 290,000. Yet time was of the essence. The exam was approaching. The monotonous nature of work on the toy factory assembly line was truly disheartening. Wasn't it said that there were numerous young ladies in the factory? Yet, I did not encounter a single one. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Xuan retrieved the iron cloth shirt. This tome was a reward for completing a quest, which he had yet to study. After a meticulous examination for an hour, Chen Xuan followed the prescribed method to circulate his meridians, drawing forth a faint essence that coalesced at the surface of his skin, rendering it visibly imbued with a light bronze hue. He felt his skin tighten and strengthen considerably. The technique, though rudimentary and lacking in sophistication, was remarkably straightforward, as long as the meridian pathways were correctly followed. Success was assured. The text indicated that the effects of the iron cloth shirt could last for an hour. However, in its nascent stage, the protective capabilities of the iron cloth shirt were limited, necessitating continuous practice and repeated application to enhance the skin's resilience. As one's internal energy increased, so too would the shirt's defensive properties. It was said that upon mastering the iron cloth shirt to perfection, one would be clad in an impenetrable armor, impervious to blades and weapons. Out of curiosity, Chen Xuan took out a small knife and lightly pricked his finger, a thin line of blood appearing. The iron cloth shirt was still too unfamiliar to him, and its protective efficacy was inadequate, prompting a sigh from Chen Xuan. Diligent practice was required. He dissipated the iron cloth shirt and continued to refine his technique. Chapter 13. Sparring Partner. Opening the Wudao Forum section for Qingshui City, Chen Xuan swiftly perused the recruitment listings. They were seeking martial artists, requiring a cultivation level above the nascent stage, to explore small worlds. Offering a daily wage of 3,000, however, small worlds were perilous. That was not feasible, and his cultivation level was insufficient. The Xingxing Toy Factory urgently needed temporary workers, offering a daily wage of 300, with meals and accommodation included. Just having come from there, the pay was far too low. They were looking for sparring partners, requiring a body refining stage level, with an hourly wage of 10,000. A surge of joy filled Chen Xuan. Such a salary was appealing, and his cultivation met the requirements. He quickly clicked on the post. Seeking body refining stage sparring partners, hourly wage of 10,000. Combat is unpredictable. Life and death are your own responsibility. Interested parties contact Mr. Wang at 139XXXXXXXX. Life and death are my own responsibility. It seems this high-paying position may not be easily obtained. The recruitment post garnered numerous replies, which Chen Xuan skimmed through. An hourly wage of over 10,000? Count me in. Is the person above still alive? The person above, I'm not sure if the one on the first floor is dead, but the doctor says I need to lie down for a month to recover. 10,000 is even enough for my medical expenses. A friend of mine went. He couldn't last 10 minutes and ran off without claiming his pay, exclaiming it was terrifying. Terrifying indeed. I managed to escape quickly, but I broke an arm. So frightening. Just observing, this salary is higher than underground fighting. How can it not be dangerous? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan dialed the number listed in the post. A voice that was aged yet robust answered from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Hello. I saw your recruitment post on the Wudao Forum. Before Chen Xuan could finish, he was interrupted. The address is 002 Central Street, Qingshui City. Hurry over and call when you arrive. The line then went dead with a beep. 002 Central Street. Isn't that right next to the City Lord's mansion at 001? What a peculiar old man. After tidying his clothes, Chen Xuan made his way to the subway station. Meanwhile, in a spacious mansion adjacent to the City Lord's residence, the spirited old steward Wang Wei hung up the phone and hurriedly addressed a slender young girl who was practicing her body refinement in the courtyard. Miss, another applicant has responded. I've already asked her to come. Finally, another sparring partner. The previous candidates were too fragile. The young girl frowned slightly, clad in loose training attire. Her fair skin glistened under the sun, appearing almost ethereal. Wang Wei looked affectionately at the girl he had watched grow up. Miss, you insist on honing your martial skills, yet your father fears that a sparring partner with too high a cultivation level might inadvertently harm you. Hence the prohibition against hiring anyone above the 15th level of body refinement. He too frowned. However, even those at the 15th level of body refinement possessed martial prowess and knowledge that were worlds apart from hers. Although she was restricted to the 5th level of body refinement, they would hardly be her match. It was no wonder that finding sparring partners had become increasingly difficult. Do not worry, Wang Bo. This time I shall hold back, the girl said with a playful smile. Her petite yet delicate features accentuated by her alluring rose-like lips. Wang Wei, well aware of Miss Wen Xiao's nature, had little faith in her words. Miss, let us hope for the best. As long as you do not suffer serious injury, you may focus on refining your skills. If I cannot unleash my full potential, how can I hope to improve? Wen Xiao replied with a smile. An hour later, Chen Xuan met the old man. Upon entering the courtyard, he marveled at the spacious estate and its magnificent buildings. He couldn't help but feel envious of the living conditions of the wealthy. After a brief self-introduction, the old man spoke earnestly. What you are to do is serve as a sparring partner for our young lady. She is at the 5th level of body refinement and requires a partner to refine her martial skills and techniques. You may fight with abandon. However, should you prove inadequate and suffer injury, we shall not be liable. Please consider this carefully and, if agreeable, sign this waiver. Chen Xuan pondered intently. Serving as a sparring partner for someone at the 5th level should not entail excessive risk. Having come this far, the generous compensation warranted at least a trial, and should the danger prove too great, he could always walk away. With this in mind, he signed the document. Very well, you may enter the training room through that door. Our young lady is inside, Wang Wei indicated before disappearing from sight. Upon entering the training room, Chen Xuan was taken aback. The room was a square hall, 30 meters on each side and 10 meters high. The walls were constructed of solid stone, and the floor was laid with large stone slabs. Against one wall stood several tall weapon racks displaying dozens of weapons and equipment, including many intermediate alloy weapons. Such a vast training space must have cost a fortune. What are you standing there for? Are you ready? A crisp, youthful voice rang out, tinged with a hint of impatience. What am I supposed to do? Chen Xuan retracted his envious gaze and focused on the girl before him. He gasped. The girl was astonishingly beautiful. Her exquisite eyes were as clear as water. Her nose was perfectly shaped. Her lips were small and cherry-like. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she stood gracefully in her white training attire, surpassing even the filtered beauties of the short videos from his previous life. Wen Xiao was accustomed to the reactions of young men her age, who often appeared as awkward as toads upon seeing her. Your only task is to survive, Wen Xiao declared, suddenly launching an attack, her movements ghostly swift, covering the 5-meter distance in an instant as her palms struck towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Stars danced before his eyes, and his limbs felt powerless. You are far too weak. This is dull, Wen Xiao remarked dismissively as she turned to leave. Chen Xuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, called out, Wait, Wen Xiao paused. You are too weak. Let's go. I do not wish to kill you. You are unfit to be a sparring partner. With the money still not in hand, how could he leave empty-handed? Chen Xuan urgently insisted, I can still fight. I wasn't prepared just now. Wen Xiao felt a stir of interest. You still wish to persist even in your current state. I want to hold back. Let me use the iron cloth shirt. I shall fight again, Chen Xuan declared. Wen Xiao arched an elegant brow. So you do have a backup plan. But do you think that a rudimentary technique like the iron cloth shirt will suffice? As Chen Xuan summoned the iron cloth shirt, he felt his skin tighten slightly. However, it was merely a minor constriction. Indeed, it proved ineffective. He hastily dispelled it and summoned the iron cloth shirt once more. Ding! Host has triggered a critical hit upon summoning the iron cloth shirt. With a critical hit multiplier of 50, Host's iron cloth shirt enhanced by 50 layers. It was a success. He had previously triggered a critical hit while practicing the iron cloth shirt, which emboldened him to take on such a hazardous sparring role. Although his mastery of the iron cloth shirt was still in its infancy, the cumulative effect of 50 layers rendered his skin as hard as iron, instilling him with a sense of security. Seeing the thick coppery armor manifest upon Chen Xuan's body, Wen Xiao grew serious, delivering a kick to his abdomen. With a resounding clang, he merely staggered back 2 steps. When Shower winced in pain, bending down to rub her foot, feeling a surge of irritation. Is this the iron cloth shirt? Released by someone at the 5th level of body refinement? This fellow appears quite honest. Yet he managed to deceive me. After a moment of massaging her foot, when Shower straightened up and continued her assault, again. Internally pleased, she realized she could now fight without restraint, without any reservations. She could best refine her techniques and skills. Chen Xuan hastily defended himself. Though when Shower seemed delicate, her fists were solid, and her kicks were sharp. Her movements were elusive. One moment she was before him. The next she was behind him. One strike followed another in a relentless barrage. Chen Xuan felt like a ball being kicked about, with hardly any chance to retaliate. Fortunately, the 50 layers of the iron cloth shirt proved remarkably effective. Inflicting only minor injuries that he could readily endure, he envied when Shower's agility. If only he could learn such techniques, he might even stand a chance against nightmarish difficulty and engage in close combat with the ferocious hare. Contemplating further, he wondered if Xiara was also considering the strategy of the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, as she suppressed her cultivation to the 5th level of body refining while relentlessly honing her agility and martial skills. Chapter 14. The masochist Xiara, despite being merely at the 5th level of body refinement, possessed formidable striking power and explosive strength due to her family's traditional techniques. Her unique agility rendered her abilities comparable to those of a practitioner at the 10th level of body refinement. Chen Xuan found himself on the defensive, retreating repeatedly, darting from side to side. Clad in an enhanced version of the iron cloth shirt, he could withstand the blows but lacked the capacity to retaliate. While he passively defended, thoughts crossed his mind about how easy money was to earn. Suddenly, when Xiara halted, declaring, "What I seek is not a moving, shouting target. If you wish to engage, we must spar. Only then can I maximize my combat prowess." Chen Xuan replied helplessly, "But I cannot match your strength." With a piercing gaze, when Xiara insisted, "Even if you cannot defeat me, you must try. If you do not engage, the contract is void, and you shall not receive a single coin. If you perform well, I will double your pay." Upon hearing the promise of double compensation, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement, saying, "Then I shall give it my all." That in the ensuing battle, Chen Xuan ceased to cower and, building on his defense, seized opportunities to strike during brief openings. After several exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, his attacks either missing or being blocked by Xiara. "Do you feel it now?" When Xiara's spirit lifted and she taunted, "Are you even a man? Be a bit more forceful." In a fit of anger, Chen Xuan relinquished his defense and unleashed the foundational military fist techniques he had previously learned. Launching an array of punches, hooks, elbow strikes, and horizontal punches toward Xiara. With ease, she deflected his attacks, expressing her disappointment. Flowery punches and embroidered legs. Infuriated, Chen Xuan continued to press the attack. Xiara lazily parried several blows until, unexpectedly, one of his punches landed squarely on her shoulder. Seeing that she could not evade the hit, she paid it no mind. To her, a punch from a 5th-level body refinement practitioner felt merely like a tickle. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged through her, and Xiara was sent flying backward for several meters, crashing onto the blue stone floor with a thud. Ding! Host's punch triggered a critical hit, critical multiplier 68 times. Host's punching power 68 times. Startled by the system's notification, Chen Xuan quickly halted, staring at the airborne Xiara, his heart racing with anxiety. "I haven't hurt her, have I?" Fortunately, Xiara gradually rose, blood trickling from her mouth. Yet her expression radiated exhilaration as she exclaimed, "Excellent! Now you are behaving like a man." Her desire to refine her techniques fueled her ambition to spar with partners far stronger than herself. Believing that only through the brink of life and death could she truly unleash her combat potential. Having lingered too long at the 5th level of body refinement, she yearned to leave her name on the honor roll of the secret realm. A testament to her abilities, thus, she suppressed her cultivation, diligently practicing her agility and combat awareness. Her father, fearful of her getting hurt, permitted her to train only with partners below the 15th level of body refinement. Such opponents were inadequate for her to reach her optimal combat state. Now, facing this seemingly weak 5th-level practitioner, she experienced the thrill of combat at the edge of life and death. Once more, "Give it your all, and I will increase your pay." Wiping the blood from her lips, Xiara charged at Chen Xuan again. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he realized the strikingly beautiful girl before him harbored such intense masochistic tendencies. At the end of the day's training, Chen Xuan felt a newfound respect for the seemingly fragile Wenxiar. Her dedication to martial arts was pure and admirable, and beneath her apparent aloofness lay a flicker of kindness. Wenxiar's cheeks flushed with excitement, her enthusiasm nearly overflowing after a day of combat training that significantly enhanced her agility and speed, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Chen Xuan, too, felt pleased. Despite his weak foundation, he had made considerable strides in close combat awareness and agility. Moreover, he had earned a handsome sum, accumulating 180,000 in just one day. They agreed on future training arrangements, and upon learning that Chen Xuan needed to take a 2-hour subway ride from his residence, Wenxiar expressed her discontent. "You expect me to wait 2 hours for you?" She promptly summoned her steward, Uncle Wang, prepare a guest room for him. Now, not only would he have accommodation, but meals were also covered, prompting Chen Xuan to express his gratitude. Situated in the city center, it was merely a few minutes' walk to the Secret Realm Link Center, making it convenient for his upcoming venture. After bidding farewell to Wenxiar, Chen Xuan located a large weapons store, purchasing a Zhuge crossbow and 30 alloy crossbow bolts. The Zhuge crossbow, constructed entirely of steel, measured over a meter in length and width, exuding a cold and menacing aura. Its intricate internal mechanism could hold 10 crossbow bolts in the lower slot. The alloy bolts were much more compact, measuring only 8 inches long, barely longer than a chopstick. When fired, the bolts would be aimed at a target, and upon pressing the trigger, all 10 bolts would be launched simultaneously, delivering devastating power. However, continuous firing was not possible. Reloading another 10 bolts would require several minutes. After his purchase, Chen Xuan found himself with only a few hundred yuan remaining. Money truly doesn't last long, he lamented. Having earned 50,000 from the toy factory and an additional 180,000 that day, he now possessed only 230,000. According to his original plan, he needed at least 290,000 to conquer the nightmare difficulty. Nevertheless, after witnessing the formidable defensive capacity of the iron cloth shirt against multiple critical hits, the bosses from the first 2 levels posed little threat to him. He only needed to prepare 30 alloy crossbow bolts for the final boss. Even though it was already evening, the Secret Realm Hall remained bustling with activity. While in line, Chen Xuan spotted a somewhat familiar face, a striking girl who could easily score an 8.5 out of 10, a live streamer known as Xiao Yang. She seemed to enjoy wandering around the mini-hall, occasionally stopping passersby for interviews, indicating a focus on interactive live streaming. Her popularity seemed commendable. Some top streamers could earn hundreds of thousands in donations from a single broadcast, unlike him, who endured an hour of punishment for a mere 20,000. Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Comparisons can be infuriating, he mused. The massive fluorescent screen overhead displayed the rankings on the honor roll, which had seen little change. The highest completion rate for the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows at nightmare difficulty remained stagnant. Secret Realm Honor Roll, Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows, Secret Realm Level, Mini Secret Realm difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, Shura. Completion counts, Easy difficulty, 9.861 billion times. First Challenger, Anonymous Normal difficulty, 516 million times. First Challenger, Wangzhen Hard difficulty, 3.805 million times. First Challenger, Qin Tianxiang Nightmare difficulty, 0 times. Highest progress, 90.7. Challenger, Wenxiar Hell difficulty, 0 times. Abyss difficulty, 0 times. Shura difficulty, 0 times. Chen Xuan was taken aback. He recalled that the highest progress for nightmare difficulty had been 88 last time. In just a few days, it had been surpassed, and it was still anonymous. Wenxiar had already achieved 97. Clearly, she was determined to claim the first completion treasure chest. Miss One, I apologize, but I need that treasure chest more than you do. Tonight, the first completion treasure chest for nightmare difficulty belongs to me. Chen Xuan muttered to himself. Chapter 15. Conquering nightmare difficulty. Stepping once more into the familiar secret realm, Chen Xuan felt a wave of serenity wash over him as he tread upon the verdant grass. Since the ferocious beasts had occupied the outskirts of the city, leading to an explosion in the population within, he had not experienced such a pristine natural environment in quite some time. Outside the first cave, Chen Xuan began to activate his iron cloth shirt. After several attempts, he successfully triggered a critical hit. Ding. Host's iron cloth shirt triggered a critical hit, critical multiplier 70 times. Host's iron cloth shirt level 70 times. Excellent, fortune was indeed on my side. Chen Xuan rejoiced internally, stacking an entry-level iron cloth shirt to 70 layers, allowing him to withstand the bosses of the first 2 levels. He slowly entered the cave. The bosses of the first two levels were at the 12th and 15th levels of body refinement, respectively. Upon opening their panels, the system still labeled them as inconsequential demon rabbits. The 12th level boss posed no threat to Chen Xuan, becoming nothing more than a training target for his combat awareness and agility. The second level boss, at the 15th level, could inflict some damage, yet Chen Xuan regarded it merely as a training partner, free sparring and unarmed combat. His agility, combat awareness, and application of military boxing were all advancing rapidly. Eventually, with a touch of reluctance, a critical hit brought the second-level boss down. He casually stored the demon rabbit's corpse into his storage space. So effortlessly. Just an inconsequential technique, the iron cloth shirt, under the system's enhancement, had granted him such a significant boost in strength. The system is truly formidable. As he marveled at this, he stepped into the cave of the third level. A towering, 2-meter-high, menacing giant rabbit exuded a subtle pressure upon Chen Xuan. In his mind, he called out, "Open panel. Adult demon rabbit, realm. Body refinement, level 20 essence accumulation level 1. Skills. Retort. Bite. Rear leg kick, front leg kick, swift, tenacious, charge, wind blade. Evaluation. A rabbit that can unleash wind blades, capable of easily slicing its host in two. Weakness. The demon rabbit has good overall defense, but its abdomen is relatively vulnerable. Repeated strikes can easily inflict severe injury. Indeed, the demon rabbit on this level has already entered the essence accumulation realm, possessing energy techniques. Compared to the body refinement realm, the greatest advantage of the essence accumulation stage is the complete opening of internal meridians. Allowing the absorption and storage of essence within the body, warriors at this level can learn energy martial arts, which possess tremendous lethality, far surpassing that of the body refinement stage. In a wonder, the genius warriors of the assault team found it utterly helpless. The panel system kindly indicated the weak points of the demon rabbit. However, Chen Xuan speculated that the panel had not displayed weaknesses before because the previous low-tier demon rabbit was viewed by the system as so weak that every part was a weakness, hence not worth mentioning. Nonetheless, this weakness indication was of no use to Chen Xuan at present. With his agility, he was still unqualified to engage in close combat with the demon rabbit, and his ranged attacks could not reach the rabbit's abdomen. It is likely that with Wenxiar's combat prowess, knowing the weak point of the demon rabbit, she could easily defeat it. Clad in a 70-layer iron cloth, Chen Xuan dared not take unnecessary risks. At once, he retrieved the preloaded crossbow from his storage space. Cradling the massive Zhuge crossbow, he aimed at the demon rabbit and immediately pulled the trigger. 10 sharp crossbow bolts flew with incredible speed. Even though the demon rabbit attempted to dodge, 7 or 8 bolts struck its body. The demon rabbit cried out in pain, its eyes turning red, and it charged straight at Chen Xuan, the sound of wind roaring from its mouth. A visible wind blade shot toward Chen Xuan in an instant. In a moment of peril, Chen Xuan swiftly exited the cave. The wind blade struck the stone wall at the cave entrance. Shearing off several solid rocks, Chen Xuan broke into a cold sweat outside the cave. The first round of attack did not trigger a critical hit, but Chen Xuan remained unperturbed as he began reloading his crossbow. Moments later, as Chen Xuan entered the cave again, he immediately pulled the trigger at the target before him. The demon rabbit had yet to react when all 10 crossbow bolts struck its chest. Ding! The host's shot triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 74. Host's crossbow damage 74. A loud thud resounded as the demon rabbit was sent flying to the ground, gasping for breath. A gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on its chest, blood gushing forth. Remarkably, it still clung to life. "Allow me to send you off." Chen Xuan raised his fist, the size of a sandbag. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, an electronic synthesized voice echoed. "Congratulations on clearing the level. Challengers may take a brief rest before being teleported out of the secret realm in 1 minute." Before exiting the secret realm, Chen Xuan made sure to store the demon rabbit's corpse in his storage space in the independent teleportation space. Chen Xuan awaited his completion rewards. The nightmare difficulty had never been cleared before, so the rewards remained a mystery. According to online discussions, the teleportation space was also part of the secret realm, and the mechanisms of secret realm challenges and rewards were still shrouded in enigma. The only thing humanity could do was slightly modify the periphery of the secret realm and connect it to a super-intelligent light brain to facilitate martial artists' participation in challenges. After a while, the teleportation array within the crystal wall began to rotate slowly. A line of text appeared, identifying. Recognizing the challenger has cleared nightmare difficulty, dispensing standard rewards. Recognizing the challenger as a first-time clear, dispensing the first completion treasure chest. A small drawer sprang from the crystal wall, containing 20 chi-enhancing pills and 1 essence-enhancing pill. The standard reward for nightmare difficulty was unexpectedly 20 chi-enhancing pills and 1 essence-enhancing pill. Chi-enhancing pills are merely first-grade pills, suitable for use in the body refinement stage. An ordinary body refinement warrior can increase their level by 0.1 with each pill, meaning only 200 pills are required to reach body refinement level 20. Achieving advanced body refinement. However, beyond body refinement level 20, the effectiveness of chi-enhancing pills diminishes significantly, with each pill only able to increase by 0.01 levels. The essence-enhancing pill, on the other hand, contains more essence and can help advanced body refinement warriors increase by 1 level. Thus, each essence-enhancing pill is equivalent to 100 chi-enhancing pills, with a market price of 100,000 per pill. The rewards were substantial, but the challenges were formidable. At that moment, the teleportation array in the center of the room glowed, and a treasure chest composed of purple light appeared before him. This must be the first completion treasure chest. Chen Xuan excitedly extended his hand, eagerly opening the chest. Let us see how lucky I am. As the light flickered, the chest vanished, revealing a small flame floating before him. Could this be a strange fire? Chen Xuan nearly gasped in astonishment. No, Chen Xuan forced himself to remain calm. This ordinary small flame appeared rather unremarkable. Lacking the overwhelming power of the legendary strange fire panel, Chen Xuan called forth the panel. First-grade spirit object, earth fire. Attributes: indestructible, absorb, indestructible. Earth fire, originating from underground, never extinguishes. Absorb, confuse and absorb fire elements, enhancing its own flame abilities. Host, you are overthinking. This is not a strange fire, merely a wisp of low-grade spirit fire condensed from earth fire attributes. Congratulations, host. You will no longer have to pay for gas. No longer have to pay for gas. Chen Xuan felt a pang in his heart. He never cooked, only eating at the cafeteria, so this ordinary earth fire would likely be of no use to him. Seemingly useless, yet it is still a spirit object. A first-grade spirit object starts at a market price of 5 million. Converting 5 million entirely into pills could elevate him to body refinement level 30. Truly a model of a medium-level genius. What a windfall. Indeed, the more arduous the path of martial arts, the greater the opportunities. Choosing the path of clearing secret realms evidently raised the ceiling of potential. Otherwise, he would still be at the toy factory, stuffing toys with cotton. Chapter 16. Tremor. Just as Chen Xuan was claiming his rewards, in the same nightmare secret realm, when Xiara was locked in a fierce battle with the demon rabbit. Relying on her exceptional agility and combat prowess, when Xiara had brought the demon rabbit to the brink of collapse, igniting hope she had never experienced before. However, when Xiara herself was nearing exhaustion, after one more move, she distanced herself from the demon rabbit and seized the opportunity to swallow a healing pill. Looking up, she saw the weary demon rabbit raising its lips. No, when Xiara cried out in despair. Following that, she was struck by a wind blade of diminished power. One magical aspect of the secret realm is that regardless of the severity of injuries sustained within, one emerges unscathed. When Xiara was expelled from the secret realm, another failure. Yet I have severely injured the demon rabbit, only a final blow remains. I shall continue to train. Thanks to the new accompanying trainee, I have progressed so rapidly, though she had failed to clear the level. When Xiara encouraged herself, let me see the progress of my attempt this time. It must be at least 95 complete, I believe next time. As she thought, she gazed at the large screen. Secret Realm Honor Roll. Cunning Rabbit's Burrow. Secret Realm Level. Micro Realm Difficulty. Simple. Ordinary. Difficult. Nightmare. Hell. Abyss. Shura. Times cleared. Simple. 9.861 billion times. First Challenger. Anonymous Ordinary. 516 million times. First Challenger. Wangjin Difficult. 3.805 million times. First Challenger. Qin Tianxiang Nightmare. 1 time. First Challenger. Anonymous Hell. 0 times Abyss. 0 times Shura. 0 times. When Xiara's cherry lips formed an O shape. How is this possible? I have worked tirelessly, suppressing my cultivation for years, diligently training, and now, only one step away. Yet someone has beaten me to it. The neon lights of the honor roll illuminated her beautiful face as she lowered her head. Fighting back tears, an indescribable sense of defeat washed over her. Meanwhile, the streamer Xiaoyang, wandering in the hall, randomly interviewed a passerby. As usual, she looked up at the honor roll. The next second, her selfie stick slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Oh my! Someone has cleared the nightmare difficulty. The Cunning Rabbit's Burrow, the lowest-ranked secret realm among all, and also the slowest in terms of completion progress, has finally made a breakthrough. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar among low-tier martial artists. The martial arts forum was instantly flooded with discussion threads. Big news, the cunning rabbit's burrow has finally made a breakthrough. Who is this divine being? Come forth so I may worship you. Please reveal the rewards for clearing nightmare difficulty. Discussion thread, how to evade the demon rabbit's wind blades, 18 techniques. Many martial artists were discussing how success was achieved at the nightmare level, especially those planning to challenge it, eager to know what the rewards for clearing it were. If the first completionists shared their method, they could receive a cash reward of 10 million. By learning from the first completionist's experience, more martial artists could clear the nightmare difficulty, obtain standard rewards, and elevate their strength more swiftly. In Nanhuang City, the Secret Realm Management Bureau of Nanzanzhou oversees all Secret Realm Connection Centers. Director Li Huang, a mid-level martial artist at the late stage of the Venerable Realm, was energetically processing documents. Director, a secret realm has cleared a new difficulty. Secretary Xiao Wang reported, and Li Huang took the document, glancing at it with keen interest. He exclaimed, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The nightmare difficulty has been conquered. How splendid! This secret realm must surely be a nightmare for all martial artists. Even the few at the pinnacle must harbor shadows of this little secret realm in their hearts. Find the one who cleared it, reward him, and have him share his method. This will enhance the overall strength of our low-ranking martial artists, Li Huang commanded. Secretary Xiao Wang replied, the one who cleared it has chosen to remain anonymous, making it rather difficult to locate him. We will do our utmost to investigate. Meanwhile, amidst the clamor of the outside world, the instigator of the commotion, Chen Xuan, was comfortably seated in the guest room prepared for him by Wenxiar. Wow, this room is enormous. The living room must be around 50 square meters, not to mention the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and a small training area. The furniture is all high-end, crafted from solid wood, splendid. Sitting on the plush sofa, Chen Xuan relished the luxury, having never experienced such opulence before. To prolong this comfort, he decided to utilize his lifelong skills and earnestly train with Wenxiar. That moment, his phone chimed. He opened Tingxin to receive a video call, and his classmate, Liu Xiaojin, with her round face, appeared on the screen. Liu Xiaojin excitedly exclaimed, Chen Xuan, did you see the news? The nightmare difficulty of the rabbit's secret realm has been cleared. Yes, I knew it long ago. Chen Xuan replied, and Liu Xiaojin babbled on, it's incredible. The one who cleared it even chose to remain anonymous. Does that mean he won't claim the 10 million prize? She paused, contemplating. Do you think he will share his method soon? 10 million is enviable. Chen Xuan also thought that 10 million was indeed a substantial sum. He echoed, absolutely, with 10 million, one could buy anything. After ending the video call, he felt overwhelmed. 10 million was tempting. Yet he had no method to share. How could he possibly tell them, I have a critical hit system? Without it, given his current strength, he could never clear the challenge. There was no way to convince anyone. Forget it, I shall forego the 10 million. I cannot expose the system. After much deliberation, Chen Xuan made the painful decision. However, having incurred such a significant loss, he felt the need to recoup something in deep distress. Chen Xuan opened the martial arts forum. Upon navigating to the most popular section, he found numerous discussions regarding the clearing of the challenge that evening. After pondering for a while, he clicked the post button and composed a thread, title, Exposing the regular rewards for clearing the cunning rabbit's burrow, nightmare difficulty, content. I have a friend who fortuitously cleared the nightmare difficulty of the cunning rabbit's burrow today. Seeing that everyone is very interested, I would like to share some relevant details, mainly concerning the standard rewards post-clearance. To prove the authenticity of my claims, I have attached a picture. Image, rabbit corpse. JPG. Without further ado, the contents of the standard rewards are below. Hidden content. Forum notice. As set by the poster, hidden content requires payment to view. Amount, 10 yuan. All proceeds go to the poster. Please purchase wisely, as purchases are non-refundable. The image of the rabbit corpse was freshly taken from his storage space. He set the hidden content to require a small fee of 10 yuan to view, not wanting to be seen as greedy, and also ensuring that the amount was affordable for anyone eager for answers. This way, he anticipated a higher sales volume. Setting the price too high might deter potential buyers, leading them to seek answers elsewhere. Thus, his post would lose its popularity and quickly be buried. In this information age, hidden content would soon be widely disseminated. Having lost over 10 million, Chen Xuan hoped to recover some of his losses through this method. Chapter 17. Wenxiar, do not give up. After posting, Chen Xuan felt a pang of hunger. Contemplating for a moment, he ventured into the kitchen, retrieving the corpse of the rabbit from the 3rd level. Standing at 2 meters tall, It would provide ample sustenance. He detached a leg, cleaned the hide, and placed it on the ready barbecue grill. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the kitchen. Seasoning it with cumin and chili, he busied himself flipping the meat. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a slender figure standing beneath a tree in the dimly lit courtyard. Solitary and silent, she almost melded into the night. Exiting the guest room, Chen Xuan approached Wen Xiao'er and gently offered, "I roasted some meat. Would you like to come and have a bite?" Upon hearing his voice, Wen Xiao'er snapped out of her reverie and replied with a light laugh, "You can eat it yourself. I wish to be alone for a while." Another who desires solitude. Does she not know how many people are thinking of her? When I have a daughter, I shall name her Jingjing. So she may receive endless longing. Guess there's something on your mind? You can treat me as a regular friend and share it with me, Chen Xuan softly reassured, drawing upon his experience in comforting women. Friend? When Xiao'er scoffed coldly. Ha, it's too late today. I won't chase you out, but you must leave early tomorrow. Chen Xuan was taken aback, bewildered by her unexpected response. What? Did we not agree to continue training together? When Xiao'er replied icily, I have changed my mind. It's all in the past now and holds no meaning. With a sigh, she felt a need to express her pent-up feelings. Though you think I have kept my cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refinement and tirelessly honed my skills merely to clear the nightmare difficulty? But tonight, as you saw, she yearned to prove herself to her father, not wanting to live in his indulgence. A bitter disappointment clouded her eyes, leading her to question herself. Was she truly lacking? Realizing the root of her frustration, Chen Xuan understood that he had inadvertently snatched the glory of the initial clear from her. Now, with her fighting spirit waning, she might consider abandoning the challenge altogether. This was unacceptable. His heart raced at the thought of losing the spacious and comfortable guest room and the high-paying job of 20,000 per hour. This beautiful life had just begun, and he could not let it slip away so easily. He erupted into laughter. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. When Xiao'er's expression turned icy at his laughter, Are you mocking me? Are you tired of living? She huffed. Seeing that he had successfully provoked her, Chen Xuan quickly added, But your strength has always been more than sufficient to clear it. When Xiao'er retorted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? Are you mocking me again? Chen Xuan gestured for her to calm down. Miss One, please don't be hasty. Let me explain. How do you think your current strength compares to that of the one who cleared it? My current strength, compared to the one who cleared it, of course. When Xiao'er hesitated, she wanted to say that he was certainly stronger, but something felt amiss. Chen Xuan continued, Your progress has consistently placed you first on the leaderboard, indicating that your strength has always been unparalleled. Your agility and combat skills are the strongest, and this sudden challenger may not possess greater ability than you. When Xiao'er pondered this, finding some validity in his reasoning, yet still confused about how he managed to clear at this juncture, Chen Xuan could no longer fabricate a response. He resorted to vague suggestions. Perhaps you are lacking a discerning eye. When Xiao'er murmured, I lack a discerning eye? Chen Xuan pulled out his phone, opened the post he had just shared, and pointed to the image of the rabbit corpse. Look, this is the 3rd-level boss that was defeated. Do you notice anything? Though she had encountered the rabbit during her challenge, she had not had the time to observe it closely amidst the battle now. Gazing at the high-definition image, she began to discern details. After a moment, her eyes lit up. I see it. The fur on its back and sides is tough and resilient, but its abdomen appears to be softer. This must be its weakness. If I had focused my attacks on its abdomen, I could have defeated it much earlier, when Xiao'er exclaimed with excitement. Chen Xuan was astonished by her keen observation. Had it not been for the system's prompt, he too would have overlooked the rabbit's weak point. Thus, the matter of training together. Chen Xuan quickly redirected the conversation. When Xiao'er expressed her gratitude, Thank you for your guidance. I now feel confident in clearing it, but for the time being, I do not need. Wait, do you not wish to tackle the next difficulty? With his job hanging in the balance, Chen Xuan hastily urged her. When Xiao'er's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, held difficulty. You will continue to train with me tomorrow. How wonderful! Relieved that his job was secure, Chen Xuan's mood lifted. When Xiao'er patted her stomach, I'm hungry. Is your roasted meat ready? In the adjoining room, hidden in the shadows, the old steward Wang Wei observed the laughter and camaraderie between Chen Xuan and the young lady. Smiling to himself, he had been worried earlier, fearing that the young lady would be severely affected. But now he was relieved to see her bounce back so quickly. It had been a long time since he had seen her so joyful. Atop a towering castle nearby, a middle-aged man with keen eyes stood on the roof, murmuring to himself, My daughter hasn't been this happy in a long time. As her father, I feel quite incompetent. It seems I should encourage her to make more friends her aged. Oh, how I wish she could share such laughter and joy with me. With a sigh, he thought, sleep brings dreams of all kinds. After bidding farewell to a satisfied Wenxiaer, Chen Xuan opened the martial arts forum. A glance at the data left him astonished. The message board's figures were skyrocketing, with post replies exceeding 999. Checking the balance, he found an impressive amount of 502,010 available for withdrawal. Remarkably, in the span of a meal, 50,000 purchases had been made. Perusing the replies, he noted comments such as, "Sofa? My goodness, I got the sofa again." From Lu Ming of the 15th Middle School, "This post is bound to go viral, marking my name," and Super Spitter. "Is the host so poor that he can't afford food? Is this something you have to pay for?" "Fool," another commented. "Whoever bought it, please share." Chen Xuan casually flipped through several pages, observing a mixture of frivolous comments and expressions of astonishment, along with those awaiting others' content. Though the withdrawable amount continued to climb, it gradually slowed. Switching to the forum section, he discovered multiple posts sharing his hidden content. "How dare you obstruct my financial path?" Chen Xuan thought, swiftly reporting them. Chapter 18. Challenge of Hell Difficulty in the Early Morning. The world was bright and clear. Sunlight filtered through a delicate mist, gently illuminating everything. A truly delightful sensation. Chen Xuan stretched lazily, reveling in the comfort of the plush mattress in his guest room. Opening the martial arts forum, he noted that his available withdrawal amount had surpassed 600,000, though it had nearly plateaued thereafter. The post had been buried under countless pages. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan clicked to withdraw with satisfaction. Having risen early, with over an hour left before his scheduled practice session, Chen Xuan planned to tackle another challenge. The ease with which he had vanquished the final boss of the nightmare difficulty yesterday bolstered his confidence in his tactics. As long as he could harness his advantages, progressing further should pose no issue. With the mock exam approaching and the high school entrance examination looming, his level could not remain stagnant at the 5th stage of body refinement. Visiting a 24-hour weapon shop, Chen Xuan purchased a Zhuge crossbow and 200 alloy crossbow bolts, much to the astonishment of the staff, and spent 200,000 on a set of intermediate alloy armor. He refrained from buying an intermediate alloy battle blade, reasoning that even wielding such a weapon, his current strength might not suffice against the subsequent bosses. Instead, he opted to fortify his armor to enhance his survival rate. His primary means of attack would remain the Zhuge crossbow, as he had storage space to swiftly switch weapons. Thus, even if the fierce rabbit unleashed wind blades, he could complete 2 rounds of shooting before being hit. Consequently, he procured another crossbow and prepared additional bolts. Spending the entirety of his 600,000 had significantly amplified his combat prowess. With all preparations complete, Chen Xuan confidently stepped into the Secret Realm Connection Center Hall. The hell difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 dens had yet to be challenged, and no information was available online. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Before him, a radiant scene unfolded, revealing blue skies and grassy meadows, along with 3 caves, albeit much larger than before. Ding. Host's iron cloth triggers a critical hit multiplier 29 times. Host's iron cloth stacks 29 layers. 29 layers? Too few, Chen Xuan thought, dissipating the iron cloth and continuing to refine. Ding. Host's iron cloth triggers a critical hit multiplier 72 times. Host's iron cloth stacks 72 layers. 72 layers, that's more like it. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, patting his iron-like skin. Cradling the Zhuge crossbow, his finger poised on the trigger, he prepared for action. Stepping into the first cave, he found the initial challenge was the adult demon rabbit, with whom he had just fought yesterday. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, summoning his storage space to retrieve another Zhuge crossbow, and continued to aim and fire. 20 bolts struck the demon rabbit in succession, preventing it from unleashing its wind blades. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 10 times. Host's crossbow damage 10. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 26 times. Host's crossbow damage 26. The 2 low multiplier critical hits left Chen Xuan feeling unlucky. Without time to ponder, he exited the cave. The level 1 critical hit system's multiplier ranged from 2 to 100, completely unpredictable and reliant on luck. If fortune was unkind, achieving single-digit critical hits was unavoidable. Hence, preparation was paramount. After loading all bolts into both crossbows, Chen Xuan charged back into the cave. With newfound experience, his tactical application became second nature. Once more, 20 bolts struck the demon rabbit. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 3 times. Host's crossbow damage 3. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 87 times. Host's crossbow damage 87. This time, luck favored him. The 87-fold critical hit pierced through the demon rabbit, killing it instantly. Collecting the demon rabbit, Chen Xuan stepped into the second cave. Based on the secret realm's pattern, the boss's strength would likely increase significantly at this stage. After checking his crossbows to ensure everything was in order, he raised one and entered the cave. Upon seeing the second boss for the first time, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It was not as massive as he had imagined. This boss stood at about half a meter tall. However, upon closer inspection, the fierce rabbit's fur shimmered with a grayish iron hue, emitting a metallic sound when it moved. Opening the panel, he observed, Fierce Beast, Ironback Rabbit, Realm, Body Refinement Level 30, Skills, Charge, Bite, Hind Leg Kick, Foreleg Kick, Swift, Resilient, Charge, Bloodline. A trace of the ancient gold-eating beast bloodline. Talent, Steel Bone, Iron Back, Steel Bone. Low-level passive talent, possesses a skeleton as hard as steel. Not afraid of collisions or strikes, with remarkable endurance. Iron Back. Low-level passive talent, skin as thick as iron, impervious to blades and firearms. Evaluation. Rather tough rabbit, nearly impervious to your attacks. Weakness. Fire-type martial skills can inflict additional damage. After reviewing the panel information, Chen Xuan was startled. This seemingly small rabbit possessed astonishing ferocity. Although it lacked martial skills, it boasted 2 passive talents. Fully oriented towards physical prowess. No wonder it was so tough. Such a beast with talent. All were awakened bloodline beasts, possessing considerable research value and potentially worth a fortune. This one is mine, Chen Xuan resolved. Preparing to confront it head-on. Aiming accurately, he unleashed 20 bolts against the ironback rabbit. The sound of metal clashing rang out as most of the bolts were deflected by the rabbit's steel-like skin. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 20 times. Host's crossbow damage 20. Ding. Host shot triggers a critical hit multiplier 60 times. Host's crossbow damage 60. Fortunately, he triggered 2 critical hits, leaving 1 large and 1 small wound on the ironback rabbit. The rabbit roared in fury and leaped several meters, landing at Chen Xuan's feet. It seemed the 2 critical hits had not been fatal. Quickly exiting the cave, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Given the current situation, even if he made 2 more rounds of shots to inflict additional wounds on the ironback rabbit, he would not be able to slay such a defensively formidable foe. In close combat, with his body refinement at level 6, facing a level 30 ironback rabbit would surely lead to disastrous consequences. A direct confrontation appeared futile, so he had to exploit the weakness indicated on the panel. Weakness. Fire-type martial skills can inflict additional damage. Fire-type martial skills were out of reach. Not only was he at level 6 unable to learn them, even if he could, there wouldn't be time to master them. Fire? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen Xuan's mind as he recalled the first-grade spiritual item, Earth Fire, which he had stored away. But how to utilize the Earth Fire? Unsure, he sat down, retrieving his phone to open the martial arts forum. He crafted a post in the bustling martial arts discussion section. Title: What are the uses of the first-grade spiritual item, Earth Fire? Content: A friend of mine is at level 5 of Chi Refinement. While out training, he fell off a cliff and fortuitously obtained a wisp of Earth Fire, but he doesn't know how to use it. Please advise. Before long, responses began to pour in. Isn't this the great master who sold information yesterday? I have a friend series. I envy your friend. A first-grade spiritual item is worth at least 5 million. Why didn't I fall off a cliff? Earth Fire. Although it's only a first-grade spiritual item, it's not something a level 5 body refinement can handle. Even those at the nascent soul stage can't use it. It requires at least late-stage transcendence cultivation to attempt refining it. Great master. When will you ask your friend who cleared the level to share his method? Upvote for the above comment. I tried it overnight, but I still can't clear the nightmare difficulty. The thread devolved into inquiries about clearing experiences. Chapter 19. Refining the Earth Fire. Chen Xuan, realizing that the suggestions provided by the others were lacking, helplessly tagged Tsongming in the post. Brother Tsongming, could you kindly share your insights on this matter? After a considerable wait, Tsongming's reply finally arrived. I just landed. Thanks for the invitation. I once had a friend who possessed exceptional martial arts talent and made rapid progress, earning everyone's admiration. However, everything changed when he obtained a strand of Earth Fire. Despite being at the 10th level of Chi Refinement, he attempted to refine the Earth Fire, and everyone advised him against such stubbornness. Knowing well how challenging it is to refine Earth Fire at the late stages of transcending the mundane. Please hold on. I am crafting my thoughts. Oh dear, why can't I retract my post after posting it? Don't misunderstand. That was just a little joke. Continuing on, he persistently communicated with the earth fire, singing to it and whispering sweet words, relying solely on his will to connect with it in this manner. He squandered 10 years, remaining at the 10th level of chi refinement while the earth fire remained unchanged. Do you understand now? Upon reading Teeming's response, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the methods suggested by Teeming were always uniquely insightful and perfectly fitting. He eagerly replied, Teeming, brother Teeming, your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. Chen Xuan had long been aware of the concept of refining spirit fire. By refining spirit fire, one could manipulate it at will, absorbing it into the body or releasing it externally, shaping it into various weapons, or hurling it to create explosive effects akin to martial techniques. Moreover, refining spirit fire was a fundamental requirement for both weapon and elixir masters. However, to refine spirit fire, one must establish a connection with it to subdue it for personal use. The refiner must possess formidable mental capabilities to communicate with the spirit contained within the fire. Typically, the mental strength possessed by a body-refining stage warrior is insufficient to connect with spirit fire. Yet, what if one could achieve a communication effect that is dozens or even hundreds of times more potent? Chen Xuan sat cross-legged and summoned the earth fire from his storage space. Gazing at the fire before him, he forced a friendly smile. While concentrating on establishing a connection with the earth fire, he gently spoke, Little fire, my dear friend, ever since our first encounter, the seeds of our friendship have quietly taken root in my heart. I believe you must be a flame filled with emotion and loyalty. Look at your graceful form, and your passionate eyes allow me to. As he spoke of their potential to become the best of friends, the system notification chimed. Ding! Host communication with earth fire triggered a critical hit. Critical multiplier 45x. Host communication effect enhanced by 45 times. The earth fire quivered slightly, as if it understood something. Encouraged, Chen Xuan continued to express his thoughts. When he reached the point of saying that his affectionate gaze was always upon it, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Host communication with earth fire triggered a critical hit. Critical multiplier 68x. Host communication effect enhanced by 68 times. A flicker of flame separated from the earth fire. Seemingly shy. With only a bit more effort, Chen Xuan became even more ardent. I wish to soar with you like birds in flight. In that. Ding! Host communication with earth fire triggered a critical hit. Critical multiplier 99x. Host communication effect enhanced by 99 times. In an instant, a profound connection formed between Chen Xuan and the earth fire, making the fire feel as natural as an extension of his own being. Chen Xuan envisioned the earth fire transforming into a small humanoid shape, then into a sword, and finally into a flat sheet of flame. With each thought, it materialized effortlessly. The refinement was successful. Ecstatic, Chen Xuan grasped the earth fire, exclaiming, Little one, henceforth you shall be called Little Fire. The strand of earth fire nodded in joyful acceptance. Having delayed the refining of the earth fire for quite some time, Chen Xuan promptly set off towards the cave. It was time to settle the score with the iron-backed rabbit. Upon entering the cave, the iron-backed rabbit, seeing its nemesis, sprang forward. Chen Xuan swiftly directed Little Fire with his thoughts. Little Fire transformed into a small sword shape and, under Chen Xuan's command, shot directly towards the iron-backed rabbit. With a thud, the fire sword struck the rabbit, sending sparks flying. As the fire sword dissipated, Little Fire revealed its true form. Chen Xuan focused his thoughts, commanding Little Fire to spread out his flames against the iron-backed rabbit, sizzling and roasting its iron-like fur. The rabbit screeched in agony, rolling on the ground, nearly losing its combat ability. The earth fire, possessing an indomitable nature, continually inflicted damage on the iron-backed rabbit. As it took various forms, it became evident that utilizing refined spirit fire against the iron-backed rabbit was far more effective than relying solely on fire attribute martial techniques, even rendering crossbow bolts unnecessary. Before long, the severely weakened iron-backed rabbit was on the brink of being roasted alive. Chen Xuan approached and delivered the final blow. On the grassy ground, he contemplated the capabilities of Little Fire. With its indestructible nature, if Chen Xuan were safe, he could maintain a steady output of damage, making it a formidable tool in battle. However, if faced with a powerful opponent, enduring Little Fire's scorching while counterattacking could pose a significant danger to Chen Xuan. Encountering fierce beasts resistant to fire or possessing water attribute techniques could render Little Fire nearly ineffective. Nevertheless, overall, his strength had greatly increased. After a brief respite, filled with anticipation, Chen Xuan hurriedly entered the third cave. Similar in size to the previous boss, the third cave's boss not only had gray iron-like fur but also emanated a faint aura of vitality. Beast. Iron-backed rabbit. Realm. Body refinement level 30 essence gathering level 5. Skills. Charge. Bite. Rear kick. Front kick. Agility. Resilience. Charge. Bloodline. A trace of ancient gold-eating beast bloodline. Talent. Steel bones. Iron back. Martial technique. Lightning strike. A first-tier technique that releases a small bolt of lightning to strike enemies. Steel bones. A low-level passive talent. Possessing a skeletal structure as hard as steel, resistant to collisions and strikes, with remarkable endurance. Iron back. A low-level passive talent. Skin as thick as iron, impervious to blades and spears. Evaluation. A rabbit that can discharge electricity. You cannot outrun its lightning. Weakness. Fire attribute techniques can inflict minor damage. The essence gathering level 5 iron-backed rabbit, with its capacity to unleash lightning strikes multiple times, posed a significant threat. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to launch a volley of crossbow bolts, he saw a bolt of electricity racing toward him with astonishing speed. There was no time to attack again, and he promptly retreated from the cave. Ding! Host shot triggered a critical hit, critical multiplier 44x, host's shooting damage increased by 44 times. A critical hit had been triggered. Without needing to check, Chen Xuan knew the rabbit was still full of life. If he had entered the cave, the iron-backed rabbit would have immediately unleashed its skills, and with Chen Xuan's speed, evasion would have been impossible, essentially a guaranteed game over. The only thing he could do was fire off a volley of crossbow bolts before meeting his demise. However, the bolts posed no threat to the rabbit. As for its weakness. Weakness. Fire attribute techniques can inflict minor damage. He would still have to rely on little fire. However, the third boss at Essence Gathering level 5 naturally possessed elemental resistance, so little fire would only inflict minor damage. Furthermore, he could only enter twice, allowing for 2 attacks. It was impossible to defeat the iron-backed rabbit in just 2 attempts. He might end up sacrificing himself instead. Was he to give up? Chapter 20. The scoundrel's tactic. After pondering for a long while, Chen Xuan finally devised a clever strategy. Instead of entering, he could simply send little fire in to harass the rabbit. After all, little fire was indestructible. Even if it only dealt minor damage, prolonged exposure would eventually exhaust the rabbit. This tactic seemed rather unscrupulous, yet it was feasible. Thus, Chen Xuan commanded little fire to take the form of a fireball and float into the cave. Sharing consciousness with little fire allowed him to vaguely perceive the surroundings. The iron-backed rabbit squatted on the ground, its eyes glowing red as it stared toward the cave entrance. Chen Xuan felt a surge of relief. Grateful he hadn't acted impulsively. Otherwise, he would have been struck by a lightning strike. Fuming with anger, Chen Xuan commanded little fire to explode towards the iron-backed rabbit. Boom! The fireball detonated, and the rabbit hurriedly dodged. Singed by the flames, little fire relentlessly pursued the iron-backed rabbit, which could do nothing but flee. The cave quickly descended into chaos. After several minutes, the iron-backed rabbit's energy had significantly waned, its speed diminished. Yet it appeared capable of enduring for a while longer. Chen Xuan could no longer wait. Miss Wen was counting on him for practice. He had no time to waste. Little fire, I will lend you a hand. Shouting, Chen Xuan dashed into the cave, raising his Zhuge crossbow to fire. Ding! 20 crossbow bolts soared forth. The iron-backed rabbit, already singed and disheveled, attempted to evade but was struck by the majority of the bolts. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards the cave, but it missed entirely. Chen Xuan had already retreated the moment he fired the bolts. Ding! Host's shot triggered a critical hit. Critical multiplier 15x, host's crossbow bolt damage multiplied by 15. Ding! Host's shot triggered a critical hit, critical multiplier 88x, host's crossbow bolt damage multiplied by 88. Ding! Host's shot triggered a critical hit, critical multiplier 26x, host's crossbow bolt damage multiplied by 26. 3 critical hits in succession. The ironback rabbit bore 3 wounds, 1 large and 2 small, its breath becoming increasingly feeble. Chen Xuan commanded the little flame to take a conical shape, penetrating the still bleeding arrow wound. A howl erupted as the ironback rabbit writhed in agony on the ground, accompanied by the hissing sound of roasting meat, until it eventually fell silent. Congratulations on clearing the challenge. Please take a brief rest. The secret realm will teleport you out in 1 minute. Listening to the prompt from the secret realm, Chen Xuan stepped into the cave. Well done, little flame. In the teleportation chamber, Chen Xuan eagerly awaited his rewards for clearing the challenge. Soon, The teleportation array within the crystal wall began to rotate slowly. A line of text appeared, identifying. Recognizing challenger has cleared hell difficulty, dispensing standard rewards. Identifying challenger as first-time clear, dispensing first clear treasure chest. A small drawer popped out from the crystal wall, revealing 5 essence enhancement pills. To his astonishment, the standard reward was indeed 5 essence enhancement pills. Each pill could elevate a martial artist cultivation level from the 20th to the 50th tier by 1 level. I must cherish these and accumulate more essence enhancement pills. Once I no longer need to suppress my cultivation, I can soar to greatness, Chen Xuan thought with quiet satisfaction. Unlike the essence-boosting pills, which had a market price of 100,000, the essence enhancement pills were often scarce and required special channels to procure. Without power or influence, one could only resort to high-priced purchases in the black market. Especially with the upcoming entrance exams, disciples from various families were competing fiercely to advance their cultivation levels, making essence enhancement pills even more sought after. Let me see what treasures this chest can yield. Chen Xuan mused, his gaze fixed on the purple treasure chest that gradually rose from the teleportation array. As he opened the chest, a radiant light swirled, revealing a medley of 7 colored pills, pet eggs, rare treasures, and high-tier elemental symbols pulsating with power. As the light faded, the purple treasure chest vanished, leaving behind a 5-colored pill exuding vitality, adorned with intricate azure phoenix patterns. Wow! Chen Xuan gasped, recognizing that this pill was extraordinary. 3-pattern azure phoenix pill, 4th grade pill, enhances the martial talent of the user. Upon consumption, it can grant a trace of azure phoenix bloodline. To his astonishment, it was indeed a 4th grade pill. 4th grade spiritual pills were exceedingly rare, capable of enhancing a martial artist's combat talent. With a vast population among humanity, families were striving to cultivate their heirs to secure their survival, making such talent-enhancing pills highly coveted. The market price for a typical 4th grade pill was at least 40 million, and this particular pill, which also granted a trace of azure phoenix bloodline, was even more precious. Bloodlines represented a current shortcoming for humanity. Activating one's bloodline abilities could yield corresponding talents and greater combat power. While humans lacked such capabilities in the battlefield of myriad races, many non-human entities possessed bloodline abilities, some even carrying ancient bloodlines that bestowed them with formidable talents. The ironback rabbit that Chen Xuan had just slain possessed merely a nearly imperceptible trace of ancient food gold beast bloodline, which had already activated its steel bone and ironback talents. Generally, martial artists of the same tier would find it nearly impossible to contend against the ferocious rabbit endowed with such abilities. Thus, many martial artists specializing in bloodline research established the Myriad Races Gene Research Bureau, a semi-official organization dedicated to studying the bloodlines of other races. Their research had progressed significantly over the years, successfully replicating numerous bloodline abilities of non-human entities, allowing human martial artists to gain similar talents. The more powerful the non-human entities and ferocious beasts, the more formidable their bloodline abilities. The Azure Phoenix was a powerful ancient fire beast, said to be a close relative of the Phoenix, and a trace of its bloodline could amplify a martial artist's fire-based techniques. Should one grasp 1 or 2 Azure Phoenix talents, they would undoubtedly emerge as a paragon among martial artists. With a buoyant heart, Chen Xuan pocketed the 3-pattern Azure Phoenix pill and stepped out of the teleportation chamber. That moment, when Xiara was embroiled in the 3rd challenge of nightmare difficulty, battling the demon rabbit fiercely. Having identified the rabbit's weakness, she adeptly employed her swift movements to target its abdomen. After dodging several wind blades, she seized an opportunity and thrust her sword into the rabbit's belly, causing its entrails to spill onto the ground. When Xiara was left speechless, she could hardly believe how effortlessly she had slain the creature without exerting her full strength. Recalling a scene from the previous night, she thought, attacking the weaknesses of ferocious beasts. His observational skills are quite sharp. It appears my training partner is not entirely useless. As she happily exited the teleportation chamber, she instinctively looked up at the honor roll. How could this be? A familiar sight struck her again, and her heart felt as if it had been violently jolted. Her head hung low. She was not the strongest challenger after all. Secret Realm honor roll. The Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows. Secret Realm level. Micro Secret Realm. Secret Realm difficulty. Simple. Ordinary. Difficult. Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, Shura. Clear times, simple, 9.861 billion times. First clear challenger. Anonymous, ordinary, 516 million times. First clear challenger. Wang Zhen, difficult, 3.805 million times. First clear challenger. Chen Xuan, Nightmare, 2 times. First clear challenger. Anonymous, Hell, 1 time. First clear challenger. Anonymous, Abyss, 0 times. Shura, 0 times. Chapter 21. Claiming the bounty in the martial arts practice room, Chen Xuan waited for quite some time. Finally, when Xiara arrived, looking somewhat downcast, she dropped a quick remark before leaving. I have other matters today. I won't be practicing, don't go. Chen Xuan, who was eagerly anticipating earning some money, found himself speechless. However, there was nothing he could do. The boss had spoken. It seemed he would have to think of other ways to earn money for the time being. Chen Xuan's strength was stagnated at the 5th level of body refinement, and it was impossible for him not to feel anxious in this era of flourishing martial arts. The grand battlefield of myriad races was underway, with countless martial artists stationed to defend humanity, battling against non-human and demonic beasts. Outside the city walls, demonic beasts and plants lurked menacingly, necessitating regular extermination by the guardians of humanity. Opening the news, he discovered daily reports of fallen martial artists. To grow stronger was a fervent aspiration for every martial artist. Chen Xuan navigated to the martial arts forum, where discussions about the nightmare difficulty clearance were heating up. He intended to seize this opportunity to garner more rewards. Chen Xuan replicated a previous post, altering a few words, and thus a new trading post was completed. Title: The Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows, Hell Difficulty, Clearance Expos on Standard Rewards. Content: I have a friend who fortuitously cleared the Hell difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows today. Noticing everyone's keen interest, I decided to reveal some details regarding the Standard Rewards post-clearance. To substantiate my claims, I have attached a picture. Image: Ironback Rabbit Corpse.jpg. Without further ado, the content of the Standard Rewards is listed below. Hidden content. Forum notice. The content is hidden as per the author's settings and requires purchase to view. Purchase amount: 15 yuan. All proceeds will go to the author. Please purchase cautiously, as purchases are non-refundable. The content remained largely unchanged, only the difficulty and image were altered. Additionally, the purchase price had increased by 5 yuan. It wouldn't take long for the hidden content to become widely known. So why not earn an extra 5 yuan? Following that, he posted another thread title: The Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows, Hell Difficulty, Clearance Expos on 2nd Level Boss Information. Content: I have a friend who cleared the Hell difficulty today. The detailed information regarding the 2nd level boss, the Ironback Beast, including its cultivation level, weaknesses, martial techniques, and boss image, is included in the hidden content. Hidden content. Forum notice. The content is hidden as per the author's settings and requires purchase to view. Purchase amount: 1,000 yuan. All proceeds will go to the author. Please purchase cautiously, as purchases are non-refundable. This time, he set the price at 1,000 yuan. Considering that most low-level martial artists lack the strength to challenge Hell difficulty, only a select few talented martial artists would even consider it, and they were unlikely to be short on funds. Therefore, he decided to set the price higher. He also didn't have to worry about exposing his identity on the martial arts forum, as it employed blockchain technology, ensuring excellent confidentiality. Due to concerns over non-human entities stealing human information, the higher-level permissions on the forum were only accessible to the most elite individuals among humans. Those at the top were primarily focused on the battlefield of myriad races, with little interest in matters concerning humanity, so Chen Xuan was naturally unconcerned about identity exposure. After posting, Chen Xuan sent a message to his classmate. Lu Xiaojin, Central Avenue, Stardad CAF, hurry over. There's a chance to make some money. To avoid exposing his system, Chen Xuan refrained from claiming his previous reward of 10 million for clearing the challenge. By now, several martial artists had seen his posts and deduced the weaknesses of the demonic beasts, successfully clearing nightmare difficulty. With the information about the nightmare difficulty demonic beasts already disclosed, he had missed out on that bounty. However, he was determined not to miss the opportunity for Hell difficulty, especially since he was currently in dire need of money and had no other good sources of funding. He planned to have someone else claim the bounty for him. Before entering the secret realm, he deliberately set his identity to anonymous. Now, the leaderboard displays the only conqueror of the Hell difficulty as anonymous. Thus, as long as he can produce relevant information about the conquered demon beasts, the Martial Education Bureau will acknowledge him as the victor. After careful contemplation, he concluded that although letting someone else claim the reward posed a slight risk of revealing his identity, the potential benefits outweigh the risks. After all, what the Martial Education Bureau and the Secret Realm Management Center sought was the information on demon beasts to summarize strategies for conquering. Firstly, they were only interested in obtaining the desired information. Whether it was claimed by him or someone else was inconsequential. Secondly, Their intention in rewarding conquerors for information on demon beasts was well-meaning and would not be detrimental to the conquerors. Thirdly, by providing information on the demon beasts, Chen Xuan would be contributing to humanity. It was a win-win situation, especially since he was in dire need of funds. Finding someone to collect the reward would minimize the risk of exposure while still allowing him to receive the bounty. His classmate, Lu Xiaojin, though lacking in martial talent, was honest and loyal. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of body refinement, he was just the right fit. Soon, the plump Lu Xiaojin arrived at Xingbake. "Xian Gu, what's the good news? You invited me to Xingbake, quite a classy spot," he asked eagerly upon meeting. Coming from a humble background, Lu Xiaojin had always been financially constrained, so hearing about a chance to earn money made him rush over. "No rush, let us have a drink first," Chen Xuan replied leisurely, handing Lu Xiaojin the half-finished cup of coffee. "You're giving me what you've already drunk?" Lu Xiaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. "I only have enough for 1 cup. How about you buy another?" Chen Xuan rummaged through his pockets and realized he was indeed out of money. Lu Xiaojin took the cup and gulped it down, exclaiming, "If I had money, I wouldn't have run over here." A refined female office worker nearby, fiddling with her laptop, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of the two sharing a single cup. Chen Xuan directly broached the subject. "Did you know that the hell difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows has been conquered? I heard. The Martial Education Bureau is rewarding 1 million. I'm so envious." "But what does that have to do with us?" Lu Xiaojin said, his eyes gleaming. Chen Xuan continued, "A friend of mine did it. He is quite low-key and doesn't he want to claim the 1 million publicly. He entrusted me to find someone to help him collect it, and there's a fee for the errand." Lu Xiaojin's jaw dropped. "Is there such a good deal? But why don't you go yourself?" "My strength has always been at the bottom. If I claimed the victory, the Bureau wouldn't believe me. Unlike you, who has at least ranked in the top 20 before, making you more convincing." Chen Xuan explained. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaojin nodded. "You're right, this is doable. How much is the fee?" 100,000. "What?" Lu Xiaojin exclaimed, astonished. "You won't find it too little, will you?" Chen Xuan asked, somewhat anxious about Lu Xiaojin's reaction. 100,000 for just running an errand. Lu Xiaojin was in shock. "No worries, he doesn't care about fame. Just ensure the job is done well, and if the Bureau inquires, you can insist you conquered it yourself. The reward will be directly deposited into your account, and remember to transfer my fee afterward," Chen Xuan assured him. He had no concerns about Lu Xiaojin possibly pocketing the money. His judgment of character was sound. Furthermore, he trusted that Lu Xiaojin would not offend the formidable conqueror over such a sum. After finalizing their scheme, Chen Xuan provided his bank account details to Lu Xiaojin along with the attributes, weaknesses, images, and a seemingly flawless strategy for defeating the bosses in the nightmare difficulty. Of course, while the method appeared theoretically impeccable, Lu Xiaojin would still require impeccable agility and a stroke of luck to succeed. Chen Xuan reminded him to memorize the strategy before heading to the Martial Education Bureau to claim the reward. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaojin, Chen Xuan returned to his residence. He had no intention of enhancing his cultivation for now. As the upcoming Secret Realm difficulties were beyond his current capabilities, he had barely managed to conquer the Hell difficulty through meticulous manipulation of bugs and unorthodox tactics. Given the typical trends of the Secret Realms, the next Abyss difficulty demon beasts, especially in the 3rd stage, would possess terrifying attributes. With his current firepower, it would be impossible to inflict damage on them. His current attack methods, including the Zhuge crossbow and critical strikes, were undeniably formidable at his level, but still insufficient against the Abyss difficulty demon beasts. Therefore, Chen Xuan resolved to wait until he achieved a significant increase in strength before attempting the nightmare difficulty. It seemed he still lacked sufficient trump cards and needed to explore ways to enhance his abilities further. After some contemplation, he identified a few directions for improvement. Firstly, unconventional techniques, though they offered minimal strength enhancement, often exhibited extraordinary effects after critical strikes. Since he could only learn unconventional techniques during the body refinement phase, it would be prudent to acquire multiple techniques, particularly those that yielded remarkable results post-critical strike. The accumulation of various techniques could lead to a qualitative transformation, which could be immensely powerful. Secondly, the Zhuge crossbow remained his primary offensive tool. Now that he had determined a long-range combat style, he needed to seek out similar weapons that could launch a greater number of projectiles. Additionally, upgrading his bolts to higher-grade special bolts, such as the exceedingly expensive armor-piercing bolts, explosive bolts, and freezing bolts, which all possessed enhanced effects with elemental martial arts, would be essential. Each of these specialized arrows cost thousands, making them unsuitable for widespread use, but he could consider purchasing some once he had the funds. Thirdly, his small fire creature was a card up his sleeve, but its current level was low, and its damage output was insufficient. However, it had the unique ability to absorb elements, allowing it to grow. If he fed it a substantial amount of fire element crystals, its flame power would continuously strengthen. Unfortunately, fire element crystals were exorbitantly priced, with even small pieces costing over 100,000. Money was indeed tight. Chapter 22. A fortuitous find in a single day. The first hidden post sold for over 600,000, while the second fetched 40,000 out. Upon checking, Chen Xuan was taken aback to discover that his account on the martial arts forum, Kick Nirvana Fist Strikes the King, boasted a staggering 2 million followers. It seemed that his recent posts concerning the secret realm had garnered him a substantial following. Transferring 100,000 to his account, he prepared for his encouraging day with his sister, taking along several thousand in cash just in case. They had agreed to meet at home. Chen Xuan's family home was a spacious residence located not far from the city center, covering several hundred square meters. Owning a house in the second ring of the city indicated that his family was relatively well off. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, his parents, along with several older brothers, ventured into the secret realm and never returned. Despite possessing a grand home, it did not change the fact that he and his sister lived in modest circumstances. Subsequently, they chose to move into dormitories to avoid confronting the emptiness of the house. Arriving home early, Chen Xuan began a thorough cleaning. Once finished, his sister arrived. Upon seeing the clean yet desolate courtyard, Chen Tutu's eyes immediately turned red. Chen Xuan understood that his sister missed their parents. Don't worry, the news has reported that the small world where our parents went is just temporarily out of contact. The lack of news indicates they are safe and will surely return. He comforted her. Yes, we will definitely see mom and dad again. I will work hard to cultivate and find them in the small world, Chen Tutu said, wiping her tears with determination. Chen Xuan reached into his pocket and produced a red envelope he had prepared earlier, containing 2,000 yuan. Sister, I've made some money recently, so here's a little something for you. Wow, not a red envelope, thank you, brother. Chen Tutu's attention was successfully diverted, and she brightened up, having not received a family red envelope in years. Chen Xuan felt satisfied. It was incredible that a mere 2,000 could bring his sister joy. Just then, a system notification rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a critical hit by giving a red envelope. With a multiplier of 25 times, host's cash amount 25. Chen Tutu felt a sudden weight in her hands as she hugged the now hefty red envelope, astonished at how it had become so heavy. Upon opening it, she joyfully discovered 5 stacks of cash. Brother, when did you become this wealthy? You gave me a 50,000 red envelope? Are you really so rich now? She gazed at Chen Xuan with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Xuan gasped in shock. Red envelope can trigger a critical hit? I originally planned to give just 2,000. Now, I've lost the 5,000 I just withdrew. I am left with not a single cent. He cursed the system inwardly, pondering. This system appears dull and honest. Could it be rather cunning? However, seeing his sister so elated, Chen Xuan suppressed his inner turmoil. Feigning nonchalance, as long as you're happy, sister, I have money now, and I'll continue to send you red envelopes in the future. Brother, let us go to the flea market today. Chen Tutu suggested excitedly, her pockets full, wanting to visit the flea market she had long wished to explore. Sure, Chen Xuan readily agreed. The street was lined with numerous stalls selling handcrafted goods, snacks, toys, clothes, and even weaponry, elixirs, sundries, and various intriguing trinkets from the small world and the myriad battlefield. Chen Xuan held his sister's hand, enjoying the lively atmosphere as they strolled through the vibrant market. He usually dedicates himself to rigorous training, rarely taking the time to relish the simple pleasure of shopping. Before a stall selling ordinary medicinal pills, Chen Xuan paused. The stall was filled with a variety of low-grade pills, most of which were qi-boosting pills. After some haggling, Chen Xuan spent 196,000 yuan to purchase 200 qi-boosting pills at a discounted price of 98. He handed them over to his younger sister. The recipe and production process for these low-grade pills had long been perfected. Hence, regardless of whether one bought from a large store or a small stall, the quality was largely consistent, alleviating any concerns about acquiring inferior products. Little sister, take these qi-boosting pills for your training, Chen Xuan instructed. Brother, aren't you going to use them? Chen Tua was overjoyed, but upon seeing Chen Xuan give all the pills to her, she felt a bit puzzled. I've been suppressing my cultivation level lately. It will be some time before I can train again, Chen Xuan explained. With her poor martial arts talent, the 200 qi-boosting pills would likely elevate her by 2 layers in body refinement. A practitioner of average talent would only need 100 such pills to reach the 10th layer of body refinement, and Chen Tuo's talent was not significantly better than his own. Ah, what does it matter if talent is lacking? She is my sister. Chen Xuan. Even if she were a mere sparrow, I would use pills to transform her into a phoenix, with the system by his side. Chen Xuan felt an unwavering confidence. Well, I shall save that 3-pattern Qingwan pill that enhances martial talent for her later. If her cultivation talent improves, I will have fewer worries. Watching his sister snuggle against him like a little bird, Chen Xuan made a silent vow. The 3-pattern Qingwan pill he had no intention of keeping for himself. The name Qingwan bloodline sounded perfectly suited for a girl. He was a genuine man and did not wish to become delicate or effeminate in the future. Moreover, the 4th-grade pill contained a vast amount of elemental energy, which would enhance a martial artist's foundational skills while flooding their body with energy, immediately elevating their cultivation level. Since Chen Xuan still needed to suppress his cultivation, he could not consume it himself. It would be a waste to let it sit idle. It was better to give it to his sister, for perhaps one day Chen Tuatua would become a significant asset to him. At a miscellaneous goods stall, Chen Tuatua looked on with great interest at various peculiar trinkets. There were blue glazed pottery jars, dark leaves, and small clay figurines that appeared to be crafted from mud. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, noticed customers at his stall and immediately greeted them warmly. Everything here is a treasure, all brought from the small world. Which item catches your eye? Martial artists who ventured into the small world never returned empty-handed, often bringing back an array of oddities. Some items appeared to be mundane daily necessities from foreign tribes, merely quirky but not particularly valuable. There were dedicated vendors who bought such obscure items to sell at inflated prices in the market, always managing to dupe a few unsuspecting souls. Chen Xuan discreetly scanned the display. His gaze fell upon a blue-glazed pottery jar. Priced at 10,000. Blue glazed pottery jar, daily use item, material, glazed clay, a type of clay commonly used by the Yingshu people. Function, holds water. Chen Xuan chuckled inwardly. A foreign water bucket was being sold for 10,000. The stall owner was quite shrewd. Turning to the dark leaves, he read, Yingshu leaf, writing material, leaves from the Weibai tree, commonly used as writing material by the Yingshu people. Function, carries text. A mere scrap of paper was being sold for 25,000. Chen Xuan was speechless and completely abandoned the thought of finding a bargain. As an old saying goes, from the southern Zhan to the western Yo, the buyer is never as clever as the seller. Just as he was about to pull his sister away, he caught a glimpse of her, fascinated by a small, 3-legged cauldron, inspecting it closely. Chapter 23. The Cauldron of Creation. This 3-legged cauldron was no larger than a palm, made of neither gold nor copper, its surface mottled and appearing quite ancient. He activated his interface. Cauldron of Creation, fragment, 6th grade spiritual item. Fragment of a magical treasure, material, cloudy ancient jade of creation. Description 1. A fragment of an indescribable super spiritual tool. The spiritual essence has perished, and its power is nearly extinct. Description 2. Although the spiritual essence has vanished, the cauldron still retains a trace of the law of creation. Law of creation, capable of self-generating all things. Description 3. When the cauldron of creation was damaged, it was influenced by other laws, resulting in a distortion of the law of creation. Description 4. The distorted law of creation is exceedingly bizarre, with the principles and direction of creation in a state of chaos and disorder. Thus it is strongly advised not to use the cauldron of creation. System evaluation. This system has never encountered such a peculiar item. It is essentially a mindless synthesizer. A 6th grade spiritual item. Chen Xuan was astonished that his sister had casually picked up a small broken cauldron, nearly missing this opportunity. He couldn't help but wonder if his sister possessed some hidden luck. How much was a 6th grade spiritual item worth? A string of zeros flashed in his mind. According to the interface's description, this was merely a fragment. A complete, undamaged cauldron of creation would be a super spiritual item. It was said that spiritual items were extremely powerful and rare treasures, with hardly any existing in the entire human domain. This treasure must be acquired. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and Chen Xuan's expression quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, the stall owner did not notice the fleeting look of shock on Chen Xuan's face and continued enthusiastically introducing his wares to Chen Tuatua. This little cauldron? Oh, the Baoding, was something I painstakingly acquired from a high-level martial artist heading to the myriad race's battlefield. It is said to have come from explorations of ancient battlefields. It is undoubtedly a treasure. Chen Xuan gently inquired, little sister, do you like it? If you do, brother will buy it for you. Chen Tuatua glanced at the price tag. 200,000. She gasped, realizing that while she might buy something for a few hundred yuan, this little item, which she found quite charming, was surprisingly expensive. Her hand trembled as she quickly set the small cauldron down, saying, this thing is too pricey, and I'm not that fond of it." The stall owner looked disheartened, seeing the duck that was almost in his grasp slip away. Just then, a large hand grasped the cauldron that Chen Xuan was about to return to the stall. "If you like it, take it. Brother can afford it," Chen Xuan said, his tone leaving no room for argument, displaying the demeanor of a doting brother. A 6th-grade spiritual item for just 200,000. The price was remarkably fair. It could easily be resold for several billions. "Boss, please scan." The duck that had flown away returned, and the small stall owner rejoiced inwardly. It was indeed easier to earn money from a girl. Little did he know that a cauldron he had acquired for a few hundred yuan would be flipped for 200,000. What a windfall! Ecstatic, the stall owner hurriedly processed the payment, fearing Chen Xuan might change his mind while also praising him. "Little brother, you are truly generous." After the transaction was complete, Chen Xuan took Chen Xuan around, exploring more stalls. The interface remained active, and after a lengthy search, they found no further valuable treasures. However, Chen Xuan managed to purchase several delightful little trinkets. The pair returned home. Once back, Chen Xuan retreated to his room, eager to experiment with the cauldron of creation. This was a 6th-grade spiritual item. Though a fragment, if he could discover a suitable method to utilize it, it would still hold immense value. He revisited the system's partial description. Description 2. Although the spiritual essence has perished, the cauldron still retains a trace of the law of creation. Law of creation, capable of self-generating all things. System evaluation. This system has never encountered such a peculiar item. It is essentially a mindless synthesizer. Chen Xuan scrutinized each word. According to the system's evaluation, the cauldron of creation contained a trace of the law of creation, allowing it to self-generate all things. But this ability must follow certain rules. The prospect of self-generating all things, could it be akin to artificial intelligence, where one would simply input materials and await the finished product? Just as a pill furnace could refine pills autonomously based on the principles of creation, and a crafting platform could forge items without manual control, following the same principles of creation. However, it seemed that the cauldron of creation had been damaged in battle, leading to the extinction of its spiritual essence and a distortion of the law of creation. Currently, the cauldron's generative function was in a state of disorder, rendering it a mindless synthesizer. It would be challenging to use it to produce the desired outcomes, hence the recommendation against its use. This advice was promptly disregarded by Chen Xuan. If not for utilization, what purpose would this 6th-grade spiritual item serve? Merely gathering dust in storage. Chen Xuan retrieved the cauldron of creation, which was palm-sized. First, how to activate it? Blood oath? With the spiritual essence extinguished, that wouldn't work. He took out a vitality pill and tossed it into the cauldron of creation. With a soft hum, a flickering image of the cauldron appeared above, shimmering with hues of bronze, silver, and gold, all intertwined. Though it was merely an illusion, the cauldron appeared solid, revealing countless lights swirling within, resembling an unfathomable abyss, akin to the vast expanse of stars. However, the movement of these starry images seemed entirely chaotic, shifting suddenly and recombining into new forms. It certainly looked disordered. Curious to see what could be synthesized, Chen Xuan, lacking resources, pulled out an alloy arrow and, after some thought, dismantled half of a table leg. Throwing both into the cauldron, he then observed the transformation. As the light within the cauldron began to swirl, moments later the cauldron's image vanished, leaving an arrow on the ground. Chen Xuan picked up the arrow. Examining it closely, it was a standard arrow with a wooden shaft and iron tip, worth merely 2 yuan in the market. Chen Xuan was immediately filled with indignation. "I spent 1,000 for an alloy crossbow bolt, along with a table leg, and you give me a mere $2 ordinary arrow? Let us continue testing." Chen Xuan once again used a chi-enhancing pill to activate the small cauldron. He intended to experiment with various combinations to better understand the principles governing the creation cauldron. Alloy arrow table leg, result. Still an ordinary arrow. It seemed that combining the same items yielded the same results, akin to a recipe. Alloy arrow iron shovel, synthesis result. A relatively hard brick. How unfortunate, I'm not building a house. Chi-enhancing pill a piece of glass, synthesis result. An indestructible mop. What a bizarre turn of events. However, it appears I need to purchase mops in the future. Chi-boosting pill pork belly, synthesis result. A fragrant piece of roasted meat imbued with abundant vitality. This is excellent. It saves me from cooking myself, but this was synthesized with a chi-boosting pill, which costs 100,000. Electric fan refrigerator, synthesis result. Electric refrigerator. Looking at the untouched refrigerator, Chen Xuan furiously exclaimed, "Did I just waste a qi-enhancing pill and an electric fan? Mattress umbrella, synthesis result. Luxurious leather sofa. Good heavens, the mattress is gone, and now I can only sleep on the sofa. Gas canister candle, synthesis result. Small flame talisman. This one is quite useful. Tap water a bottle of cola. Synthesis result. Small acid rain talisman. This is a type of elemental talisman Chen Xuan had never heard of. It should be a water attribute small spell talisman, effective against fire attribute enemies. The synthesis cost of this recipe is low, making it feasible for mass production. Chen Xuan surveyed the few remaining items in his room and tossed everything into the cauldron in one breath. Stove, chair, sink, nightstand, electric wire, shoe rack, wardrobe, towel, shampoo, slippers. Synthesis result. Wooden intelligent housekeeper robot. A wooden figure with a square face, chest, and limbs stood before Chen Xuan. Well, a robot has emerged. Xiao Fong, pour me a cup of coffee, Chen Xuan commanded. After waiting for a while, the wooden robot hesitantly lifted its hand, and after a lengthy pause, moved its legs, just as Chen Xuan was about to lose patience. The robot's cube-shaped head slowly scanned the surroundings, then turned 180 degrees to survey the area again. It shook its head gently, directing its square face toward Chen Xuan as if asking, "Your room is entirely empty. There isn't even a cup in sight. Where should I fetch your coffee from? Forget it, this intelligent robot is merely a wooden block." Chen Xuan dejectedly placed the robot in a corner, holding the piece of roasted meat imbued with abundant vitality. Chen Xuan called out loudly, "Little sister, come and eat some roasted meat." Chen Tutu excitedly pushed the door open and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the empty room. "Brother, where's all your stuff? Quick, sit down and try out the luxurious sofa I just synthesized." Chen Xuan pointed to the newly created leather sofa. The next day marked the weekly class time. After a night on the leather sofa, Chen Xuan felt sore all over and planned to catch up on sleep at school. He hurriedly bought some soybean milk and fried dough sticks from a vendor and rushed to school. Upon reaching the classroom door, he was intercepted by Li Xiaoxia. With a familiar grace, Li Xiaoxia took the breakfast from Chen Xuan's hands and tossed him a flirtatious wink, saying, "Thank you for the breakfast. I'll give you an extra point." She then swayed back to the classroom. Chen Xuan stood there in astonishment, watching his breakfast being snatched away, feeling speechless. "I didn't intend to give it to you." Last night, the piece of roasted meat full of vitality was entirely consumed by Chen Tutu, who, after eating it, directly advanced a level in body tempering. Fortunately, Chen Xuan hadn't eaten it. Otherwise, he would have been locked out of the cunning rabbit's secret lair. Now, he was hungry, and his breakfast was stolen. Alas! Chen Xuan sighed and walked to his seat. His deskmate, Lu Xiaojin, leaned over excitedly. "Good news. I submitted the secret realm clearance information to the Martial Arts Bureau yesterday. I was quite nervous beforehand, but it went smoothly. The person in charge of that secret realm said the funds would likely be available today." Lu Xiaojin was ecstatic. Encountering a chance to earn 100,000 a day felt like reaching the pinnacle of life. Hearing the progress, Chen Xuan perked up. "Great job, Xiaojin, I trust you with this. By the way, did they suspect anything?" Lu Xiaojin wore a confident expression. "Of course they asked. They thought I had average talent and didn't quite believe that I could clear it at body tempering level 5. And how did you respond?" Chen Xuan was curious about how Lu Xiaojin had evaded their doubts. Lu Xiaojin chuckled. "I smiled and asked them, 'Have you ever seen Qingshui City at 4 in the morning?' Nice one. You really have a way with words." Chen Xuan laughed, feeling that Lu Xiaojin was quite resourceful. Presenting himself as an exceptionally diligent martial arts youth, emphasizing the reasonableness of his challenge, he then asked, "Did they seem impressed?" Lu Xiaojin's expression turned awkward as he replied, "They said they had seen it before." With the upcoming high school entrance exam, the Martial Arts Bureau has a lot on their plate, often still awake at 4 in the morning. Regardless, the matter was settled. By the way, do you know where I could purchase fire element spiritual materials? Chen Xuan quickly changed the subject, eager to enhance Xiaohua's strength. Otherwise, it would be a waste of its absorption characteristics. In a way, Xiao Xuanzi, do you also want to buy fire crystal stones? Recently, fire crystal stones in Qingshui City are nearly sold out, and prices are soaring. All the major families are buying them up in other cities, Lu Xiaojin replied, astonished. Chen Xuan was somewhat perplexed, and after Lu Xiaojin's elaborate explanation, he grasped the general situation. The upcoming baseline examination in Qingshui City hadn't even begun, yet the exam content had already leaked. The Martial Arts Bureau provided a small world named Fire Demon Mountain for students to undergo trials, where they would need to survive for 5 days and gather resources. Ultimately, They would be ranked based on the resources collected. It was said that Fire Demon Mountain spans over 100,000 miles. Rich in fire elemental energy, teeming with fire attribute beasts. The fire elemental energy condensed within these beasts resulted in fire crystal stones, making this small world the richest source of fire attribute cultivation resources. Consequently, all the major families had secretly begun acquiring fire crystal stones for their children, masquerading them as resources obtained from the small world, in hopes of securing better rankings after the assessment. Isn't that cheating? Doesn't the Martial Arts Bureau know about this? Upon hearing this news, Chen Xuan was immediately unsettled. Such a significant event concerning the high school entrance exam could be so brazenly cheated? It has always been this way, Lu Xiaojin replied helplessly. He then explained further. I heard from others that the Martial Arts Bureau turns a blind eye to such matters. After all, financial resources and materials also represent strength. Indeed, recently, Chen Xuan had spent a considerable amount, rapidly increasing his strength, and had come to understand the power of wealth. After glancing through some cultural subject materials, Chen Xuan began to feel drowsy. Cultural subjects were not included in the exam. And everyone lacked interest. It wasn't until just before the end of the school day that Li Libang made his timely appearance. Students, the baseline examination will begin next week, so everyone needs to perk up. The students below stared intently at Li Libang. Their interest piqued due to its significance for the high school entrance exam. Clearing his throat, Li Libang announced, this baseline examination is crucial. The scores will be counted toward the high school entrance exam. Accounting for 20. It can be said that this examination will, to some extent, determine the trajectory of your lives. Moreover, to encourage excellence, both the school and the city have prepared generous rewards for those who perform outstandingly. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, all the students instantly perked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Noting the students' reactions, Li Libang continued. Let me first mention the school's rewards. The top 100 students in this examination will each receive a chi-enhancing pill. The top 10 will receive a chi-boosting pill. The first place will be awarded a high-quality battle pet. The classroom erupted into excitement. Just making it into the top 100 guarantees a chi-enhancing pill. That's not too difficult for us. This was said by one of the top 10 students. The reward for the top 10 is a chi-boosting pill, which can elevate one's body tempering level after reaching level 10. One pill can raise one's body tempering tier. Indeed, a pill worth 100,000. The school is really generous this time. A high-quality battle pet. My goodness. I heard that the principal captured a thunder chicken from a small world last time. Could that possibly be the first place reward this time? Who knows who will be lucky enough to receive such a pet? A high-quality battle pet typically possesses at least one innate martial skill, equivalent to a body tempering level of over 20. Having it would significantly enhance one's strength. I want it so badly. Instantly, several students in the class were invigorated. In the small world, not only strength mattered, but luck also played a crucial role in obtaining considerable benefits. They might not be able to secure the top rank in the school, but they were not far off. If luck was on their side, they could gather more resources and potentially claim the first place in the school. All ranking rewards could be claimed repeatedly. In other words, the top 10 participants will receive a chi-enhancing pill and a yuan-enhancing pill. The first place winner, however, will be granted both the chi-enhancing pill, the yuan-enhancing pill, and a superior battle pet. The students erupted with excitement, each silently resolving to secure the top spot. While Chen Xuan did not yearn for the chi-enhancing and yuan-enhancing pills, the allure of a battle pet was simply irresistible. First place is mine. You can forget about it, he declared, observing the electrifying atmosphere among his classmates. After a moment, Li Libang raised his arms to signal for silence, expressing his pleasure at their enthusiasm for the rewards. He then elaborated on the assessment content. In the first mock examination, we will enter a small world known as the Fire Demon Mountain, which is under the jurisdiction of our city's Martial Education Bureau. This realm spans over 100,000 miles and is teeming with fire element creatures, including formidable aerial beasts. We are currently exploring close to its core. Upon hearing the mention of aerial beasts, the students grew anxious. Aerial beasts? My goodness, they could squash us with a mere finger. How dangerous. Fear not. You will not be facing aerial beasts directly. The Martial Education Bureau has designated a peripheral area as the assessment site where you will remain for 5 days. The fire element creatures there typically range from body refinement to initial yuan formation stages. As long as you exercise caution, you'll be safe. Even if you encounter creatures at the initial yuan formation stage, you should be able to eliminate them with teamwork, Li Libang continued, striving to clarify the conditions of the small world. However, he noted that the further one ventured into the peripheral zone, the lesser the dangers, but also the sparser the resources. To achieve a commendable ranking, you must delve deeper, where you will encounter stronger beasts. Whether to form teams or go solo is entirely up to you. Resource distribution within teams is based on mutual consent. Liu Xiaojin interjected, "Isn't there a loophole here? The children of influential families could team up, funneling resources to one individual, enabling them to claim first place effortlessly. Indeed, it seems rather unfair." Another student echoed, "As commoners with limited strength, whether we team up or not, first place feels out of reach for us. Li Lebang's side. Our school caters to commoners. No one would exploit such loopholes. However, with over 1 million students from all over the city taking the examination simultaneously, the talents from renowned families may not be as scrupulous." He proceeded to announce the rewards set by the Martial Education Bureau for the top-ranking students in the city. The classroom buzzed with excitement, speculating that the rewards from the Bureau would be even more substantial. Indeed, the Bureau is quite affluent, but what do we stand to gain? As the noise escalated, Li Lebang's patience thinned. Silence. This commotion is unwarranted. The rewards from the Bureau are indeed plentiful. The top 1,000 students will receive 10 yuan enhancing pills. The top 100 will be awarded a superior quality battle pet. The top 10 will be granted a choice of any heavenly material or treasure. And the first place will receive a smithing master insight token. The mere mention of the rewards left the students in awe. 10 yuan enhancing pills for the top 1,000. Each worth 10,000? That amounts to a staggering sum. Is the Bureau running a money printing operation? They are bestowing over 100 superior quality battle pets in one sweep. Chen Xuan's heart raced as he absorbed the information. The Smithing Master Insight Token, in particular, captivated him. Li Lebang explained. The Smithing Master Insight Token is a precious artifact infused with the insights of a master smith during their final moments. The user will immediately gain the smithing insights without the need for years of arduous training, instantly transforming into an exceptional smith. The students were left speechless. To become a smith, a profession dedicated to crafting weapons for warriors, required immense mental strength and years of accumulated experience. The thought of acquiring such a token was exhilarating. Chen Xuan clenched his fists. Every item Li Lebang described was something he coveted, especially the profession of a smith. With his critical strike system, the ability to forge weapons would maximize the potential of his system. Even if he could only create simple crossbow bolts or other consumables, it would significantly reduce costs. This item is a must-have, he resolved. As class drew to a close, Li Lebang added, "Lastly, and most importantly, such immense rewards can cloud your judgment and lead to reckless behavior. Every year, students have suffered casualties during assessments, so please prioritize your survival. You have 1 week to prepare, and I wish you all the best in securing commendable rankings." Upon returning home, Chen Xuan beamed at his account balance. Liu Xiaojin had just received a reward of 10 million and promptly transferred 9 million to him. With the remnants of several 100,000, Chen Xuan had officially become a millionaire for the first time. With his newfound wealth, Chen Xuan resolved to prepare diligently for the upcoming mock examination. His plans to enhance Xiaohua were temporarily shelved. Fire crystal stones were scarce and beyond his reach. He decided to procure 2 more Zhuge crossbows and 1,000 alloy crossbow bolts. Additionally, he needed to acquire a set of intermediate alloy blades and armor. Utilizing his storage space alleviated concerns about carrying capacity, and the crossbows could be conveniently stored for immediate access. With determination, Chen Xuan logged onto the treasure acquisition network and placed an order with a reputable large store. 2 Zhuge crossbows for a total of 400,000. 1,000 alloy crossbow bolts for 1 million. 1 intermediate alloy sword for 500,000. And 1 intermediate alloy armor for 500,000. These prices are steep, especially for alloy weapons. If I were a smith, crafting 1,000 alloy crossbow bolts would only require a few tens of thousands for raw materials, yielding at least 20 full profits. With his account balance dwindling by over 2 million, he opened the largest martial arts store and browsed the list of inferior martial arts techniques, which numbered in the hundreds. Techniques like Tiger Fist, Shadowless Kick, Whirlwind Leg, Water Walking, Ice Shield, Yang Family Spear, Wing Chun, Mountain Opening Blade, Drunken Fist, Cloud Ladder, Snow Treading, and Sitting Forgetting all caught his eye. Each technique was priced at 100,000. These prices seemed reasonable, as these were not ordinary martial arts but rather advanced techniques suitable for body refinement stage practitioners. Chen Xuan chose Ice Shield, the only defensive technique he found, recalling the benefits he once experienced from the Iron Cloth method. He also decided to purchase several movement techniques, namely Water Walking, Cloud Ladder, and Snow Treading, to compensate for his shortcomings in agility. Sit Forgetting? Upon reading the description, he noted that this technique was for cultivating mental strength, albeit with minimal gains. However, given that powerful mental strength was crucial for a smith, this was a necessary addition. Chen Xuan then selected several offensive techniques: Tiger Fist, Shadowless Kick, Wing Chun, and Mountain Opening Blade. In total, he acquired 9 inferior martial arts techniques for 900,000. He also stocked up on various supplies needed at home and for the small world expedition. With his storage space, he had no concerns about capacity. Next, he navigated to the official wholesale section of the Treasure Acquisition Network and purchased 8,000 chi-enhancing pills at an 80% discount. He also ordered 10,000 bottles of cola at the lowest price of 2 yuan per bottle. With the original price of the chi-enhancing pill being 1,000, the discounted price was 800, totaling 640,000 for the 8,000 pills. After this extravagant shopping spree, Chen Xuan was left with only several hundred thousand. Gazing at his dwindling account balance, he felt a pang of regret. How did I spend so much? I can't seem to stop when browsing the Treasure Acquisition Network. If I buy anything more, I'll regret it. After a stern self-reprimand, Chen Xuan reluctantly closed the Treasure Acquisition Network. Chapter 26. Minor Acid Rain Talisman. In the ensuing days, when Xiar did not summon him for training, and Chen Xuan seized this opportunity to prepare for the mock examination. Early in the morning, Chen Xuan received a series of deliveries from Tibao Wang, including not only martial arts manuals and elixirs, but also a plethora of daily necessities, with countless bottles of cola filling the courtyard. Within his home, Chen Xuan utilized the sequence of the Ice Shield mantra to channel his meridian energies. After several attempts, he successfully manifested the Ice Shield. Entry-level martial arts were simple to practice, and Chen Xuan quickly grasped the basics. However, lower-tier techniques were easy to initiate but challenging to master. Observing the nearly imperceptible thin layer of ice surrounding him, Chen Xuan shook his head. Indeed, the efficacy of entry-level techniques was quite inadequate. With a gentle poke, the ice shield shattered effortlessly. Its protective capability was lackluster, though it did provide a refreshing coolness. Perhaps he would forego air conditioning in summer. Not wishing to continue his training, Chen Xuan realized that, given his current aptitude, mastering the ice shield to the minor completion stage would require at least several months. It was said that the minor completion stage of the ice shield could form a solid layer of ice around the practitioner, capable of withstanding the blows of ordinary swords and knives. Chen Xuan then turned his attention to the other martial arts he had acquired. After a thorough review of sitting forgetting technique, he discerned that this practice did not necessitate the use of his energies. It resembled a meditative practice. Accompanying it was a treatise on the sitting forgetting method, which primarily served to cultivate mental strength during periods of rest. He also practiced the 3 techniques of water walking, cloud leaping, and snow treading, each reaching the entry-level stage. Water walking emphasized lightness, allowing one to traverse the water's surface freely at the minor completion stage, while the major completion stage enabled one to glide rapidly atop water currents, the entry level. It merely allowed him to step through puddles on rainy days without splashing mud on himself. Cloud leaping permitted him to jump slightly higher at the entry level, while snow treading focused on stealth. Chen Xuan found that his initial attempts at this technique felt no different from his usual movements. Over the next few days, Chen Xuan diligently practiced Tiger Fist, Shadowless Kick, Wing Chun Fist, and Mountain Cutting Blade, all reaching the entry stage. Tiger Fist was not merely a punching technique. It imbued the practitioner's strikes with a surge of energy, enhancing the impact significantly compared to a standard punch. The same went for Shadowless Kick and Wing Chun Fist. Mountain Cutting Blade was a straightforward sword technique tailored for his alloy warblade. These 4 martial arts would replace the military-style boxing he had learned in school, becoming his primary means for close combat. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Xuan immersed himself in these techniques, notably honing his sword skills. On the 3rd day, he retrieved the creation cauldron and connected a water pipe, intending to synthesize several minor acid rain talismans. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojin mention that the examination would take place in the fire elemental small world, the concept of the minor acid rain talismans flashed in his mind. Not only did the talismans possess fire-repelling attributes, but their production cost was also exceedingly low. The formula was, tap water 1 bottle of cola. Synthesis result, minor acid rain talisman. He accessed the interface to meticulously examine the attributes of the minor acid rain talisman. Minor acid rain talisman, low-grade water attribute attack talisman, grants additional attack against fire attribute entities. Trait, corrosion. Trait, corrosion, inflicts persistent corrosive damage on any entity struck, diminishing their regenerative capabilities. To his astonishment, it was an attack talisman with a special effect. Low-grade attack talismans were priced at around 100,000 each in the market, while those with special effects commanded at least 200,000 each, often in scarce supply. Given the fierce conflicts on the battlefield among the myriad races, a significant number of the powerful special effect talismans produced by the human domain were directed towards the warfront. Thus, despite the high local production, few quality items remained. Chen Xuan took a minor acid rain talisman and hurled it at a tree in the courtyard, its trunk roughly the size of a bowl. The talisman instantly transformed into a light red mist that descended upon the treetop. Soon, the area was engulfed in a tempest of wind and rain, causing branches and leaves to snap and fall. In a short while, the tree was stripped bare, leaving only a stark trunk and a few thick branches. As the corrosive residue seeped into the bark, visible signs of erosion appeared, pockmarking the trunk. Before long, the corrosion reached the heart of the tree, and ultimately, the entire tree vanished, leaving behind only a soiled patch on the ground. How astonishingly powerful! Filled with excitement and joy, Chen Xuan casually grabbed a bottle of cola, unscrewed the cap, and poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, he halted, a flash of insight striking him. The minor acid rain talisman was synthesized from tap water and cola, yet it exhibited such formidable corrosive properties. Could it be due to the carbonation in cola? No wonder experts always caution against excessive cola consumption for health reasons. Startled, he dropped the cola bottle to the ground. In the following days, aside from accompanying his sister on a shopping trip, Chen Xuan devoted himself entirely to synthesizing minor acid rain talismans. Ding! The host triggered a critical hit while synthesizing the minor acid rain talisman. Critical hit multiplier, 25 times. The number of minor acid rain talismans synthesized, 25. Ding! The host triggered a critical hit while synthesizing the minor acid rain talisman. Critical hit multiplier, 51 times. The number of minor acid rain talismans synthesized, 51. Fortunately, the critical hits were continuous. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would have no idea how long it would take to synthesize the 8,000 energy-enhancing pills he had prepared. Finally, after using the last energy-enhancing pill, Chen Xuan gazed at the neatly stacked 8,000 minor acid rain talismans in his storage space. These talismans were his trump cards, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Tomorrow, the preliminary examination would commence, and he awaited it with great anticipation. The next day, Chen Xuan arrived at school punctually. Once all the students had gathered, Li Lebang led his class to the playground. On the vast field, thousands of graduating students lined up in formation, while the principal addressed the assembly with fervor. As usual, he began by praising the Martial Education Bureau, followed by recounting the illustrious history of the school. And then he offered words of encouragement to the examinees. The bald principal, whose name Chen Xuan could not recall, finally delved into the specifics of the upcoming examination. Students, I will now outline the rules for this mock examination. The testing ground is Fire Demon Mountain, as you all know. This small world has been nearly fully developed by the Martial Education Bureau in conjunction with the Demon Subjugation Army of our city. Therefore, the peripheral areas pose little danger. Each student will receive a manual detailing the Fire Demon Mountain's layout. The mountain is divided into 100 zones. Zones 30 to 100 are considered low-risk peripheral areas. Zones 6 to 30 are the moderately dangerous central areas, and Zones 1 to 5 are the core areas currently under siege by the expeditionary forces, teeming with high-level monsters and extreme peril. Please note that the Martial Education Bureau advises examinees to limit their activities to the peripheral areas and to avoid entering the central zones, with strict prohibition on accessing the core areas. As your principal, I personally recommend that our students do not venture beyond the peripheral zones. Life is precious. Our school's teleportation point is located on the edge of Zone 98, where there is a small military outpost. Your primary task is to eliminate the fire elemental beasts inhabiting this small world and gather cultivation resources. After 5 days, the assessment at the outpost will evaluate the resources collected, which will determine your ranking in the examination results. You will descend upon Fire Demon Mountain alongside millions of graduates from across the city, competing fiercely for success. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. For specific maps and the distribution of monsters, please refer closely to the exploration manual. At 10 o'clock, the examination officially commenced, and teleportation was permitted. Chapter 27. Fire Demon Mountain. As the clock struck 10, the principal tossed forth a teleportation talisman. This talisman, issued by the Martial Education Bureau, bore the coordinates of the small world, capable of transporting a large group to a designated location within it. A radiant portal several meters wide materialized on the playground. The teachers organized the students into lines, ushering them into the portal by class. Most students were entering a small world for the first time, marveling at the novelty and chatting excitedly. Class 23, to which Chen Xuan belonged, was positioned towards the back. With about 40 classmates, they formed a line, and Chen Xuan stood at the end alongside several underachievers, each at around the 5th layer of body refinement. The thrill of entering the small world for the first time was palpable. How exhilarating! exclaimed a square-faced classmate beside him. Indeed. I wonder who will claim the top spot in this examination, mused another. A slender classmate with a hint of envy. The first prize is a battle pet, after all. It's certainly not going to be you or me. Only the top students have a chance at that. Let's just aim not to be in the bottom 20% and avoid being eliminated. I'd be grateful for that, the square-faced student replied, lacking confidence. Is that not possible? If one could secure the first place in the city, becoming a weapon refiner would be a pinnacle achievement. The slender student continued to dream. Liu Xiaojin interjected. You are being overly optimistic. The first prize is reserved for the elite. We're not even in the running for it. Only the Qing Shui 5 stand a chance. The Qing Shui 5, upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a stir of interest. He had recently come across this term online, which referred to the 5 most talented graduates, hailing from the prominent families of Qing Shui City and receiving intense cultivation. It was rumored that their body refinement levels were around 80 layers, yet they had not entered the nascent realm, aiming instead for the perfect completion of 100 layers of body refinement. Achieving perfect body refinement would allow them to cultivate unhindered to the revered realm, becoming heroes of martial arts. The body refinement has reached the terrifying height of the 80th level, and my physical attributes have been enhanced to a degree comparable to the mid to late stages of an ordinary nascent realm warrior. Yet here I am, only at the 5th level of body refinement. It seems my competition is overwhelmingly formidable. Chen Xuan, I've gathered all the gear. Let us form a team, Liu Xiaojin said, shaking his primary alloy combat knife. It is safer for us struggling students to team up. Who knows, with a bit of luck, we might even achieve commendable results. The slender student also expressed interest in teaming up. Feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm, Chen Xuan hesitated to decline. I think I'll practice on my own. All right, just be careful, Liu Xiaojin advised. Before long, it was Class 23's turn to enter. As they stepped through the light gate, the scenery changed abruptly. After a moment of disorientation, Chen Xuan found himself standing on brown earth. His first impression was the heat. No wonder it was called Fire Demon Mountain. Before him lay a vast expanse of brown plains, with sparse vegetation and only a few hints of green. Behind him stood a rudimentary outpost, likely the military encampment the principal had mentioned. There was no one to greet them, no one to organize them. Only a thin exploration manual in hand indicated that the examination had already commenced the moment he set foot on this land. The students who entered before him had already scattered. Groups of 2 or 3 venturing off in search of local creatures. Chen Xuan did not linger, choosing a less crowded path to venture forward. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way. Chen Xuan, it must be quite challenging to be alone. Isn't it? Want someone to guide you? That's impossible. All the top students are in my group, so if you want to team up, go join that bunch of losers, sneered the class leader. Wang Zheng. Ever since being reprimanded by the homeroom teacher last time, he had harbored a grudge against Chen Xuan. Seeing him alone now, he couldn't resist the urge to belittle him. Chen Xuan regarded Wang Zheng with bemusement. What have I done to deserve such animosity? Did I ever express a desire to team with you top students? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Regretting your actions now, are you? Going against me leads to this fate. Or perhaps you should just stay at the outpost. I've heard the beasts here are quite formidable. Wang Zheng continued, convinced that Chen Xuan was out of options. Without someone to guide him, he would struggle to pass the examination and would likely be among the few eliminated. Sighing, Chen Xuan replied, Why go to such lengths? We're all classmates. Wang Zheng arrogantly retorted. I don't consider you a classmate. You dared to compete with me for women. Just look at your beloved class flower. She is already in my group, I'll have her soon, and you'll be expelled from the academy. With that, he turned to leave, but not before tossing back a final taunt. Oh, and by the way, the top student in the school is mine, and so is the battle pet. Surprised? Don't be jealous or resentful. With that, he strode away triumphantly down my beloved class flower. Chen Xuan thought, feeling incredulous. It seemed this was yet another consequence of Li Xiaoxia's arrogance, accompanied by this dim-witted fool. Truly, they were a match made in heaven. Why weren't they together already? He would even consider giving them a substantial gift to encourage their union, just to spare himself their incessant pestering. And what did he mean by the top student? With his abilities, he was far from the top tier. Could it be that he had some connections? With the wisdom of having lived 2 lives, Chen Xuan chose to disregard the petty squabbles of children and pressed on. This plain seemed to be a rare safe zone at the edge of the territory, with hardly any creatures in sight. After a while, however, the number of beasts began to increase. Mouse, the size of a fat pig, scurried past, its body covered in coarse, reddish-brown fur. Opening the panel, beast, hard fur mouse, realm, Body Refinement Level 5, Skills, Bite, Swift, Charge, Evaluation. The weakest creature of Fire Demon Mountain, without exception. A hard fur mouse at the 5th level of Body Refinement was no match for Chen Xuan's current strength. Utilizing the Tiger Fist technique, he swiftly dispatched the mouse. According to the manual, the hard fur mouse was not a fire-type creature, but there was a minuscule chance that a shattered fire crystal could be found in its brain. This crystal, containing a trace of fire elemental energy, was one of the resources he needed to collect for the examination. After breaking open the mouse's skull, he found no shattered fire crystal. What a waste of effort. Continuing onward, he eliminated a few more hard fur mice until he finally obtained a shattered fire crystal from one of them. The crystal was the size of a mung bean, varied in shape, and emitted a translucent red hue, reminiscent of a ruby. Suddenly, a massive lizard with a fiery red eye emerged from a head. Beast, Crimson-Eyed Fire Lizard, Realm, Body Refinement Level 8, Skills, Bite, Charge, Fire Type, Stare, Tail Strike, Evaluation. Tail Strike uses its tail to hit enemies. Guess if the host will be hit? Seeing the evaluation, Chen Xuan retrieved his bow and arrow, preparing to shoot I'll attack from a distance. Can you reach me with your tail? For a creature at the 9th level of Body Refinement, using the Zhuge crossbow would be excessive. He released an arrow aimed at the lizard's head. The arrow struck the lizard's head, and it let out a fierce cry, swinging its tail in retaliation. You think you can hit me from this distance? Chen Xuan chuckled, wondering if the lizard was nearsighted. With a swift movement, the lizard's tail snapped off halfway and struck Chen Xuan squarely in the face. Damn it! Chen Xuan exclaimed, getting back on his feet, barely suppressing a curse. He had underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous lizard. In a fit of rage, he drew the Zhuge crossbow and unleashed 10 bolts without mercy, hitting the Crimson-Eyed Fire Lizard and inflicting 2 critical hits that left gaping wounds. Continuing his hunt for beasts. An hour later, Chen Xuan had slain 5 Crimson-Eyed Fire Lizards, collecting 3 shattered fire crystals. He also encountered another type of low-level beast, the fire snake at the 12th level of Body Refinement, slaying 4 of them for 3 additional shattered fire crystals. Chapter 28. The Cave of the Fiery Spider. After a brief rest, Chen Xuan realized this approach was not sustainable. While the low-level beasts were not too difficult to kill, his gains were modest. If he continued for 5 days, defeating these creatures would ensure a safe passage through the examination, yet he would be entirely devoid of any school rewards. After all, to earn the school's accolades, he would be competing against over 100 top-tier students at the 10th level of Body Refinement or higher. Most of these elite students formed teams and would not waste their time hunting low-level beasts at the 10th level. With their thorough preparations, their targets would be beasts at least at the 20th level of Body Refinement, or even those in the early to mid stages of the nascent realm. Beasts above the nascent level guaranteed the drop of fire crystals. And this was just the elite students of his school. With millions of candidates citywide, particularly those from prestigious schools, the average strength was above the 30th level of Body Refinement, and many ordinary warriors transitioned to the nascent realm after the 10th level of Body Refinement. It was rumored that among this graduating class, there were over 100 warriors above the 50th level of Body Refinement. The renowned Qing Shui 5 were all at the 80th level of cultivation. They would undoubtedly not squander time on such lowly creatures, rushing instead into more perilous regions to seize higher-grade resources. Considering the vast amount of fire crystals purchased in advance by their families, it was clear that the Qing Shui 5 were determined to excel in their pursuits of refining and comprehension of talismans. With this realization, a sense of urgency surged within Chen Xuan. In this flourishing era of martial arts, with so many geniuses, if he wished to claim his share, he could not afford to waste time in the low-level beast area. Resolutely, Chen Xuan stood up and headed deeper into the map. Why is it so hot? The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the heat became. Chen Xuan summoned an ice shield, instantly feeling a wave of coolness wash over him, easing his discomfort. At this moment, Chen Xuan, clad in layers of iron cloth for protection and augmented by an ice shield for temperature regulation, held a fully drawn Zhuge crossbow in his hands, with a small fire swirling around him. Now fueled by urgency, he had no intention of leisurely honing his combat awareness. He needed to reach the region of high-level beasts swiftly and acquire resources as soon as possible. Along the way, he would send the little fire to distract the beasts while he picked them off from a distance with his Zhuge crossbow. Not wasting a moment as he traversed, he accumulated dozens of shattered fire crystals from the low-level beasts. All around the 10th level of Body Refinement, ahead lay a hilly area with brown stones scattered across the surface. To the edges of the low mountains, openings over 2 meters high revealed themselves. and occasionally, he spotted large spiders adorned with flickering green flames crawling out. Beast. Fiery spider. Realm. Body refinement level 20. Skills. Spitting silk, weaving nets, laying eggs, charge, claw strike, entanglement, fire resistance. Evaluation. A fiery spider with exceptional fire resistance. Known to wrap its prey tightly, a gregarious creature. The manual indicated that these spiders were social creatures, with at least hundreds in a single cave. During combat, they would swarm en masse, extremely fierce. And it was advised that average warriors refrain from entering their lairs, recommending instead to lure them out and eliminate them one by one. Chen Xuan strolled into one of the caves. Dismissing the manual's warnings. Who pays attention to manuals these days? Besides, am I an average warrior? I am but a novice at the 6th layer of body tempering. The cave, shrouded in darkness and dampness, posed a challenge for Chen Xuan, who struggled to acclimatize to the dim light in the shadows. Pairs of glistening green eyes emerged, revealing massive spiders, each towering over 2 meters, advancing towards him in a menacing throng. Standing at the cave's entrance, Chen Xuan found himself in a position of both offense and defense. A multitude of flame spiders surged towards him. A stack of talismans appeared in his left hand. The small acid rain talisman, he deftly flicked one towards the cluster of flame-spiders. In an instant, a tempest descended, battering the arachnids below. The water-based elemental talisman revealed its potency against the fire-based creatures. Several spiders were grievously injured, with limbs shattered, while others, less wounded, moved sluggishly as the torrential rain fell. Corrosive damage took effect, white mist emanating from the spiders as small holes began to perforate their hardened exoskeletons. Deepening rapidly, the ground was littered with incapacitated spiders, writhing and lamenting their fate. One talisman obliterated a dozen spiders, yet more continued to charge heedlessly forward. Excellent. Chen Xuan unleashed another small acid rain talisman. He continued to deploy 8 of these talismans in succession, resulting in an empty cave devoid of spiders, leaving only a heap of refuse. This was fortuitous. It spared him the trouble of methodically dispatching each one. Chen Xuan drew his battle knife, sifting through the remnants to uncover over 100 shattered fire crystal stones. It appeared that monsters at the 20th layer of body tempering invariably contained these precious shards. In a mere quarter of an hour, he effortlessly amassed 100 shattered fire crystals. This method of combat was to his liking. He relished the spiders. Chen Xuan eagerly sought the next spider lair. Gazing across the hilly terrain, it seemed particularly conducive to spider proliferation. He encountered no other monsters. There were dozens of spider caves in sight alone. A windfall, indeed. Battling higher-tier monsters yielded swift rewards. However, it was clear that ordinary warriors, even in teams, would hesitate to confront the spider lairs, as facing hundreds of flame spiders at the 20th layer of body tempering was a daunting prospect. The next spider cave mirrored the previous in its gourd-like structure. Narrow at the entrance and spacious within, Chen Xuan perched at the cave's mouth, surveying the hall below, aware that the spiders would congregate at the narrow opening, making it an ideal location for his small acid rain talismans to maximize their effect. Even if a solitary spider managed to break through, he could easily resolve the situation with a volley of crossbow bolts or by expending another talisman. This method of combat became increasingly intuitive. Ding! The host has cast a small acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit with an 18x multiplier. Small acid rain talisman water-based attack damage x18. Instantly, a tempest raged, and torrents of acid rain cascaded downwards, annihilating the flame spiders in an instant. A critical hit. Astonishing. By the afternoon's end, Chen Xuan had nearly cleared all the caves in the hilly region. As dusk approached, he continued to purge the remaining layers. At this juncture, a large group of students was making its way to the Spider Hills. Leading them was Wang Zhang, the class monitor, who had diligently gathered intelligence from a relative familiar with the Fire Demon Mountain. Pinpointing the precise location of the Spider Hills, the area was teeming with low-level beasts, making it ideal for a large contingent to harvest resources. If they succeeded in exterminating the spiders, they could each claim a share of the shattered fire crystals, and his contribution of information would ensure a larger cut. This would likely secure the top spot in the entire school, possibly even a ranking within the city. He exerted considerable effort to rally 100 elite students from his school to tackle the Spider Hills. Fear not, class leader Liu, the 100 of us are all top-tier students. With half the school's elite combatants in our ranks, defeating a few spiders should pose no challenge. Had it not been for the sheer number of spiders in each cave, I wouldn't have summoned such a large group. Wang Zhang confidently addressed a still skeptical classmate. Many elite students had prepared extensively for this assessment, some even bringing spiritual treasures and elemental talismans on average. It should be manageable for each person to handle one flame spider at the 20th layer of body tempering. The classmate, initially apprehensive, reassured himself, finally acknowledging Wang Zheng's audacity and charisma, marveling at how he had persuaded half the school's elite combatants with mere words. Just ahead, they were nearing their destination. Spiders, I am coming. Fire crystals, I am coming. As they approached the hilly area, the group was filled with fervor, their spirits soaring. Chapter 29. Where are the spiders? After clearing the last cave, Chen Xuan surveyed the battlefield he had ravaged, his heart swelling with pride. In a single afternoon, he had collected over 10,000 shattered fire crystals, sheathing his small fire and crossbow, savoring his triumph as he exited the hills. Just as he emerged, he collided with a 100-strong group. Who organized such a large contingent? Pondering this, he noticed many familiar top-tier students among them, with Wang Zheng and several elite classmates at the forefront. The group appeared equally astonished, taken aback by his unexpected presence, especially as he bore no signs of battle. Chen Xuan, what are you doing here? Wang Zheng immediately felt something was amiss and approached him with interrogation in his eyes. Secretly wondering if Chen Xuan had also learned of the Spider Hills location and arrived first. Why can't I be here? Chen Xuan replied, bemused by the absurdity of the question. How had this individual become class monitor? Wang Zheng scrutinized Chen Xuan, noting his unblemished appearance, devoid of any signs of combat. Relieved, he theorized that Chen Xuan might have inadvertently strayed into the wrong cave or discovered the location but fled upon realizing he could not contend with the monsters. With this thought in mind, he declared with authority, Chen Xuan, regardless of your reasons for being here, you cannot join us. As if I would want to. Chen Xuan retorted dismissively and walked away. With such a large group, their efficiency was questionable. Chen Xuan had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. Observing his departure, a classmate inquired, who is he? Did he get here first? Impossible. He is merely a 6th-layer body tempering novice from our class. Wang Zheng scoffed. Upon reaching the entrance of another cave, he organized his team into formation, instructing a skilled archer, Wang Xiaoza, you will draw the monsters. He then issued commands. Everyone, pay attention. The cave entrance is somewhat narrow. When the archer draws the monster out, we will attack in a fan formation. We will deal with each spider one at a time, and if more emerge, we will coordinate in small teams to eliminate them. This tactical approach had been meticulously devised by several leading classmates and promised to be effective. As the battle loomed, tension thickened in the air. After a prolonged wait, the cave remained silent. Wang Zheng grew impatient. Wang Xiaoza, draw the monster. The archer emerged from the cave, looking perplexed. There are no monsters. I shot several arrows inside, creating quite a ruckus, but nothing responded. Impossible, Wang Zheng retorted incredulously. He ventured inside to investigate, only to confirm that no flame spiders lurked within, only a heap of refuse at the cave's entrance. This cave is devoid of flame spiders. We must move to another, Wang Zheng said, disheartened. The formation adjusted, redirecting towards yet another cave. This cave also lacks beasts, another monster drawer reported, on to the next. Wang Zheng's forehead began to perspire. Surely not every cave could be devoid of flame spiders. Thus, more students were dispatched to various caves, and the results were unanimous. Each cave was empty. It dawned on them that the entire hilly region was eerily silent. Not a single wandering beast in sight. 100 students stood, exchanging bewildered glances. They had traveled all afternoon, brimming with bravado, only to arrive at a barren wasteland devoid of monsters to slay. What a predicament! Several classmates immediately confronted Wang Zheng. You promised us there were numerous flame spiders here. Why is it now completely empty? Are you toying with us? Over 100 elite students had wasted half a day following him only to come up empty-handed. Wang Zheng, pale as a ghost, was equally baffled. At that moment, the first archer to draw monsters timidly spoke up. Did you notice? Every empty cave has remnants scattered about. Several classmates promptly descended to investigate, their expressions shifting to shock as they examined the remains. These remnants contain fragments of spider limbs. There are no flame spiders left. They've all been exterminated. Impossible. It's only the first day. Who could possibly have killed all the flame spiders in over 100 caves? Unless a large team carried it out or a genius from a prestigious school did it. Perhaps it was that young man who left earlier. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng furiously replied, it cannot be him. He is merely a 5th-layer body tempering novice. The thought of today's embarrassment made Wang Zheng flush with shame. How could he regain his dignity? contemplating a hidden backup plan, he hesitated, reluctant to let go. However, if I cannot restore my dignity, I will find it impossible to navigate school life in the future, so be it. I shall sacrifice once more. After making up my mind, Wang Zheng summoned a dozen class monitors and solemnly declared, I did not anticipate this outcome, but I possess an exceptional location for encountering magical beasts. You must trust me. I will share it with you. You better not lead us astray again, one honest class monitor skeptically replied. Having tasted success with the flame spider, Chen Xuan sought additional locations of spider hills. Unfortunately, such areas where magical beasts are densely populated and the terrain suitable for ambushing are exceedingly rare. As they journeyed, they observed only sporadic appearances of magical beasts. Following his usual tactic, Chen Xuan employed small fire disturbances while the Zhuge crossbow took the primary offensive. As they ventured deeper, they encountered magical beasts with strengths ranging from body refinement level 25 to level 30. The abundant fire elemental energy of Fire Demon Mountain had led to a significant accumulation of fire resistance among the local beasts, rendering the damage inflicted by small fire attacks quite limited. They could only serve to distract the opponents. Along the way, Chen Xuan gathered a fair number of shattered fire crystals. As night fell, the surroundings began to blur into obscurity. The limited visibility of the night posed greater dangers. And just as Chen Xuan was contemplating a suitable spot to camp, he suddenly spotted a fiery glow in the distance. He quickened his pace to investigate. Upon approaching, he halted in astonishment, gazing at a scene of intense heat. Before him lay a tumultuous sea of flames, with fiery tendrils resembling towering trees occasionally rising. It was a magnificent sight. Chen Xuan hastily retrieved his phone to capture a brief video. Only then did he realize that the towering flames were not mere fire but rather massive trees engulfed in flames. The ground beneath was scorched black, hot enough to burn his feet. Ice shield. Ice shield. Ding! The host cast ice shield, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 76 times. Ice shield layers multiplied by 76. A thick layer of ice shield materialized around him, bringing a refreshing coolness to his body and calming his anxious mind. Magical beast. Explosive flame tree. Level. Body refinement level 45. Energy accumulation level 5. Skills. Stability. Resilience. Regeneration. Fire damage resistance. Branch sweep. Burning. Explosive flame. Fireball projection. Regeneration. Fire and would attribute magical plants can rapidly restore vitality. Burning. Inflicts continuous burning effects on nearby enemies. Explosive flame. Uses branches and leaves to attack enemies, causing explosive burn effects. Fireball projection. Launches fireballs for ranged attacks against enemies. Evaluation. A dominant presence among low-level magical beasts of Fire Demon Mountain. None dare to provoke it. Chapter 30. Explosive Flame Tree. After reviewing the properties of the explosive flame tree, Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. Capable of both ranged and melee attacks, it possessed resilience and regeneration. Approaching too closely would result in continuous burns, while keeping a distance would subject him to fireballs. To combat such an immobile magical plant, ranged attacks were essential, as melee fighters would suffer burns and have to dodge explosive flames and sweeping branches. Maintaining a safe distance would only require avoiding fireballs. Chen Xuan first sent out a volley of crossbow bolts. 10 metal bolts striking the fire tree, merely scraping off a layer of charred bark. It appeared that even critical hits would struggle to inflict significant damage on a level 45 fire tree, which could regenerate almost instantaneously. It seemed he would need to utilize the small acid rain talisman. Approaching an explosive flame tree, he hurled the small acid rain talisman. The wave of wind and rain struck the tree, dampening the flames significantly, though the resilient tree still stood tall, with flames continuing to sprout. The acid rain began to corrode the tree, revealing that its regeneration could not keep pace with the corrosive effects. Gradually, the explosive flame tree was consumed until it was reduced to a pile of ash. From the remnants, Chen Xuan extracted a bright red seed about the size of a sunflower seed. He had previously seen a description of such a thing. Explosive flame tree seed. Seed of the explosive flame tree, suitable for planting, containing vast amounts of fire elemental energy, worth as much as 20 shattered fire crystals. What generosity from this fire tree! Without delay, Chen Xuan pressed on towards another explosive flame tree. The habitat of these trees was extensive, with varying densities of their distribution. Chen Xuan maneuvered cautiously, avoiding the overlapping fireball ranges of multiple trees. Armed with a stack of small acid rain talismans, he offered one to each tree. The primary strategy against these trees relied on the corrosive effects of the acid rain, with their resilience and regeneration. It would take at least several minutes to eliminate one. Without waiting for one to perish, he continued to assault the next. Several hours passed, and a considerable number of tree ashes accumulated behind him. Yet vast areas of the fiery forest remained ahead. Exhilarated, Chen Xuan hurled another small acid rain talisman at an explosive flame tree. Ding! The host cast the small acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 50 times. The attack range of the small acid rain talisman increased by 50 times. A massive area critical hit occurred, with thunderous winds and rains unleashing a crimson deluge over a substantial number of explosive flame trees. Roughly estimating over 20 trees enveloped in the acid rain tide. This was remarkably potent. Typically, critical hits of this nature focused on damage accumulation rather than area expansion, but against a multitude of magical beasts. Area effect criticals proved far more effective. Excellent. Let them corrode at their leisure while I clean up the battlefield. Unable to advance due to the extensive area of corroding trees, Chen Xuan busied himself collecting explosive flame tree seeds. Half an hour later, he completed his cleanup and counted his gains. In just a few hours, he had harvested 824 explosive flame tree seeds, worth over 16,000 shattered fire crystals. Roughly calculating, he had amassed over 26,000 shattered fire crystals in a single day. Given his current haul, even if he were to retreat and rest for the remainder of the time, he would likely secure the top position in the entire academy. After all, Chen Xuan School was a commoner institution, where the most proficient students barely reached body refinement level 20. Even with equipment and energy technique enhancements, they would struggle against the explosive flame trees. Regarding his ranking among the hundreds of thousands of candidates citywide, the top 1,000 seemed within reach. The night in this small world was perilous, prompting students to be more cautious. Timid individuals would seek hiding spots or retreat to safe zones, waiting until dawn to resume their explorations. Chen Xuan's remarkable success during the night stemmed primarily from these explosive flame trees, as no other magical beasts inhabited the vicinity, allowing him to focus solely on defeating the trees without concern for ambushes from behind. Now deep into the night, fatigue overcame Chen Xuan. Yet, witnessing the extensive array of trees awaiting his attention, he was reluctant to succumb to slumber. If only someone could aid me in battling and collecting treasures, I could sleep soundly. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Xuan. Did I not possess a wooden intelligent household robot? The one I had assembled from various items in my room last time. Although a household robot, it had proven somewhat inept for domestic tasks, leading him to store it away and neglect it. Nevertheless, it possessed some intelligence. Surely, it could handle the task of tossing talismans. With this thought, Chen Xuan retrieved the robot and presented a small acid rain talisman, commanding, "Little wood, pay attention, throw one talisman at each tree, and activate the elemental talisman with your thoughts. As an intelligent being, you have thoughts, right?" Littlewood nodded awkwardly. Chen Xuan, perceiving that despite its dim-wittedness, it could be of some utility, demonstrated the procedure, handing a talisman to Littlewood and instructing, "Try it out." With clumsy movements, Littlewood activated the small acid rain talisman and successfully tossed it at a fire tree, albeit slowly. "Excellent!" Chen Xuan rejoiced, now equipped with a free laborer. After explaining the importance of dodging fireballs and collecting explosive flame tree seeds, he handed Littlewood several stacks of small acid rain talismans for it to employ at will. He summoned a small fire to assist with the night watch and crawled into his sleeping bag, falling into a deep slumber. That night, Chen Xuan dreamt vividly of resting in the wilderness when a faceless figure presented him with a bountiful collection of explosive flame tree seeds. Placing them beside his pillow, ecstatic, he embraced the seeds tightly, sinking back into peaceful sleep. Soon, the figure returned with more seeds, and he joyfully cradled them. This cycle continued until he found himself half submerged in a heap of explosive flame tree seeds. Enveloped in warmth and safety. The following day, as the morning mist lifted and daylight broke, Chen Xuan jolted upright, his eyes widening at the sight of piles of explosive flame tree seeds around him. Their vibrant red hue strikingly delightful. Still dreaming, he mused, perhaps due to his recent exhaustion. The beautiful dream lingered. Rubbing his eyes, he attempted to return to sleep, awaiting the dream's natural conclusion. After a while, his hands unconsciously brushed against his firm chest, startling him. This sensation feels too real to be a dream. But where did all these explosive flame tree seeds come from? Suddenly, he recalled instructing Littlewood to battle the beasts in a hurry. He leapt to his feet, only to find the area before him barren, with only distant hills visible. Just last night, this spot had been filled with explosive flame trees, now reduced to charred earth and heaps of debris. Did they all perish in a single night? He glanced back to see Littlewood standing there, its originally chestnut wooden body now charred black, as if it had been scorched by numerous fireballs. Chen Xuan stepped forward to inspect the small wooden figure, and was astonished to discover that its surface had merely changed color due to the scorching heat, while its core remained unscathed. "Well done, Littlewood. You've worked hard. I'll give you a bath when we return," he thought, sending the small wooden figure into his storage space. He mused to himself that he had underestimated its resilience. This piece of wood was indeed quite robust and would serve well as a shield against blades in the future. Chapter 31. Wang Zheng. With the fiery trees extinguished, Chen Xuan intended to tally the varieties of trees before continuing on his journey. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Xiaohua seemed somewhat different than usual. It appeared to have grown significantly. Previously, it was only the size of his palm, but now it had expanded considerably. "Xiaohua, did you sneak a bite of the explosive flame tree seeds while I was sleeping last night?" Chen Xuan feigned anger. The explosive flame tree seeds were fire-type crystals, perfectly suited for Xiaohua to absorb. Chen Xuan had already sensed something was off with Xiaohua. The glimmer in its eyes when it spotted the shattered fire crystals had betrayed it. Xiaohua immediately adopted a look of grievance. As if to say, "Master, you're so stingy. What is wrong with giving me a little more? I've only grown stronger to serve you better." Chen Xuan chuckled. "All right, I originally intended for you to absorb some. However, we can't overindulge just yet. I need to gather more first." He needed to ensure that he secured the top position in the city before allowing Xiaohua to consume the surplus. But granting it a small amount for comfort wouldn't hurt. "Go ahead. There are plenty of shattered fire crystals in the storage space for you to absorb." He tossed Xiaohua into the storage space, then began to collect the remaining explosive flame tree seeds scattered on the ground. Just then, footsteps echoed from a distance. "Oh no, someone is approaching," Chen Xuan thought. Hastening his cleanup, a group of about a dozen individuals rushed over. And Chen Xuan paused, pretending to leisurely sort the remaining seeds. Dozens of seeds still lay on the ground, while he had already stored over 1,000 in his space. The leading figure was a proud-looking youth. Chen Xuan glanced over and noted that these individuals appeared to be around 16 or 17, each exuding vigor and strength, with subtle ripples of elemental energy emanating from them. He quickly deduced that these candidates were not ordinary. They were likely from prestigious schools, each possessing strength exceeding the 30th level of body tempering. "I can't compete with them." The arrogant youth hadn't initially intended to acknowledge Chen Xuan, planning to sidestep him, but then his gaze fell upon the brightly colored crystalline seeds at Chen Xuan's feet. Startled, he realized that this seemingly ordinary candidate possessed dozens of explosive flame tree seeds. This student was unknown to him, and didn't he appear to be from a powerful background? It was unclear how he had acquired so many seeds, considering that even he would find it challenging to eliminate dozens of explosive flame trees. If he could claim them, his chances of securing the city championship would be greatly enhanced. Thus, he halted, forcing a smile. "Hello, classmate. I am Zhao Qiyu from number 1 high school. Number 1 high school. Zhao Qiyu." The information about the Clearwater Five flashed through Chen Xuan's mind. Zhao Qiyu was a prodigy cultivated by the Zhao family, boasting a body tempering level of 87, the highest among current graduates, and ranked first among the Clearwater Five. "A pleasure to meet you," Chen Xuan replied, managing a smile while continuing to gather the remaining seeds into his pockets. Zhao Qiyu wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Classmate, could you transfer those seeds to me? We can negotiate a price." He believed that since the other party had likely heard of him, he would afford him some courtesy. After all, he was a genius of significant repute, and many sought to align themselves with him. This was an opportunity for others to envy. Chen Xuan was taken aback and firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but I want to sell." He was not foolish. They were all competitors, and if he gave them away, what would happen to his chances at the first-place reward? Zhao Qiyu's expression darkened at the outright refusal, realizing he was being dismissed by one of the Clearwater Five. Did this candidate not wish to remain in Clearwater City? Surely he wasn't trying to overreach. Unyielding, Zhao Qiyu pressed, "Come on, classmate, give me a break. Even if you have these, you won't secure first place. I can always compensate you more." Chen Xuan felt urgency to explore and did not wish to waste time. Replying curtly, "I said I'm not selling. Please stop persisting." Seeing the other party's blatant refusal, Zhao Qiyu inhaled deeply, nearly losing his temper. He contemplated forcibly seizing the seeds, but with a dozen followers behind him, he feared losing their loyalty. "Fine, I'll deal with you later." Suppressing his anger, he asked Chen Xuan with a hint of mockery, "Classmate, what is your name? Which school do you attend?" This was a veiled threat. Chen Xuan immediately understood. Although he was never afraid of trouble, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. All right, he straightened his posture, responding with conviction. I am Wang Zhang from Class 23 of Academy 1047. Very well. Let us go. Zhao Qiyu waved dismissively and departed. A student from such a mediocre school. Wang Zhang, is it? We shall see. Chen Xuan, feeling pressed for time, chose a direction and ventured further into the depths. Although he had made a decent haul on the first day, encountering 2 monster-gathering spots had involved a degree of luck. If he didn't, he find similar opportunities in the days ahead. His gains might dwindle. Judging by Zhao Qiyu's demeanor, he seemed to regard the dozens of explosive flame tree seeds with indifference, suggesting he had made considerable gains elsewhere. They appeared to be in a hurry, likely with a clear objective, having prepared in advance for areas where beast hordes congregated. With a multitude of skilled followers, he could likely acquire even more before returning, bolstered by resources his family had prepared. Chen Xuan, having achieved some success, felt compelled to remain vigilant. With only 5 days to explore, those who ventured far would need to reserve a day for their return journey. Time was running short. He quickened his pace, aware that while he lacked information on beast-gathering spots, heading toward the central region would only increase the dangers and, consequently, the potential rewards. Beast. Steel-boned black fire leopard. Level. Body tempering 60. Skills. Swift. Steel bones. Iron skin. Sharp fangs. Gallop. Leap. Tail sweep. Bite. Bloodline. A trace of ancient metal-eating beast bloodline. Steel bones. A low-level passive ability, possessing a skeleton as hard as steel, resilient to collisions and strikes, with formidable endurance. Evaluation. An agile leopard. It prefers to leap behind enemies and sever their necks. As he ventured deeper, the frequency of beasts increased. This particularly swift leopard was difficult to hit with arrows, and Xiaohua struggled to keep pace, rendering it nearly impossible to deal with. Ultimately, Chen Xuan had to use the small wooden figure as a shield, seizing the opportunity to deploy a few acidic rain talismans to eliminate it. The corpse of the bloodline leopard was collected, as its remains held potential value. From the back of its skull, he extracted a small fire crystal. This small crystal contained fire elemental energy equivalent to 50 shattered fire crystals. A worthwhile find, though it had been perilous. Speed-oriented beasts posed a significant threat. Chen Xuan altered his course, distancing himself from the territory of the steel-boned black fire leopard. The terrain of Fire Demon Mountain rose steeply in the center while the surrounding areas were lower, characterized by plains and hills. The closer one approached the center, the more complex the landscape became, with the main peak of Fire Demon Mountain at its heart. Consulting the map, it appeared he had just exited the low-level Zone 98 and was now entering the mid-level Zone 27. Currently situated at its periphery. Chapter 32. Gold-melting ant. Upon entering the more perilous mid-level zone, Chen Xuan noticed that the beasts here seemed to have begun establishing territorial boundaries, with whole groups occupying specific areas. Stray beasts posed the least danger to other candidates, easily overwhelmed in numbers, while group-dwelling beasts were far more challenging. Chen Xuan hoped to encounter a group of beasts, as eliminating strays was inefficient. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. After only a few steps, he encountered a 2-meter-tall giant scorpion, its tail's steel stinger glinting ominously green, clearly venomous. After a frantic chase, Chen Xuan threw several acidic rain talismans to finally vanquish the giant scorpion. As the acidic rain sizzled upon impact, eroding the rocky surface, Chen Xuan approached out of curiosity, discovering that this rock was merely a thin layer, which explained its susceptibility to corrosion. He retrieved his alloy battle knife and widened the hole, revealing a passage leading into the depths. Jumping down, he traversed the corridor, eventually arriving at an underground hall teeming with creatures. As he inched closer, he discerned that the hall was filled with large, grayish-blue ants, each standing a meter tall, with robust limbs and a thick, gray shell. Beneath their feet lay piles of various metallic ores, as if they were feeding. Beast. Gold-melting ant. Level. Body tempering 60. Attributes. Metal. Fire. Skills. Steel fangs. Hardiness. Resilience. Agility. Great strength. Golden body. Bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of ordinary gold-melting ants. Talent. Melting gold, capable of liquefying metals with its mandibles and stomach, refining its body in the process. Evaluation. The gold-melting ant, a low-level beast clan with bloodline abilities, possesses a body as tough as steel, impervious to blades and guns. Its mandibles harbor fiery heat. Do not get bitten. The golden ant appears diminutive in stature, yet it possesses formidable defenses and immense strength, with numbers exceeding 500 within this hall alone. This presents a daunting challenge. Stealthily retreating a distance, I patiently awaited an isolated golden ant to approach Chen Xuan. He cast a small acid rain talisman. With a crash, a tempest of wind and rain violently struck the tiny golden ant. The creature hesitated momentarily before resuming its crawl, the corrosive effects of the acid beginning to show as its shell transitioned from a bluish-gray to a pale hue. Soon, the acid rain fell silent. Chen Xuan, concealed in the shadows, contemplated the situation. It seemed the golden ant's shell had partially metallic properties, granting it considerable resistance to corrosion. Based on its recent behavior, at least 5 acid rain talismans would be required to completely breach this metallic shell and subsequently corrode the ant's body. Fortunately, the ants were densely clustered. With the hall spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, fully covering it would necessitate around 50 talismans, totaling 250 for 5 rounds. If a few critical hits were triggered, the required number would be even fewer. Testing the waters, Chen Xuan stealthily approached the hall and, upon reaching casting distance, swiftly launched 50 acid rain talismans. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 70x, the talisman's attack range increased by 70 times. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 30x, the corrosive effect of the talisman increased by 30 times. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 68x, the corrosive effect of the talisman increased by 68 times. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered, and a fierce tempest ensued, engulfing the entire hall in acid rain. In an instant, chaos erupted within the hall, as the golden ants, caught off guard, scurried in all directions, colliding in their frantic escape. A 70x area effect was triggered, allowing for one less round, saving 50 acid rain talismans. The other 2 critical hits enhanced the corrosive effect, instantly dissolving dozens of golden ants beneath the 2 acid rain zones, leaving no trace behind. Chen Xuan was elated, drawing out a small wooden shield to bolster his sense of security. He then hurled another 50 acid rain talismans into the hall. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 8x, the talisman's corrosive effect increased by 8 times. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 51x, the talisman's attack range increased by 51 times. Ding! The host cast the acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit. With a multiplier of 16x, the talisman's corrosive effect increased by 16 times. Fortune favored him again, as another critical hit covering the hall was triggered. At this point, only a few battered remnants of the golden ants remained, wailing in agony. Just one more round would suffice to annihilate them entirely. Chen Xuan, showing no mercy, cast another 50 acid rain talismans into the hall. Moments later, as the storm subsided, tranquility returned, and the chaos within the hall came to an end. The final round no longer required full coverage. Targeted strikes would suffice to eliminate all remaining golden ants, thereby conserving several acid rain talismans. However, for efficiency's sake, he opted for comprehensive coverage. Saving? Not an option. With over 7,000 acid rain talismans still in storage, prepared explicitly for this endeavor, using them all would not be deemed wasteful. The cleanup phase commenced. Each golden ant dropped a small fire crystal, totaling over 500 pieces, which converted to over 25,000 shattered fire crystals. The bounty was substantial. Exiting the hall through another passage, Chen Xuan found himself in a slightly more spacious main corridor. Gazing down the corridor, it seemed endless, with entrances on either side, each mirroring the hall he had just traversed. It became evident he had indeed entered an ant nest. At that moment, regret washed over him for not having prepared more acid rain talismans. Little Fire, come help me. Chen Xuan summoned Little Fire from his storage space. Hey, Little Fire, how have you grown so plump? Upon seeing Little Fire, Chen Xuan felt it was time for a name change. Big Fire seemed more fitting than Little Fire. Previously the size of his palm, Little Fire now stood as tall as an adult's arm. Having gained considerable girth, its once pale yellow flames had transformed into a striking light blue, appearing more formidable than before. Second-grade spirit object, Blue Flame Earth Fire. Characteristics, Eternal, Absorption, Eternal, Earth Fire. Originating from the ground, never extinguished. Absorption, capable of merging and absorbing fire elements, enhancing its own flame abilities. Evaluation. The Blue Flame Earth Fire possesses terrifyingly high temperature damage, capable of melting gold and iron in an instant. I regret to inform the host that your Little Fire is no longer suitable for cooking. Your pot will be melted away. Indeed, upon reviewing its attributes, it was clear Little Fire had leveled up. Chen Xuan chuckled, pleased that little fire was no longer utterly useless. It had finally become somewhat useful. By the way, little fire must have absorbed quite a few shattered fire crystals upon leveling up. Curiosity prompted Chen Xuan to peer into his storage space. To his dismay, the over 10,000 shattered fire crystals he had collected yesterday had vanished without a trace. Chen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth. Little fire, get to work. Chapter 33. Extermination of the ant nest. The next steps were considerably simpler. Armed with the remarkable wooden shield, Chen Xuan merely needed to block the entrance and hurl talismans into the hall. Little fire was also brought out to assist. Now equipped with blue flames capable of melting gold and iron, it could pierce through the formidable shell of the golden ants. After the first round of comprehensive acid rain, little fire swiftly targeted areas where critical hits had not occurred, executing quick strikes. As long as the armor was breached, the subsequent round of acid rain would ensure their demise. Following 2 rounds of acid rain enhanced by critical hits, only a few stray golden ants remained. No further comprehensive coverage was necessary. A few random acid rain talismans would suffice to conclude the battle. With little fire's assistance, the consumption of talismans was significantly reduced. Clearing a single hall now required just over 100 acid rain talismans. Little fire was finally proving its worth. It seemed prudent investments were indeed worthwhile. Clearing a hall was enough to compensate for the losses incurred by Little Fire's previous demands. As Chen Xuan continued to gain momentum, meticulously clearing hall after hall, he remained cautious and calculated. Ensuring no reckless advances, he personally dispatched waves of small fire crystals into his storage space. This steady influx of high returns left him feeling as though everything was a mere illusion. Like a diligent little bee, Chen Xuan worked tirelessly from noon until midnight, clearing over 70 halls and amassing nearly 40,000 small fire crystals, equivalent to 2 million shattered fire crystals. The haul was immense, and Chen Xuan estimated that with such gains, his chances of securing first place in this assessment were significantly bolstered. Yet, a sense of discontent lingered. He wished there were more halls. I could spend a few more days here. Then, a startling realization struck him. Alas, his supply of acid rain talismans was dwindling, with fewer than 1,000 remaining. With the halls exhausted, Chen Xuan advanced down the corridor. Soon, he arrived at a somewhat smaller chamber, where a colossal golden ant lay sprawled on the ground, at least 5 meters in length, its rotund belly exposed. Monster, Golden Ant Queen, Realm. Body refinement level 60. Attributes: metal, fire. Skills: steel teeth, hardness, resilience, great strength, golden body, rapid reproduction, bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of ordinary golden ants. Talent: golden melting. The mouthparts and stomach possess the ability to melt metals, refining its body. Characteristics: rapid reproduction, a trait possessed by the progenitor of the species, enabling swift reproduction. Evaluation: the mother of the golden ants, severely drained of vitality, extremely weakened, currently incubating a golden ant queen egg. Little Fire, eliminate her. Given Little Fire's current strength, dispatching a level 60 body refinement beast would be a matter of mere moments. Once the battle concluded, Chen Xuan gathered the spoils. Aside from a small fire crystal, he discovered an egg the size of a water bucket. This must be the new golden ant queen egg. He placed it into his storage space. The last hall featured an upward sloping passage, likely leading to the surface. The extermination mission finally came to a close, leaving Chen Xuan utterly exhausted. He decided against exiting immediately. As it was now deep into the night, it would be wiser to rest here instead. Little Fire, Little Wood, you will stand guard. Tossing a handful of small fire crystals to Little Fire as a midnight snack, Chen Xuan settled down to sleep. As for Little Wood, it was merely a shield. It had no business thinking about meals when not on the battlefield. The third morning of the assessment arrived. Chen Xuan's internal clock awoke him on time. The golden ant nest was a long, narrow structure, sprawling over vast distances, extending at least several miles. Chen Xuan broke through the sealed stone slab and emerged onto the surface, finding himself in an entirely different landscape. Before him lay a molten marshland, with several volcanoes perpetually erupting in the distance, continuously pouring forth lava. The lava accumulated in depressions, forming an intricate network of magma rivers and pools. Chen Xuan now found himself at the center of a large magma lake, on an island in the lake. This island was small, spanning merely a mile or so, with rugged rocks and bubbling lava surrounding it, indicating the presence of lurking beasts. What ill fortune! He had not anticipated the exit leading to such a dire place. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps through the ant tunnel, amidst the rustling of the wind, Faint voices drifted through the air. Chen Xuan, intrigued, approached the source of the sound. Behind a large rock, he discovered two extraordinarily beautiful young women, their figures stunning, supporting each other, while a moderately built yet handsome young man sat nearby. The trio appeared to be somewhat fatigued. The young man, seemingly distressed by their predicament, expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry, ladies, it is entirely my fault for bringing you here. I never anticipated such misfortune. Being trapped by the lava, if we manage to escape, I promise I will compensate you generously. Ha. Do you truly believe we can escape? Among the candidates, how many have made it this far? Even if someone comes, can they truly save us?" retorted the taller beauty, her frustration evident. The young man, namely Xiaoqin, one of the renowned Qing Shui 5, had learned from his family about the abundant fire crystals in this region. A prime resource in a bid to impress Wen Xiaoji, he had persuaded her to join him in collecting resources, not foreseeing their unfortunate luck as a surge of lava had formed a dam, leaving them stranded in the center of a lake of molten rock for over a day. The high temperatures had exhausted their ice talismans meant to regulate heat, depleting their supplies. If they remained trapped for much longer, it was likely that both he and Wen Xiaoji would perish, leaving the thick-skinned one to meet a fate of little consequence. "Enough, Chen Xuan. We cannot solely blame Li Xiaoqin. I too had hoped to gather more resources, and it is merely our bad fortune. We are close to the core area. Perhaps help will arrive soon," Wen Xiaoji gently reassured Chen Xuan, who typically appeared delicate but had taken on the role of the anchor during this crisis. Displaying remarkable composure, deep down, she knew the chances of rescue were nearly non-existent and feared they might perish there. Yet she did not wish to direct her ire towards others. "Xiaoji, you are too kind." Qian soon sighed in resignation. Hidden behind the boulders, Chen Xuan listened in disbelief. His temporary employer, Wen Xiaoji, was indeed present. These unfortunate souls had unwittingly found themselves ensnared by the lava. Being trapped was one thing, but did they not consider searching for any potential escape routes? Their lack of survival instincts was astounding. With such a deficient sense of danger, how could they dare venture deeper? They were clearly pampered young masters and mistresses who had never faced hardships. "Fortunately, I have arrived. Otherwise, my role as a trainer would have been in vain." "Wen Xiaoji, you truly are a cause for concern," Chen Xuan thought, harboring fondness for the beautiful woman who had provided him with a lucrative job and shelter. Naturally, he could not bear to see her perish. "Xiaoji, if a young man were to come to your rescue just before death, would you offer yourself to him?" Chen Xuan asked, slightly delirious. "Sister Chen Xuan, at such a time, you joke with me," Wen Xiaoji playfully chided, though her mind wandered to the notion of someone offering such a proposition upon saving her. "Would you?" she curiously inquired. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to reveal himself, curiosity surged within him, prompting him to remain hidden. Chen Xuan murmured, "Damn it, I would offer my life, let alone my body." All she desired was to survive. There were still so many delightful experiences and delicacies to savor. As a martial arts prodigy and a stunning beauty, her demise here would be a tragedy. The three listeners fell silent. The oppressive heat from the surrounding lava had elevated the temperature to terrifying heights, leaving them parched. Observing Chen Xuan's cracked lips, Wen Xiaoji retrieved the last bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed it to her. "I'm not thirsty. You should drink, Xiaoji," Chen Xuan insisted, trying to suppress her thirst. "Please, have some, Xiaoji," Li Xiaoqin urged, unwilling to witness the woman he admired suffer from thirst. "Why don't you both drink?" Wen Xiaoji replied, watching them insistently push the water back and forth. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xuan jumped out, saying, "Why don't I drink?" He held 2 bundles of 24 bottles of Nongfu Spring. "Who are you? How did you get here?" the trio gasped in surprise. Chen Xuan was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, providing a refreshing chill that lowered the surrounding temperature. The three of them instinctively moved closer to him, drawn by the coolness. "Long time no see, Wen Xiaoji," Chen Xuan greeted her with a wave. "Your water, I bought it for you. Drink up." Chen Xuan snatched a bundle of water, tearing it open and handing a few bottles to Wen Xiaoji. As she twisted the cap, she eagerly gulped down the water, which cascaded down her neck and into her clothing. Chen Xuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of the wet outline on her chest, swallowing hard, feeling a pang of thirst himself. "How long has it been? How did you come here?" Wen Xiaoji inquired, opening a bottle of water and taking small sips, her delicate face flushing. After consuming an entire bottle, Chen Xuan finally came to her senses. "Xiaoji, do you know him?" Chen Xuan asked curiously. "Do you know him?" Li Xiaoqin echoed, concern etched on his face. "Chen Xuan is the trainer I previously hired," Wen Xiaoji explained, Trainer? Oh, that isn't the main point. The main point is, are we saved? Chen Xuan exclaimed excitedly. Li Shaoqin sighed in relief. Brother, please lead us out. I owe you a great favor. When Xiaoji then asked, how did you end up here? Drawn by the cooling ice shield, the trio had now gathered closely around Chen Xuan, gazing at Wen Xiaoji, who was so near that he could smell her faint fragrance, and Chen Xuan, whose beauty was equally captivating. Chen Xuan momentarily forgot about Li Shaoqin, who stood behind them. Surrounded by two stunning beauties was an exhilarating experience. Ah, how I wish this moment could last forever. Yet, as he met the expectant gazes of the three, Chen Xuan cleared his throat. The situation is as follows. I was asleep in a cave yesterday and emerged here. What? You arrived early. You woke up to find yourself surrounded by lava? You were trapped like us? The three of them shared a moment of disappointment, having hoped for salvation, only to realize he was just another unfortunate soul caught in the chaos. In that instant, a wave of despair washed over them. Seeing the misunderstanding, Chen Xuan quickly clarified, I came from outside. I wasn't trapped by the lava like you. You came from outside? Were you just admitted? How did you get in? Realizing that Chen Xuan might not have known about the lava surge, their hopes were rekindled. If he had just entered, it meant he might know a safe passage. After contemplating, Chen Xuan replied, I entered the cave probably yesterday morning, and then, before he could finish, their spirits sank again as they realized he had entered just before the eruption, leaving them with little hope of escape. Let us await our demise together, Li Shaoqin muttered, sitting down despondently. When Xiaoji and Chen Xuan felt their hopes dim as well, frustrated, Chen Xuan thought, can I not finish my sentence? He decided to be succinct. I can lead you out. My underground passageway exits several miles away. The three of them were taken aback, then filled with joy. Chen Xuan seized Chen Xuan by the collar, exclaiming, could you please speak without gasping for breath? Can't you just say it all at once? Do you enjoy our suffering? How rude. Do you want to escape or not? Chen Xuan glared at her. Feeling wronged, Chen Xuan immediately softened, releasing him and gently smoothing out his collar. Saying, okay, little brother, don't be anxious. Let's talk this out. Chen Xuan chose not to engage with the contradictory girl. Lead you into the cave. It's right here. Follow the main passage, and you will soon find the exit. As they gazed down the long corridor, the weight of their despair lifted, and they began to believe in their salvation. They felt immense gratitude towards Chen Xuan. Li Shaoqin produced a handful of shattered crystal stones and handed them to Chen Xuan, saying, brother, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, just let me know. When Xiaoji expressed her thanks as well, but Chen Xuan quickly dismissed their gratitude. It was a small act. Please don't mention it. Besides, you are still my half-boss. He held a fondness for Wen Xiaoji, who had always treated him well, and her beauty was unmatched. Her seemingly aloof demeanor belied a pure and gentle heart, which he found utterly appealing. He then glanced at Chen Xuan, who was staring at him with her beautiful eyes, her small, delicate nose seemingly devoid of any intention to express gratitude. The atmosphere grew tense. Eventually, Chen Xuan broke the silence. What are you staring at? I still haven't killed a beast, so I have nothing to offer. I will thank you when we return. She wasn't genuinely empty-handed. She simply felt slighted by Chen Xuan's earlier teasing and didn't want to give in. Moreover, now that they had a way out, she no longer felt the need to consider Chen Xuan's feelings. Seeing her defiant demeanor, Chen Xuan couldn't help but tease her, chuckling earlier. I distinctly heard someone say that if rescued, she would offer herself. When Xiaoyao stifled a giggle, while Li Shaoqin felt a twinge of embarrassment for Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's cheeks flushed crimson. This rascal had eavesdropped on our conversation. How shameless, daring to tease me like this. Did he truly think I could be so easily manipulated? Turning around, she approached Chen Xuan, inching closer, a waft of enchanting fragrance enveloping him. Chen Xuan felt his heart race and his mind grow hazy. Observing Chen Xuan's dazed expression, Chen Xuan became emboldened. Her delicate form pressed against his chest as she gently lifted her petite chin. Her lips, as red as cherries, brushed against his, a fleeting kiss, and then she swiftly withdrew. Chen Xuan's composure nearly crumbled, the subtle scent lingering in his nostrils, a sweetness dancing on his lips. The sudden absence of her warmth left him with an overwhelming sense of loss. He murmured to himself. Recalling the moment, what a thrill! Ha! Look at you, all flustered as if you've never seen a woman before. Chen Xuan teased with a proud smile. Now we're even. I did say I would pledge myself to you. But you must be worthy of me. How could I, Chen Xuan, be promised to a mere novice? If you manage to secure the first place in the exam, then you may have your way with me. With a few parting words, Chen Xuan took her leave with Wen Xiaoyao and Li Xiaoqin. 5th level of body refinement, aiming for first place? I could never dream of such good fortune, Chen Xuan mused contentedly. At just 17, I resemble a celestial being. How could I lower myself to you? No matter. You 1T secure first place anyway. In an instant, her earlier words were cast aside. Chapter 35. The Lava Giant. This little minx is truly captivating. Chen Xuan, momentarily dazed by the unexpected encounter, finally regained his senses. After all, he was a traverser. Having lived 2 lives, he had witnessed countless spectacles. His dedication to martial arts made him unfazed by mere beauty. Enough of this. I must seek out beasts. That first place is as good as mine. Having previously relaxed, Chen Xuan was invigorated once more. He chose not to follow the girls off the island, but instead retraced his steps. Their presence here indicated the potential for gain, so he resolved to search diligently, hoping for a fruitful outcome. Observing the bubbling lava lake, he contemplated before drawing out his crossbow, targeting a particularly volatile section of lava. Releasing a volley of 10 arrows, boom! A plume of lava erupted from the lake, scattering in all directions. A humanoid creature, towering over 10 meters, emerged. This being, entirely composed of molten rock, moved with an imposing grace. Lava splattering with each motion. Chen Xuan faced an adversary of terrifying stature for the first time, reminiscent of a formidable boss from a past life game. He quickly retreated, creating distance while accessing his panel. Elemental creature, Lava Giant, level, body refinement 98, essence gathering 9, attributes, fire, skills, hardness, rockification, enhanced defense, burning, high fire resistance, splash, lava projection, advanced regeneration. The Lava Giant can absorb the fire energy from the lava to heal itself. Lava projection. The Lava Giant hurls lava with tremendous force, causing splash damage from afar, and the lava regenerates post-attack. Evaluation. Nearly invincible in the lava lake. Seeing the high fire resistance, Chen Xuan realized that his fiery companion would once again be of little use. Recognizing the skills of burning and splash, he understood that close combat was out of the question. With the knowledge of lava projection, he knew he had to maneuver carefully in ranged combat, and with advanced regeneration, it was clear he needed to lure the beast to the shore. In a heartbeat, Chen Xuan devised a battle plan. Lure the creature onto land, then unleash acid rain. Xiaohua, draw the creature. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohua flew forth, attacking the Lava Giant, knowing his indestructible trait would keep him safe. Even if I can't defeat it, I can at least annoy it. Chen Xuan quickly retreated to the center of the island, launching another round of arrows to draw aggro. The Lava Giant let out a thunderous roar and stomped toward him. The Lava Giant moved away from the lake. Chen Xuan conjured a small acid rain talisman, testing its damage. Sizzle! Within moments, the acid rain evaporated, leaving only a slight stain on the giant's molten form. It appeared that the small acid rain talisman was utterly ineffective against the Lava Giant. Since direct confrontation was futile, he decided to cheat a little. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Xuan released a dozen small acid rain talismans. Ding! Host cast small acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 77x. Corrosive effect increased by 77 times. Ding! Host cast small acid rain talisman, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 13x. Corrosive effect increased by 13 times. A 77-fold corrosive effect did not equate to 77 instances of the small acid rain talisman. While the talisman's corrosive effect was nearly ineffective against the Lava Giant, a 77-fold enhancement represented a significant qualitative increase. Originally, the small acid rain talisman's corrosive properties were terrifying, easily dispatching lesser creatures with a single blow. Now, facing the Lava Giant, the 77-fold corrosive ability revealed its true terror. The acid rain corroded the giant. Chunks of lava visibly peeled away from its body, crumbling continuously. The seemingly invincible Lava Giant was rendered utterly helpless. Unable even to lament its fate, victory secured. Chen Xuan retrieved a still warm lava heart from the debris. The lava heart contained fire energy equivalent to 20 times that of a small fire crystal and 1,000 times that of a shattered fire crystal. Additionally, it housed the core operational mechanism of a fire elemental, making it an ideal core for fire puppets and highly sought after. Its actual value was doubled. 1 lava heart was worth 2,000 shattered fire crystals. With such a splendid haul, Chen Xuan decided to make this his base for the day. He noticed many bubbling spots in the lava lake, estimating there were at least 100. enough to keep him occupied for the day. He continued to lure monsters, and the battles proceeded rather smoothly. Of course, danger was not entirely absent. At one point, Chen Xuan found himself unable to evade a hurled lava rock. Quickly, he summoned Xiao Mu to shield him. Xiao Mu now bore a new charred scar. Yet Chen Xuan felt no remorse. As a household robot that couldn't even perform chores, using it as a shield was merely resourceful recycling. After several attempts, Chen Xuan calculated that an average of about 7 small acid rain talismans was sufficient to vanquish a lava giant. He fell into a repetitive cycle of luring monsters, casting talismans and collecting treasures, feeling an odd sense of amusement. It was as if he were playing a game. He longed to see how other martial artists tackled these beasts. Would they too engage in such a leisurely manner? Ultimately, he attributed his ease in battle to the system. For any other individual, even those talented graduates at the body refinement 80 level would likely require some means to defeat such a lava giant. No wonder the 3 members of the Qing Shui 5 had to band together to face the threats here. Another tedious and exhausting day passed. Chen Xuan fought from dawn until dusk, discovering that his stock of small acid rain talismans had dwindled. After vanquishing over 100 lava giants, he had thought he had cleared the area. Yet, the interconnected nature of the lava lake meant that more lava giants soon drifted down from upstream. The battle was far from over. With only 70 small acid rain talismans remaining, Chen Xuan ceased his attacks, recognizing the need to preserve his trump card within this fiery realm. After tallying his spoils from the day, he was astonished to find he had collected 130 lava hearts, valued at 2 million shattered fire crystals. Now, he could confidently declare his fortune secure. The alchemist's insight talisman was within his grasp. As night fell, it was time for Chen Xuan to rest. He returned to his cave, yet sleep eluded him. Though his body was weary, his spirit soared. From a nondescript underachiever to a wielder of 2nd-tier earth fire and a 6th-tier spirit item, he had repeatedly topped the secret realm leaderboard, and now he was poised to claim the title of top graduate, eclipsing a million others, all in less than a month. Reflecting on his former self, who had struggled in vain without progress, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bittersweet irony. Fate indeed had a way of turning the tables. After some contemplation, Chen Xuan began to strategize. With only 2 days remaining until the examination concluded, and 1 day reserved for the return journey, he had but a single day left for challenges. Should he continue to battle the beasts nearby, or venture deeper? Glancing at the map, he realized he was on the brink of the intermediate area. Beyond lay the core region. The ferocious beasts of the lower and intermediate zones had already been culled, while the core region remained rife with danger for graduates at the body refinement level. Having journeyed to this small world, would it not be a shame not to witness more? Moreover, with his stock of small acid rain talismans depleted, it would be challenging to defeat beasts in the vicinity. He would have to retreat to slay lesser creatures for any meager gains. Determined to press forward, Chen Xuan resolved to continue his exploration the following day. He tossed 10 lava hearts to Xiao Hua as a late-night snack, focusing on nurturing him, and commanded Xiao Hua and Xiao Mu to keep watch. With a sense of tranquility, he closed his eyes. Chapter 36. The Silver Flame Demoness. The next morning, Chen Xuan awoke. Xiao Hua seemed to have grown a bit larger, though he had yet to advance. Today marked the 4th day of the assessment, the final day Chen Xuan could challenge monsters. Exiting the cave, he set his sights on the core region, eager to explore and expand his horizons. As one approaches the central region, the temperature rises and the terrain becomes increasingly intricate, with perilous landscapes emerging, particularly volcanic and lava-infested areas, where numerous fire-type demon beasts dwell. Among them are the azure flame giant ape, the blazing bird, and the fiery silver-horned rhinoceros. From the panel, it is evident that these creatures are at the early stages of transcending the mundane, their cultivation levels surpassing Chen Xuan by 2 significant tiers. Attempting to engage one of the azure flame giant apes, Chen Xuan found himself expending 20 minor acid rain talismans, yielding only 2 small fire crystals, which left him feeling somewhat pained. Although the production cost of the acid rain talismans is minimal, the lack of materials means each one used is one less available for his safe return to the teleportation point. He resolved not to challenge any more demon beasts, opting instead to take a detour when encountering powerful foes. Upon spotting a few mid-level flame hounds ahead, he realized it was time to retreat. As the density of demon beasts left no room for evasion, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a cacophony of fierce battle erupted from the side, seemingly approaching Chen Xuan. He quickly concealed himself behind a large boulder. As the noise intensified, he observed 2 figures engaged in combat in the low sky. They were two formidable beings at the Sky Sovereign stage. Capable of hovering without external aid. One figure was a rugged, middle-aged male warrior with a bushy beard, who appeared to be at a disadvantage in the fight, brandishing a sharp alloy broadsword. He lashed out at his opponent, exclaiming in frustration, "Who would have thought a late-stage Sky Sovereign beast would be lurking here? Damn it, this is treachery. I'm done for." His adversary was a female figure, her body shimmering with a metallic sheen and hair aflame with silver fire, dancing in the wind as she radiated silver flames with every movement, producing resonant metallic clangs. She launched a relentless assault on the bearded warrior. Chen Xuan stealthily accessed the panel and noted, "Elemental Intelligent Being, Silver Flame Demoness, Realm, Late-Stage Sky Sovereign, Attributes, Fire, Metal, Evaluation. No evaluation yet. Indeed, a late-stage Sky Sovereign beast." The other attribute panels were concealed, likely due to the vast disparity in powered. Late-stage Sky Sovereign, 3.5 tiers above Chen Xuan. A mere glance could extinguish his life. How terrifying, Chen Xuan thought. Hastily hiding himself, gradually, the bearded warrior began to falter yet continued to fight bravely, retreating while anxiously anticipating support. With such commotion, help must be on the way. "You vile beast, once aid arrives, I shall dismember you." The silver flame demoness seemed to see through the warrior's delaying tactics, unleashing a surge of silver flames that caused him to spew blood repeatedly. "Eager to send me to the afterlife? Are you? Then I shall take you down with me." Realizing he could not hold out until help arrived, the bearded warrior steeled himself, unleashing a powerful attack that would severely backfire on him, which he had been reluctant to use until now. With a thunderous boom, Chen Xuan peeked out to observe the chaos. Flames rained down, and both figures were sent crashing to the ground. The bearded warrior, incapacitated, managed to lift his head and saw the motionless silver flame demoness. He burst into laughter. "I finally got you. I can die in peace now." Suddenly, his laughter stilled as he noticed the silver flame demoness still had strength remaining. She staggered to her feet, her arms transforming into blades of blue flame as she slowly approached him. "What a stroke of bad luck," he muttered, resigning himself to his fate. Just then, Chen Xuan darted out from the shadows, raising his Zhuge crossbow and unleashing a volley of shots in the core region. Those fighting demon beasts were members of the Demon Suppression Army, fellow humans. He could not stand idly by. Moreover, the silver flame demoness appeared to be at her last breath. If not now, when would he seize the opportunity? The beleaguered warrior, witnessing the sudden assistance, felt a glimmer of hope. Help is here. 10 alloy arrows struck the silver flame demoness's metallic body, only to ricochet off without effect. "You're too weak. You can't harm her, run," he weakly shouted. Chen Xuan, feeling foolish for overestimating his capabilities, realized he had misjudged the situation. Infuriated by the arrows, the silver flame demoness turned her wrath toward Chen Xuan, her overwhelming pressure nearly forcing him to the ground. She approached him, whose eyes were now closed in resignation. Just as her dual blades were about to cleave him open, a surge of courage welled up within Chen Xuan, and he shouted, "Seeking death, are you?" With newfound bravery, he felt the weight of the pressure lift slightly, and he immediately unleashed all remaining acid rain talismans upon the silver flame demoness. Ding! Host casts acid rain talismans, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 15. Corrosive effect increased by 15 times. Ding! Host casts acid rain talismans, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 99. Corrosive effect increased by 99 times. Ding! Host casts acid rain talismans, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 60. Corrosive effect increased by 60 times. Ding! Host casts acid rain talismans, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 72. Corrosive range increased by 72 times. Over 50 acid rain talismans were thrown, conjuring a tempest that enveloped the silver flame demoness, with the sound of critical hits resonating in Chen Xuan's ears. When the storm subsided, he inspected the silver flame demoness body. While the metallic exterior seemed unchanged, the corrosive effects had evidently failed to penetrate her surface. Fortunately, the bearded warrior's earlier attack had inflicted a wound, allowing the potent acid rain to seep into her body and extinguish her life. The bearded warrior stood in shock. What was that last move? How did you kill the silver flame demoness? He had closed his eyes during the chaos and missed the details, but he now watched Chen Xuan skillfully collect the spoils. "I fought so hard for a half-dead creature, and you just take the prize?" he thought, yet felt no inclination to object, for without Chen Xuan, he would have perished. "Thank you, young friend. What is your name? Are you a graduate participating in the examination? The warrior inquired with curiosity, recalling that this year's graduates had no such prodigious talents. I am Chen Xuan from the 1047th Academy, just passing through. No need for thanks, Chen Xuan replied modestly. At that moment, several figures approached from the distance, comrades of the bearded warrior from the demon suppression army. After a brief exchange, they grasped the situation and regarded Chen Xuan with newfound respect. Young brother, would you like to join us at the military camp? The bearded warrior offered hospitably, while his companions hurriedly arranged for his return to camp for treatment. I must head back, so I want to accompany you. I have no desire to delve deeper into the battlefield. Chen Xuan replied, that's wise. The battlefield is perilous, the bearded warrior acknowledged. I am Lin Zhulong. In the future, young brother, feel free to seek me out in the demon suppression army. He warmly extended his invitation. Chapter 37. The return journey. After bidding farewell to the bearded warrior, Chen Xuan commenced his return journey. Proceeding with utmost caution, he finally exited the core region before nightfall and arrived in the intermediate zone, where the demon beasts were of a more manageable strength, having already been eliminated by his companion. Xiao Hua. Chen Xuan utilized the Zhuge crossbow to assist Xiao Hua in dispatching the scattered demon beasts. With no acid rain talismans remaining, he finally put to use the over 1,000 alloy arrows he had prepared before his arrival. By nightfall, he had amassed another 200 small fire crystals. For most, this would be a significant resource. However, for Chen Xuan, it was a meager return. Finding a safe spot, he rested for the night and set off again at dawn. As he approached the outer fringes, the demon beasts became increasingly easy to eliminate. While traveling, Chen Xuan took the opportunity to slay any low-level demon beasts he encountered. By midday, upon returning to the encampment, he had gathered several hundred shattered fire crystals, enough to cover his travel expenses. By this time, several candidates had already returned to the encampment, while others continued to hunt low-level demon beasts in nearby areas. Upon seeing Chen Xuan return, Lu Xiaojin approached him to chat. Through their conversation, Chen Xuan learned that the Qing 5 had also returned to their respective encampments, and those who had gathered resources for them had submitted their findings. They had also been busy acquiring resources to secure better rankings upon departure. Curious about the gains of the elite students from prestigious schools, Chen Xuan pondered the situation. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to head toward the encampment of the renowned schools. After some effort, he finally found Wen Xiaoying at the perimeter of one academy's encampment. She was busy hunting demon beasts. Having narrowly escaped death, she had lost over a day's time and found it difficult to catch up to the top-tier students. Upon locating Wen Xiaoying, Chen Xuan inquired, Wen Xiaoying, how are your preparations coming along? Wen Xiaoying forced a smile. I'm afraid I won't be able to secure a good ranking this time. I had been suppressing my strength for the secret realm, and it was only last week that I began pushing my cultivation. Reaching the 50th layer of body tempering, I wasted an entire day 2 days ago and now lack sufficient resources. She glanced at Chen Xuan, suspecting he had come to borrow resources. However, I can lend you some, as I won't be in contention for the top 10 rewards. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing her misunderstanding. It was hardly surprising given that, in the eyes of others, someone at the 5th layer of body tempering would struggle to gather many resources. Yet he was astonished to hear that Wen Xiaoying had reached the 50th layer of body tempering. Wen Xiaoying, you reached the 50th layer in just over a week? Yes, I've been consuming pills daily. My stomach is full of bitterness, she replied. When Xiao Xiao had developed a certain familiarity with Chen Xuan after several interactions, and they exchanged playful banter, I admire you. I'm not here to borrow resources. I wish to inquire about some information. Specifically, how many resources the top students from your school, such as the Qing 5, can ultimately procure. Upon hearing this, when Xiao Xiao's curiosity piqued, Chen Xuan, why do you want to know this? Never mind that, just share as much detail as you can. I will compensate you for the information, Chen Xuan declared boldly. Let me think. The Qing 5 has the best chance of clinching the championship, but for me, Qian Sun and Li Shaoqin, who were delayed for a day and a half, it's basically over. The other two, Zhao Qiyu and Sun Jiqing, are the frontrunners for this assessment. The resources they can ultimately procure include those prepared by their families. Rewards from team kills, plus some additional purchases currently being made that I estimate it to be around 300,000 to 400,000 shattered fire crystals. After a moment of contemplation, when Xiao Xiao confidently replied that all? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Having expected Zhao Qiyu to possess at least 1 million IT, seemed he had either overestimated them or underestimated the value of the shattered fire crystals. That moment, a plan began to form in Chen Xuan's mind. Xiao Xiao, do you wish to secure a position in the top 10? He he inquired. Of course, but wishing alone one tea make it happen, when Xiao Xiao replied. Puzzled. She initially had a chance to rank in the top 10, not for the treasures, pets, or elixirs, but primarily for the additional points towards the high school entrance examination. Her diligent training in martial arts was aimed at gaining admission to one of the top 10 prestigious institutions. Thank you for the information. It is invaluable to me. Allow me to lend you some resources as a form of payment for your information. With that, Chen Xuan produced 30 lava hearts, many lava hearts. When Xiao Xiao exclaimed in shock, "Where did you acquire such high-level resources? What will you do if you give them all to me?" She scrutinized Chen Xuan, unable to see through this former sparring partner. With these 30 lava hearts, securing a place in the top 10 would be entirely feasible. Don't worry. I still have more. I must take my leave now. Chen Xuan bid farewell to Xiao Xiao, eager to return to his base. Thank you, Chen Xuan, when Xiao Xiao's gentle voice floated after him. Upon returning to the base, Chen Xuan sought out Lu Xiaojin, the stout Tan Xingye, and the slender Deng Xiangming, leading them to a secluded spot. Though all three were underperformers, they were trustworthy classmates with honest characters. Chen Xuan, why have you called us here? Lu Xiaojin asked quietly. I have good news. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojin's eyes lit up, remembering how this phrase had brought him a profit of 100,000 last time. Both Tan Xingye and Deng Xiangming were equally eager. After Chen Xuan's explanation, the trio was overjoyed. What he offered was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Chen Xuan proposed lending them resources, promising that all rewards from their rankings would be given to him. The benefits for them included extra points for the entrance examination and honor. They were to keep this arrangement confidential to avoid punishment from the Martial Education Bureau. It was a surefire deal, and they promptly vowed to keep it a secret. Chen Xuan then handed each of them 30 lava hearts, leaving them utterly astounded. Finally, the personnel sent by the demon-slaying army and Martial Education Bureau arrived to tally the harvest. Each candidate entered a room to account for their gains, which would be compiled for the Bureau as part of the examination rankings. During this process, the Bureau would purchase the resources at half their value, as the Fire Demon Mountain was under their control, and handing over half of the resources was a latent rule. The funds from these purchases would be transferred to the candidates, but only after further verification by the Bureau. Once the candidates finished their accounting, they would enter the teleportation portal to return to their home academies. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Xuan and the others intentionally lingered at the back. When the two staff members responsible for the statistics at the 1047 Academy reached the last four candidates, they gasped in astonishment. After the last four candidates were teleported away, the two staff members emerged, drenched in sweat and visibly shaken. This is unprecedented. Something big is about to happen. The results of this preliminary examination are too bizarre. How could this be possible? I still can't believe how those underperformers managed to gather so many resources. Who would have thought that this mediocre school would dominate the top spots in the assessment? The final candidate, with a cultivation level of 5 layers of body refinement, submitted a body of a late-stage void realm beast. Good heavens, I can't even begin to estimate its value. Is it sheer luck? Did they stumble upon it? If that's the case, what about the other 3 candidates who each possess 30 lava hearts? These people are up to something. Enough of this. We must hurry back to report the statistics. I too must return to the demon-slaying army to report. Chapter 38. Tallying the harvest. Upon returning to the academy via the teleportation portal, it was already evening. Chen Xuan hurried home, watching the bustling crowds on the street and savoring the cool, pleasant environment. The tension that had gripped him in the Fire Demon Mountain finally eased. He couldn't help but reflect on how comfortable it was in the human realm. The small world was fraught with peril, teeming with beasts, truly not a place for humans. Contemplating how the demon-slaying army had spent years in the Fire Demon Mountain, Chen Xuan felt an immense admiration. The small world, dangerous as it was, served as a rare resource-gathering ground. Once the army eradicated the high-level beasts in the Fire Demon Mountain, they would fully control this small world and gain access to a continuous stream of fire-type resources. Most of the officially harvested fire-type resources would be sent to the myriad race's battlefield to enhance the overall strength of human martial artists, better equipping them to resist the alien races and protect the human domain. Currently, the official bodies, prominent families, and major sects have already secured countless small worlds, yielding vast amounts of cultivation resources, thus continuously boosting the strength of human martial artists. If only I could obtain the coordinates of a small world, I could amass a tremendous amount of resources and rapidly enhance my strength, Chen Xuan mused. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan began to calculate the spoils of his recent expedition. 503 shattered fire crystals. He had acquired over 10,000 shattered crystals from the demon flame spider, but ended up with only a few hundred after Little Fire had hoarded the rest during their return journey. 824 explosive flame tree seeds, valued at 26,000 shattered fire crystals. These seeds were said to cultivate into explosive flame trees, which would surely attract considerable interest. 40,000 small fire crystals, valued at over 2 million shattered fire crystals. This was the bounty from the golden ant's nest, an unexpected windfall. 120 lava hearts, valued at 2.4 million shattered fire crystals. The most valuable item in Chen Xuan's possession was the lava hearts, but he had lent all 120 to Wen Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaojin, leaving him with none. A corpse of a late-stage elemental beast, Silver Flame Demoness. The corpse of this late-stage elemental beast was of high value, but held no use for Chen Xuan, who decided to turn it in as part of his haul. 1 golden ant queen egg. This egg could hatch into a golden ant queen, which had average strength but impressive reproductive capabilities. For now, Chen Xuan had no use for it and left it to collect dust in his storage space. After a thorough tally, Chen Xuan was astounded. Just one foray into a small world had significantly enriched him. Each shattered crystal held a market value of around 100 yuan. Excluding the Silver Flame Demoness and Golden Ant Queen egg, his other gains totaled over 4.4 million shattered fire crystals, equivalent to more than 400 million in circulating currency. In 5 days, he had ascended to billionaire status. Chen Xuan felt as though he were in a dream, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Of course, the 120 lava hearts had already been submitted to the Martial Education Bureau, which would deduct half their value before dispersing the funds. After one transaction, half the value would be lost. The reason Chen Xuan didn't submit all his resources was to avoid incurring greater losses. It would be better to feed them to little fire than to let the Bureau benefit at his expense. The Bureau was currently working overnight to compile the data, and the rankings for the mock examination would likely be released by the next day. It was still uncertain whether they would achieve a resounding victory. But Chen Xuan anticipated that he and Lu Xiaojin's rankings would not be too low, and there was a high probability of securing the rewards for top 10 treasures. With these thoughts, Chen Xuan went to bed with a sense of anticipation. The following day, Chen Xuan made his way to school. The air seemed particularly fresh that day. Before he could reach the academy's entrance, he encountered class monitor Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, dressed inconspicuously in dull gray attire and wearing a hat that obscured his face, seemed to be hiding. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, he frowned and questioned, "Chen Xuan, what was that about the Demon Flame Spider Hills? Did you sell my beast information in advance?" Having led his elite team to a dead end that day, Wang Zheng grew increasingly suspicious and blamed Chen Xuan for selling the beast location. Just as Chen Xuan was about to respond, he noticed several burly youths approaching, prompting him to step aside. The group bore fierce expressions, all appearing to be martial artists at the body refinement stage. One of them viciously grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar, cursing, "So you're Wang Zheng? Huh. Come on, let us take this to the bushes." The others rolled up their sleeves, ready to settle the score with Zhao Qiu's underlings. As Wang Zheng was dragged into the thicket, a beating was inevitable. Chen Xuan silently expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, class monitor Wang, for taking the hit for me. However, it is only natural to stand up for one's classmates. This is the essence of what a class leader should embody." After Chen Xuan entered the classroom, it was quite some time before the bruised Wang Zheng returned. Lu Xiaojin leaned in and whispered, "Wang Zheng is utterly doomed now, and I heard he took over 100 top students to Fire Demon Mountain for 3 days and didn't even defeat a single beast. These top students are nearly at the bottom of their classes and are now all looking for him. So unfortunate." Chen Xuan found this amusing. At that moment, a large crowd gathered outside the classroom, clamoring loudly, "Wang Zheng, come out. We demand an explanation. You ran away quickly yesterday. Let's see where you hide today. You've caused our grades to plummet. How do you intend to settle this? Come out, you coward. One deception wasn't enough. You led us to look for the molten gold ant, and we ended up with nothing. You wretched creature, you've ruined us." The uproar outside revealed to the students inside the classroom that their class leader had indeed led them astray, with half of the top students in the school now at the bottom. This was quite the predicament. Realizing he could no longer evade responsibility, Wang Zheng steeled himself and stepped outside, tears brimming in his eyes, whether genuine or feigned, as he pleaded, "I truly did not mean to. I'll kneel before you." At 11 a.m. all graduating students lined up to head to the grand playground. The principal and other dignitaries sat at the podium, with a large banner proclaiming awards ceremony for the first diagnostic exam. The bald principal, Wang Jiaqing, began his speech with words of encouragement and commendation before finally addressing the main topic. The city-wide rankings had yet to be finalized, and resource statistics were still being verified. For now, They had provided a preliminary ranking for the school. He then formally announced the specific rankings for the first diagnostic exam. I won't read the first 100 names. The class advisors will notify and award each a vitality pill shortly. 10th place, Class 1, Yi Fan. 9th place, Class 14, Fan Xian. 8th place, Class 6, Xiao Yin. 7th place, Class 3, Wang Lin. 6th place, Class 17, Zhi Chuanqiu. 5th place, Class 9, Lin Dong. 4th place, Class 23, Tan Xingya. 3rd place, Class 23, Deng Xiangming. 2nd place, Class 23, Lu Xiaojin. 1st place, Class 23, Chen Xuan. As the principal finished announcing the rankings, the playground erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Students whispered among themselves, "What's going on? Did I hear incorrectly? The top 4 are all from Class 23, Lin Dong from Class 9, who used to hold 1st place, is now only 5th. What is happening? Zhang Xiaofan, who usually secures 2nd place, has plummeted to the bottom this time. I heard he was led astray by a class leader. How tragic. Could the principal have made a mistake?" Doubt lingered in the air. Perhaps these 4 students had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck? It was highly likely, as the top students from Class 23 were well known, and their abilities were not particularly impressive. Among the students, the most shocked were those from Class 23, who understood their classmates' strengths better than anyone else. In previous exams, the rankings had always been Chen Xuan last, Lu Xiaojin 2nd to last, Deng Xiaoming 3rd to last, and Tan Xingya 4th to last. This time, however, the results were reversed. The last became 1st. The 2nd to last became 2nd. The 3rd to last became 3rd. The 4th to last became 4th. It felt as though they had stepped into a surreal realm. Some students were instantly bewildered. Have I traveled through time? Chen Xuan, who was nearly expelled 2 weeks ago, is now 1st in the entire school? The classmates turned to the 4 at the back of the line, and several female students gazed at them with admiration. The class advisor, Li Lebang, had not received the list in advance and was equally perplexed. Yet, the principal would not deceive him. Despite his lengthy speeches, he maintained a rigorous approach to education. Could it be that the list provided by the Education Bureau had issues? With a mind full of questions, Li Lebang approached the back of the line. Chen Xuan, what is going on? Chapter 39. Thunderous Chicken. Next, the 10 students named by the principal ascended the podium to receive their awards. The rest each received a vitality pill and an elemental pill. Chen Xuan, as the 1st place winner, received an additional battle pet. Upon seeing the cage containing a half-dead thunder chicken, Chen Xuan felt a wave of disappointment. Is this it? A thunder chicken? Isn't it merely a large chicken? Where is the thunder? Did the principal think I needed to recover my strength? The amiable principal patted Chen Xuan on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, Chen Xuan. You are the pride of our school." He then handed Chen Xuan a talisman, advising, "This is a blood talisman for the thunder chicken. Simply drop your blood on it, and you will establish a bond with it. A battle pet is a formidable ally for a warrior. You must utilize it wisely." Inwardly, Chen Xuan found the principal's platitudes somewhat exasperating. Why was this chicken so lifeless? Gazing at the half-meter-tall thunder chicken, which appeared drained of vitality, Chen Xuan couldn't help but question its potential. The principal, slightly embarrassed, explained, "The thunder chicken requires thunder elemental stones for sustenance to enhance its strength. Thunder elemental stones are incredibly expensive. If I could afford them, I wouldn't have used this as a prize. So that's how it is." Another trap. One gluttonous little fire was already enough of a headache. Now I have another one to care for. After descending from the podium and returning to the line, the classmates surrounded Chen Xuan to examine the thunder chicken, filled with envy. Thunder elemental battle pets generally came with their own thunder elemental skills, boasting impressive destructive power. For a student at the body refinement level to possess a thunder elemental battle pet, with proper nurturing, its combat strength would soar in the later stages. It seemed that the once last place Chen Xuan was on the rise. At that moment, the classmates felt a desire to befriend him. Chen Xuan called up the interface. Thunder Chicken, Realm, Elemental Gathering Level 2 Attribute, Thunder, Skills, Soar, Peck, Paralysis, Electric Net, Bloodline, contains a trace of the ancient fierce beast Thunder Dragon bloodline. Paralysis, releases a lightning strike that inflicts paralysis on the enemy, inducing a state of incapacitation lasting 3 to 15 seconds. Electric Net, can unleash an electric net to shock enemies within range. Damage range increases with the level of thunder elemental power. Talent, intermediate thunder resistance, providing a degree of immunity to thunder elemental skill damage. Evaluation, a thunder chicken that looks good, but is not very useful. Containing little thunder elemental power. Currently unable to utilize the electric net skill. Upon seeing the Thunder Chicken's attributes, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. Paralysis and Electric Net, two formidable skills. Paralysis is a single target skill that can render an enemy defenseless for 3 to 15 seconds. What a boon! Chen Xuan was currently in need of a means to restrict his enemies. The timing of the paralysis skill couldn't be better. The Electric Net is an area of effect skill. And among the most destructive Thunder Elemental area of effect skills, battle pets with area skills are exceedingly rare. Although it cannot be utilized yet, with proper cultivation, once on the battlefield, a battle pet with the Electric Net skill would undoubtedly excel in group attacks. Moreover, it was fortunate that the chicken couldn't use the Electric Net skill. Otherwise, there would be a scramble to obtain it. This has turned out to be quite the gain. The reward for being first in the school proves to be promising indeed. Class advisor Li Lebang was grinning from ear to ear, his face blooming like a flower. He had garnered significant attention. There were still generous evaluation bonuses awaiting him. The thought delighted him. His little treasury was once again on the brink of being filled. His class had secured the top 4 positions in the entire school. A single class sweeping the top 4 was unprecedented since the school's inception. He could boast about this for years. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Lebang lavished praise upon the 4, especially Chen Xuan, who had become a role model. As for why the last place student had become the top student, the process was deemed inconsequential, merely a stroke of luck. A fortunate find. Chen Xuan waited in the classroom for quite some time without receiving any news regarding the citywide rankings. He decided to inquire with the class advisor. Why do you want to know this? Li Lebang replied. What does the city ranking have to do with us? Our school has never ranked in the top 1,000 citywide. Seeing Chen Xuan's anxious expression, Li Lebang appeared puzzled. That was in the past. What if we manage to rank this time? You should inquire, Chen Xuan insisted. Noticing Li Lebang's indifferent demeanor only heightened Chen Xuan's anxiety. You may not care, but I do. My 3 little subordinates and I are waiting for our awards. Please don't let your indifference cause me to miss out on the grand prize. Li Lebang slapped his forehead. Right? You've secured first place in the school. What is impossible about this? Don't worry. I'll call the Education Bureau immediately. As he dialed, Li Lebang joked. Chen Xuan, do you have any surprises for me? A few minutes later, Li Lebang hung up the phone, saying, the Education Bureau mentioned that the preliminary results are out. But some individual scores are still under review, and they are currently in a meeting to discuss it. Therefore, the announcement will be delayed by a day. He then furrowed his brow, contemplating. That shouldn't be the case. Results are usually released the same day. This efficiency is rather low. Chen Xuan, too, felt exasperated. Hearing that the announcement would be delayed by a day, he grew increasingly impatient. Uncertainty loomed over my standing and that of my younger brother, leaving me with a sense of unease. I had no choice but to return home and await news. In the conference room of the Martial Education Bureau, the deputy director, the director of the Junior Academy Affairs, and the head of the assessment team, along with numerous staff members, anxiously watched the burly, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Qian Guanji, a master at the pinnacle of the sky-soaring realm, served as the director of the Martial Education Bureau in Qingshui City, overseeing all matters related to the academies in the city. He was one of the few at the apex of power in Qingshui City. After perusing the summary of the mock examination in his hands, Qian Guanji furrowed his brows and slammed the document onto the table in frustration. Absurd. Out of over 1 million candidates, the top scorer is merely at the 5th level of body refinement. And not just the 1st, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places are all at the same level. The tension in the room escalated with the director's outburst, leaving no one daring to speak. To add to the absurdity, the top candidate had submitted the corpse of a late-stage sky-soaring realm beast, slaying a late-stage sky-soaring beast. Even I would struggle. How could a mere 5th-level body refiner defeat the Silver Flame Demoness? This is preposterous. Tell me, how is this not cheating? The 2nd-place finisher, also at the 5th level, submitted 30 lava hearts and some fire crystals. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th places were all 5th-level refiners, each presenting 30 lava hearts. How could a 5th-level candidate defeat a lava giant at the 98th level of body refinement and 9th level of nascent origin? Do you expect me to believe there is no foul play? Seeing the silence, Director Zhang finally spoke. Director Qian, please calm down. We, too, find the results questionable. Lu, is there an error in the statistics? Lu, the head of statistics, hesitated before replying, not at all. I've contacted the staff responsible for this candidate, and they confirmed they personally verified the counts repeatedly without any oversight. They don't seem to be lying. Furthermore, the corpse of the Silver Flame Demoness and the lava hearts are still in storage. All actions of the candidates upon entering the Fire Demon Mountain were unmonitored. Only they know how they acquired their resources. Our team can only report the facts. With the atmosphere easing somewhat, the deputy director attempted to mediate. Given the complex situation in the Fire Demon Mountain, perhaps this young man was simply fortunate enough to stumble upon the recently deceased Silver Flame Demoness? This notion was not entirely implausible. Qin Guanji could only remain speechless. In a small world trial, luck played a significant role. If it were truly luck, they could hardly contest it. Some individuals had extraordinary fortunes, stumbling upon artifacts merely by venturing outside. However, the rankings were undeniably peculiar. Should these results be made public, candidates would inevitably voice their grievances. Historically, elite students from prestigious schools had always dominated the top spots. Yet, this time, a handful of fifth-level candidates had outperformed exceptional talents at levels 50 and 80. Particularly disappointing was the performance of the esteemed Qingshui 5. Only one managed to secure a place in the top 5. Who would believe it? Head of Statistics Liu suggested, perhaps we could make slight adjustments to improve the rankings? Absolutely not. That would be utterly inappropriate. Qin Guanji immediately countered. As an official responsible for education, he despised cheating and would never engage in such manipulations. Since everything adheres to the rules, let us publish the rankings as they are. With a heavy sigh, Qin Guanji made his decision. Chapter 40. Brother. Can you give a massage? Chen Xuan returned home to find his sister, Chen Tutu, diligently practicing. Upon seeing her brother carrying a black chicken, she rushed over, grinning. Brother, this chicken is enormous. Are we having soup for dinner? The chicken in the cage flapped its wings vigorously at the mention of soup, desperate to escape. I don't want to be boiled. I'm a battle companion. Chen Xuan affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Teasing, you little glutton. Always thinking about food. If you fancy this thunder chicken, I could prepare it for you later. The chicken flapped even more frantically. Oh no, my master is a sister-indulgent maniac. A rare battle pet? And he's ready to cook it? Thunder chicken? This is a battle companion. We can't eat it. It's too precious. Chen Tutu quickly waved her hands. She examined the flapping chicken and, with a hint of doubt, remarked, it seems quite lively. It doesn't look like a battle companion to me. I've heard that battle companions are typically very imposing. Huh. This chicken seems a bit undernourished. Chen Xuan chuckled, tossing the cage into the yard. After washing his hands, he turned to his sister with concern. Tutu, what level of body refinement are you at now? I'm at the 7th level now. Impressive, right? Chen Tutu beamed with excitement. 7th level. Chen Tutu had previously been at the 1st level. Her talent comparable to his own, making slow progress. After consuming a piece of vitality-infused roasted meat and several energy-enhancing pills he had prepared for her, she had now surpassed him. Chen Xuan had deliberately suppressed his own advancement at the 5th level to secure the first treasure chest in the secret realm. It appeared he needed to hasten his progress. I'm so proud of you, sister. You've surpassed me. What reward do you want? I want you to give me a massage. Chen Tutu blinked innocently. Tutu, you're already a young lady. That might not be appropriate. Chen Xuan replied, feeling speechless. Please, please. Chen Tutu began to act spoiled. With a sigh, Chen Xuan relented. He instructed her to sit on the sofa and placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. Attempting to recall the massage techniques he had seen on television, gently kneading her shoulders. T15. Chen Tutu had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Standing behind her, Chen Xuan observed her slender shoulders and fair neck. The sensation of her skin like delicate jade beneath his fingers. System notification. Massage action triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier increased by 8 times. Comfort effect of the massage increased by 8 times. The enhanced comfort made Chen Tutu let out a soft moan. System notification. Massage action triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier increased by 61 times. Comfort effect of the massage increased by 61 times. Stop. The overwhelming comfort left Chen Tutu breathless, prompting her to call for a halt. After a while, Chen Tutu, blushing, playfully scolded, Bad brother. I didn't know you were so skilled at massaging girls with that. She dashed back to her room. What just happened? Chen Xuan was at a loss, never expecting the system to trigger such an event. His sister mistakenly believed he often massaged girls. This was a misunderstanding. Yet, he couldn't explain. He felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. However, he couldn't shake off the memory of his sister's voice. Could it be? Was it truly that comfortable? Such a skill should not go to waste. He too wished to indulge after so many tiring days. Should he start with his neck or his arms? Chen Xuan lightly pounded his left arm with his right fist. Surprisingly, there was a pleasant sensation of revitalization. He continued, System notification. Massage action triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier increased by 100 times. Massage intensity increased by 100 times. With a dull crack, Chen Xuan felt a sharp pain shoot through his left forearm. Glancing down, he saw his left arm dangling limply. Damn it, it's broken. Chen Xuan grimaced in pain, finally realizing the critical hit had increased the intensity of his own massage. Why was it comfort while massaging his sister but intensity when he massaged himself? This was so unfair. My arm truly hurts, and my heart aches too. From inside the house, Chen Tutu rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Brother, what happened to your arm? You don't need to go to such extremes to prove your innocence. I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault. Seeing Chen Xuan break his arm for her sake, Chen Tutu felt both alarmed and touched. You didn't need to go that far to show you care. I would have understood. Enough, sister. It's not because of you. I was just giving myself a massage. Chen Xuan exclaimed in exasperation. Forget it. No more explanations. Please take me to the orthopedic hospital. Chen Xuan's arm was in a sling, hanging from his neck. As the saying goes, injuries take 100 days to heal. However, in this world, injuries were a common occurrence for warriors, and their constitutions were exceptionally resilient. The doctor prescribed a miraculous black jade ointment and sent him home. As long as he rested for a day, he would heal. Upon returning home, he repeatedly explained to Chen Tutu that it was from the massage, but she remained skeptical. Chen Xuan chose not to press the matter further. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that Chen Tutu seemed a bit strange afterward, blushing at the slightest provocation. Not one to adhere strictly to medical advice, Chen Xuan immediately set out to purchase 100 energy-enhancing pills. Upon returning home, he seized the creation cauldron and began synthesizing. Before long, he held 100 small acid rain talismans in his hands, ready to embark on his journey to the heart of the secret realm. In the micro-secret realm hall, the lights remained bright even late at night, with numerous low-level martial artists queuing. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, whose arm was wrapped in bandages, the crowd cast him admiring glances. This scene was captured by the resident streamer, Xiao Yang, and a flurry of comments erupted in the live chat. This guy is fierce, a one-armed hero bravely venturing into the secret realm. The streamer should try to engage with him. Why does this person look so familiar to me? Despite his missing arm, he possessed a handsomeness that could rival mine. After paying the entrance fee, Chen Xuan glanced at the honor board and directly selected the Abyss difficulty. The Secret Realm honor board read, Cunning Rabbits burrows Secret Realm with the following details. Secret Realm level, Micro Secret Realm, difficulty levels, Simple, Ordinary, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, and Shura. Completion counts, Simple, 9.891 billion times. First Challenger, Anonymous. Ordinary, 526 million times. First Challenger, Wang Zhan. Hard, 3.855 million times. First Challenger, Qin Tianxiang. Nightmare, 1,686 times. First Challenger, Anonymous. Hell, 7 times. First Challenger, Anonymous. Abyss, 0 times. Completion progress, 41. Shura, 0 times. Indeed. After sharing the attributes of the Nightmare and Hell difficulty beasts that Chen Xuan had revealed, a portion of the formidable low-level martial artists managed to clear the levels. However, they too found themselves stuck at the second boss of the Abyss difficulty. Chen Xuan had reaped considerable rewards in the small world. The impressive performance of the minor acid rain talisman bolstered his confidence, while the small fire had freely consumed fire-type crystal stones in his storage space, bringing him closer to attaining third-tier spirit fire. With his small wooden robot dedicated to blocking attacks, he felt the Abyss difficulty posed no real challenge. Chapter 41. The Talent Pearl. Indeed, Chen Xuan had underestimated his own strength. The first boss, an old acquaintance known as the Ironback Rabbit, was swiftly vanquished by the small fire's relentless assault. The second boss fell within a single round of 10 minor acid rain talismans, reduced to mere residue. Regrettably, without the boss's corpse, it would not yield any monetary value. Upon entering the third stage, Chen Xuan brandished the small wooden shield and sent the small fire to create distractions, tossing another 20 minor acid rain talismans. After a series of crackling sounds, he emerged to find a massive, nearly lifeless demon rabbit sprawled on the ground. What was considered a formidable challenge, the Abyss difficulty, proved remarkably easy for him. Were it not for his eagerness to finish and return home to rest, he would have slowed his pace to refine his agility and combat awareness. Next came the treasure chest segment. The conventional rewards were still substantial, as the Abyss difficulty granted him 20 yuan enhancing pills worth 2 million, which Chen Xuan joyfully stored away. The treasure chest from this completion was resplendent, and with eager anticipation, he opened it. The brilliance faded. A pearl, seemingly infused with boundless, subdued divine light, floated in the air. Talent Pearl, Plant Affinity. Upon use, gain the unique talent of the Demon Rabbit clan. Plant Affinity. To his astonishment, it was a talent pearl, and upon absorption, it would bestow a complete racial talent. Should it have been a martial arts talent, he could directly become a gifted martial artist with exceptional growth potential. Such individuals could gain admission to the top 10 intermediate academies without examination, an invaluable treasure. However, the Plant Affinity talent seemed somewhat lackluster. It was neither a martial arts talent nor a powerful alien bloodline talent, but rather a special ability talent. If utilized wisely, it could prove beneficial. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan took out the talent pearl and gently enveloped it in strands of elemental energy from within his body, gradually refining and absorbing it. Suddenly, his mind shook violently, and an indescribable sensation filled his body. He sensed a faint stream of information emanating from the trees and flowers planted in his yard. As he stepped into the garden, this connection became clearer. He felt as though he were one with the flora. Chen Xuan speculated that plant affinity might enable him to communicate with plants, allowing them to regard him as one of their own. However, his mental power was currently too weak to engage in mental communication with them. This talent was indeed peculiar, being able to converse with plants. If he were to become an alchemist, wouldn't it make handling spiritual herbs and rare plants a breeze? Should his mental prowess become sufficiently powerful, tapping into the network of plant consciousness would grant him unparalleled awareness across the world. Such a terrifying talent. He had struck gold, of course. To harness this talent effectively, one must possess formidable mental strength. Otherwise, sustaining prolonged interspecies communication with plants would be impossible. He ought to contemplate how to cultivate his mental power in due course. In the realm of martial artists, the predominant training method revolves around cultivating elemental energy, allowing formidable warriors to perform feats such as moving mountains and filling seas. Yet, other methods of cultivation exist, such as physical training, which emphasizes refining the body. In its later stages, a trained body exudes vitality akin to a dragon, making one resemble a super beast capable of unleashing terrifying brute force and battling beyond one's level as if it were commonplace. However, physical training is far more challenging than conventional elemental energy cultivation. Requiring immense effort, many falter along the way, resulting in a scarcity of physical training experts. In the battlefield of myriad races, physical training experts often serve as super tanks, resiliently confronting powerful alien foes. More niche practices include meditation, Confucianism, and Taoism, often hinging on opportunity or innate talent. Many individuals may never encounter them in their lifetime. A widely embraced method of cultivation is mental power cultivation. Mental power, or spiritual strength, is cultivated through meditation and insight, gradually enhancing its density and capacity until it manifests into reality, allowing one to confront adversaries. Upon reaching a certain stage in mental power cultivation, one can manipulate objects from a distance or wield leaves as weapons. Progressing further, one can form clouds of mental energy to soar through the skies. At the peak, one can create a mental domain, controlling the thoughts of others and ensnaring them within this realm, thus achieving victory without battle. Moreover, mental power cultivation is essential for weaponsmiths, alchemists, and talisman makers. While ordinary weaponsmiths may not require mental power, breaking through to the master level necessitates robust mental strength to communicate intricately with the materials, awakening the latent spirituality within them to forge spiritual artifacts. The same holds true for alchemists and talisman makers. Mental power cultivation can be pursued alongside elemental energy cultivation, making it immensely popular. However, it is a challenging endeavor. There are two primary ways to enhance mental power besides consuming rare resources: meditation and insight. Chen Xuan was well acquainted with meditation, having engaged in it in his past life. It involves sitting quietly, calming the mind, and entering a state of tranquility where spiritual strength gradually refines. This is the conventional method of cultivating mental power. Insight, on the other hand, is serendipitous and involves sudden epiphanies regarding the laws of nature and the universe, allowing one to temporarily enter an enlightened state where mental power rapidly grows. This state, however, is fleeting, seldom lasting beyond 3 seconds, often referred to as the sage mode. Though brief, the accumulation of mental power during this state can surpass 3 years of meditation results. While Chen Xuan was lost in contemplation, the secret realm hall suddenly erupted in excitement. Many onlookers noticed the large screen flicker momentarily. Upon gazing up, they gasped in astonishment. Secret Realm Honor Board. Cunning Rabbit's Burrow's Secret Realm Level, Micro Secret Realm. Difficulty levels: Simple, Ordinary, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, Shura. Completion counts, simple, 9.911 billion times. First challenger, anonymous, ordinary, 601 million times. First challenger, Wang Zhen, hard, 3.905 million times. First challenger, Chen Xuan, nightmare, 2,966 times. First challenger, anonymous, hell, 7 times. First challenger, anonymous, abyss, 1 time. First challenger, anonymous, Shura, 0 times. Look, the abyss difficulty has been cleared. 4 decades, Cunning Rabbit's burrows had been stuck at the nightmare difficulty, yet within a mere half-month, it had been cleared 4 times. Which deity is bravely tackling this secret realm? Incredible. I am in awe. Quick, let us post on the forum to ride this wave of popularity. With a deity clearing the Shura level, I'm still struggling it hard. What a soul-crushing comparison. Envy, jealousy, and resentment swirl within me. At this moment, the streamer Xiaoyang was live in the hall, her routine involving monitoring the low-level secret realm hall, reporting on completion progress, interviewing a few challengers, and engaging with fans. This entire process was enough to sustain her live stream until its conclusion. Now, upon witnessing the clearing of the abyss difficulty, she promptly adjusted her live stream title to attract a surge of viewers. Yet, deep down, she felt a pang of anxiety. If the Shura difficulty were cleared in a few days, without any dramatic content to showcase, she would find it difficult to remain in this micro-hall. The thought left her feeling overwhelmed. Hey, can we take it slow? Don't rush it. Missing 1 clearance 1 T hurt. I still rely on this for my livelihood. Chapter 42. The awards ceremony. Chen Xuan chose not to continue clearing the Shura difficulty. The secret realm operates under a unique mechanism. Once a challenger enters and suffers severe injuries, they will be teleported out and instantly restored to full health. However, the Shura difficulty is an exception. Once one enters, the only ways to exit are to win or perish. It's a matter of life and death. If one dies, it is a true death. Of course, as the ultimate difficulty, the first completion reward is an extraordinary prize, generating much anticipation. However, the strength of the demonic beasts would experience a significant leap. Chen Xuan would have to confront at least mid to late-stage demonic beasts. A mere scratch from them could result in his demise. Moreover, he possessed a critical hit system that seemed somewhat sinister, thriving in moments of vulnerability. With a severed arm dangling before him, Chen Xuan couldn't help but harbor secret concerns. What if a monster grazed him, triggering a sudden 100-fold critical hit that would lead to his immediate demise? Life is singular, and he would not afford the system any opportunities to exploit. Chen Xuan must not sustain even the slightest injury. Even a mosquito bite would necessitate the lighting of incense upon his return. Only under conditions of absolute certainty would he dare to challenge the final difficulty and claim the ultimate treasure chest. The following morning, Chen Xuan received a call from his homeroom teacher. Chen Xuan, hurry to school. The principal is taking you all to the Martial Arts Education Bureau to receive an award. This was an unprecedented honor for their school. By the way, how many resources did you all gather in the Fire Demon Mountain to secure a spot in the top 1,000? You've truly brought me pride. Remember to wear our school uniform as required by the principal. After ending the call, Chen Xuan rummaged through his belongings in search of the uniform. Top 1,000? Historically, only those ranked within the top 1,000 were eligible to attend the awards ceremony and receive their prizes on site. It appeared the homeroom teacher was unaware of their specific ranking, mistakenly believing they had merely made it into the top 1,000. Such a lack of imagination. As he held the uniform in his hands, Chen Xuan felt a wave of frustration. This garb was exceedingly unappealing. No wonder he had never seen anyone wear it in 5 years of schooling. The classic blue and white top paired with blue trousers bore the conspicuous inscription of No. 1047 Junior High School on both the front and back. Nevertheless, he closed his eyes and donned the uniform. Once dressed, he felt like an elementary school student, albeit his good looks made anything he wore seem appealing. Gazing at his reflection, he marveled at the dashing young man staring back at him. Despite the unattractive uniform, he still eclipsed others in beauty. Why had he never noticed this trait before? It was all due to his modest demeanor. From now on, he could certainly rely on his looks to make his way in the world. He took the subway directly to school, where the principal awaited him at the entrance alongside Lu Xiaojin, the chubby Tang Qingya, and the slender Deng Xiangming. Principal Wang Jiaqing, with his bulbous, gleaming head, donned a tidy gray suit, his face radiating joy like a sunflower. As the principal of a public school, he had previously been indifferent to examinations. Big or small, now, with a few students capable of taking the stage, he brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, heartily patting Chen Xuan's shoulder in encouragement. Well done. You four have made it into the top 1,000 for the first time in our school's history. I am proud of you. Teacher Li, you have raised such excellent students. It's remarkable. Li Lebang, looking sharp in his attire, nodded eagerly, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of a bonus and the principal's admiration. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Lu Xiaojin and the others hurried over to greet him. As underperforming students, they were immensely grateful and admiring of Chen Xuan for their newfound recognition, particularly Lu Xiaojin, who was determined to stick by Chen Xuan. The 6 of them boarded the school bus heading to the Martial Arts Education Bureau. The Martial Arts Education Bureau Auditorium. Staff members welcomed attendees from various schools. The principal and homeroom teacher were ushered to the observation area, while Chen Xuan and the other 4 students were guided to the award area. Watching his students take seats at the forefront of the award area filled Wang Jiaqing and Li Lebang with delight. The Martial Arts Education Bureau has truly honored our school. The 4 casually found seats, and as Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings, he was surprised to spot several familiar faces. Sitting in front of him were 2 of the most beautiful girls from the Shui 5, Wen Xiao and Chen Xuan. It seemed this section was reserved for top-ranking candidates. Upon seeing Chen Xuan take his seat, Wen Xiao immediately smiled and greeted him, having been aware of his ample resources and thus not overly surprised. Chen Xuan, however, had completely forgotten about Chen Xuan, the 5th-layer body refinement practitioner. Seeing him now, she was astonished. How could this mediocre individual possibly rank so highly? Casting a quick glance at Chen Xuan, she scoffed and turned away. Meanwhile, when Xiao playfully teased Chen Xuan, "Sister Chen, aren't you going to greet your boyfriend?" Chen Xuan felt an urge to slap herself, exclaiming, "Don't remind me. Who knew that this loser was eavesdropping? I was just speaking casually." The memory of that day flooded back, a confusing experience where, in a moment of impulse, she had kissed Chen Xuan. While it had provided some relief, she lamented the loss of her first kiss. What a predicament! Now confronted with the very individual who had taken her first kiss, a man devoid of any redeeming qualities save for his striking looks, her mind was in turmoil. How did he manage to show up here? Claiming an award as a mere 5th-layer body refinement practitioner? When Xiao chuckled inwardly, who knows? Maybe he is the city champion. Chen Xuan widened her eyes, retorting, "Xiao, one can indulge in food, but not in words." When Xiao kindly reminded her, "Do you recall the promise you made to him before parting? The city champion. He can do as he pleases." Chen Xuan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, that is too funny. Xiao, you really know how to make me laugh." As Chen Xuan found herself at a loss for words, she couldn't help but admire Wen Xiao's imagination. A 5th-layer body refinement practitioner had stolen her first kiss, and she had promised him he could do as he wished if he became the city champion. She had merely been speaking whimsically. How could anyone take that seriously? Just dismiss it as nonsense. Yet, Wen Xiao was quite the comedian. Not far away, another member of the Shui 5, Li Xiaoqin, spotted Chen Xuan and waved at him. Chen Xuan reciprocated the gesture. Suddenly, a cold snicker broke the air. "Wang Zheng." Chen Xuan turned to see Zhao Qiyu, wearing a mocking smile. Zhao Qiyu was the strongest among the Shui 5 and had likely reaped considerable rewards from the Fire Demon Mountain without interference. Having offended Zhao Qiyu by refusing to trade, Chen Xuan had deflected the blame onto their class leader, Wang Zheng, which resulted in Wang Zheng being beaten black and blue. Now, Zhao Qiyu, with a cold grin, seemed to revel in the thought of Chen Xuan's vitality despite the previous altercation. Chen Xuan shot him a disdainful glance, suppressing a smirk. He wished to remind him not to rejoice too soon. He had indeed targeted the wrong person. Noticing Chen Xuan's reaction, Zhao Qiyu retorted angrily, "Wang Zheng, haven't you had enough punishment?" The surrounding crowd fell silent, puzzled. Who was Wang Zheng? When Xiao and Chen Xuan exchanged glances, while Lu Xiaojin and the others were equally confused. They knew their class leader was named Wang Zheng, but he hadn't come Li Xiaoqin. Observing the exchange, sensed tension and attempted to mediate. "Zhao Qiyu. Chen Xuan, do you two know each other?" Zhao Qiyu paused. "Chen Xuan? You're Chen Xuan? How dare you deceive me? Who is Wang Zheng?" Realizing the misunderstanding, he erupted in fury, questioning, "Wang Zheng, my good brother, is the most loyal person and our class leader. He always takes the fall for us." Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Ah, indeed, he is a good brother. I should have him beaten up again." Zhao Qiyu snickered. "You dare play games with me? Do you realize who you've provoked?" The city champion, in the Martial Arts Education Bureau, he refrained from causing a scene but couldn't help but make threats. Among the Shui 5, no one had as many resources as he did, and he felt confident that the title of champion was rightfully his. "Let us see how you claim that championship," Chen Xuan mused with amusement. Chapter 43. A mistaken list? Unlike previous award ceremonies, this time the Martial Arts Education Bureau did not even send officials to attend. This left the numerous attending principals somewhat puzzled, as it appeared the Bureau held little regard for this year's exemplary students. A staff member announced the evaluation rules and the procedures for claiming awards. As the moment to announce the list approached, the audience of thousands, teachers, and students alike, anxiously focused on the large screen. With the high school entrance examination approaching, the overall strength of the candidates had become apparent. The results of this preliminary examination would reflect the collective capabilities of this year's graduates from prestigious schools. The principals, particularly from the leading schools, awaited with bated breath. As the screen illuminated, a series of names appeared in the center of the auditorium. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently. Suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from the observation area, startling those nearby. Many glared at Li Libang for his outburst, as it disrupted the tense atmosphere. The principal, Wang Jiaqing, was momentarily stunned. The screen displayed only the names of the top 100 candidates. And as he glanced over the first row, he saw, first place, number 1047 Junior High, Chen Xuan, 2 million shattered fire crystals. The second place, Junior High School 0001, Wenxiar, 902, 100 fragmented fire crystals. The third place, Junior High School 1047, Lu Xiaojin, 605, 300 fragmented fire crystals. The fourth place, Junior High School 1047, Tan Xingya, 603, 600 fragmented fire crystals. The fifth place, Junior High School 1047, Deng Xiangming, 602, 800 fragmented fire crystals. The sixth place, Junior High School 0001, Zhao Qiyu, 580, 000 fragmented fire crystals. The seventh place, Junior High School 0001, Sun Jicheng, 470, 000 fragmented fire crystals. Could it be? The first place is Chen Xuan. Wang Jiaqing was seriously doubting his eyesight. Upon a closer look, it was indeed Chen Xuan in first place, and the third, fourth, and fifth places were all from his own school. At this moment, Li Libang felt a warm surge rising from his abdomen. Rushing to his head, and he stammered, "Principal, you must be mistaken." He quickly added, "But this is impossible. It must be a mistake by the Martial Education Bureau." Wang Jiaqing, as the principal, had witnessed many storms and managed to stabilize his thoughts. "I suspect the same. Mistakes in the list have happened before. This award ceremony doesn't seem to be taken seriously by the Martial Education Bureau. They likely didn't think much of it." He reasoned that once the staff discovered the error, they would promptly rectify it, so there was no need for undue excitement. Just moments ago, he was startled, thinking that with 4 students from Junior High School 1047, all had made it to the top 5. Such news would be unbelievable. Wang Jiaqing continued to ponder. Li Libang concurred with the principal's assessment, saying, "You're right. How could the Martial Education Bureau be so careless? I can't stand this attitude." At that moment, Zhao Qiyu, seated in the front row, shared this sentiment. He had always believed that the first place belonged to him. However, when he saw the first name, his mind went blank. This is bad. Something unexpected has happened. He quickly searched for the second name, Wenxiar. Hadn't Wenxiar and the others been delayed for over a day? How could they possibly have gathered more resources than him? This girl is truly cunning, playing it safe initially and then revealing her trump card at the last moment. Zhao Qiyu thought that Wenxiar must have brought a substantial amount of fire crystal stones from the city lord's mansion to feign her harvest. But wait, wasn't her relationship with her father strained? After searching down to the 6th row, he finally found his own name. Zhao Qiyu was momentarily confused. The first 4 were from some obscure Junior High School 1047. He had never even heard of them. Could it be? Had the list been mistaken? At this moment, most people in the crowd shared similar thoughts. Usually, the top spots were occupied by a few prestigious schools. Yet here was a surprise entry from Junior High School 1047. This shouldn't happen. Could it be April Fool's Day? The top 5 should be the renowned 5 heroes of Qingshui City, right? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and some even sought clarification from the Martial Education Bureau representatives. Only one person remained remarkably calm. Chen Xuan, a woman with a carefree demeanor, yet possessing a keen mind, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Xuan's name. In an instant, a lightning bolt of realization struck her mind. In a wonder Chen Xuan appeared so confident. In a wonder Wenxiar was always smirking at me, as if she was merely enjoying the spectacle. Glancing at Wenxiar, she saw her composed expression and realized that everything was a trap. They had conspired against her, and she had foolishly walked right into it. She had promised Chen Xuan that she would accept whatever he decided if he won the championship. No, I, Chen Xuan, cannot be at anyone's mercy as for the word she had spoken. Ha! Which is more important, virtue or face? In times of crisis, retreat is the best strategy. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Chen Xuan stealthily made her way toward the exit. Her movements were so discreet that she hardly drew any attention. Just as she believed she was about to escape to safety, a strong hand grasped her delicate wrist. A chilling voice echoed by her ear. "Where do you think you're going? You still need to receive your award." Chen Xuan stood behind her, grinning mischievously. Chen Xuan felt nearly hopeless. This person was truly a devil. Falling into his hands would be worse than death. Quickly, she concocted an excuse to flee. "I just need to use the restroom." Yes, nature calls, and I must return to receive my award." After saying this, Chen Xuan released her. Chen Xuan immediately slipped away. Once free, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "An award? I don't need it. Who cares for such trivialities? Goodbye. You shall never see me again." As the audience continued their lively discussions, a representative from the Martial Education Bureau took the stage once more to emphasize, "The list has not been mistaken. It is entirely based on fairness and justice, according to the estimated value of resources submitted by each candidate." Noting that there was still some confusion in the crowd, he subtly reminded them, "The resources obtained during assessments rely solely on personal strength or luck. Even if they were merely found, they count as personal achievements." Only then did the audience begin to comprehend, yet discussions surged again. "So that's how it is. This ranking has significant discrepancies, but can we dismiss luck? Is it not a form of strength? There are indeed legendary warriors who have soared to greatness due to fortunate encounters. I heard the first place found a corpse of a late-stage aerial beast. Is that true? That is indeed a fortune. A late-stage aerial beast is a treasure trove. How could they bear to hand it over? A body like that would be of no use to a mere body-refining stage warrior. It is better to submit it and receive the first-place reward and half of its estimated value." Qingshui City has now gained an exceptionally lucky weapon refiner. Several prominent families expended considerable effort to secure a weapon refiner's insight talisman, only to find themselves empty-handed in the end. What a lucky fellow! After confirming this, Li Lebang and Wang Juqi reluctantly accepted the rankings on the list. Li Lebang murmured, "Principal, you can truly be happy this time." Wang Juqi rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and said, "After teaching for a lifetime, I have never felt this proud." When Xiao'er, having secured second place, quickly expressed her gratitude to Chen Xuan. Second place not only came with generous rewards but also significantly bolstered her chances of admission into a prestigious school. Lu Xiaojin and the others were equally joyous, never expecting to rank among the top. Although the rewards would go to Chen Xuan, the additional points alone were an immense surprise, and they sincerely thanked him. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiu's face darkened. This Chen Xuan had indeed struck it rich by finding a late-stage aerial beast. What a treacherous person. He clearly could have claimed the championship but chose to hide his strength, deliberately embarrassing me. Recalling how he had boasted about winning the championship just moments ago, only to be slapped in the face by reality, Zhao Qiu felt his cheeks burn with humiliation. Chapter 44. Receiving rewards according to the prize distribution regulations. The top 10 would select from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while the top 100 would choose from battle pet rewards in order of ranking. The top 5 were led backstage to receive their awards. Upon entering the hall, various prizes had already filled the entire space. Hundreds of battle pets and 10 rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures displayed on racks awaited selection. Upon seeing boxes of enhancement pills, Chen Xuan couldn't help but shed tears of joy. "Chen Xuan, first of all, congratulations on securing first place. Here is your prize, the Weapon Refiner's Insight Talisman." Zhang, the official in charge of the awards from the Martial Education Bureau, presented a jade box solemnly to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan excitedly opened the jade box, revealing a crystal-clear jade slip nestled within. The Weapon Refiner's Insight Talisman is a precious item created by a master weapon refiner at the end of their life, channeling their entire mental energy and understanding of weapon refining into the talisman. The user gains the refiner's insights, allowing them to instantly become an excellent weapon refiner without years of training and accumulation. It is a rare treasure, encountered but not sought. Weapon refiners hold a prestigious position among martial artists, possessing the ability to forge treasured items, leading to substantial wealth. The path of a weapon refiner is fraught with challenges. Generally, martial artists must endure years of study and practice, gradually accumulating skills and insights, often over a decade or more, and require innate talent to succeed as a weapon refiner, typically only able to forge ordinary items initially. Further study is necessary to enhance their rank and achieve mastery, ultimately enabling them to forge treasured and spiritual items. By using the Weapon Refiner's Insight Talisman, one can instantly become a high-level weapon refiner. Proficient in crafting ordinary items and even capable of creating treasured items. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan activated the Weapon Refiner's Insight Talisman on the spot, a powerful influx of information, encompassing years of weapon refining insights. Techniques and operational essentials, along with several treasured item blueprints, was imprinted into Chen Xuan's mind. At that moment, Chen Xuan had officially become a weapon refiner. Feeling the wealth of intricate weapon refining knowledge flooding his mind, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. From this day forth, he had an additional pillar of support. No matter how poor his innate talent, his future achievements would not be low. Next came the selection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Xuan opened the panel to identify 10 rare items. All 10 were indeed scarce, yet compared to the unique properties of the small fire, they still fell short. Ultimately, Chen Xuan selected 4 items that would be useful to him, and his eyes immediately locked onto a particular pill. The opening pulse pill, a third-tier spiritual elixir, serves the purpose of enhancing the meridians and solidifying the foundation of martial arts, particularly for warriors striving to surpass the nascent Yuan realm. This exceptional pill, meant for breakthroughs, was acquired by Chen Xuan, who subtly indicated to Lu Xiaojin and the others the items they ought to select: 2 pieces of refined steel and a thunder source stone. The refined steel is an exceedingly rare high-grade forging material, which Chen Xuan, newly minted as a blacksmith, desperately needs. The thunder source stone contains vast amounts of thunderous elemental energy, beneficial for the growth of the thunder rooster. All 4 treasures hold significant value, and Chen Xuan felt quite satisfied. Naturally, it was his high ranking that afforded him the luxury of such choices. Otherwise, he might have been left with whatever was left behind by others. After selecting his treasures, it was the turn of Sparring and the others to choose their heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Xuan then proceeded to the combat pet area. Hundreds of combat pets were confined within cages. Both large and small, spread across a vast expanse, as was customary. Chen Xuan opened the interface and spent considerable time scanning the attributes of all available combat pets. Upon reviewing their properties, a sigh escaped him. It was no wonder the Martial Education Bureau was willing to offer such a plethora of combat pets as rewards. Most of these pets were low-tier, lacking skills, with minimal growth potential, serving only a purpose during the body refinement and nascent Yuan phases, rendering them of little long-term value. A few, however, possessed skills, albeit rather mediocre ones. Among them, 2 similarly appearing stone apes caught Chen Xuan's eye. Combat pet, stone ape, realm, nascent Yuan level 1, attribute, earth, skills, agility, climbing, mighty strength, resilience, bloodline, possesses a trace of the ancient fierce beast, the diamond ape's bloodline, talent, low-level damage immunity. Low-level damage immunity negates a small amount of any damage. Evaluation. In simple terms, the ape is quite resilient to blows. Damage immunity is an essential skill for a tank. If there were a chance to activate the ancient bloodline of the stone ape, the low-level immunity talent might evolve into a higher tier, potentially granting immunity to most damage. That would be formidable indeed. In addition to low-level immunity, both stone apes boasted passive skills of agility and mighty strength, making them formidable fighters. Chen Xuan decided to take them both, naming the larger one Da Huan Huan and the smaller one Xiao Huan Huan. Standing at 2 meters tall, these impressive creatures instilled a sense of security in Chen Xuan. With these 2 hefty shields in front, he could confidently remain behind and unleash his attacks. The dream of dealing damage while remaining unharmed drew closer. Having secured the 2 apes, Chen Xuan picked up a flower pot. Within it grew a plant radiating a jade-like sheen, adorned with a few slender leaves and a single white jade blossom. First-tier spiritual item, jade blossom, attribute, wood, traits, calming, jade vision, calming. When placed indoors, it provides a slight calming effect, mildly suppressing mental demons during cultivation. Jade vision, a unique trait of the jade blossom, allowing it to convey clear images through plant consciousness. This plant-like spiritual item had somehow been categorized as a strange plant within the combat pet area. Possessing 2 unique traits, it was indeed rare. The calming trait, though seemingly trivial, is a precious rarity that can enhance meditation efficiency, making it highly sought after by mental warriors. As for jade vision, Chen Xuan found it somewhat perplexing. After deliberating, he speculated that this trait might allow for clearer communication with plants compared to others. Thus, the jade blossom, with its dual traits, held immense market value and needed to be acquired. Finding such a spiritual item in the combat pet section felt like a fortunate stroke of luck. Next, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon a dazzlingly bright-winged bird. This exquisite creature was undoubtedly extraordinary. Combat pet, emerald bird, realm, Nascent Yuan Level 1. Attribute, Metal, Skills, Flight, Talon Strike, Peck, Resilience, Melodic Voice, capable of delivering sonic attacks to foes. Evaluation. A beautiful bird that possesses the gift of song. With the ability to unleash sonic attacks and possessing commendable attributes, this emerald bird was among the more valuable combat pets in the area. The remaining pets offered little of worth, so the last slot was reserved for it. However, Chen Xuan pondered its utility. At just 17, he was not yet of an age where carrying a birdcage would be fitting. Instead, he considered gifting it to his sister. Such a beautiful bird, with its lovely song, would surely delight any girl. Having completed his selections, the others had also chosen their heavenly materials and earthly treasures. When Xiara glanced at the combat pets but relinquished her selection rights, unable to see their attributes and unwilling to choose indiscriminately, fearing she might end up with a subpar option. Given her family's wealth, acquiring any desired combat pet was hardly a challenge. Chen Xuan promptly arranged for the others to claim the combat pets he had designated. He then received 10 additional enhancement pills as a reward. Everything proceeded smoothly. After leaving the hall, as previously agreed, Chen Xuan collected all the rewards from Lu Xiaojin and the others, returning a few enhancement pills as a token of appreciation, eliciting further gratitude from his companions. Chapter 45. A surge in power. The two hefty apes were stored in his spatial storage. Chen Xuan later discovered that living beings could indeed survive within that space, although it was a barren and stifling environment. Upon returning home, he began to organize the day's gains. His most significant acquisition was the blacksmithing ability, heralding a continuous influx of wealth, which could become his primary source of income in the future. Furthermore, he would soon be able to self-produce crossbows, alloy weapons, and armor. With one opening pulse pill in hand, he awaited the completion of the final challenge to release his cultivation and begin consuming the pills, aiming to elevate his body refinement level. Initially, he had intended to reach at least the 50th level before breaking through. Now, he resolved to consume pills until achieving the 100th level of body refinement, attaining a perfect state before advancing. This strategy would ensure that even in the face of future setbacks, he could cultivate effortlessly to the Sky Sovereign realm, becoming a prominent figure among the human warriors. The 2 pieces of refined steel would be used to forge equipment for himself, as his Zhuge crossbow had become somewhat outdated. The Thunder Source Stone was already given to the Thunder Rooster for an upgrade. Though currently weak, the Thunder Rooster possessed the divine skill of paralysis, serving as a formidable range support. This reminded Chen Xuan of a legendary artifact from a game in his past. After absorbing the Thunder Source Stone, the Thunder Rooster's power ascended to Nascent Yuan Level 3, extending the duration of its paralysis skill. With the 2 apes as melee tanks, supported by the wooden shield Xiao Mu, along with the iron cloth and ice shield defensive techniques, Chen Xuan's survival on the battlefield was well assured. The Emerald Bird's primary value lay in bringing joy to his sister, as for the Jade Blossom. Gazing at the flower on his coffee table, Chen Xuan contemplated its property, Jade Vision, a unique trait of the Jade Blossom, allowing it to convey clear images through plant consciousness. Endowed with a natural affinity for plants, Chen Xuan possessed the ability to communicate with them. Closing his eyes, he attempted to connect with the Jade Blossom through his thoughts. In an instant, a blurred scene materialized before him, only to vanish just as swiftly that it appeared to be a living room, where a young boy was staring blankly at a flower pot. Wasn't this the scene he currently inhabited? Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Could the Jade Blossom truly transmit images to its owner? Alas, his limited mental power rendered the image unclear and fleeting. It dawned on him that it could serve as a remote camera in the future. Placing the Jade Blossom in its designated spot, Chen Xuan reflected on his bountiful harvest with great satisfaction. The next step was to prepare for overcoming the Shura difficulty. Once he succeeded, he could confidently consume pills and rush to the 100th level of body refinement, subsequently opening the meridians and officially becoming a martial artist. He summoned the little flame from storage. This creature had recently been preoccupied solely with eating, having devoured hundreds of shattered fire crystals and now laboring to amass a small mountain of tiny fire crystals within the space. The 40,000 small fire crystals Chen Xuan procured from the Fire Demon Mountain were kept for the little flame's sustenance. The explosive flame tree seeds were off-limits for the little flame, as they could grow into explosive flame trees and were to be reserved for the time being. Now standing over a meter tall, the little flame radiated a mesmerizing purple glow, quite intimidating. 3rd tier spiritual fire, purple flame ground fire, traits, indestructible, absorption, indestructible, ground fire originating from the depths, never extinguished, absorption, confuse and absorb fire elements, enhancing its own fiery capabilities. Evaluation. The purple flame ground fire possesses terrifyingly high temperature damage, capable of melting alloy materials. Do not play with fire. The little flame had now evolved into third-tier spiritual fire, capable of melting alloy materials, while second-tier spiritual fire could already liquefy metal. With the power of third-tier fire, the challenges of Shura difficulty seemed less daunting. However, relying solely on the little flame was insufficient. With a wealth of knowledge in blacksmithing, it would be a waste to squander it. He had already devised a plan during the selection of rewards, intending to upgrade his Juga crossbow, which was why he had chosen 2 pieces of refined steel. The current Juga crossbow can only shoot 10 arrows in succession, with critical hits occurring once or twice, rendering it somewhat ineffective. However, what if it could fire 20, 30, or even 50 arrows at once? The power of the Juga crossbow would increase exponentially. Previously, Chen Xuan had contemplated this idea, but his lack of knowledge in weapon forging hindered him. Now, having absorbed a wealth of insights into the art of forging, modifying the Juga crossbow no longer posed a challenge for him. It was time to prioritize this endeavor. He swiftly accessed the official wholesale marketplace of Tibao, ordering a ton of alloy materials with a demand for delivery within the hour. Chen Xuan then immersed himself in the study of the Juga crossbow. The structure of the Juga crossbow is intricate, composed of a frame, bow, arrow chamber, and trigger. The frame serves as the base, primarily providing stability and support. The bow consists of the back and string, designed for launching projectiles. The arrow chamber, located at the front of the crossbow, is where the bolts are housed. The trigger is compact, functioning as the mechanism for activation. With a vast reservoir of knowledge in forging, Chen Xuan began to formulate 2 potential modification strategies. The first approach involved crafting a larger version of the Juga crossbow, one that could accommodate dozens of arrows in an oversized arrow chamber. This would necessitate a complete reconstruction of the bow, requiring high-grade steel for the back and a rare, highly elastic bowstring. The frame would also need to be significantly larger. While the other components could be managed, creating a bow capable of launching multiple bolts simultaneously would be a formidable task, especially in sourcing the necessary bowstring material. The second approach was considerably simpler. By welding multiple Juga crossbows together, he could achieve the capability to fire dozens of arrows at once. With a slight adjustment to the sight and a modification of the trigger mechanism, all triggers could be connected to a single activation point, allowing for simultaneous firing with one pull. This method was more straightforward and required fewer resources. Reinforcing the joints of the crossbows and adding a piece of steel along with some alloy would suffice. It seemed that the second approach was more feasible. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xuan intended to procure another batch of Juga crossbows. However, his account was depleted, having recently spent his remaining funds on alloy materials. He sighed, lamenting the lack of timely resource allocation from the Martial Arts Bureau, as he often found himself constrained by financial limitations in critical moments. To modify the crossbow effectively, he needed to purchase at least 20 units. Each Juga crossbow was priced at 200,000, totaling 4 million for 20. With no time for temporary work, Chen Xuan pulled out his phone and called Wen Xiaoyer. "Chen Xuan, what can I do for you?" Came her melodious voice on the line. "Could I borrow some money? I'll repay you once the funds come through." The act of borrowing money always carried a hint of awkwardness. "Sure, just send me your account number," she replied, promptly hanging up. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Why didn't you ask how much I needed? He wondered. Does she not want to lend me the money? Or perhaps she lacks funds herself? He reluctantly sent her his account details. Not long after, a notification chimed on his phone. Your account has received 30 million.00 yuan. Current balance, 30 million.01 yuan. Chen Xuan gasped in astonishment. How does this girl possess so much wealth? Is beauty truly proportional to riches? He mused that if that were the case, I would be a billionaire by now. The phone rang again. It was Wen Xiaoyer. Chen Xuan hurriedly answered. Xiaoyer, why did you transfer so much? This ISNTA loan. I'm just returning the resources you lent me in advance, she explained. Chen Xuan recalled that he had lent her 30 pieces of lava heart, equivalent to 600,000 fractured fire crystals, valued at 60 million yuan. After the submission and subsequent deductions, the returned resources amounted to 30 million. Thank you so much. You've alleviated my immediate concern, he expressed, genuinely grateful for her willingness to assist him before the funds arrived. It's nothing. I should be thanking you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have secured second place, she replied modestly. Do you have enough left for yourself after giving me all this? You could have transferred it in installments? Chen Xuan suggested, feeling slightly guilty about her generosity. It's fine. It's not that much, just my monthly allowance, she replied casually. Overwhelmed, Chen Xuan hung up the call. Monthly allowance of tens of millions? What kind of family does she come from? They must have a mine. With the funds now at his disposal, he returned to Tibao's wholesale marketplace, negotiating a price of 9.5 million for 30 Zhuge crossbows, spending under 600,000, and purchasing additional tons of alloy materials. After half an hour, 10 tons of alloy materials and 30 Zhuge crossbows were delivered to his door. Chen Xuan eagerly commenced his modification project. Initially, he planned to create a large crossbow capable of firing 50 arrows instantaneously. However, feeling financially liberated, he decided to attempt connecting 12 Zhuge crossbows into a single unit, with each crossbow being half a meter wide. If they were arranged flat and aligned, four rows would reach nearly 2 meters in height. To address this, Chen Xuan opted for an irregular stacking method, positioning one crossbow beneath the gaps of another. This configuration created a nearly seamless assembly of 12 Zhuge crossbows, with a total height of just 1.5 meters. The stability of this assembly was crucial, so Chen Xuan meticulously spent considerable time melting a piece of high-grade steel, integrating it into the alloy to construct a framework connecting the 12 crossbows. He then continued forging, aligning the angles of the sight, and crafted a synchronized trigger operation system from the alloy. This way, no matter which trigger Chen Xuan pulled, all 12 crossbows would fire simultaneously. After an afternoon of diligent labor, he finally completed the project. Standing before the finished crossbow, Chen Xuan scrutinized his inaugural forging masterpiece. Within a 1.5-meter alloy frame, 12 menacing Zhuge crossbows were tightly connected in 3 rows, each equipped with a shooting port containing 120 gleaming alloy bolts. The formidable appearance of this large weapon was both intricate and intimidating. The more he gazed upon it, the more he appreciated its aesthetic. With its fearsome design, it could easily instill terror in the hearts of enemies. He needed no testing. Chen Xuan's extensive experience in forging assured him that this weapon would function flawlessly. This colossal weapon, crafted by my own hands, deserves a grand name, he declared. After a moment's contemplation, he announced, "Let us call it the true Gatling Zhuge crossbow." The forging of the Gatling crossbow required only one piece of high-grade steel, leaving him with one remaining. Adhering to his principle of waste minimization, Chen Xuan continued forging Gatling crossbows. The defining characteristics of such weapons are their instantaneous firing capability and high volume, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. A standard Zhuge crossbow can fire 10 arrows instantly, with a loading time of at least 1 minute. In contrast, the Gatling he produced could unleash 120 arrows at once, yet it required a staggering 12 minutes to reload. Should a single volley fail to eliminate a beast, 12 minutes would grant the creature ample opportunity to recover. Thus, the more Gatling crossbows he possessed, the better. With sufficient storage space, Chen Xuan need not worry about weight constraints. With the foundational design for the first Gatling completed, it didn't take long for him to finish the second one as well. After loading the bolts, he stored both Gatling crossbows in his spatial compartment. The power of the Gatling was 12 times that of a standard Zhuge crossbow, establishing it as Chen Xuan's ultimate weapon at this stage. However, such firepower came with significant costs. A single volley of 120 alloy bolts, priced at 1,000 yuan each, amounted to 120,000 yuan per attack. That translated to a staggering 120,000 yuan per second. This weapon was extravagantly costly. The bolts fired were not merely projectiles, they were equivalent to a shower of silver coins. Were it not for his status as a forger, Chen Xuan would struggle to afford the Gatling crossbows. Thus, he set about crafting alloy bolts. The alloy bolts were straightforward consumables, with minimal forging difficulty for an experienced craftsman. Typically, forgers possessed their own workshops equipped with various tools. Chen Xuan, however, was not yet at that level and had to purchase a simple forging platform temporarily. After it was delivered, he began crafting bolts. Using a small flame in the forge, he wielded a hammer to commence mass production of alloy bolts. Forging was merely a rudimentary skill for a forger, often dismissed by those of higher rank. Yet, with his limited mental prowess, Chen Xuan could not yet forge spirit treasures, making it suitable for crafting common-grade weapons. The shafts of the alloy bolts were simple to forge, but the tips required multiple hammer strikes to achieve sharpness. This was also the reason why, despite the minimal material used, alloy bolts commanded high prices. Ding. Host triggers a critical hit while forging alloy bolts. Critical multiplier, 77 times. Quantity of alloy bolts 77. Ding. Host triggers a critical hit while forging alloy bolts. Critical multiplier, 30 times. Quantity of alloy bolts 30. With the support of the critical hit system, the number of alloy bolts in Chen Xuan's storage space grew exponentially. The more he worked, the more invigorated he became. In a previous life, he enjoyed the freedom of cherries, ginger, and garlic. Now, he has finally achieved the liberty of alloy crossbows and arrows. Chapter 47. challenging the Azura difficulty with all preparations complete. Chen Xuan set off once more towards the secret realm hall. Along the way, he took a moment to check the martial arts forum. Upon opening the forum, he was greeted with thousands of message notifications. As he browsed through them, he noticed they all mentioned him. Foot-kicking Nirvana Fist. Is the abyss difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's lair cleared by friends? Master, why haven't you shared the information on the monsters and rewards for the abyss difficulty? Chen Xuan observed that his followers had already reached a staggering 3 million. He couldn't help but be astonished. Having been somewhat lazy lately, he hadn't posted on the martial arts forum for quite some time. Yet, he still amassed 3 million followers. It seemed that the popularity of the low-level secret realm was immense. Just 2 posts could attract such a following. For now, it appeared that the followers offered little value to Chen Xuan, but that was merely because the time for development had yet to arrive. Followers were undoubtedly more valuable in greater numbers, and when the time came to seek funds, he would realize just how precious they were. Chen Xuan had numerous methods for generating traffic and monetization in mind. Live streaming, product endorsements, selling tutorials, and accepting apprentices, among others. As a skilled craftsman with a critical hit system, he was indeed a prolific creator. Crafting alloy weaponry, he could easily outperform several other craftsmen. With followers, he would never worry about a lack of market. These were all potential sources of income. Thus, it was clear he needed to gather more followers. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan initiated a discussion thread titled, "On the Hell Difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's Lair." In this post, he feigned ignorance of having challenged it and speculated about the hell difficulty, discussing the strength of the monsters, information, skills, and rewards. The information he provided was largely accurate, and he anticipated that this would draw a wave of traffic, significantly increasing his follower count. If he could clear the Azura difficulty, it would mean he had conquered the entire Cunning Rabbit's Lair secret realm. Chen Xuan planned to compile a comprehensive summary post detailing the attributes, skills, weaknesses, and recommended strategies for clearing all levels of monsters, along with standard clearing rewards, all to be publicly shared for free. This would surely create a sensational effect, potentially garnering him millions of followers. The martial arts forum was managed by the Central Light Brain, ensuring that the information of registered members remained confidential. Generally, people of lower rank had no authority to access his real identity. Those with the highest permissions were primarily concerned with matters related to the survival of humanity in the myriad race's battlefield. Thus, he had no need to worry about his identity being exposed and could freely express himself on the martial arts forum. As he entered the Cunning Rabbit's Lair secret realm, Chen Xuan took a deep breath. He repeatedly activated his Iron Cloth and Ice Shield skills until both protective abilities reached over 80 layers, feeling satisfied. The Azura difficulty truly posed a lethal threat, and he had to be exceedingly cautious. The first wave of monsters was typically the third wave from the previous difficulty, with which he was already familiar. Upon encountering it again, Chen Xuan took out his phone to capture the moment, sending his 2 companions, the Big and Small Silly, to launch an attack, while Little Fire took advantage of the chaos. Both Big and Small Silly were in the nascent stage, equipped with agility and immense strength skills, as well as low-level damage reduction. Together, they faced off against a mid-nascent stage monster rabbit without hesitation, engaging in an intense battle. Little Fire, having advanced to the 3rd rank of Spiritual Fire, no longer played a supporting role. Instead, it formed a fire sword and occasionally struck the rabbit, causing it to wail in distress. In no time, the rabbit was knocked to the ground, its life extinguished by a flurry of punches from Big and Small Silly. Chen Xuan did not hesitate to praise them, giving a thumbs up to both Big and Small Silly, then collected the rabbit's remains and proceeded to the second cave. Monster. Cloudlang Monster Rabbit, Realm. Body Refinement Level 150. Nascent Level 10. Attributes: Wood, Skills, Toughness, Resilience, Giant Strength, Intermediate Recovery, Golden Body, Wind Blade, and Binding. Bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of the Cloudlang Giant Beast. Intermediate Recovery. Strong recovery ability. Can fully heal within a short time unless subjected to fatal damage. Evaluation. The Cloudlang Monster Rabbit is a creature of notable intelligence. After inspecting the panel, Chen Xuan felt a weight in his heart. This was a humanoid monster with a rabbit's head and body, possessing a degree of intelligence. This monster had a formidable cultivation of body refinement level 150 and nascent level 10. With its impressive defense and abundant energy, combined with 2 active skills, Windblade and Binding, it would be no easy opponent. Big and Small Silly charged toward the Cloudlang Monster Rabbit, but before they could close the distance, the rabbit raised its paw, and 2 thick vines shot up from beneath it, rapidly ensnaring Big and Small Silly. In an instant, they were bound tightly, resembling 2 wrapped dumplings. Following this, The cloud-laying monster rabbit unleashed a wind blade that swiftly shot toward Chen Xuan. Clang! The wind blade was blocked by a small wooden shield summoned by Chen Xuan, sending wooden splinters flying and leaving a gash on the shield. Poor little Wood, already bearing old injuries, now had a fresh wound. As an intelligent household robot, little Wood was now marred with charred spots and several cuts from arrows. Looking quite battered. With no time to mourn for little Wood, Chen Xuan immediately ordered Little Fire to harass the rabbit, at the same time. He pulled out 2 items, 10 small acid rain talismans with his left hand and a terrifyingly large Gatling weapon with his right. He aimed and released a barrage of fire. The 10 small acid rain talismans triggered 2 critical hits, causing a torrential downpour that corroded the rabbit. Unfortunately, even with dozens of times the corrosive effect, it could not penetrate the rabbit's tough exterior, only inflicting superficial wounds. Just as the storm subsided, the rabbit was met with a volley of 120 alloy crossbow bolts. Ding! Host S shot with the alloy crossbow bolts triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 77 times. Host S shot damage 77. Ding! Host S shot with the alloy crossbow bolts triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 30 times. Host S shot damage 30. Ding! Host S shot with the alloy crossbow bolts triggered a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 66 times. Host S shot damage 66. In a flurry of notifications, the rabbit's resilient body was punctured with several thumb-sized wounds. Blood streaming from its form. With an enraged roar, the rabbit charged at Chen Xuan, seemingly understanding the principle of capturing the leader first. At that moment, Big and Small Silly managed to break free from the vines and intercepted the rabbit. But were met with a fierce onslaught. Now's our chance, Chen Xuan shouted. The rabbit possessed an intermediate recovery skill. If he did not take advantage of this moment to defeat it, it would be a formidable challenge once it healed. Little Fire transformed into a fine sword, diving into the rabbit's wounds, while Chen Xuan hurled another 10 small acid rain talismans. The rabbit, now without its tough fur protection, could not withstand the overwhelming corrosive effect of the acid rain. The cavern echoed with its agonized cries. Chen Xuan took cover behind Little Wood, waiting for the rabbit to fall silent before exhaling a sigh of relief. Though the battle had been arduous, he had successfully passed through unscathed. The fierce rabbit had been vanquished before it could reach him. He kicked the rabbit's corpse a few times, then collected its remains. This second challenge had proven difficult. He wondered what the third wave of monsters would entail as the final boss of the entire secret realm. Its strength must surely be terrifying. Chen Xuan mused. Chapter 48. Clearing the challenge after thorough preparations? Chen Xuan stepped into the cave of the third wave. Upon seeing the monster before him, he was momentarily stunned. Aside from the long ears atop its head and its rabbit-like mouth, its robust legs and drab fur made it resemble a humanoid creature. Clutching a large cleaver, it resembled a crude version of a rabbit-human cosplay. Opening the panel, he found Other Race, Cloud-Lang Rabbit Person, Realm, Body Refinement Level 200, Transcendence Level 5, Attributes, Wood, Skills, Toughness, Resilience, Giant Strength, Heavy Strike, Intermediate Recovery, Intermediate Resistance, Golden Body, Wind Blade, Binding, and Wind-Breaking Slash, Bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of the Cloud-Lang Giant Beast. Intermediate Recovery, Strong Recovery Ability. Can fully heal within a short time unless subjected to fatal damage. Intermediate Resistance. Possesses moderate resistance to various elemental martial skills, immune to most attribute-based martial damage. Evaluation. The Cloud-Lang Rabbit Person is one of the weakest races in the Myriad Races battlefield. It was a member of an alien race, the very opponents of humanity in the Myriad Races battlefield, appearing in the secret realm. Though it was the weakest among the Myriad Races, its strength at Transcendence Level 5 far surpassed Chen Xuan's by 2 major tiers, creating an almost insurmountable gap in power. With intermediate recovery and intermediate resistance, along with 3 active skills, especially the newly added Wind-Breaking Slash, it was clear that the cleaver in its hand was no mere prop. Chen Xuan's first instinct upon seeing the panel was to retreat from the secret realm. The 2-tier gap was nearly a guaranteed death sentence. How could he possibly fight? Yet, if he withdrew, it would render his efforts futile. Though not even attempt would be the mark of a coward. Let us do this. With a tactical battle cry, Chen Xuan summoned all his companions. Upon spotting the rabbit person, Big and Small Silly charged forward with a roar. They had never shied away from strong opponents, as the 2 stone apes lunged toward the Cloud-Lang Rabbit Person. Its eyes turned cold, and it struck with lightning speed, grabbing Big and Small Silly by their necks and slamming them together with a resounding crash. The disparity in strength was too great. Big and small silly were not even a match for a single blow. The rabbit person casually tossed the two aside, a mocking smile spreading across its face as it slowly approached Chen Xuan. It had not encountered such weak adversaries in quite some time. The rabbit person was among the lowest ranks in the alien battleground, lacking even the qualifications to enter the battlefield, relegated to support roles while constantly fearing annihilation. Suddenly transported to this enigmatic realm, I find myself confronted by a challenger of meager prowess, a mere fifth-tier body-tempering novice. How could I resist engaging in this encounter a little longer? With a single punch, I could easily dispatch you, yet I prefer to savor the moment. It's merely a game. The Cloud Rabbit Man gazes at Chen Xuan with the predatory intensity of a beast observing its caged prey. "Little fire!" Chen Xuan shouted, as dozens of acid rain talismans were hurled from his hand. A cacophony of critical hits erupted, enveloping the Cloud Rabbit Man in a tempest of wind and rain. However, moments later, he emerged unscathed, his skin not marred by even a scratched eye. In the mid-stage of the transformation realm, endowed with intermediate resistance, he was utterly impervious to the corrosive effects of the acid rain talismans. A glimmer of mockery danced across his face. "Interesting. I haven't bathed in ages, thank you, crawlers." The Cloud Rabbit Man slowly advanced towards Chen Xuan. "Brother Black Chicken?" The Thunder Black Chicken had long been poised for action. Upon hearing the call, it unleashed a jolt of paralyzing electricity. The paralysis took effect, halting the Cloud Rabbit Man for 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan drew forth a Gatling gun, releasing a volley of alloy crossbow arrows. The moment the Gatling was brandished, the Rabbit Man's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Yet, as the 120 alloy arrows struck him, they ricocheted harmlessly away, and the Rabbit Man's tension dissipated. Useless trinkets. You startled this rabbit. With the paralysis lifted, the Rabbit Man swung his great blade, unleashing a fierce wind slash that hurtled towards Chen Xuan. "Little Wood." Chen Xuan hastily summoned his intelligent home assistant robot. With a sharp crack, a deep gash appeared on Little Wood's waist, nearly cleaving him in two. Meanwhile, the clumsy duo rose again, attempting to assault the Rabbit Man, but alas, they were quickly overwhelmed once more. Though little fire could melt alloy, against a mid-stage transformation Rabbit Man with intermediate resistance, he could only watch helplessly. If only he could inflict injury upon the Rabbit Man, then the combined attacks of little fire and acid rain would be effective. And even with the Rabbit Man's formidable recovery capabilities, I could whittle him down gradually. Should I reveal my trump card? With no other options left, the situation grew increasingly unfavorable the longer it dragged on. What am I waiting for? It's time to go all out. Chen Xuan's mind raced as he steeled himself and shouted, "Brother Black Chicken, paralyze him." The Black Chicken's paralysis skill once again ensnared the Rabbit Man. At that moment, Chen Xuan drew another Gatling gun. The Rabbit Man's eyes sparkled with derision, thinking Chen Xuan foolish for employing such ineffective weaponry against him. Suddenly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. The arrows on this weapon were different, sharper than before. Witnessing the glinting 100 alloy arrows, a surge of dread coursed through the Rabbit Man as he desperately sought to break free from the paralysis. But it was too late. With a whistling wind, 120 deadly arrows pierced the Rabbit Man's form. Most were deflected, yet a dozen found their mark. Ding. Host's shot with alloy arrows triggers a critical hit, critical multiplier 55 times. Host's damage with alloy arrows multiplied by 55. Ding. Host's shot with alloy arrows triggers a critical hit, critical multiplier 74 times. Host's damage with alloy arrows multiplied by 74. Ding. Host's shot with alloy arrows triggers a critical hit, critical multiplier 66 times. Host's damage with alloy arrows multiplied by 66. Boom. Dozens of blood holes erupted from the Rabbit Man's body as he collapsed to the ground. These alloy arrows were not ordinary. Chen Xuan had crafted them with the potential for critical hits, either through quantity or sharpness. The latter produced arrows with exceptional cutting power, which Chen Xuan dubbed alloy sharp arrows. After much effort, he had amassed 120 of these arrows, loading them into a Gatling as his trump card. Yet, despite the vast difference in their tiers, the Rabbit Man's body, fortified through 2 major levels, 200 in body tempering and 5 in transformation, remained impervious to the arrows. Fortunately, at least a dozen critical hits had occurred, amplifying the damage exponentially. At last, I had managed to injure the Cloud Rabbit Man. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Xuan, but he quickly noticed the Rabbit Man struggling to rise. With his intermediate recovery ability, as long as he was not dead, he would soon be back on his feet. Chen Xuan hastily commanded Little Fire to attack. He produced a handful of acid rain talismans, tossing them at the rabbit man as if they were worthless. The duo of clumsy helpers regained their senses, roaring in fury as they charged forth to deliver a beating to the downed foe. Brother Black Chicken, go! The Black Chicken's paralysis skill proved invaluable. But after just 2 uses, it was spent. Chen Xuan, seeing the opportunity, sent it in for a flurry of pecks. Finally, amidst the relentless assault from the small army, the Rabbit Man's recovery could not activate in time. And he was dispatched. Witnessing the mangled corpse of the Rabbit Man, Chen Xuan finally let out a breath of relief, collapsing onto the ground. This battle had been exceedingly arduous, and it was sheer luck that the Rabbit Man had underestimated him, allowing Chen Xuan to seize the moment. Had the Rabbit Man launched a direct attack from the outset, Chen Xuan might have met his demise on the spot. If he had known the final boss would be so formidable, he would have prepared more thoroughly, rather than approaching with overconfidence. With all trump cards expended, victory was finally achieved. After tidying up the Rabbit Man's remains, a notification appeared. Congratulations on clearing the challenge. Please take a brief rest. You will be transported out of the secret realm in 1 minute. Chapter 49. Coordinates of the small world in the teleportation chamber. Chen Xuan awaited his rewards with bated breath. Each moment spent anticipating the rewards brought forth a surge of excitement. The rewards were randomized, and the possibility of striking it rich filled him with hope. Before long, the teleportation array within the crystalline wall began to rotate gradually. A line of text materialized, identifying challenger for hell difficulty clearance, dispensing standard rewards, identifying challenger for first-time clearance of Shura difficulty, dispensing Shura difficulty first-time treasure chest, identifying challenger for first-time clearance of all difficulties, dispensing ultimate clearance treasure chest. To his astonishment, there was not only the first-time treasure chest but also an ultimate treasure chest for clearing all difficulties. Chen Xuan's heart soared with joy, speculating that the ultimate treasure chest would surely contain an extraordinary surprise. With a gleeful disposition, he first claimed the standard reward, 50 enhancement pills. Though these were commonplace pills, the quantity made them quite valuable. Enhancement pills could elevate a body-tempering warrior's cultivation by a tier after reaching the 20th level. And between the 30th and 40th levels, they could boost by half a tier. For warriors beyond the 40th tier, they still offered a degree of enhancement, making them essential for continual breakthroughs in body tempering. It could be said that a warrior aiming for perfection in body tempering, reaching the 100th tier, would rely heavily on copious amounts of enhancement pills. Next, Chen Xuan turned his gaze to the 2 treasure chests radiating a kaleidoscope of colors above the teleportation array. He decided to open the smaller, colorful one. To his surprise, within lay a single orb. Its appearance was strikingly similar to the talent orb he had previously obtained. Bloodline Orb, Cloud Rabbit Man Bloodline. Upon consumption, grants the Cloud Rabbit Man Bloodline effects. 1. Refines the body. 2. Bestows the ability to transform into a Cloud Rabbit Man. 3. Randomly acquires 1 skill of the Cloud Rabbit Man. Indeed, it was a Bloodline Orb. Bloodline Orbs allowed warriors to inherit the bloodlines of other races, which were distinct from beasts, as they were the primary adversaries of humanity on the battlefield of myriad races, possessing formidable strength. Acquiring an alien bloodline or skill could significantly enhance one's power. Notably, alien skills do not consume energy but rather draw upon bloodline power, thus providing an additional combat capability. However, obtaining a bloodline orb is incredibly challenging, as they are derived from the essence of powerful beings before their demise, typically passed down only to kin and rarely found outside their race. Chen Xuan had obtained this bloodline orb from the lowly Rabbit Man. Yet the benefits were substantial. Not only would his overall physical condition improve, but he would also gain one of the Rabbit Man's skills, and more importantly, the ability to transform into a Rabbit Man. Without hesitation, he swallowed the orb whole. A surge of radiant energy coursed through him, transforming his entire being. Moments later, as the transformation completed, he observed within himself a newfound reservoir of strength, his blood energy thickening. He produced a testing device. Beep, testing results. Body tempering realm 30.9 levels, an increase of 25 levels compared to the last test. Through this bloodline fusion, Chen Xuan had remarkably gained 25 levels of body tempering enhancement, propelling his cultivation to the 30th tier. An impressive feat among graduates across the city, and undoubtedly the top tier within his own school. Furthermore, a new skill release mechanism appeared in his consciousness, allowing him to channel the bloodline power. Targeting the large clumsy creature, Chen Xuan commanded, bind. A robust vine erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the large creature tightly. Indeed, he had randomly acquired the Rabbit Man's binding skill. This controllability was immensely appealing to Chen Xuan, enhancing his combat strategy of standing firm to defeat enemies. Transform. His limbs and body expanded, two long ears bursting forth from his head and his mouth contorting. As the transformation concluded, his clothes tore apart, and Chen Xuan became a towering cloud rabbit man, standing at 2.5 meters tall. Gazing at his broad, four-toed feet and powerful, arched thighs, he felt reminiscent of a kangaroo with a human head and rabbit ears, which struck him as quite amusing. The transformation is not yet put to use, however. When the time comes for the myriad race's battlefield, disguising oneself as a spy among the different races could prove invaluable. At the very least, when faced with overwhelming odds, one could covertly assume the guise of an alien species to safeguard their life. There is a saying, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Indeed, I particularly relish the thought of transforming into a rabbit person. After canceling the transformation, the bare-skinned Chen Xuan hurriedly retrieved a new outfit from his storage space and changed. The experience of transformation was quite pleasant, albeit somewhat taxing on clothing. Next, it was time to unveil the ultimate treasure chest. What reward could possibly await one who has completed all levels? Gazing at the resplendent, multicolored ultimate treasure chest, Chen Xuan's imagination soared. He opened the chest. As the dazzling array of treasures, potions, and battle pet images swirled before him, his heart raced to the verge of bursting. As the brilliance faded, the chest vanished, leaving behind a plain, unassuming jade talisman suspended in midair. Disappointment flickered across Chen Xuan's face. What is this? A martial art? A combat technique? Or perhaps a recipe? It appears far too ordinary. He opened the panel to examine it further. Unknown small world space coordinates. Input the coordinates into a teleportation array to reach this unknown small world. Upon seeing the panel's description, Chen Xuan's heart trembled. It was, in fact, the coordinates to a small world. He never anticipated such a grand prize would emerge from the ultimate chest. An unknown small world signifies what? A continuous source of resources, various rare materials, and even the potential to assemble a legion of beasts or servants. Small worlds are the foundation of prominent families, relying on the resources provided by small worlds. These families can continue to thrive and expand. Take, for instance, the Fire Demon Mountain small world controlled by the Martial Education Bureau of Qingshui City. Although this small world is not vast, it spans over 100,000 miles, persistently yielding fire element stones and rare materials. It can also serve as a training ground, as the beasts therein are endless. Should one conquer and enslave the high-level beasts of this small world, they would command a beast army, significantly augmenting their strength. The authorities oversee a multitude of small worlds, with dedicated forces responsible for their exploration and defense. If a martial artist discovers new small world coordinates and submits them to the authorities, they can receive substantial rewards, billions in funding, the title of honorary citizen, and admission qualifications to any academy, excluding core institutions. One should not underestimate the title of honorary citizen. Many martial artists who have battled for decades in the myriad race's battlefield may never attain such a distinction. Beyond numerous benefits, honorary citizens receive resources from the authorities to elevate them to the next tier. If sold to a prominent family, the returns would be even more generous. This time, Chen Xuan had truly struck gold. However, he had no intention of selling. If it were a small world with limited resources, perhaps it would be reasonable. But if it were a vast and resource-rich giant small world, then a mere few billion would hardly suffice. Of course, developing a small world is no simple task. The larger the area, the stronger the beasts or indigenous inhabitants, making conquest exceedingly difficult. Yet, martial artists possess lengthy lifespans. Those in the transformation stage can live up to 200 years, while those in the ascendant stage enjoy a natural lifespan of 300 years. With time, as one's strength grows, they can gradually cultivate it. Thus, the decision was made. Chen Xuan stowed the jade talisman and beckoned his companions to enter the storage space before leisurely exiting the teleportation chamber. Chapter 50. Stirring the waters in the southern Emperor City. Within the Secret Realm Management Bureau of Nanzhan Prefecture, Director Li Huang unleashed a torrent of scathing rebukes upon several subordinates. In the case of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows, aside from those who have completed the hellish difficulty, you have failed to uncover anything about the nightmare and abyss difficulties? A bunch of useless fools. I tasked you with investigating a conqueror's information, and yet it remains undiscovered after all this time? Pathetic. I could guess with my eyes closed that the martial artist who cleared the abyss difficulty at the 5th level of body refinement is one of the core descendants being groomed by prominent families. Such trivial matters require my guidance. Continue your investigation. One subordinate timidly interjected, "Director, please calm your anger." From the outset, we directed our inquiries towards prominent families. However, the number of descendants suppressing their cultivation is exceedingly few. We compiled a list of over 100 million challengers and identified the 30 most likely candidates, all of whom are core descendants of prominent families. Yet, ultimately, none of them were the conquerors. We suspect that these conquerors are commoners, and with so many ordinary martial artists, pinpointing them is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Huang retorted furiously, "Do not make excuses for your incompetence. Even if it is like searching for a needle in a haystack, you must find him and compel him to divulge the method of clearing the challenges." Ha, Anonymous. Do you think I cannot track you down? In this time of calamity for our race, everyone must contribute to the human cause. It is disgraceful to hoard knowledge. At that moment, Secretary Wang rushed into the conference room, his face pale with urgency. "Director, the Shura difficulty of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows has been cleared." "What?" Li Huang exclaimed in shock. The others in the room were equally astonished. Li Huang hastily accessed his confidential holographic device to check the secret realm clearance information. Gasp! He drew in a sharp breath. It truly has been fully cleared, and once again, it is anonymous. Those present were seasoned veterans in dealing with secret realms. No one understood them better, nor comprehended just how difficult the Shura difficulty was. Clearing the Shura difficulty signifies the completion of the entire secret realm. Over the past 1,000 years, humanity has only discovered a handful of secret realms, which have become a primary source of resources for martial artists at all levels. Just as the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows only permits martial artists below the 6th level of body refinement to enter, every secret realm has its threshold restrictions. For challengers of current strength, simple difficulty can be passed without effort, while normal and difficult challenges can be overcome with a bit of perseverance. However, Nightmare, Hell, and Abyss difficulties see a 10-fold increase in beast strength at each level, where only genius-level martial artists have a chance of success. Particularly at the Abyss difficulty, many talents have perished in this trial. The Shura difficulty, a truly deadly challenge, features beasts of overwhelming power, and to date, no one has successfully completed it. Today, someone has actually cleared the Shura difficulty, a full clearance of a secret realm. This breaks a historical record. The news is astonishing. Li Huang, as the director of the Secret Realm Management Bureau, could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He thought of the former director, an elder who dedicated his life to managing the secret realm affairs, whose greatest joy would be seeing one challenge after another completed. His life's wish was simply for a secret realm to be fully cleared. The secret realm is a foundation for our race. If one is fully cleared, it may herald a resurgence for humanity. As high-level martial artists, they all understood the significance of secret realms to humanity. If they could advance to greater developmental progress, the overall strength of humanity would elevate accordingly. Investigate this anonymous figure. Li Huang commanded angrily, "Find him. A full clearance of a secret realm is a landmark event. Where there is one, there may be more. If we locate him, we can gain deeper insights into the power dynamics and reward mechanisms of the Shura difficulty. This matter cannot be mishandled. I grant you 1 month. If you do not find him, all of you will be dismissed." Li Huang was genuinely furious this time. This individual repeatedly evaded detection, showing no awareness of the larger picture. The crux of the issue was that his subordinates were utterly inept, unable to identify even a 5th-level body refinement martial artist. The news of the Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows being entirely cleared spread like wildfire throughout the lower echelons of the martial artist community within a single day. The martial arts form experienced a surge in online participation, particularly among those below the 5th level of body refinement. Many felt a newfound sense of excitement. Although they may not be able to clear the higher difficulties, the groundwork laid by their predecessors allows them to benefit. By understanding the attributes and weaknesses of the beasts at each level, they could more readily devise targeted strategies for success. Each individual might manage to clear an additional difficulty or 2, thereby reaping more resources for cultivation each month. For martial artists above the 5th level of body refinement, it rekindled painful memories of their own attempts at high-difficulty challenges, leading to a growing curiosity about the identity of the one who achieved full clearance. Instantly, speculation ran rampant regarding the conqueror's true identity. Surely, it must be a core descendant secretly nurtured by one of the super families. Nonsense. If it were truly a super family member, they would not have remained anonymous. Their reputation is of utmost importance to them. I suspect someone has cracked the entry restrictions of the secret realm. If one could bypass the strength limitations and have a leader in the ascendant stage, wouldn't they clear it with ease? Such naivety. This secret realm has existed for over 1,000 years and has yet to be thoroughly understood. How could one possibly break the restrictions? Now, with thousands having cleared the nightmare and hell difficulties of the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows, we owe our gratitude to the first conqueror. Please reveal the ultimate treasure of the fully cleared treasure chest. I am curious to know what treasures were obtained. Upstairs, even if you were told, you won't be able to claim it. A secret realm only offers a grand chest upon the first full clearance. Kicking Nirvana, punching heaven, great deity. Was this full clearance achieved by your friend? Everyone, hush. The deity has posted something new. Let us go check it out. Kicking Nirvana, punching heaven. In that instant, a flurry of speculation and discussion erupted. Just as the martial arts forum was abuzz with fervent debate, a post suddenly emerged, garnering over 1 million views and thousands of replies within mere minutes. Many, upon refreshing and reading the title, were left astounded. Complete strategy for clearing the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows secret realm, posted by Kicking Nirvana, punching heaven. This esteemed forum expert's post undoubtedly contained the latest information regarding the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. Excitedly, they clicked to delve further. Hello everyone. I am the one who kicks the Nirvana fist and strikes the Heavenly King. Today, my friend has successfully completed the Shura difficulty of the cunning rabbit's lair. Please follow me. I will elaborate further below. The main post consists of just this one sentence. It appears that the original poster is writing and posting simultaneously, creating a serialized thread. The subsequent comments are filled with requests for updates, praise, and trivial chatter. Within mere minutes, there are over 10,000 replies. Finally, at post 15485, the poster, the one who kicks the Nirvana fist and strikes the Heavenly King, has updated the second segment. Thank you all for your attention. Next, I will share the strengths, attributes, skills, and weaknesses of all 7 difficulty levels of the cunning rabbit's lair beasts. My friend is an ordinary martial artist. He has had a mediocre talent since childhood, and his path in martial arts has been fraught with challenges. This time, he has painstakingly gathered information on the beasts across various difficulties, hoping to assist more ordinary martial artists in overcoming additional challenges and acquiring more resources for cultivation. Beneath this reply, nearly all comments express shock and gratitude. The Great One's friend did not claim the 10 million reward from the Martial Arts Bureau. Instead, he plans to share this information with us for free. What a remarkable spirit of sharing. Our human race can secure a place on the battlefield of myriad races precisely because of such selfless heroes. Truly commendable. This person embodies the soul of our martial artists. Chapter 51. Abundant gains. A few minutes later, at post 36485, the poster updated with the third segment. I will divide the next part into 7 segments, detailing the strengths, attributes, skills, weaknesses, and strategies for clearing each difficulty level. Please be patient. In my pursuit of accuracy, my writing may be somewhat slow. However, if you could follow me and help recommend my posts, that would enhance their popularity and enable me to write more swiftly. This trending thread has caught the attention of the administrators. Upon glancing at the hot post, the administrator was instantly astounded, bolded, highlighted, and pinned globally. A triple click showcased the post to a wider audience. Everyone, quickly follow the original poster. With over 5 million followers already, let us strive to elevate him to 10 million. This original poster is friends with the legendary conqueror. Every post is filled with valuable insights. Never mere fluff. Not following would be a loss. I have been a fan of the original poster for a long time. Thanks to the information shared by the original poster, I managed to clear the nightmare difficulty. In the past, the original poster would often post purchase threads, and I even scolded him, and I apologize for that. I never expected the original poster to provide all the beast information for free. From now on, I will be an ardent supporter. I suggest that, to express our gratitude, those with better financial conditions should offer the original poster a token of appreciation. This moment, Chen Xuan rested his chin on his hand. Watching his follower count soar from 3 million to 5 million, and then leaping to 7 million, it seems that his previous ambition of reaching 10 million followers was indeed too modest. Moreover, there are even people gifting him cash. Within just a few minutes, he received hundreds of thousands in rewards. Feeling exhilarated, Chen Xuan could no longer afford to delay and began typing out the information for the first difficulty level beasts. Though the information for the easy difficulty beasts was widely known, for the sake of completeness in this guide, he felt compelled to begin from there. He swiftly released the details for the first 3 difficulty levels, followed closely by the intricate information and strategies for the nightmare and hell difficulties. With his interface, the details he shared about the beasts were astonishingly thorough. Each beast was not only categorized by strength level and skills, but also outlined their discovered weaknesses, interspersed with authentic images of the beasts. This prompted another wave of admiration and followers. Half an hour later, his follower count reached an astounding 15 million, with rewards exceeding 5 million. The main thread's comments surged to over 200,000. Thankfully, the forum has a feature to view only the original poster's comments. Otherwise, sifting through the original poster's subsequent posts would have taken days. At this moment, the anticipation among the viewers of the main post peaked as Chen Xuan released information on the Abyss and Shura difficulty monsters. These two difficulties had not yet been cleared, and the unveiling of the beast information instantly sparked discussions. Particularly, the final boss was revealed to be an alien race, a cloud-laying rabbit man with a physique of 200 layers and a transformation of 5 layers. They were inexplicably shocked, unable to fathom how a martial artist at the 5th layer of body refinement could possibly defeat a being of 200 layers and 5 layers of transformation. After posting, Chen Xuan turned off his phone. He knew that the discussions on the forum were just beginning, but he had no desire to observe them. His time was limited, and he could not squander it on meaningless online debates. Furthermore, maintaining an air of aloofness and mystery was more conducive to attracting followers. Chen Xuan had suppressed his cultivation for so long in order to conquer the cunning rabbit's lair and claim the first completion rewards. Recently, he had been preoccupied with this endeavor, and now that he had fully cleared the lair and claimed all rewards, he felt exhilarated. Clearing the nightmare difficulty for the first time granted him the first grade Earth Fire, Little Fire, which has now upgraded to the 3rd grade Spirit Fire, becoming a formidable ally. Clearing the Hell difficulty for the first time awarded him a 4th grade pill, the 3-pattern Chen Xuan pill. This pill has been given to his sister, Chen Tutu, who has likely completely refined its effects and is on the verge of becoming a cultivation genius, possibly even awakening a trace of the Chen Xuan bloodline. Completing the Abyss difficulty for the first time granted him a talent gem, bestowing him with plant affinity. Though this talent may not be immediately useful, once his mental power matures, he will have ears and eyes wherever there is vegetation, which is undeniably formidable. Finally, clearing the Shura difficulty for the first time awarded him a bloodline gem, granting him the bloodline of the cloud-laying rabbit people, directly enhancing his cultivation by 30 layers of body refinement, and bestowing him a control skill, Entangle, along with the ability to transform into a rabbit person. Having cleared all difficulties, he received the coordinates to a small world, a treasure of immeasurable value. Faced with the choice of either breaking through the lair or directly enhancing his strength, Chen Xuan ultimately resolved to suppress his cultivation and focus his energy on clearing the lair. In hindsight, this gamble paid off handsomely, yielding such substantial rewards. Had he chosen to abandon the lair and work to earn money for pills, he would now merely possess the strength of 30 layers of body refinement, with nothing else to show for it. Indeed, working for a living is devoid of prospects. I will never work for a living again. Thinking of the small world coordinates, Chen Xuan yearned to use them immediately to witness the realm that belongs to him. Unfortunately, he could not yet go there. To enter the small world, a teleportation array is required. To avoid leaking the small world coordinates, he cannot use others' teleportation arrays and must purchase his own. The smallest teleportation array costs over 100 million. Moreover, teleportation arrays are regulated items, not available for everyone to buy, so he must find another way. Additionally, with his current weak strength, venturing into the small world would be tantamount to seeking death. Official recommendations state that only martial artists in the transformation phase are qualified to explore the small world, while those in the sky control phase are the only ones eligible to conquer it. Now, with no need to suppress his strength, Chen Xuan eagerly began to consume pills. He laid out all his pills before him. The mock exam awarded him over 40 yuan enhancement pills, and several successful clearances yielded over 70 more. In total, he possessed 120 yuan enhancement pills, valued at 12 million. Yuan enhancement pills are the primary means of enhancing body refinement levels after reaching the 20th layer. They allow martial artists at the body refinement stage to elevate their cultivation level by 1 layer after reaching the 20th layer. In between the 30th and 40th layers, they enhance by 0.5 levels. For martial artists beyond the 40th layer, they still provide some enhancement, making them essential for continuous breakthroughs in body refinement. Given Chen Xuan's talent, the enhancement effect of yuan enhancement pills is reduced by a factor of 10. However, he possesses a critical hit system, and according to the current critical hit rate, the effects he gains from consuming yuan enhancement pills are at least 3 times that of an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist would require enhancement pills worth 1 billion to reach the perfect body refinement of 100 layers. Whereas for him, only 300 million would suffice. In the following days, Chen Xuan contentedly remained at home, consuming pills to refine his body. Ding, the host consumes a yuan enhancement pill, triggering a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier, 74 times. The host's body refinement effect is enhanced by 74 times. Ding. The host consumes a yuan enhancement pill, triggering a critical hit multiplier, 66 times. The host's body refinement effect is enhanced by 66 times. 3 days later, Chen Xuan finally refined the last yuan enhancement pill. Beep. Test results. Body refinement realm, 72 layers. An increase of 39.9 layers compared to the previous test results. Chen Xuan exercised in the courtyard, feeling the immense strength coursing through his body, as if a surge of vitality resided within him. At the 70th layer of body refinement, he could effortlessly pierce through a large tree and ascend to the tree's top without a running start. Of course, he could walk sideways to the top, as his agility now far surpasses that of a monkey. With his current strength, he ranks among the top students in the city. Chapter 52. Focused training. The following day marked another day of school. Chen Xuan leisurely made his way to class. The classroom door. The class flower, Li Xiaoxia, dressed in a vibrant pleated skirt, stood holding a beautifully packaged breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Xuan approach, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward, extending the bag towards him with a shy smile. Chen Xuan, I brought you breakfast. Chen Xuan has now become a notable figure in the graduating class of Qingshui City, having secured the top position in the preliminary examination and received the professional reward for becoming a blacksmith. His future achievements are boundless. In Li Xiaoxiao's eyes, the transformation from a useless person to a revered blacksmith is a difficult adjustment to accept. A sly thought emerged. Despite her previous indifference, perhaps his long-standing affection for her might still linger. If she were to lower her pride and make the first move, she could win him over, reaping great rewards. The prospect of having a blacksmith under her influence seemed to Li Xiaoxiao a worthy endeavor, even if it meant she had to take the initiative. Thus, she styled her hair and adorned herself with care, even going so far as to buy breakfast for Chen Xuan. Upon encountering him, however, Chen Xuan felt a sense of exasperation. What did you buy for breakfast? He asked coolly. Champagne jelly, sirloin steak, and roasted vegetables. Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied, having spent several thousand coins on the meal. She felt a pang of regret, but reassured herself that winning over Chen Xuan was worth the expense. I'm sorry, but I only eat soy milk and fried dough sticks. Chen Xuan declined, musing to himself about the extravagance of the breakfast, pondering how his newfound charm had garnered such attention. Li Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had not anticipated his rejection. She struggled to find words. Chen Xuan calmly instructed her to squat down. Taken aback and feeling a mix of emotions, she complied, squatting beneath him with a pitiful expression. Chen Xuan remained unmoved, waiting a few moments before turning and walking into the classroom. Li Xiaoxiao sat on the ground, overwhelmed by a profound sense of neglect and humiliation, tears streaming down her face. She realized she had failed and understood the implication of his command. Her fantasies were futile, and from now on, she could only look up to him. If only she had forged a connection with him during his less fortunate days, things might have turned out differently. The weight of regret flooded her heart. After humiliating Li Xiaoxiao, Chen Xuan felt no remorse. Instead, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. His previous self had been made a fool of by her for years, his genuine concern dismissed. With no fondness for Li Xiaoxiao, Chen Xuan entered the classroom, immediately becoming the focus of attention. Almost every classmate sought to engage with him, hoping to gain his favor. However, the incessant attention, particularly from girls he had barely spoken to over the years, became a burden. One after another, they approached him with trivial requests, even inviting him to study at their homes, despite the fact that academic performance was not their strong suit, as he was surrounded by a throng of eager admirers. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed, longing for solitude. Thankfully, his homeroom teacher's timely intervention ushered him into the office. Chen Xuan, it's regrettable that the school only recently recognized your potential. To remedy this, we have decided to prioritize your development. Li Lebang said cheerfully, patting Chen Xuan's shoulder. Surprised, Chen Xuan asked, prioritize my development? His heart leaped with joy. Perhaps he was no longer seen as a mere burden. Yes, first, your monthly resource allocation will increase. Previously, you received 1 qi boosting pill each month. Now, it will be 1 yuan boosting pill. Additionally, you will be appointed as the president of the student council, and you will also assume the role of class monitor for class 23. Furthermore, the school has assigned me as your dedicated life mentor. So feel free to approach me with any personal needs. We have also prepared a luxurious single dormitory for you, ready for your occupancy at any time. Moreover, you will have the freedom to come and go as you please, without the need to request leave. How about that? The school is quite invested in you, Li Lebang exclaimed passionately. As Chen Xuan listened, His heart sank. 0.1 yuan boosting pill per month was somewhat valuable, but the rest seemed trivial. With the impending high school entrance exam in 2 months, he would only receive 2 pills at most. He had consumed 120 yuan boosting pills in just 3 days. It felt as though they wanted him to run a race without providing any sustenance. These so-called priority developments would have thrilled him in the past, but now he sought more than mere tokens of appreciation. This is merely child's play, he thought, concluding that the school was truly in dire straits. Thank you for your cultivation efforts. Since I need not request leave, I shall take my leave to clear my mind. Exiting the school, Chen Xuan realized it had been a while since he had taken his sister out. As he had been preoccupied with exams, he felt a twinge of guilt, especially since his sister seemed reluctant to interrupt his training. Thus, he called her out for a shopping trip. Upon their meeting, his sister, Chen Tutu, appeared exuberantly happy. Chen Xuan noticed she had become even more beautiful, exuding a lightness that seemed almost ethereal. Apart from her youthful demeanor, her appearance was nearly on par with the stunning beauties like Wen Xiaoxiao and Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan speculated that the 3-pattern Qinghuan pill he gave her had indeed worked wonders, perhaps awakening a trace of the Qinghuan bloodline within her. Dressed in a delicate JK uniform, Chen Tutu captivated the attention of many young men on the street. Chen Xuan welcomed the envious glances, feeling a sense of pride. "Brother, guess my current cultivation level," she playfully asked, tugging on his arm. Chen Xuan assessed her before guessing 30 layers of body refinement. He assumed that after taking a 4th-tier pill, her level must have risen significantly. "Wrong, guess again," she replied with a bright smile. 40 layers of body refinement, he ventured. She shook her head. Could it be 50 layers? Chen Xuan was astonished. Could his little sister truly be experiencing a remarkable transformation? 3 guesses, all incorrect. "I am now at 62 layers of body refinement," she declared proudly. Chen Xuan gasped in disbelief. In just half a month, she had made such strides, positioning herself among the top students in the city. "Impressive, little sister. It's all thanks to you, brother. The pill you gave me allowed me to break through continuously, and now I feel my cultivation level is rising exceptionally fast during my training," she beamed. "You're so kind to me, giving me such a precious pill while holding back on using it for yourself. Now I can protect you and will earn more pills for you." The thought of her brother's generosity filled her with gratitude, and she resolved to gather more pills for him. Chen Xuan felt a swell of pride at her words. "You want to protect me? Can you guess what my current cultivation level is?" he teased, eager to engage her in playful banter. Initially, she wanted to take a serious guess, but upon seeing his mischievous smile, she sensed a trap. "You say it. I won't guess," she pouted, clinging to his arm. "All right, I'm at 70 layers of body refinement. Dio, you still want to protect me?" he chuckled. "You're so mischievous. Good thing I didn't fall for it," she replied, momentarily stunned by his revelation. How could he have reached 70 layers? It was unimaginable, yet, she quickly realized that he must have taken even more valuable pills himself. As Chen Xuan and his sister playfully bantered, a young man passing by was struck by Chen Tutu's beauty. Unable to tear his gaze away, envious thoughts raced through his mind as he wondered what sort of fortune had befallen the man accompanying her. Just then, he turned his attention to Chen Xuan. His shock palpable. In Qingshui City, such a handsome man exists? Surely, the heavens are generous to this city. I take back what I said. This city flower-level beauty does not deserve to be with such a striking figure. As they entered the food street, they spotted 2 familiar faces. Chen Xuan immediately recognized Chen Xuan, his expression turning to one of dismay as he abandoned Wen Xiaoxiao and hurried away, cursing under his breath. "What terrible luck! Even shopping, I run into this guy. Isn't he's supposed to be in school?" Upon seeing Chen Xuan, it dawned on me that Chen Xuan had fled. I sighed in resignation and then, noticing the charming young lady beside him, a hint of melancholy crept into my expression. Chen Xuan approached to greet me, introducing his sister, Chen Taoto. My spirits instantly lifted as I teased. "So she is your sister. I thought she was your new girlfriend. Tutu is simply adorable." Chen Tutu, equally taken with my beauty, exclaimed, "Sister, you are so pretty." The 2 young ladies, aged 16 and 14, quickly struck up a lively conversation, leaving Chen Xuan somewhat neglected. I discreetly appraised Chen Xuan. His physique was exceptional, with a cascade of lustrous black hair falling over his shoulders, and his long, straight legs adorned with a striking lemon-yellow mini-skirt that accentuated his flawless figure. A beauty of such caliber as Chen Xuan was indeed rare, and my heart leapt at this serendipitous encounter. I resolved to cultivate a favorable impression. As we strolled past a barbecue stall, I halted and suggested, "Shall we indulge in some grilled oysters?" Chen Tutu eagerly chimed in. They are my favorite. Chen Xuan took the initiative to order 2 dozen grilled oysters. We settled at a small table, chatting as we awaited our meal. When the oysters finally arrived, steaming and aromatic, we couldn't help but salivate. Tutu playfully declared, "Let us each have 8. You mustn't eat more, brother," I chimed in mischievously. Chen Xuan, don't you dare take ours. With a chuckle he replied, "Do you think I would snatch oysters from girls? Am I so lowly?" Tutu, skeptical, retorted, "Who knows? Boys can devour food so quickly." Chen Xuan sighed, "Fine, I'll eat slowly. You both enjoy." He bore the jest with a gentlemanly demeanor, while we giggled, savoring the oysters. The way I ate was particularly captivating, and soon Chen Xuan, unable to resist, picked one up himself. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Host consumes grilled oysters. Critical hit triggered. Multiplier 22x. Host's consumption of grilled oysters. 22. Alarm surged within Chen Xuan as a wave of fullness washed over him. Glancing at the now empty platter, he found only a pile of empty oyster shells before him. Tutu, having just finished one, looked around in disbelief. "Brother, how did you eat all the oysters?" I was equally astonished, unable to fathom how he could devour over 20 oysters in mere seconds. Surely, such speed and agility required extensive training. Chen Xuan, with a wry smile, protested, "I didn't eat them well." "I did, but I'll order more for you." He found himself at a loss. He had indeed eaten, yet tasted nothing. Reluctantly, he rose to order another 2 dozen. Tutu scolded him, while I watched with a bemused expression. After finishing the oysters, we resumed our shopping. I observed Chen Xuan, who appeared relieved to see me still enjoying myself. He silently vowed not to eat again. Wary of the consequences, Tutu, still a bit miffed, admonished, "Brother, keep close to us. Don't let us wander off." I playfully added, "If you lose us, finding you will be quite the challenge." Chen Xuan reassured us, "Fear not. I am watching over you both." As we walked, another notification rang out. Ding! Host walking triggers critical hit. Multiplier 100x. Host's walking distance 100 in the bustling street. Chen Xuan felt disoriented, questioning where he was and how he had strayed from us. He hurried back, only to be met with Tutu's playful scolding. "Brother, why are you so distracted today, eating so much and walking so fast?" I widened my eyes in surprise, recalling how he had seemingly vanished only to appear ahead of us. Could he possess some supernatural ability? I wondered, blushing at the thought that he might be trying to capture my attention. Apologizing, Chen Xuan explained, "Sorry, I got carried away." He swallowed his frustration, refraining from cursing the system. Fortunately, the day continued without further incident, and we enjoyed ourselves thoroughly. By the end of the day, I proposed that we should shop together again in the future. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan collapsed onto the sofa. Finding solace in the familiarity of home, Tutu, leaning over his shoulder with her slender arms wrapped around his neck, asked in a teasing tone, "Brother, do you want a girlfriend?" He replied nonchalantly, "Let fate decide." She continued, "I've heard some girlfriends can be quite terrifying, sweet on the surface but fierce underneath." Chen Xuan pondered her words, perplexed by her insinuations. "How frightening," she teased. "Unlike me, I only care for my brother." With a start, he turned to see her innocent face and sighed in relief. As dawn broke and the morning mist lifted, a new day began. The resource funds from the Martial Arts Bureau had finally arrived. The estimated value of the Silver Flame Demonis S-Corpse that Chen Xuan submitted was 2 million shattered fire crystals, with a return of 100 million. His 3 subordinates had each contributed 30 lava hearts, totaling 90, estimated at 180 million shattered fire crystals, resulting in a return of 90 million. They promptly transferred the funds to Chen Xuan, bringing his total to 230 million. Shocked by the significant sum in his account, Chen Xuan marveled at the wealth he had unknowingly amassed. This was his first taste of being a millionaire. The abundant resources obtainable from this small world were staggering. Just a few days of gathering by a group of students at the body refining stage could yield billions. He could only imagine the wealth from the core area of the Fire Demon Mountain. With a smile, he contemplated his newfound fortune. Yet, there was still more to come. His eyes brightened as he remembered another source of income. Opening his smartphone, he accessed the Martial Arts Forum. To his astonishment, his follower count had soared to 18 million. Monetizing this fanbase was a crucial step in his plan, and he had not anticipated that a single guidepost would garner such attention. Chen Xuan had unwittingly become a sensation. He clicked on his post, which had amassed a staggering 250 million views and 480,000 replies. Unprecedented popularity for the forum. Feeling triumphant, he accessed the rewards page. The amount shocked him, over 30 million in donations. How could this be? Were novice martial artists so affluent? He scrolled through the donation records until he found a notable entry. Account Mystery Management Bureau Li Huang donated 20,000,000.00 yuan. Such generosity from a single individual was remarkable. Chen Xuan's heart raced. Was he in trouble? But then he reassured himself. Even the Bureau's director lacked access to account information on the forum. The martial arts forum was managed by Central Intelligence, ensuring that only the most powerful could access real account details. It seemed the Bureau was unable to locate the challenger and sought detailed information, which Chen Xuan had freely shared. With a sigh of relief, he decided to withdraw 30 million directly. His account balance swelled to 260 million, granting him the freedom to spend lavishly. Chen Xuan began drafting a spending plan. First, set aside 100 million as a reserve for purchasing the teleportation array. Next, allocate 20 million for living expenses and emergency funds. Finally, the remaining 140 million shall be entirely devoted to acquiring the yuan-enhancing pills. He no longer needs to suppress his cultivation. He can indulge in consuming the pills freely. Regrettably, the previous batch of yuan-enhancing pills only allowed him to reach the 70th level of body refinement, which is still a great distance from the perfect 100 levels. The higher the level of body refinement, the more challenging it becomes to advance, requiring a significantly greater quantity of pills. The consumption from the 70th to the 100th level far exceeds that of the previous levels by a factor of 10. However, with each ascending level, the quality of his meridians and the degree of his body's refinement increase. After reaching the yuan-nourishing stage, the speed at which he absorbs elemental energy becomes astonishing, and his body can accommodate an even greater amount of elemental force. This can be likened to a deliberate enhancement of his martial arts talent, optimizing his physical constitution, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. With the middle examination still some time away, Chen Xuan currently feels no pressure regarding meridian opening. He simply wishes to elevate his body refinement level further, ensuring a smoother path for his martial arts journey ahead. After all, he has previously experienced enough of being mediocre. Not long after placing his order, the delivery personnel from the Tibao Network Wholesale Mall rang the doorbell. Given the substantial amount Chen Xuan had ordered, he received a discount of 9.65, resulting in a total of 1,400 yuan-enhancing pills, along with an additional 50 pills. For this delivery, Tibao Network also dispatched several primary stage yuan-nourishing warriors to ensure everything went smoothly. Chen Xuan signed for the yuan-enhancing pills, unable to suppress his excitement as he gazed at the neatly stacked boxes within his home. He swallowed hard, activated his body refinement technique, and began consuming the pills. Ding! The host uses a yuan-enhancing pill and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 88 times. Host yuan-enhancing pill effect 88 times. Ding! The host uses a yuan-enhancing pill and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 27 times. Host yuan-enhancing pill effect 27 times. Ding! The host uses a yuan-enhancing pill and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 31 times. Host yuan-enhancing pill effect 31 times. One by one, the pills, each worth 100,000, were swallowed by Chen Xuan as if they were mere candy. He indulged in this luxury as if he were swimming in abundance. He'll fully refine the medicinal power of the yuan-enhancing pills. He would need to practice the body refinement technique for at least a quarter of an hour, managing to refine only a few dozen pills a day. With over 1,000 pills, it would take at least a month to fully refine them. Unable to wait, Chen Xuan refined each pill roughly before swallowing it. Although this method wasted a slight amount of medicinal power, it increased his cultivation speed by at least tenfold. Thus, in this extravagant manner of body refinement, he felt his physical capabilities growing stronger, his body's resilience continuously enhancing. 3 days later, after consuming the last yuan-enhancing pill, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance reflecting within them, filled with vitality. Beep, testing results. Body refinement stage 101.3 levels, an increase of 30.7 levels compared to the previous test. Thank you for using the Xiaomi Martial Arts Realm Tester. Achieving the perfect 100 levels of body refinement, Chen Xuan exhaled a breath of stale air, rising to his feet, feeling an abundance of vitality within him, akin to a fierce tiger in the mountains. As he took a few steps, he felt a surge of power, his strength vastly superior to before. He drew a small knife and, applying a fraction of his strength, thrust it against his forearm. His current strength far exceeded the average person's full force. With a swift motion, the dagger glided off, leaving only a faint trace on his skin. Invulnerable. Such was the perfection of his body refinement. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. This perfect body refinement meant his self-defense capabilities had significantly improved. Furthermore, should he open his meridians and nourish his yuan now, he would become a gifted martial artist with an astonishing efficiency in absorbing elemental energy. His potential for growth would be immense. Relying solely on his innate talent, he could eventually reach the sky-soaring stage. Chapter 55. Buying a car. Having finally achieved the long-desired perfect body refinement, Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief. His goals had been met, and he had spent nearly all his money. He had expended over 100 million in one breath, an experience he had never encountered before. But every penny spent was worth the enhancement in his strength. However, this left him with no surplus funds. The remaining 120 million comprised 100 million allocated for the teleportation array and 20 million designated for living expenses. After working hard for so long, it was time to invest in elevating his standard of living. With this thought, he knocked on his sister's door. Today, he intended to take her on a shopping spree. At the entrance of the Four Sons dealership, Chen Xuan observed the luxurious cars displayed in the showroom. Chen Tutu timidly grasped Chen Xuan's arm and asked, "Brother, why are we here?" "Of course, we're here to buy a car." "No way. Can we really afford a car?" Chen Tutu questioned skeptically. "If we can't buy one, we can at least look." Chen Xuan replied cheerfully, pulling her into the dealership. They bypassed the area for ordinary sedans and arrived at the sports car section. Chen Xuan stopped in front of the latest model, the Phantom 9000, and inquired of his sister, "What do you think of this car? Is it beautiful?" The Phantom 9000, with its sleek body, striking design, and a blend of modern style and elegance, captured Chen Tutu's admiration. "This car is stunning, but can we really afford it? I heard the Phantom 9000 costs at least several million. Just tell me if you like it," Chen Xuan insisted. "I love it," Chen Tutu declared decisively. What girl wouldn't adore a sports car? Chen Tutu was astonished, realizing her brother had recently come into wealth. He had always been quiet, but now his strength was rapidly ascending. And he had gifted her a fourth-grade pill. A fourth-grade pill, even the lowest quality, cost several million. Their home was piled high with refining materials. It seemed buying a sports car was not such an extravagant notion after all. With this thought, she sensed that today would bring a delightful surprise. The Four Sons brand is among the most prestigious in sports cars. While not the absolute most expensive, it is certainly renowned and unaffordable for most. Chen Xuan was particularly interested in the Phantom 9000, priced at over 4 million, a vehicle he had long coveted. He called over a salesperson and boldly said, "Two Phantom 9000s, please charge it." He then turned to Chen Tutu. "Choose a color, little sister." Chen Tutu excitedly selected a sky blue Phantom 9000. "I love this color, but it might not suit you. Maybe you should choose instead." Chen Tutu hesitated. "I've already chosen mine. I'll take black." "You should choose what you like," Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Yours? Mine?" Chen Tutu was taken aback. "Are we buying two?" "Of course. It wouldn't be right to have just one," Chen Xuan responded, somewhat exasperated. Chen Tutu was again astonished. She could own a brand new sports car herself. Feeling dizzy with excitement, she finally agreed to Chen Xuan's choice, and he purchased one sky blue and one classic black Phantom 9000. The young and beautiful female salesperson was both surprised and delighted, never expecting this young man to purchase two luxury vehicles at once, which would earn her a considerable commission. Viewing the affluent Chen Xuan, she couldn't help but daydream. Taking out her phone, she nervously asked, "Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? You can consult me about any car-related inquiries later. I look forward to serving you." The Four Sons dealership operated efficiently, quickly assisting with the license plates. Chen Xuan and his sister drove away in their new cars. In this world, there is no such thing as a driver's license, and there's no need to worry about driving skills. In a world where everyone is a martial artist, cars are not a threat. Rather, it's the people who are cautious not to collide with the vehicles. Martial artists are quite resilient. After a collision, they would kindly inquire, "Is your car okay? Did it get damaged?" This world of martial artists is truly remarkable. It was only after the payment was completed that Chen Tutu fully grasped she now owned a sports car. It felt like a dream. What girl doesn't adore such vehicles? Yet, until recently, she had struggled to meet her basic needs, let alone consider buying a car. Chen Xuan wasn't flaunting his wealth. Rather, he had grown tired of spending over an hour on the subway each day to get to school, which wasted too much time. Buying a car was purely a solution to his transportation issues. As for why a sports car? Speed. It saves time. Now that he had become a refiner, he would soon acquire wealth. In terms of travel, there was no need to be frugal. After all, time is money. The siblings raced their respective Four Sons sports cars on the road, mastering the driving skills within just half an hour. After purchasing the cars, Chen Xuan took his sister to Digital City. Acquiring a top-configured smartphone and laptop for both of them, in terms of communication, he couldn't afford to skimp, especially now that he was an internet celebrity. He needed to ensure his hardware was up to par. Next, they ventured to the furniture store. Since the last time Chen Xuan had used all the furniture in his house for experiments, he had been sleeping on the sofa, resulting in poor sleep quality. He purchased some essential furniture items for both himself and his sister. He wasn't seeking a life of luxury. Rather, he aimed to meet his basic needs without financial constraints. Of course, he didn't forget to take his sister shopping at the mall. Since they were already out shopping, they might as well indulge. For a girl, clothes and cosmetics are indispensable. Watching his sister, Chen Xuan, don beautiful attire, her joy radiated like a carefree child. Chen Xuan felt the money spent was worthwhile. However, he noticed that Chen Xuan seemed to have grown even more beautiful. He couldn't help but wonder why he had never noticed his sister's beauty before. Perhaps it was because she had been too constrained and lacked confidence, seldom dressing up, which made her appear somewhat plain. Now, the younger sister can be considered a gifted martial artist. Her confidence has blossomed, and with her beautiful attire, she finally reveals her radiant side. It seems the genes of their parents are indeed formidable. Not only is he exceptionally handsome, but they have also given birth to a daughter resembling a celestial being. Chen Xuan is utterly delighted. Chen Xuan also feels joy, having prepared a living allowance of 20 million, of which he has only spent a little over 10 million. The remaining funds have yet to find a purpose, causing him a slight worry. He has already achieved the pinnacle of body refinement and does not require further enhancement for the time being. However, there is still room for improvement for Chen Xuan, and he wishes to pave the way for her as much as possible. After some contemplation, he spent several million on the Tbao network to purchase dozens of yuan enhancement pills for Chen Xuan. He hopes she can also reach the perfect body refinement stage, though this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. He possesses a critical hit system, allowing for rapid progression, which Chen Xuan does not have. Moreover, with his current financial constraints, he is unable to support her training to perfection. However, once he becomes financially stable, these issues will likely resolve themselves. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan chatted with his sister for a while before heading to his room. Chapter 56. Purchasing a teleportation array. After acquiring the necessary living supplies, Chen Xuan began to strategize for his martial arts journey. The curiosity about his own small world still lingers in his mind. Although he is uncertain about the dangers that may lie within, he feels compelled to enter at least once to scout the area. Only with thorough understanding can he prepare accordingly for the resources and abilities needed to expand his small world. With his current body refinement at 100 layers, he is no longer weak and is ready to explore. The only thing he lacks is a teleportation array. He plans to venture into the small world alone. Even the smallest teleportation array would suffice. Where can he purchase a teleportation array? Given his current connections, he can only think of one person. Among all those he knows, only Wen Xiao'er could potentially assist him. Wen Xiao'er, a mysterious wealthy girl with a monthly allowance in the tens of millions, undoubtedly hails from an extraordinary background and likely possesses advanced information channels. With this in mind, Chen Xuan dialed Wen Xiao'er's number, and the cheerful voice on the other end responded, "Chen Xuan, are you calling to invite me shopping?" Chen Xuan felt a pang of embarrassment. He had made a fool of himself during their last shopping outing. Wen Xiao'er certainly has a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Regaining his composure, Chen Xuan inquired, "I would like to ask, do you know where I can purchase a teleportation array?" "A teleportation array?" Wen Xiao'er replied, astonished. "Why do you need a teleportation array?" It suddenly dawned on Chen Xuan that the usage of teleportation arrays is quite limited and not everyone would require one. They serve only a few specific purposes. Needing a teleportation array could raise suspicions. He had failed to concoct a plausible excuse before making the call, which was a grave oversight. Thinking quickly, he replied, "Haven't I just advanced to a weapon refiner? I intend to focus on teleportation arrays as my primary area of expertise, so I wish to learn about their structure. I believe that as a weapon refiner, it would be rather meaningless to only create simple items." "Oh, I see," Wen Xiao'er exclaimed, enlightened. "Teleportation arrays are not commercially available. They cannot be purchased with money alone. They can only be acquired through official channels, which have certain prerequisites. Given your situation, the easiest way to obtain a teleportation array would be through the military. The military's treasury is filled with all sorts of treasures, and you can gain permission to purchase a teleportation array by accumulating military merit die in our city. There is a demon-subduing army. You could try there." Wen Xiao'er shared her knowledge without reservation. Chen Xuan felt immense gratitude. It made perfect sense. The military is an official entity, and what treasures could be lacking there? Once he integrates into the military, he would have access to high-grade materials and rare resources. The demon-subduing army? Chen Xuan recalled rescuing a captain from the demon-subduing army at Fire Demon Mountain. Thank you. I understand now. Chen Xuan expressed his thanks earnestly. You're welcome. It was a minor effort. I haven't really helped you much, Wen Xiao replied modestly, but sensing Chen Xian's inclination to end the call, she quickly added, Is your sister home? I'd like to chat with her for a bit. After hanging up, Chen Xian found it peculiar. When did Wen Xiao become so close with Chen Tutu? They had only gone shopping once. Ever since their outing, he had added Chen Tutu's number, and it seemed they often chatted on the phone, two young girls with endless topics to share. Could it be that Wen Xiao has feelings for Chen Tutu? Chen Xian found this thought absurd. In a way, a girl as charming as Wen Xiao could not possibly be interested in another girl. Shaking his head, he dismissed the strange notion. Listening intently, he could hear his sister chatting happily with Wen Xiao, even inviting her over for a visit, to which Wen Xiao readily agreed. Not dwelling on it further, Chen Xian drove his sports car to the headquarters of the demon-subduing army. The speed of the sports car surpassed that of the subway, and with the help of navigation, he arrived at the headquarters in the northern part of the city in about 10 minutes. In the reception area, a rather attractive young female staff member greeted Chen Xian. Hello, how can I assist you? I am a student from Junior High School 1047. I wish to join the military, Chen Xian said hastily. Junior high students do not qualify for direct military enlistment but can join the reserves to become militia. In the martial arts world, many aspire to enter the military, but the threshold is steep, so most begin as militia. Militia members are not required to engage in combat and are only called upon during local shortages or emergencies. By becoming a militia member, one enters the military system and can gradually accumulate military merit to advance to a formal position and climb the ranks. With a population of tens of millions in Qingshui City, it is not uncommon for junior high students to join the militia, and the receptionist had no suspicions. After carefully reviewing Chen Xian's application materials and confirming there were no issues, she proceeded with the registration. Chen Xian successfully received his militia certificate and was assigned a militia number. He then requested to purchase internal treasures. According to the militia handbook, military personnel can exchange military merit for various items by hunting monsters, achieving combat results on the battlefield, or donating valuable resources. With accumulated military merit, one can ascend from private to general ranks and gain access to a range of internal benefits, including the right to purchase items from the military treasury. Are you looking for a small teleportation array? Just for personal use? The female receptionist asked, surprised upon hearing Chen Xian's request. She checked on the computer and provided an answer. Teleportation arrays are not for sale. If you wish to exchange for one using military merit, it will require 10,000 points. To qualify for purchase, you need to hold the rank of second lieutenant, which demands 500 points. Chen Xian contemplated silently. Military merit is challenging to obtain. It is said that one must hunt monsters of a transcendent level to earn merit points, and currently, his only option for acquiring military merit is through donations of valuable resources. However, his resources are limited, with a significant amount of explosive fire crystals in storage, which he cannot afford to part with. He cannot visit Fire Demon Mountain again, and he needs every bit of fire-related resources for himself. If he donates them now, he will have to spend money to repurchase them later. Suddenly, he recalled the numerous monster rabbit corpses he had collected in the secret realm, as well as the rabbit people corpses he had acquired later. Perhaps these would hold some value. Although the monsters were of low rank, their rarity could make them valuable, as they are items that others cannot easily obtain. The Cunning Rabbit's Three Burrows secret realm was his first discovery, and the final challenge with the Cloudlang rabbit people had yet to be attempted by anyone. The Cloudlang rabbit people corpse he held could be deemed unique. With this realization, Chen Xian stepped out. Shortly thereafter, a heavy-duty truck arrived at the headquarters of the demon-subduing army, and Chen Xian began unloading the monster corpses. He had deliberately taken a detour to rent a truck for transporting the monsters. Fearing that the secret of his storage space might be exposed in this world, storage treasures are exceedingly rare, and many martial artists may not possess even one. After explaining his intention to donate, the staff called in an appraiser. A plump old man emerged from the back, and upon seeing the monster rabbit corpses, he was momentarily taken aback. You're donating such low-level monster corpses? However, as he turned to examine the rabbit people corpses, he exclaimed, Cloudlang rabbit people. How can this be? These low-level alien beings are nearly extinct. As a senior research expert affiliated with the military, he frequently interacted with alien species and understood well the formidable strength of these beings on the battlefield. Low-level alien species like the Cloudlang rabbit people are rarely seen and are said to be on the verge of extinction. He then retrieved several strange-looking instruments to conduct tests. Half an hour later, the plump old man approached Chen Xian, excitement radiating from him. Young man, The monster corpses you provided are immensely valuable. I was mistaken in thinking those low-level rabbit corpses were worthless. After testing, I found they all contain the bloodlines of ancient ferocious beasts. The capability to activate the innate gifts of steel bones and ironbacks is of great utility. If this low-level bloodline can be replicated and transferred to low-level martial artists, our human race's strength could see a significant boost. The last two Cloudlang rabbit people are exceptionally rare and will greatly benefit our research into alien species. Your donations can be exchanged for 500 military merit points. Upon concluding his thoughts, he hastily directed the staff to assist Chen Xuan in registering his military rank, while Chen Xuan was already eagerly anticipating delving into the research of these beast corpses in the laboratory. With 500 military merit points secured, Chen Xuan ascended to the rank of second lieutenant. Holding the gilded certificate in his hands, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Just moments ago, he had been a mere militia member. And in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a subordinate officer within the army. Although he held no specific military position, this certificate alone granted him a certain stature in Qingshui City. The military rank, behind which lay the formidable military department of the human race, commanded an unspoken respect that few dared to challenge. Even the address of the staff member had shifted. Second Lieutenant Chen Xuan, you are now eligible to purchase a small-scale teleportation array. The female receptionist, filled with envy and jealousy, thought to herself how this middle school student had stumbled upon some beast corpses and inadvertently secured the rank of second lieutenant. Nevertheless, her professionalism shone through as she smiled warmly, guiding Chen Xuan into the treasury. At a quarter of an hour later, Chen Xuan transferred 100 million yuan in exchange for a small suitcase. Inside the suitcase lay the disassembled components of the teleportation array, along with an assembly blueprint. Due to the involvement of spatial coordinate technology, the teleportation array could only be fixed in place upon installation. Thus, the purchased arrays came unassembled, requiring the buyer to select the location and complete the assembly. The assembly process was straightforward, not much more complicated than putting together a toy car. With the teleportation array in hand, Chen Xuan was eager to return home. However, just as he exited the treasury, he spotted a familiar figure ahead in the Fumo Army's courtyard. Was that Chen Xuan? What was she doing here? With curiosity piqued, Chen Xuan stealthily approached and tapped her shoulder. Chen Xuan, bored and fiddling with her phone, muttered, "That Chen Xuan, making me hide at home." She had been avoiding the Fumo Army's courtyard, fearful of encountering Chen Xuan. Suddenly, someone tapped her from behind, startling her. When she turned around, it was as if she had seen a ghost. "Why you? How did you track me to my home?" Chen Xuan was utterly shocked. It seemed that fate had conspired against her. Even in her own home, she had been found by Chen Xuan. Was he tracking her with a locator? This obsessive stalker was too terrifying. Chen Xuan found her reaction amusing and decided to tease her. "Gotcha. You can't hide now. Last time you escaped, remember our agreement?" He smirked. "You must keep your word." Chen Xuan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had never imagined encountering such a terrifying person, like a shadow that followed her relentlessly. Yet, she couldn't entirely blame him. After all, she had dug her own grave. Sighing, she knew there was no avoiding this confrontation and lowered her head. Unable to face Chen Xuan in the courtyard of the Fumo Army, the two stood in silence, the atmosphere increasingly awkward. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, reminiscent of a soft love song. Clad in a moon-white gown, Chen Xuan's figure was gracefully highlighted by the wind. Her clear, bright eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered delicately, while her flawless skin bore a subtle blush, and her thin lips resembled tender rose petals. Neither spoke, but the ambience suggested something more than mere rivalry. It hinted at a budding romance. After a long moment, Chen Xuan moved closer to Chen Xuan, steeling her resolve, and softly declared, "A deal is a deal. I surrender to your whims." With that, she lowered her gaze, standing poised yet submissive, like a lamb ready for sacrifice. Chen Xuan made no move. He had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. He merely chuckled. "You needn't go to such lengths. I consider it a jest." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait!" Chen Xuan exclaimed, irritated, previously reluctant. Now that she had conceded, Chen Xuan was walking away, which felt like an affront. The complexities of a girl's emotions were truly perplexing. "I, Chen Xuan, am a woman of my word and never owe anyone anything." She stepped forward, embracing Chen Xuan, her body pressed against his, her arms encircling him, her lips brushing against his neck. "Now I owe you nothing." Chen Xuan was taken aback by her boldness. Held in her embrace, he found himself at a loss. Astonished, he thought, How daring she was, so unconventional. At that moment, a cool breeze swept through the corridor, perfectly framing the scene of the young couple entwined. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotions, but just as he was about to act, Chen Xuan suddenly pulled away, leaving behind a lingering fragrance and a wave of disappointment. Gotcha. You thought you could outsmart me, she laughed, her spirits lifted, to repay the wager. I'll give you another chance. If you can place first in the next mock exam, I will be at your service. Chen Xuan replied, Of course, I can take first place, but I hope you'll keep your promise. Chen Xuan chuckled, finding his confidence amusing. Let us see if you can actually achieve that. She knew her family background had already informed her of the mock exam's content. The next assessment was exceptionally easy, merely gauging the levels of body refinement. She was well aware that Chen Xuan was only at the 5th level of body refinement, which would place him far down the ranks among the million candidates in the city. He had no chance of placing first, and she was determined not to lose again. Last time, Chen Xuan had stumbled upon a beast corpse by mere chance. This time, it would be a genuine competition of skills. With a sense of satisfaction, Chen Xuan felt she could finally turn the tables. After settling her debts, she was free to venture out without fear of running into Chen Xuan. Elated, she thought, I can finally enjoy myself. Chapter 58. Preparing to depart for the little world upon returning home, Chen Xuan was filled with joy, having acquired the teleportation array. To his surprise, he had inadvertently entered the military system and attained the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Thanks to the beast corpses he had found in the secret realm. Initially, he had thought them of little use, but they had proven to be invaluable. From now on, please refer to me as 2nd Lieutenant Chen, he exclaimed playfully to the handsome reflection in the mirror. Now that the teleportation array was in his possession, he needed to prepare for his exploration of the little world. Chen Xuan was brimming with excitement. Ever since obtaining the coordinates of the little world, he had longed to uncover its mysteries. After all, the little world was rich in resources, and neglecting it would be a tremendous waste. However, he tempered his expectations regarding the scale of this little world. Most existing little worlds were small in size, and large ones were quite rare. Such vast resources would likely harbor formidable native creatures, making exploration particularly challenging for someone of his current capabilities. In fact, a resource-rich little world would suit Chen Xuan better, much like Fire Demon Mountain, where he could gradually advance from the periphery, steadily gathering resources while enhancing his strength, ultimately penetrating deeper for greater rewards. This would create a virtuous cycle, allowing him to eventually master the little world and continuously provide himself with resources for cultivation. To embark on this exploration, his first task was to be thoroughly prepared. Ceasing his daydreams, Chen Xuan began crafting alloy crossbow arrows. With 2 Gatling crossbows at his disposal, both of which consumed arrows voraciously, he needed a sufficient supply of arrows. Otherwise, these powerful weapons would become mere decorations. While manufacturing standard alloy arrows, he occasionally produced critical hits that resulted in alloy arrows with sharpened tips, increasing their lethality exponentially. These alloy arrows were his trump card, and he aimed to amass a considerable stockpile. With unwavering determination, Chen Xuan worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. As he gazed upon the mountainous pile of alloy arrows and sharp arrows filling his storage space, a smile of satisfaction crossed his face. This should suffice. The beasts in this world possessed extraordinarily robust defenses, and the arrows he shot would often become irretrievably deformed upon impact, necessitating the use of fresh arrows. Fortunately, having advanced to the rank of blacksmith, Chen Xuan would save a fortune. Otherwise, purchasing arrows alone would deplete all his savings. With an ample supply of arrows secured, Chen Xuan turned to concoct small acid rain talismans using the transformation cauldron. These talismans had proven invaluable in previous battles, representing a significant component of his combat prowess. Thus, he could not afford to neglect them. Over the course of 2 days, he diligently procured materials and synthesized 8,000 small acid rain talismans for his storage. The transformation cauldron was indeed remarkable, but after conducting some experiments, Chen Xuan was disappointed to find that it produced only a heap of useless items. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, as if his luck had run dry. By the time he finished creating the small acid rain talismans, his financial resources had been entirely depleted, leaving him once again penniless. Sighing, he lamented, "Why must money slip through my fingers so easily?" Reflecting on the more than 200 million yuan he had acquired not long ago, he found it comical how quickly it had vanished. It felt as though he were an insatiable pit, capable of spending any amount. He couldn't help but think of someone. What must it be like to live with a monthly allowance of 60 million yuan like Wen Xiaoya? He shook his head, bemused, realizing that even 60 million a month might not suffice. How had he arrived at this point? Just over a month ago, he had been a penniless youth unable to afford an energy-boosting pill. Now, it is astonishingly taken for granted that 60 million a month is insufficient. It seems hopeless, as if one possesses the expenditure of a prince without the princely fortune. Chen Xuan then proceeded to examine the status of his pets. Little Fire remained at the third-tier spirit fire level, happily feasting on a large pile of explosive fire crystals. It appeared there was still some distance to go before advancing to the fourth tier. Brother Black Chicken seemed somewhat listless, unable to enhance its strength due to the lack of thunder element crystals. My apologies, Brother Black Chicken. The thunder element crystals are simply too expensive. I cannot afford them. Bear with it for now. The two silly ones, however, were in good spirits, engaging in a playful brawl in the spatial realm, exchanging punches gleefully. Indeed, those devoid of intellect seemed to find joy more easily. Chen Xuan then reviewed the martial arts he had previously mastered. The Iron Shirt and Ice Shield, both defensive techniques, had reached a minor success under his relentless assaults. Now, with his perfected body refinement, the defensive capabilities of these techniques exceeded their previous effectiveness tenfold. Remarkable. Unfortunately, other techniques such as Tiger Fist, Shadowless Kick, Wing Chun Fist, and Mountain Splitting Blade had seen little use, resulting in no improvement. This also correlated with his preferred combat style. He had always favored long-range shooting from behind layers of protection, rarely engaging in close combat. Thus, the opportunity to utilize these melee techniques had been minimal. That, of course, the melee weapons he had prepared, such as the alloy combat knife, had been left gathering dust in storage. After meticulously assessing his own strength, Chen Xuan began to study the teleportation array. He assembled the array, dedicating himself to a thorough reading of the instructions. A quarter of an hour later, he had comprehended all knowledge pertaining to the teleportation array. Chen Xuan chose to construct the array in his bedroom for safety and discretion. The installation of the teleportation array was particularly simple, and within minutes, a disc-sized array appeared on the bedroom floor. Adorned with interconnected, intricate patterns on an ancient disc. In the center of the disc lay a control HUB. By placing a spirit stone within the hub, the teleportation array could be activated. The spirit stone, rich in potent energy, served as a high-tier cultivation resource and a common currency among advanced martial artists. Fortunately, a spirit stone had been included with the purchase of the teleportation array. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would have been at a loss for where to acquire one. This teleportation array was a bidirectional one, equipped with a return control device. After teleporting to a designated location, one could return simply by pressing the control device, thus being transported back to the starting point. However, should the control device be lost, it would signify an irreversible separation from that realm. With a sense of solemnity, Chen Xuan placed the return device into his storage space, feeling reassured. Items within the storage space would never be lost, alleviating his worries of being trapped in a small world. Subsequently, he input the coordinates of the small world he had previously acquired into the array's control hub and activated it. A burst of light flashed as the patterns on the array began to glow. In haste, Chen Xuan penned a message to Chen Tutu, informing her of his temporary departure and advising her not to worry. With all arrangements complete, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the teleportation array. Chapter 59. Encounter with Old Grass. A wave of dizziness washed over him as Chen Xuan felt himself traversing through a tumultuous flow of time and space. It seemed like a mere second had passed. Yet it felt interminable until everything settled. Upon feeling solid ground beneath his feet, he opened his eyes to behold a dense forest. Chen Xuan found himself surrounded by towering trees. He swiftly drew his Gatling gun, prepared for battle. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any other life forms. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and after confirming the absence of immediate danger, Chen Xuan began to calmly observe this world. It soon dawned on him that something was amiss. The trees in this forest were exceedingly tall, each measuring at least 1,000 feet in height. The trunks were extraordinarily thick, with even the slenderest trees boasting diameters of several dozen feet. Judging by their height, these trees must have been at least 10,000 years old. However, Chen Xuan noticed something peculiar. Many of these towering trees lacked branches and leaves, instead bearing a few enormous leaf-like structures. Despite their immense size, these trees exhibited sparse foliage, primarily growing a few or dozens of massive leaves. Some trees did possess branches, appearing somewhat denser, yet their leaves remained disproportionately large and sparse. Puzzled, Chen Xuan sensed the density of spiritual energy surrounding him and was immediately astonished. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was staggering, almost thick enough to condense into liquid. The sacred sites within the human domain, remnants of spiritual tides that had swept through, paled in comparison and could only be deemed thin. Chen Xuan hurriedly began to cultivate his body. After a quarter of an hour, he reluctantly stood up, realizing that this rich spiritual energy seemed bound by certain rules, rendering it completely unusable to him. Frustration welled within him, akin to standing before a treasure mountain yet being unable to take even a single brick, with no choice but to abandon the endeavor. Chen Xuan pressed on, determined to explore further. Countless small worlds had been discovered by humanity, each governed by unique rules that birthed extraordinary phenomena. Chen Xuan traversed the forest, intent on breaking free to explore broader territories. After 10 days of relentless trekking, covering at least 2,000 miles, he still found himself ensnared in the unending expanse of towering trees. 10 days had passed, and besides the continuous array of bizarrely shaped trees, he had not encountered a single insect. When would this end? Chen Xuan lamented, feeling exhausted and parched. He finally sank onto the ground, retrieving water and provisions from his storage space. This small world appeared to be vast, with just this forest spanning 2,000 miles in circumference. Seemingly endless. After 10 days of exploration with no results, he contemplated retreating. Although the spiritual energy here was abundant, it was inaccessible. Wasting a day here was a squander of precious time. He could ill afford such luxury. With imminent exams approaching, he needed to rapidly enhance his cultivation and break into the nascent soul stage. Time was of the essence. The small world would not vanish, and he could always return later to explore a different direction. Perhaps finding an exit from this forest. With that thought, Chen Xuan resolved to turn back. Yet, gazing at the towering trees filled him with discontent. After all this preparation, it felt unjust to return without having fired a single shot. Chen Xuan drew out his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the nearest tree. Ding! Host's alloy crossbow arrows triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 100x. Host's alloy crossbow arrow damage multiplied by 100. Ding! Host's alloy crossbow arrows triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 88x. Host's alloy crossbow arrow damage multiplied by 88. Ding! Host's alloy crossbow arrows triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 46x. Host's alloy crossbow arrow quantity multiplied by 46. The sounds of critical hits rang out incessantly. After venting his frustration, just as he was about to depart, a fierce wind swept through, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure that bore down on him. An ancient voice echoed in his mind. "Little grass, was it you who was scratching this old one's back just now?" Chen Xuan was taken aback. Who was speaking to me?" The aged voice replied again. "It is I, the old grass before you." The old grass before him? Chen Xuan was astonished. Could it be the towering trees standing before him? Realization dawned upon him. And he understood why these trees had only a few large leaves. It was, in fact, grass. But such grass was astonishingly colossal. Chen Xuan felt a wave of shock. He then inquired, "Why do you call me little grass? Are you blind?" The old voice responded, "Are you not grass? I sense the roots of a plant within you." Taken aback, Chen Xuan recalled having ingested a talent pearl that granted him the affinity to plants, allowing for mental communication with them. Could it be that this old grass regarded him as a kin? Perhaps he could glean valuable knowledge about this world from the old grass. He promptly replied, "Yes, I am little grass. Dear old grass, where is this place?" The old grass replied slowly, "This is a patch of weeds by the riverbank, the patch of weeds by the riverbank." Chen Xuan continued to probe. How large is this patch of grass? How wide is this river? How vast is the outside world? Are there other beings? The old grass seemed to ponder for a considerable time before responding. "Do not ask so quickly. I have lived here since my youth and cannot move. My understanding of this world is merely gleaned from other old grasses. As for the size of this patch of grass, how should I put it? If I had legs like you and could walk, it would take me a month to traverse it." A sharp intake of breath escaped Chen Xuan upon hearing this. If even the 1,000-foot-tall old grass required a month to escape, this patch of grass must be unimaginably vast. According to the old grass, this patch was merely a small mound by the riverbank. One could only wonder how many such mounds existed along the banks of this river. The old grass continued, "As for how wide this river is, it is many hundreds of times larger than our current patch of weeds." Eons ago, a passing quail recounted its extraordinary travels, remarking that this vast river was merely a trickle in comparison to the expanse of this land. Chen Xuan, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered. He understood that even this small stream dwarfed the current territory of the human realm. It is worth noting that the human domain is 1,000 times the size of Earth in his previous life, inhabited by trillions and countless beasts. This miniature world is indeed terrifying. Chapter 60. The layout. As he pondered this, the old grass spoke again. I have no real concept of the vastness outside. All I know is that it is perilously dangerous. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, a herd of sheep beasts passed through here, annihilating all the grass spirits in the nearby fields, leaving not a single blade alive. Truly horrifying. Chen Xuan found himself envisioning a gentle scene of sheep grazing, yet he could not help but think that these sheep beasts must be several thousand feet tall. Indeed, it was terrifying. We, the grass beings, are the lowest forms of life in this land. With no means to elevate ourselves, the old grass lamented, gradually lowering its voice until it fell silent. Hey, old grass, don't sleep on me. Keep chatting, Chen Xuan urged, growing impatient. Just as the tale was becoming captivating, the old grass had dozed off. Despite his calls yielding no response, Chen Xuan resorted to preparing his Gatling gun, loading it with alloyed crossbow arrows. The other Gatling gun was equipped with alloyed sharp arrows, a secret weapon he rarely deployed. Once loaded, he unleashed a barrage towards the old grass. That feels good. The old grass awoke after a long slumber, exclaiming how long it had been since it last spoke. The nearby companions had been asleep for millennia. It was dreadfully boring. Chen Xuan quickly inquired, Old grass, how is power ranked in this realm? The old grass paused. Power ranking? We grass beings are at the very bottom. We possess no real strength. What Chen Xuan desperately sought to understand was the cultivation levels of the beings in this small world. As it would greatly influence his future plans, he pressed, What is your current strength? To ensure the old grass comprehended the concept of cultivation, he added, for example, how many of me could you defeat? The old grass scrutinized Chen Xuan before uncertainly responding, perhaps 10 billion? Or maybe 100 billion. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt as if the sky had collapsed. The weakest beings in this world could vanquish 100 billion of him. How could he possibly explore this world? Forget it. It seems there's nothing for me here. I might as well hand it over to the authorities. Then the old grass, somewhat uncertain, added, I seem to recall an old companion mentioning that we, the old grass who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, might be at the level of a celestial being. Celestial being? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He had encountered various levels of cultivation in numerous novels. Qi refining, Earth celestial, Heaven celestial, True celestial, Golden celestial, Great Luo, and Primordial. This place resembled the primal world. No wonder it was so bizarre. Suddenly, everything became clear. He inquired, So this must be the primal world. Which stage are we at since Pango opened the heavens? Hearing this, the old grass seemed surprised. How do you know? Your words remind me of a legend about a being named Pango who attempted to create the world. He recalled for quite some time before continuing, however. He never succeeded. It is said he wielded an axe he obtained from somewhere, hoping to cleave the heavens. After thousands of years of effort, he failed to accomplish it and left, claiming he would seek a smaller area to open the heavens. But his meddling disrupted the rules, and since then, the world S-will has become quite exclusionary. That's all I know, little grass. Please refrain from further inquiries. That scratching of yours feels good. How about another round for the old fellow? The old grass seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Chen Xuan sank into contemplation. It appeared this world was not the primal world but rather on the verge of becoming one. The vastness and strength of life forms here surpassed any description. This was not a good omen for Chen Xuan, as he felt utterly incapable of exploring such a world. It would be better to deal with a smaller world like Fire Demon Mountain. It seemed the only option left was to surrender this place. Otherwise, it would be a mere distraction for him. However, handing it over might not bode well for humanity either. If this small world harbored beings with celestial powers, sending warriors to conquer it would spell disaster for them. If a golden celestial sheep beast were to enter the human realm via a teleportation array, humanity would face extinction. What could be done? The rich spiritual energy here was hardly utilizable. It was a tremendous pity. If only he could absorb this energy, his cultivation efficiency would surpass that of the human realm by 100-fold. Yet, the world S-will here was quite exclusionary, preventing outsiders from harnessing the energy of heaven and earth. What if he birthed beings in this place? An idea sparked in Chen Xuan's mind. He still possessed a queen melting gold ant egg in his storage. This ant queen was of average strength, primarily for breeding melting gold ants. Previously, the thousands of melting gold ants he had exterminated were all spawned from a single queen. Should the melting gold ants born here be perceived as local beings, they might bypass the world S-will and absorb the abundant spiritual energy, growing stronger over time, much like the weeds on the ground. eventually reaching a formidable level. They could become a powerful asset for him in the future. With this thought, Chen Xuan promptly retrieved the melting gold ant egg, which had matured and required only a drop of blood to hatch. After a brief moment, a plump and clumsy melting gold ant queen emerged, affectionately approaching Chen Xuan. Beast. Melting gold ant queen. Level. Body refining 60. Attributes. Gold. Fire. Skills. Steel teeth. Hardness. Resilience. Great strength. Golden body. Rapid reproduction. Bloodline. Possesses the ordinary melting gold ant bloodline. Talent. Melting gold, capable of melting metals with its mandibles and stomach to refine its body. Characteristic. Rapid reproduction, a trait of the mother of the species, allowing for swift breeding capabilities. Chen Xuan conveyed his thoughts to the melting gold ant queen. Attempt to absorb the local spiritual energy to refine your body. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan reopened the interface. Beast. Melting gold ant queen. Level. Body refining 61. Indeed, beings hatched in this realm could absorb spiritual energy. The density of the energy here was astonishing. In just half an hour, the melting gold ant queen had advanced a level in body refining. Chen Xuan was overjoyed. After careful consideration, he commanded the melting gold ant queen, from now on, take root here, burrow underground, and build your nest. Reproduce rapidly, and instruct your offspring to develop discreetly and enhance their strength. This world is perilous. Do not wander outside carelessly. In the future, I may require your assistance. Recalling that melting gold ants favored metallic substances, he added, your colony may thrive underground, seeking metals to strengthen yourselves, but make sure to leave a portion for me. Upon receiving the order, the melting gold ant queen began to excavate underground. Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction, envisioning a massive army of melting gold ants sweeping through the battlefield of myriad races. He then sought a nearby spacious area to cultivate the land. In his storage, he still had 824 explosive flame tree seeds, which he had acquired from the Fire Demon Mountain's small world and had yet to use. These seeds possessed remarkable vitality. Once planted, they would thrive. The explosive flame trees from Fire Demon Mountain had left a profound impression on him, capable of both ranged and close combat, as well as launching explosive fire attacks in this energy-rich small world. Chen Xuan anticipated even greater results from them. Embracing the role of a farmer, he diligently planted all 824 explosive flame tree seeds. At this juncture, he found little reason to remain in the small world any longer. After noting the coordinates of this place, Chen Xuan manipulated the teleportation back to his homeland. Chapter 61. Divine level body forging. After a bout of dizziness, the scenery suddenly changed, and Chen Xuan found himself back home. It was already late at night, yet he felt no hint of fatigue. Reflecting on his recent encounters, Chen Xuan found them utterly astonishing. The small world he had confidently teleported to turned out to be an immense realm comparable to the primordial world. The spiritual energy there was so dense it nearly took on a liquid form. Even a single blade of grass towered hundreds of feet high, having existed for at least several 100,000 years. Just one stream in that world was equivalent to the total area of the human realm. Any random beast drawn from there would be a world-destroying monster. And this vast realm currently belonged solely to Chen Xuan. Unfortunately, it was beyond his capacity to consume. Not only could he not partake, but likely the entire human race would struggle with it as well. This world was so gargantuan that even after 10 days of exploration, he had yet to fully traverse a single patch of grass. This was the reason for Chen Xuan's lack of accomplishments. In such a bountiful world brimming with spiritual energy, there must be astonishing cultivation resources, even super rare treasures. However, he lacked the ability to seek them out. What a pity in the current situation. He could either slowly explore in hopes of good fortune or wait until his strength improved, which would expedite the exploration of the small world. The thought of his tortoise-like pace made Chen Xuan's head spin. He silently admonished himself to bring a fast vehicle next time, along with several tons of gasoline. Surely, he would not be stuck in this patch of grass forever. Nevertheless, this journey was not in vain, as he had laid out the groundwork for the Golden Ant Queen and the explosive flame tree seeds. Establishing a contingency in this small world, as long as no unforeseen events occurred, he would soon have a formidable group of Golden Ant subordinates. Once the Golden Ants reached a critical mass, they would provide significant assistance in exploring the small world or in other endeavors. As for the more than 800 explosive flame tree seeds he had planted, Chen Xuan had few expectations. With his affinity for plants, he need not worry about controlling the demon plants he had personally sown. Yet, the immobility of demon plants was an inherent flaw of their race, He could not place too much hope in them and would have to plan accordingly for the future. Next, Chen Xuan began to contemplate his future development path. Originally, his plan placed the exploration and development of the small world as a top priority in the near term, by opening up the small world. He aimed to gather vast resources to enhance his strength. Once he became more powerful, he could accelerate the progress of the small world's development, creating a virtuous cycle. Coupled with the income from being a refiner. Engaging in secret realms, he could smoothly cultivate to the level of a venerable, body forging, elemental assimilation, transcendence, sky mastery, venerable, heavenly ascendance, nirvana, heavenly king. This is the classification of martial realms explored by the human race. The venerable realm represents a formidable human powerhouse, capable of enjoying a lifespan of 500 years, with immense physical combat strength, able to tear mountains apart with bare hands, serving as the elite fighting force of humanity on the battlefield. Yet, at present, Chen Xuan's hope of comfortably cultivating to the venerable realm had been dashed. However, he felt no worry at all. It was merely a temporary lack of resources. The potential of this vast world was boundless. Perhaps when he eventually reached the venerable realm, he would be able to truly develop this world. The future looked bright. After the excitement, Chen Xuan began to feel somewhat fatigued. He had hardly rested in the small world and decided it was time for a good rest. Chen Xuan fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Chen Xuan indulged in a rare moment of laziness, sleeping until midday. After chatting with Chen Tutu, he discovered that she had recently reached the 80th layer of body forging through her diligent training. This was solid proof. Chen Tutu must have activated a trace of the Chen Xuan bloodline. Otherwise, her rapid advancement would be impossible. With her current strength, she would likely rank among the top 10 junior high students in the entire city. He never expected his younger sister to effortlessly transform into a martial arts prodigy. The Chen Xuan, an ancient fierce beast, grants those with its bloodline the activation of at least one talent. It appeared that Chen Tutu's talent was still in the process of forming. Seeing his sister progress so swiftly instilled a sense of urgency in Chen Xuan. He could not allow her to surpass him. Otherwise, this mischievous girl would soon be riding on his back. Chen Xuan contemplated deeply. Achieving the 10th layer of body forging would allow entry into the elemental assimilation phase. However, those who relied solely on body forging to reach the elemental assimilation stage would possess limited potential, as the level of body forging determined their overall physical quality, including the degree of meridian refinement. After entering the elemental assimilation phase, one could still continue body forging, but at that point, it would concern only the enhancement of physical quality. The accumulation of body forging levels held the most value before entering the meridian opening stage. The higher the body forging level, the greater the potential after entering the meridian opening stage. A perfect body forging at the 100th layer could cultivate to the sky mastery stage without encountering any bottlenecks. Perfectly forged martial artists were rare talents. Many martial artists aimed for perfect body forging as their goal. The key cultivators of the prominent families must reach the 100 layers of body forging. For instance, the core descendants of the 5 great families in Qingshui City all achieved perfect body forging. Although the initial investment of resources is significant, nurturing a future Sky Master for the family proves to be quite advantageous. As for higher body forging levels, the strongest individual in South Zhangzhou, King Chen Xuan, who commanded an entire region, was said to possess a foundation of 200 layers of body forging. Chen Xuan, a 5th-grade Nirvana realm expert, leads hundreds of billions of martial artists in South Zhangzhou. Alongside 6 other Nirvana realm experts from different continents, they uphold the sky for humanity. On the battlefield, these 7 Nirvana realm experts defend the human race's front lines, instilling fear in countless alien warriors, preventing them from daring to cross the line. The resources required for every 10 layers of body forging double, and to accumulate 200 layers, the necessary medicinal pills alone would cost several hundred billion. Moreover, a martial artist's ability to absorb resources is limited. Generally, a martial artist can only rely on pills to reach the 100th layer, and beyond that, consuming more pills becomes futile. Only those with extraordinarily rare innate bones and cultivation talents can continually elevate their body forging levels through medicinal pills. Chen Xuan is one such rare individual, possessing the barbaric dragon body, one of the 36 sacred physiques. 200 layers of body forging is also known as divine-level body forging. Among humanity, the number of martial artists who possess divine-level body forging as a foundation for opening their meridians is exceedingly few. Such geniuses, provided they do not fall midway, will inevitably become extraordinary powerhouses. Chen Xuan was exceedingly envious of divine-level body forging. Given his previous subpar constitution, relying on pills to accumulate over 100 layers was already his limit. Beyond that, No further progress could be made, even with more pills. However, he possessed a critical strike system. After achieving perfect body forging, pills became ineffective for him, but that did not mean the effects of pills after a critical strike would also be ineffective. Triggering the effects of body refining pills with tens of times the critical strike would still continuously refine his body. This emboldened him to aspire to divine-level body forging. Since Chen Xuan had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle in this lifetime, he certainly could not let it slip away, nor would he allow regrets to take root. Recalling the time when he faced the choice between working or delving into secret realms, he resolutely chose the latter, leading to a series of pleasant surprises: grade 4 medicinal pills, 2 talents, the profession of a refiner, and the coordinates of a small world. One benefit after another came pouring in, compared to the predictable and limited existence of working and consuming pills. Chen Xuan's current achievements and potential far surpassed 100-fold. Thus, he resolved to boldly pursue divine-level body forging. Chapter 62. Opening an online store, setting aside whether divine-level body forging could succeed. The immediate issue at hand was the lack of funds. Achieving divine-level body forging required medicinal pills worth several hundred billion. Then, he would become a pill-consuming king, tirelessly grinding day and night. Acquiring several hundred billion in funds would likely only be feasible for the large families rooted in major cities. For families of the scale of the 5 great families in Qingshui City, several hundred billion would likely be a significant burden. Chen Xuan had already addressed his bone constitution issue. With his current perfect body forging, his ability to absorb elemental force through his meridians had greatly improved. This meant that he was no longer a waste. His martial arts talent now surpassed that of ordinary martial artists and was on par with individuals like the members of the Qingshui 5. This was the benefit of perfect body forging. Divine-level body forging would yield even greater advantages. For those without extraordinary innate bones, continually raising their body forging levels is the sole path to enhancing their talent. However, pills remained an insurmountable obstacle. Currently, the enhancement from the elemental assimilation pill had become ineffective without triggering a critical strike, inevitably leading to waste. Chen Xuan pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. Utilizing his computational prowess, he began to tap away rapidly. Assuming he needed funds valued at 30 billion, with an average critical strike multiplier of 50 times, he would require 6 billion in funds for the critical strike occurrences of the pills. Based on previous experiences, an average of 5 attempts at refining pills would trigger 1 critical strike. Thus, 6 billion multiplied by 5 equals 30 billion. However, Chen Xuan could not refine pills one by one. If he swallowed them in bulk, considerable medicinal efficacy would inevitably be wasted. Perhaps he needed at least an additional 5 billion. Staring at the number that finally settled on his phone calculator, Chen Xuan was astounded. If everything went smoothly, he would only need 3.5 billion to achieve divine-level body forging. Just a mere 3.5 billion. Others would require at least 30 billion, and success was not guaranteed. With the critical strike system, he had saved an astonishing 26.5 billion. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh aloud. Anyone who unexpectedly gained over 20 billion would struggle to remain composed. However, 3.5 billion still seemed like a hefty sum. Just the other day, he had worked tirelessly to earn over 200 million. 3.5 billion was indeed a daunting task. Once he regained his composure, Chen Xuan realized he had celebrated too early. He currently had less than 100,000 on him. Where would he find 3.5 billion? Fortunately, he was employed as a refiner. The artisan of weaponry is indeed a master of earning. A bit of effort can always yield enough funds for elixirs. If only I were an alchemist, I could produce and consume my own potions, thereby saving a significant amount of money. Chen Xuan realized he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. The qualifications for an alchemist are far more stringent, with a higher demand for mental prowess. While a weapon artisan may fall short in producing high-tier artifacts due to insufficient mental capacity, they are still capable of forging alloy weapons, armor, and crossbow bolts without issue. In contrast, an alchemist requires precise control. Without the requisite mental strength, even the most basic of enhancement potions cannot be concocted. Abandoning the notion of becoming an alchemist, Chen Xuan opened the martial arts forum to check on his followers. No, his fans. Upon accessing his account page, he saw that he had 20.21 million followers and a withdrawal amount of 1.56 million. It had been over 10 days since his last strategy post, and the commotion caused by his comprehensive guide had gradually subsided. Although the influx of new followers and donations had dwindled, his followers had surpassed 20 million, and donations had totaled 1.56 million. While it was a modest sum, it felt like a timely boon for Chen Xuan. Now, he had enough funds to purchase a forging furnace and alloy materials. The initial capital was in place. He hastily withdrew the money. Your account has received a transfer of 1.56 million. The balance now stood at 1.57 million. Observing the 2 million followers beneath his account, Chen Xuan shook his head. Initially, he had planned to nurture his following further, but now faced with the need for funds, he had no choice but to make an early withdrawal. Closing the martial arts forum, he opened the wholesale market on Teebao Network. Spending 1 million on a low-grade forging platform and utilizing the remaining funds to purchase alloy materials. Subsequently, he applied for a personal shop, registering under his real identity while concealing all owner information. He whimsically named his shop Super God Heavy Industries. In the shop description, he stated that all weapons and equipment were handcrafted by renowned weapon artisans. With a guarantee of quality and free shipping, any counterfeit would result in a 1,000-fold compensation. He then casually captured images of several low-grade alloy weapons online to upload his products. Alloy crossbow bolt, 1,000 yuan each. Primary alloy warblade, 10,000 yuan each. Primary alloy armor, 20,000 yuan per set. Given his current mental prowess, he could only forge basic alloy weapons. Crafting more advanced items was beyond his capability. The prices he set were reflective of market standards, neither too high nor too low. Engaging in fan-based economics, there was no need for cutthroat competition. His followers were primarily novice martial artists with limited purchasing power, and he had no intention of pricing his products exorbitantly. Once the shop was established, Chen Xuan awaited the arrival of his forging platform and alloy materials. Soon, a delivery truck arrived, directing the delivery personnel to stack the materials and the forging platform in his courtyard. Chen Xuan retained the courier to discuss collaboration matters. One cannot operate an online store without a courier service. Teebao Network's delivery service was quite reliable. Having made multiple purchases from Teebao Network, he knew their private shop could ensure next-day delivery. While orders from the official wholesale market were guaranteed within 2 hours, Teebao Network is the largest online marketplace in the realm of humanity, boasting warehouses and transportation systems in thousands of cities across 7 continents. Renowned for their reliability, they were a trustworthy choice. Ultimately, Chen Xuan and the courier finalized a comprehensive cooperation agreement, wherein all aspects of warehousing, transport, delivery, and after-sales service for Chen Xuan's products would be managed by Teebao Network's courier service. Chen Xuan would only be responsible for the shop itself, saving time and effort, albeit at a slightly higher cost. However, for a weapon artisan, time is money. Not having to worry about logistics was a considerable advantage. After sending off the courier, Chen Xuan began to familiarize himself with the forging platform. This platform, made from special metals, is quite costly. The one Chen Xuan purchased was merely the lowest grade, costing him 1 million. Currently, he was unable to forge artifacts, only capable of crafting basic mundane items, and this forging platform sufficed for his needs. Another crucial aspect of forging is the forge fire, which must be of extremely high temperature and easily adjustable. A good forge fire greatly aids the artisan. A platform equipped with such a fire would typically cost upwards of tens of millions, which Chen Xuan could not afford. Yet, he did not need to purchase a forge fire. He retrieved a small fire from storage. It was time for it to shine. This small fire, classified as third-grade terrestrial fire, possesses an indestructible property, allowing it to burn continuously without consuming energy, while also maintaining a powerful flame. An unparalleled choice for forging. Without further ado, he placed the small fire into the furnace. Chen Xuan grasped the forging hammer and commenced his work. Forging small items like alloy crossbow bolts was exceedingly simple for him. Given his experience, with the forging platform now at his disposal, his speed in crafting crossbow bolts had significantly increased. Ding! The host forged an alloy crossbow bolt, triggering a critical hit, critical multiplier 70 times. The host forged 70 alloy crossbow bolts. Ding! The host forged an alloy crossbow bolt, triggering a critical hit, critical multiplier 51 times. The host forged 51 alloy crossbow bolts. Ding! The host forged an alloy crossbow bolt, triggering a critical hit, critical multiplier 83 times. The host forged the sharpness of the alloy crossbow bolt 83. And thus, the alloy arrows were born. There are 2 types of critical hits when forging crossbow bolts, one for quantity and one for sharpness. The alloy arrows with sharpness critical hits are sharper than those exorbitantly priced armor-piercing arrows. These sharp arrows were collected by Chen Xuan, designated as non-sale items for his personal use. The ordinary alloy crossbow bolts, however, were carelessly stacked aside. The third-grade spiritual fire has an impressive burning capability, rapidly melting and forging alloy materials. With each swing of the hammer, an array of alloy crossbow bolts took shape under Chen Xuan's skilled hands. After 2 hours of diligent work, the ground was strewn with bundles of crossbow bolts. Estimated to number over 10,000, Chen Xuan paused, realizing that for the grand opening of his new shop, he could not solely prepare alloy crossbow bolts. Furthermore, crossbow bolts were limited to use with crossbows. The Zhuge crossbow, capable of firing multiple arrows, was particularly useful for Chen Xuan, who favored high attack frequency and had always been his primary weapon. However, for other novice martial artists, swords and armor are the most commonly used weapons. Even for ranged fighters, the frequency of bow and arrow usage far exceeds that of crossbow bolts. Crossbow bolts are most effective at short ranges, while bows have greater distance and power. Thus, Chen Xuan crafted a batch of standard ordinary arrows. Naturally, he would not forge iron arrows sold for mere coins, as they yield negligible profit. Alloy arrows, being harder and sharper than iron arrows, offer a superior profit margin. During the forging of alloy arrows, critical hits were also triggered continuously. Ding, the host forged an alloy arrow triggering a critical hit, critical multiplier 66 times. The host forged 66 alloy arrows. Ding, the host forged an alloy arrow triggering a critical hit, critical multiplier 39 times. The host forged sharpness 39. The alloy arrows that triggered sharpness critical hits had remarkably sturdy shafts, and the alloy at the arrowhead appeared to have undergone multiple hammering processes, with the alloy's texture seamlessly integrated, resulting in an exceptionally sharp tip. Chen Xuan picked one up and tossed it lightly towards a large tree. With a thud, the sharp arrow pierced through half a meter of tree trunk, continuing its momentum to embed itself in a brick wall. Astonishingly sharp. This was without any force applied. If a martial artist were to shoot it with a strong bow, the impact and penetration would undoubtedly be astounding. Collecting these critical hit arrows separately, Chen Xuan continued his forging. Hours slipped by, and before he knew it, the morning had passed. Chen Xuan gazed at the small mountain of alloy arrows, exhaling a deep breath. This should suffice. Unsure of his fans' purchasing power, he refrained from overproducing. After a brief rest, he resumed crafting primary alloy war blades, war bows, and armor. With years of accumulated forging experience, he could assess the simplest structures of primary mundane items at a glance, deducing the most efficient forging methods. In comparison to consumable weapons like arrows, crafting larger items such as war blades, war bows, and armor required significantly more time. In an hour, he could only produce a dozen or so items. However, with critical hit bonuses, he could generate 100 to 200 items in an hour. An impressive output nonetheless. Chen Xuan worked tirelessly until the evening. Forging was mentally exhausting, and even his body, fortified through rigorous training to 100 layers, felt the strain. The next morning, Chen Xuan arose early to continue his preparations, focusing primarily on forging alloy weapons and armor. As the day passed, Chen Xuan felt both physically drained and exhilarated. Observing the courtyard filled with alloy weapons, armor, and bows, he felt a profound sense of achievement. No one would expect that this was merely the product of 2 days' labor. For any other artisan, achieving such results would typically take a month. Upon returning, Chen Tutu was equally astonished. She had long known of Chen Xuan's endeavors in weapon crafting but was taken aback by the sheer volume he had produced in just 2 days. Looking at the bundles of alloy arrows and the stacks of alloy war blades, bows, and armor, she couldn't help but express her bewilderment. Are weapon artisans truly this productive? If so, why are weapons in the market so expensive? It seems rather exploitative, brother. Did you really forge all of this? Chen Tutu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Xuan took her hand and replied, Tutu, I can only forge primary weapons for now. These are simple to make. Hence the speed. Chen Tutu's eyes sparkled. It was indeed her brother who had crafted these weapons. They represented wealth, and their family could potentially earn substantial money now. No wonder they could even afford a sports car. Chen Tutu curiously examined the weapons. With an irresistible fascination, she caressed a collection of alloy weapons. Throughout her life, she had never formally possessed a weapon, which was rather disheartening for a warrior. Chen Xuan smacked his forehead. Realizing he had overlooked this matter, Tutu, I'll select a few weapons for you, he exclaimed as he walked toward a designated area. He chose a battle knife, a war bow, and a set of alloy armor. Beckoning to Chen Tutu, come over and take a look. Chen Tutu rushed over, her face alight with excitement. Upon receiving the battle knife from Chen Xuan, she marveled, this alloy battle knife is so cool. Let me give it a try. However, unable to find any object suitable for testing the blade, she turned towards a tree in the courtyard. With the intention of avoiding harm to the tree, she applied only a slight force. To her astonishment, the tree, as thick as a human waist, was effortlessly severed as if it were mere tofu. Holding the alloy battle knife, Chen Tutu was dumbfounded. How could it be this sharp? In her shock, she failed to notice the fallen tree crashing down. Be careful. Chen Xuan rushed over, enveloping Chen Tutu in his arms as the tree's crown struck him. With his formidable body, strengthened through rigorous training, he remained unharmed. After moving the tree aside, Chen Xuan explained, "The memories I inherited as a blacksmith include a secret technique that enhances certain attributes of weapons during their forging. Allowing for the creation of extraordinary weapons, I'll select a few enhanced weapons for you to keep for your protection." Not wishing to divulge the secret of the critical strike system, he attributed the weapon's uniqueness to the forging technique. Chen Tutu was astonished by the revelation. However, her brother's prowess only filled her with joy, especially knowing he would gift her such remarkable weapons. Chen Xuan then picked up the war bow, saying, "Sister, first put the sharp battle knife away. This bow is also forged with a secret technique, possessing enhanced attributes. Can you identify where the enhancement lies?" Chen Tutu examined the bow closely, pulling on the string with all her might. This string is incredibly resilient, she realized. Chen Xuan praised her insight, explaining, "The bowstring has been enhanced, rendering it more resilient and elastic, which increases the impact force of the arrows and extends their range. This war bow is a gift for you." Chen Tutu beamed with delight, utterly enamored by the exquisite bow. Next, Chen Xuan produced a set of basic alloy armor and handed her a standard alloy battle knife. "Sister, give this armor a good hack with the battle knife." Chen Tutu, though astonished, complied, realizing both were basic equipment. Striking the armor with all her strength, she felt a jolt in her arm and quickly released her grip. Upon inspecting the armor, she gasped, "What? There are no marks at all. This armor is remarkably durable." Her disbelief was palpable as she searched the armor for any signs of damage, finding none, while her battle knife had dulled. Realizing the armor's exceptional protective quality, Chen Xuan chuckled at her astonished expression. "This armor boasts over 90 times the hardness. It is a gift for you." "Thank you, brother," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Chen Xuan then presented her with a bundle of enhanced arrows. Receiving such a bounty of powerful weapons filled Chen Tutu with joy. Observing his sister's exuberance, Chen Xuan began to assess his own inventory. Before bestowing weapons upon Chen Tutu, he had already selected a complete set of enhanced weapons and armor for himself. With these enhancements, his combat prowess would significantly increase. After 2 days of dedicated forging, Chen Xuan felt a profound sense of regret for not having met the blacksmithing profession sooner. His critical strike system perfectly complemented his vocation as a blacksmith. Even while crafting basic items, he had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the critical strike system. The frequent triggering of quantity-based critical strikes had accelerated his forging speed by at least tenfold. Allowing him to achieve the output of 10 men, he also discerned the operational principles of the critical strike system. Triggers for critical strikes could manifest in various forms, not merely in quantity but also in other attributes. Even specific parts of the weapon, the sharpness of arrows, the hardness of armor, and the resilience of bows could all exhibit critical strikes resulting in effects that multiplied by dozens or even hundreds. Chen Xuan referred to equipment with enhanced attributes as enhanced gear. However, the more peculiar the attribute, the more challenging it was to trigger a critical strike. Common properties like quantity and damage were easier to activate. In his musings, he concluded that crafting a battle knife could yield infinite possibilities for critical strikes. The primary attribute of the knife being sharpness made it the most susceptible to triggering such strikes, while attributes like size had a slight chance of activation. Chen Xuan believed that with relentless dedication to forging battle knives, he would eventually trigger a critical strike, creating a knife of extraordinary size. While an oversized alloy battle knife would not serve him well, it represented yet another possibility. With the critical strike system, Chen Xuan envisioned the potential to forge a plethora of fantastical enhanced weapons. Presently, he could only create basic items, devoid of any special attributes, limiting him to enhancing fundamental qualities like sharpness and resilience. However, as his mental prowess and blacksmithing skills advanced, he would eventually forge extraordinary artifacts imbued with unique properties. At that point, a fortunate critical strike could yield a superlative weapon, such as an enchanted battle knife capable of unleashing a blade of energy several meters long for combat. If the critical strike activated during the forging of this energy aspect, one could imagine a blade that extended hundreds of meters, transforming a melee weapon into a ranged one with a striking range of hundreds of meters. Should he possess such a weapon, he would dominate the battlefield against myriad foes. Although he was not yet capable of forging artifacts, he believed that day would not be far off. As he reveled in these thoughts, Chen Xuan began tallying the quantity of equipment he had crafted. Alloy arrows, 10. 0.25, enhanced alloy arrows, sharpness 130, alloy bows, 30,600, enhanced alloy bows, sharpness 405, basic alloy battle bows. 500, enhanced basic alloy battle bows, resilience 6, basic alloy battle knives. 500, enhanced basic alloy battle knives, sharpness 5, basic alloy armor. 500, enhanced basic alloy armor, hardness 7. Wow. That's a substantial amount, he mused, reflecting on his labor over the past 2 days. This total did not include the 2 sets he had reserved for himself and Chen Xuan. The enhanced alloy arrows, sharpness, were intended for his personal use, as his Gatling gun was particularly reliant on arrows. The over 100 enhanced arrows would only suffice for a single round of firing. Previously, he had filled his Gatling with enhanced arrows to entertain old grass. And now he had replenished his stock.as for the other enhanced weapons. He planned to list them on the Tbao network as flagship products to establish his reputation. He promptly contacted the delivery service to arrange for the collection and storage of his weapons. After categorizing and coding the equipment for cloud storage, he could entirely delegate the subsequent shipping and customer service matters. Chen Xuan began pricing his items for the online shop. Alloy arrows, 1,000 yuan each, inventory, 10,000. Alloy bows, 1,000 yuan each, inventory, 30,000. Basic alloy battle bows, 10,000 yuan each, inventory, 500. Basic alloy battle knives, 10,000 yuan each, inventory, 500. Basic alloy armor, 20,000 yuan each, inventory, 500. All these basic items had standardized market reference prices, and Chen Xuan set his prices accordingly. After estimating the total value of his inventory, he was astonished to find it reached an astounding 60 million yuan. Surprised by this revelation, he had not anticipated the magnitude of his output until he completed his count. The cost of materials amounted to merely 300,000 yuan, coupled with his tireless labor. Of course, he also owed some credit to the small fire, whose formidable flames had accelerated his forging speed. A profit margin of 200 times was remarkable. It was no wonder that blacksmiths were regarded as one of the most lucrative professions. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt that the financial gap in his pursuit of divine-level body refinement seemed less daunting. However, he realized it was premature to celebrate, as the items had yet to be sold. The demand for weapons among humankind was unimaginably vast. Nevertheless, every market eventually reaches saturation. Equipment does not have an expiration date and can circulate in the market indefinitely unless damaged. Thus, the reality is that blacksmiths cannot forge weapons every day and expect to sell them all, unless they have fixed purchasing channels. Typically, blacksmiths lack the energy to manage sales themselves, relying instead on established partnerships. They often sell in bulk at discounted prices to distributors who handle the sales process, thereby avoiding the extraordinary profit margins that Chen Xuan anticipated. While he currently lacked a distributor, he remained confident in his fan base. After listing the ordinary equipment, Chen Xuan stared at the 18 enhanced weapons, feeling a headache over how to price them. Chapter 65, Harvesting the Chives. The quality of these enhanced weapons varied significantly. Some had enhancements of several times, while others boasted enhancements of dozens of times. A uniform pricing strategy would undoubtedly be unfair. After some contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to set prices based on critical hit multipliers. For instance, the least impressive basic alloy dagger, sharpness enhancement 10, would be priced at 10 times that of a regular dagger, thus marked at 100,000 yuan. Conversely, the dagger with a sharpness enhancement of 58 would be priced at 580,000 yuan. This pricing seemed reasonable, fair to both young and old alike. Finally, the listing was complete, albeit at the cost of Chen Xuan's considerable time. Next, it remained to be seen how the buyers would respond. Chen Xuan opened the martial arts forum, his primary platform, as he had not ventured into other avenues such as video sites. In the martial artist's world, cultivation and enhancing one's power were paramount. Thus, the martial arts forum had long established itself as the premier site within the human domain. Upon accessing his account, Chen Xuan updated his personal description with the link to his shop. The Tbao online store had opened, primarily selling weapons and gear, with a special focus on enhanced weapons designed for clearing secret realms. Click to enter directly. By placing the advertisement in his personal profile, his followers could easily access his shop. Before long, a follower discovered his signature and promptly started a new thread. The Great One, Kicking Nirvana Fist Against the King, has begun selling. Chen Xuan's account, Kicking Nirvana Fist Against the King, had already made an impression during previous waves of popularity. News related to this account immediately drew a crowd. They were amazed to find that the Great One had amassed 2 million followers. Impressive indeed. Support was a must. The Great One's strategy posts had aided countless novice martial artists, and it was finally time to repay him. Weapons were a necessity. Where else could they be bought? From now on, They would only trust the Great One's shop. Give us a link, someone urged out. It's right in the Great One's signature. Another added, I just need to change my weapon. I'm off. This thread quickly became a sensation. At that moment, Chen Xuan was observing the back end of his shop. He saw the number of visitors jump from 0 to 5, then soar to 20, with the numbers continuously rising. The notification chimes rang incessantly. Ding, T-Bao member has purchased your item. Alloy bow and arrow, quantity, 100, payment amount, 10,000 yuan. Ding, T-Bao member LSP 2047 has purchased your item. Basic alloy dagger, quantity, 1, payment amount, 10,000 yuan. Ding. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Was this happening so quickly? He had merely updated his profile and had yet to post any promotional content, yet he was already attracting such traffic. It appeared he had underestimated the strength of his followers. It seemed that due to his status as a strategy blogger rather than an entertainment figure, his followers were more loyal. Meanwhile, the discussion surrounding that post continued to heat up. Some began to express doubts. I just checked the shop, and guess what I found? A basic alloy dagger marked with enhancement 58 is selling for 580,000 yuan. The market price for such a dagger is only 10,000 yuan. Isn't the shop owner a swindler? Just randomly marking it at 580,000? Indeed. But I trust the Great One won't deceive us. This must be the powerful tool he mentioned for clearing secret realms. Experience reveals truth. I'll buy one as a show of respect. I'll share the results with everyone tomorrow. Then we'll see if it's a scam or a rare treasure. Chen Xuan had no time to monitor the forum. He was busy handling customer service. The inquiries ranged widely, from whether he was the Great One to requests for discount coupons and questions about shipping and return policies. Some even inquired about job openings for customer service. Chen Xuan patiently responded to serious inquiries, understanding that these were his customers. He ignored the frivolous ones, unwilling to waste time on them. Despite this, Chen Xuan found himself overwhelmed, ultimately needing to enlist Chen Tutu's help to alleviate some pressure. Most of Chen Xuan's followers were novice martial artists, and their purchasing power was generally moderate, often buying only 10 or 20 arrows at a time, with few purchasing over 100 in one go. Some financially constrained novice martial artists even sought to recycle their arrows, particularly the expensive alloy ones that, of course, Chen Xuan never reused items. His Gatling crossbow fired 100 arrows at once, making retrieval cumbersome, and the arrows required high quality. Any slight bend rendered them unusable, affecting the entire crossbow's efficacy. The stock of alloy weapons in the shop, however, was still in demand, consistently receiving orders. After a long night of work, Chen Xuan decided to close the customer service interface and get some rest. Chen Tutu, handling customer service for the first time, was equally overwhelmed. She had just received a plethora of enhanced weapons during the day and was dedicated to helping her brother, exhausting herself in the process. Sister, you should rest early. Tomorrow, I'll hand over the shop to someone else. Chen Xuan thought managing the online store was overly tedious and would severely impact his mood and training progress. It held little value. He would rather focus on refining items or gathering followers. Delegating the mundane tasks of shop management to others would be more efficient. In just one day, over 1,000 orders were processed. Half of the alloy bows and arrows sold out, while the crossbow arrows sold more slowly, with only 2,000 sold. The battle bows, daggers, and armor also saw considerable sales, with over 200 units sold of each. However, of the 18 enhanced weapons, aside from the dagger with enhancement 58, the rest garnered no interest. It seemed the prices were set too high, and customers, unaware of their unique qualities, were reluctant to become victims of overpricing. Nonetheless, on the first day of the store's opening, nearly half of the inventory had sold. After deducting costs and logistics, the profit approached 20 million yuan. Earning 20 million in a day felt astonishingly effortless. Seeing such impressive daily revenue, Chen Xuan felt a renewed sense of vigor. Joyfully, he shut down his computer and went to sleep. Perhaps due to 2 consecutive days of busyness, he was utterly exhausted, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Upon checking the time, Chen Xuan smacked his forehead. He had overslept, leaving the shop unattended. Hastily, he logged into the shop's backend. The backend was flooded with customer messages and thousands of order notifications, leaving Chen Xuan bewildered. Aren't you all sleeping? How could there be so many orders so early in the morning? All items listed were sold out, completely? Chen Xuan was stunned. Logically, they shouldn't have sold out, especially the enhanced equipment. Opening the customer service interface, all inquiries were about the enhanced equipment. Why isn't customer service online? When will the enhanced equipment be restocked? Damn it, I came too late and missed out. Call customer service. Your enhanced weapons are trending on the forum. Don't sleep through this. What's going on? Chen Xuan was perplexed and quickly accessed the martial arts forum. Chapter 66. profits of 60 million. In the general discussion section, Chen Xuan immediately spotted a highly active thread with thousands of replies. The title read, "The Great One was wronged. The power of enhanced weapons is terrifying. First, I owe an apology to the Great One. I judged hastily. Yesterday, when the Great One opened his new shop, I supported him wholeheartedly. However, upon seeing the price tags of several $100,000 for basic alloy daggers, I couldn't help but feel skeptical. Suspecting the Great One was trying to deceive his followers. Driven by curiosity, I purchased an enhanced alloy dagger with 58 yesterday. Upon receiving it this morning, I realized the weapon's exceptional quality. Below is my demonstration video. Please pay attention. In the video, a rugged young man pinched the hilt of a gleaming dagger with 2 fingers, the blade pointed downward towards a thickly paved stone surface. He released his grip, and the dagger plunged into the stone, leaving only the hilt visible. The young man exclaimed, "Incredible! What a sharp knife!" Next, he placed a set of basic alloy armor on the stone and, extracting the enhanced dagger, struck at the armor. With a crisp crack, the armor was sliced cleanly in half, the edges perfectly aligned. The video concluded with his summary, "I swear on my character that the video is genuine. The Great One's enhanced dagger is indeed pricey. Yet it is absolutely worth the cost that I speculate that the 58 enhancement signifies a 58-fold increase in sharpness, truly sharper than even mid-tier daggers." The subsequent replies overflowed with astonishment and disbelief. How is this possible? No one would believe that a basic dagger could slice through alloy armor. What are we waiting for? While you're all shocked, the enhanced weapons are almost sold out. They re-gone. I didn't get a weapon, but I managed to snag a set of enhanced armor. Hopefully, it'll surprise me. The moment I saw the post, I rushed to the shop, only to find there were hardly any left. The poster is not being fair. They must have snatched several weapons before posting the video. Such a weapon is truly formidable. Possessing it allows me to traverse several layers of the secret realms. Why hasn't customer service responded to me? Upon finishing this post, Chen Xuan finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that his enhanced weapon was even more sought after than he had anticipated. A blade capable of slicing through iron would significantly elevate the prowess of low-level martial artists. Had he possessed such a weapon initially, those iron-backed demonic rabbits would have fallen to him with a single strike. Unfortunately, the probability of triggering a critical hit was exceedingly low. The last time, he managed to produce only 18 items after more than a day at IT. Seemed that the prices for enhancement-type equipment would rise collectively next time. Having someone promote his products was an unexpected boon for Chen Xuan, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. Yet, despite preparing a considerable amount of stock, it was all snatched away in less than a day. While earning money was swift, Chen Xuan found himself compelled to resume forging. Meanwhile, the customer service messages continued to flood in, mostly urging him to restock. Chen Xuan pondered. It was too late to produce more on the spot. Given the overwhelming demand, relying solely on the meager output from critical hits would not suffice. Why not consider pre-sales? With the current fervor for enhancement equipment, a plethora of orders would undoubtedly flood in. He wondered how long it would take to forge them. Chen Xuan did not wish to accumulate a mountain of debt from enhancement equipment. If he had it, he would sell it. If not, he would refrain. His shop was now entirely sold out, and there would be no transactions for the time being. So Chen Xuan decided to ignore the customer inquiries altogether. Upon reviewing, he found that the total sales over the past 2 days amounted to 69 million. After deducting the platform S1 commission and the exorbitant logistics costs, nearly 4 million. This was indeed high. However, given the presence of demonic beasts outside the city, logistics was no easy task, especially since Chen Xuan's customers were spread across 7 continents. Calculating it this way, the expenses did not seem excessive. After all deductions, he could still retain approximately 63 million. Subtracting several $100,000 for alloy material costs, Chen Xuan's hard work over 2 days yielded a final profit of over 62 million. Averaging a daily profit of 30 million, and upon realizing this, Chen Xuan was utterly astounded. He had never imagined that he could become a veritable money-making machine. Earning 30 million daily meant $1 billion over a month. In just 3.5 months, he could amass the 3.5 billion needed for a divine-level body refinement. Then, with a month of consuming elixirs, he estimated he could formally attain divine-level body refinement. All of this could be achieved in a mere 4.5 months. The future looked promising, but of course, this was only attainable under the most ideal circumstances. Chen Xuan could not forge equipment every day for consecutive months. Doing so would reduce him to a mere tool. What would be the point of living? Moreover, he had the second baseline examination and midterms approaching. He had also promised to go shopping with Wenxiaer and Qin Tutu when time permitted. Additionally, there was the matter of clearing new secret realms and the plan for exploring the small world. Furthermore, even if he worked tirelessly day and night, his fans would not purchase infinitely. The market would inevitably reach saturation. One could not harvest all the chives at once. It was a gradual process. He would need to accumulate fans through clearing secret realms. Furthermore, Chen Xuan had no intention of perpetually forging low-level mundane weapons. The added value was simply too low. Experienced craftsmen would be keen on creating low-level mundane items. These were merely for novices to practice with. Mid to high-level mundane weapons, priced in the hundreds of thousands to millions, also held little allure. Only treasured artifacts, which could fetch over $1 billion each, should be the main focus of a craftsman. If Chen Xuan could forge some enhanced mid to high-level mundane weapons, or even enhanced treasured artifacts, his income could surpass the current level by several tens of times. Crafting treasured artifacts was the true path. It was less exhausting and yielded profits effortlessly. He possessed a natural advantage in crafting treasured artifacts. The experience and insights inherited from a seasoned craftsman included methods for crafting several types of treasured artifacts. However, his mental capacity was insufficient to complete the crafting of treasured artifacts. Mental capacity, or spiritual power, is enhanced through the comprehension of the world, which increases one's mental capacity and level. Mental power derives from wisdom and requires a practitioner's understanding of the natural world. It is a gift from the Creator to those with extraordinary wisdom, further augmented through specialized training. A mental capacity master is a path of cultivation that primarily focuses on mental power. A powerful mental capacity master can directly launch mental attacks against foes during combat. For enemies with weak mental power, the effects can be terrifying, potentially causing them to lose their sanity or become vegetative. They can also create mental illusions, ensnaring the enemy without their knowledge, and when they finally break free, their bodies may already have been destroyed. At the very least, they can emit mental waves to disrupt the enemy's ability to act, thus buying time for their side to attack. Therefore, mental capacity masters are highly regarded professions, often capable of altering the tide of battle in an instant. Both alchemy and crafting require a certain level of mental power. To forge treasured artifacts, one must at least reach the second-tier mental capacity master level, wherein mental power forms a mental reservoir in the mind. Yet, Chen Xuan had yet to even begin this journey. As a craftsman, the cultivation of mental power was an unavoidable threshold. Chen Xuan's urgency was futile. Generally speaking, the cultivation of mental power is a systematic process and is even more challenging than the path of elemental energy cultivation. Renowned mental capacity masters have all reached their current achievements through years of arduous training. Presently, Chen Xuan's time and energy did not permit him to embark on a new path of cultivation. Chapter 67. The beautiful visitor having organized his thoughts, Chen Xuan cast aside the matters of his online store and product promotion. After a brief wash, he stood before the mirror. Rarely had Chen Xuan slept well and earned a sum of money in one day, leaving him in high spirits. Gazing at the handsome figure in the mirror, he grinned widely. However, upon smiling, he nearly fainted on the spot. Realizing just how strikingly handsome he truly was, he could have relied on his looks for a living. Yet here he was, working so hard. It was all the fault of his original self, who lacked confidence and always thought of himself as an ugly duckling, leaving him with lingering shadows that prevented him from fully embracing his charm. What a pity for such a handsome face. Just as he finished tidying up, he heard the voices of girls outside. Huh, is my sister talking to someone? Curious, Chen Xuan opened the door. 3 graceful figures came into view. With Chen Tutu in a JK uniform, chatting animatedly with 2 beautiful girls. Wenxiar, what brings you here? Chen Xuan asked in surprise. Wenxiar, dressed in a flowing green gown, was slender and elegant, her fair and delicate face currently linked with Chen Tutu's arm. He then noticed another tall and stunning beauty in a mini skirt, her long legs nearly dazzling Chen Xuan. He was momentarily taken aback. Chen Sun, what are you doing here? This girl had been avoiding him recently, and now she had come to his doorstep. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Wenxiar's face displayed a barely perceptible hint of joy, which quickly reverted to normal as she greeted, Tutu invited me over to play. Chen Xuan, why are you at home? Aren't you supposed to be at school? Chen Tutu paused for a moment, puzzled. Sister Xiar, didn't you ask if my brother was home before you came? Wenxiar's face flushed slightly. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly. Chen Sun, at this moment, sensed something amiss. Sister Xiar isn't acting normally today, she thought, her curiosity piqued. Having grown up with Wenxiar, she understood her better than anyone. Wenxiar was exceptionally intelligent, kind-hearted, and methodical. Today, in front of Chen Xuan, there was a hint of disarray. She was certain she hadn't misread the situation. Oh no. Xiao'er, could it be that you've developed feelings for this guy? The thought struck Chen Xuan like a bolt from the blue. Her good friend Wen Xiao'er was the daughter of the city lord of Clearwater City, coming from an illustrious background and possessing exceptional martial talent. She was a pure and beautiful gem, and countless martial geniuses from prominent families had pursued her. Yet, she remained as cold as ice when it came to romantic matters. What kind of charm had Chen Xuan cast upon her? Chen Xuan glared at Chen Xuan with anger. Upon scrutinizing his face, she found herself momentarily stunned, an involuntary flutter of excitement coursing through her. This guy was quite handsome, not just ordinary good-looking. No wonder Wen Xiao'er was losing composure. But this guy had treated her so poorly in the past. His character was deplorable. What did it matter how handsome he was, especially being a martial failure? Chen Xuan chided herself internally, yet her gaze remained fixated. Memories of that mischievous kiss and the moment she was enveloped in his embrace, inhaling his faint masculine fragrance, sent waves of restlessness through her heart. She could not help but spiral into chaotic thoughts. Akin to a melodramatic drama, once her mind quieted, only one thought remained. This man has wronged me. Chen Xuan was taken aback. How could someone as proud as she entertain such thoughts? It was utterly absurd. She quickly composed herself, casting aside all distractions. Although Chen Xuan's thoughts seemed convoluted, they transpired in mere seconds. When she regained her composure, she noticed that no one was paying her any attention. Chen Xuan was locked in eye contact with Wen Xiao'er, while Chen Tutu curiously observed the two. She had become invisible. Chen Xuan's anger flared. After all her daydreaming, she realized it had all been self-indulgent. She snapped, Chen Xuan, aren't you curious how I ended up here? Didn't I just ask you? Chen Xuan replied seriously. When Xiao'er elaborated, it's like this. When Tutu invited me over, I happened to be with Chen Xuan. So we came together. She playfully added, Chen Xuan, you're not unhappy to see me and sister Chen Xuan, are you? Chen Xuan quickly waved his hands. Of course not. It's an honor. Chen Xuan let out a hum. Her attitude slightly improved. After all, it wasn't easy to find other boys to treat them. Chen Tutu hurriedly linked arms with Wen Xiao'er and Chen Xuan. Sister Xiao'er and Sister Xuan are both so beautiful. I adore them, she exclaimed, appearing a bit nervous. From now on, we must hang out together often. Chen Xuan, you mustn't harbor any ill intentions towards my two beautiful sisters. Chen Xuan awkwardly chuckled, furrowing his brow internally. Is this how you act as a sister? Other sisters help their brothers find romantic partners, but you seem to have scared off the matchmaker. He could easily discern Chen Tutu's hidden motives. Alas, dear sister, I must eventually find a girlfriend. The torrent of emotions is something you cannot halt. After chatting for a while, Chen Xuan realized he had woken up too late. Chen Xuan and Wen Xiao'er had arrived a while ago, and Chen Tutu had already grown close to Chen Xuan. At that moment, Chen Tutu's eyes sparkled as she dragged the two to the garage. Come and see my sports car that my brother bought for me. In the garage, two stunning Phantom 9000 sports cars gleamed. What girl doesn't love sports cars? The excitement was palpable. What a performance! Chen Xuan thought to himself. He knew that both Wen Xiao'er and Chen Xuan hailed from prominent families. Wen Xiao'er, for instance, had a monthly allowance of 60 million. What sports car could she not afford? They were merely indulging Chen Tutu's vanity. Upon seeing the cars, Chen Xuan exclaimed, I adore riding in sports cars. How about we take a joyride? Wen Xiao'er chimed in, after the ride, let's go shopping. With the four of us, we can fit perfectly in two cars. Chen Tutu immediately raised both hands in agreement. Chen Xuan and Chen Tutu each took a sports car out of the garage, while Wen Xiao'er and Chen Xuan followed behind. They were about to set off, but neither moved. The current situation necessitated that the two must sit separately, which meant one of them would have to sit in the passenger seat next to Chen Xuan. He maneuvered the car, his gaze fixed on Wen Xiao'er through the rearview mirror, silently repeating, Get in my car, get in my car. Wen Xiao'er felt a mix of anxiety and reluctance. She had never sat in a boy's passenger seat before, fully aware of the implications. Although the martial arts world didn't place much weight on such things, she felt a tad embarrassed. They had only recently met, and she believed their relationship had not yet reached the level required for sitting in the passenger seat together. However, if she did not sit there, Chen Xuan would, which made her uncomfortable. Chen Xuan was also lost in thought. It seemed that Wen Xiao'er and Chen Xuan had just begun to develop feelings for each other. If she didn't extinguish this spark in time, her dear friend Wen Xiao'er might end up in a predicament, deceived by this charming rogue. Well, I suppose I must make a sacrifice, she concluded. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan said, Xiao'er, you sit in Tutu's car. I'll sit with Chen Xuan. With that, She walked directly to Chen Xian's side and opened the door, settling in beside him. How unfortunate! Chen Xian silently cursed as he caught a whiff of her intoxicating scent. Chapter 68. A display of talent with a swift, exhilarating drive, Chen Xian pushed the sports car to its limits. Chen Xuan appeared genuinely delighted, seemingly reveling in the thrill of the ride. The wind tousled her long hair, her clothes fluttering with the breeze, and her long, fair legs were a sight to behold, her lively eyes covertly glancing at Chen Xian. Chen Xuan contemplated a new wager with Chen Xian. This time, if he achieved first place in the upcoming mock exam, she would serve him dutifully. The second mock exam was relatively straightforward, directly measuring their physical conditioning for ranking. Chen Xuan had previously learned that Chen Xian was at the 5th level of physical conditioning. Now, over a month had passed, and despite his efforts, it was improbable that he could surpass the likes of Qing Shui Wuzi, who had already reached over 90 levels and was nearing the perfect 100. Thus, she was confident she would not lose again. However, recalling her previous humiliating defeats made her uneasy. Chen Xian had proven to be quite cunning, often accomplishing what seemed impossible. The first time, he had rescued her from a dire situation in a lava lake. The second, he had claimed the top spot with just a 5th-level foundation. She needed to be cautious to avoid a third misstep. Turning her charming face toward Chen Xian, she casually inquired, "What level are you at now?" Chen Xian, focused on driving, replied casually, "I haven't had the time to train lately. I've just barely reached the 1st level of physical conditioning." He easily recognized that Chen Xuan was trying to extract information from him, but he never took her bets seriously to him. They were merely her way of enjoying herself. He had never approached relationships with a mindset of gaining an advantage, especially not with such a captivating beauty. Yet this beauty seemed a bit eccentric, often engaging in nonsensical wagers. After suffering 2 unexpected ambushes, losing both his first kiss and an embrace, he didn't blame Chen Xuan. He simply found her peculiar. Upon hearing Chen Xian's nonchalant response, Chen Xuan encouraged him, "It's fine if your level is low. If it doesn't improve, it just means less potential in the future. 101 levels isn't too shabby." "Wait, did you just say you're at 101 levels?" Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Xian nodded. Chen Xuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, left in a state of shock. "It's over. Everything is over," she thought, in a wonder he had confidently claimed he would take first place last time. He was already at 101 levels then. But how could that be possible? Among the scions of prestigious families, endowed with exceptional talents and abundant resources, the highest anyone had reached was 96 levels. How could he have jumped from 5 to 101 levels in just over a month? That defied logic. If he had been consuming pills at such a rate, wouldn't he risk his own life? If he claimed first place again, she would be forced into servitude. This is too tragic. She lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Noticing the deep hurt etched on Chen Xuan's face, Chen Xian felt a pang of guilt. "You really don't need to take it to heart. I never took the bet seriously." He tried to console her, "But I cannot go back on my word," Chen Xuan replied, conflicted. "Breaking my promise would leave a stain on my conscience." "Chen Xian, you're ruthless, still cracking jokes at a time like this. Knowing I've already lost, you might as well let me repay you in advance to spare me from lingering unhappiness." As Chen Xuan leaned closer, Chen Xian was taken aback. "Wait, I'm driving. Don't do that. Is this all?" Chen Xuan playfully rested her delicate head on Chen Xian's shoulder, rubbing against it before pulling away. "Now we're even," a delightful fragrance wafted from her hair. And the warmth of her shoulder was a tantalizing sensation, albeit brief. Chen Xian felt the urge to exclaim, "Is this what you call repayment? Just a fleeting touch. How can you tease me like this? I want to hit something." But his hands were still firmly on the steering wheel. The first time, he had promised to owe her a debt of gratitude for saving her. It had ended with a kiss. The second time, she had offered herself to him, and it culminated in a brief embrace. Now, was she merely going to claim her debt with a light nudge? It seemed her concept of keeping promises was guided solely by her whims. He had warned her against gambling, yet she insisted on doing so, and when she lost, she cleverly tried to evade her obligations. At last, Chen Xian had come to a better understanding of Chen Xuan. She was indeed someone who lived in her own world. At just 17, her mindset was already rather peculiar. What a waste of such beauty. Having settled her debt with Chen Xian, Chen Xuan felt elated and even began to whistle cheerfully. Unlike her usual self, she chose not to propose another wager. She had come to realize that such antics were perilous. However, her mischievous spirit was undeterred. Next time, she would wait until she was absolutely certain of victory. Moreover, She would ensure that Chen Xuan placed a wager of his own, giving her a fair chance to win. Bored, Chen Xuan observed that the sports car was only cruising at 60 miles per hour and felt a twinge of disappointment. Is this really a joyride? My hair eyes to even blowing in the wind. What a waste of such a fantastic car, she teased. Perhaps I should rename you Tortoise, since even an 80-year-old man drives faster than you. Chen Xuan was equally exasperated. Dio, you think I can drive faster when you keep talking and teasing me? Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Host has triggered a critical hit while driving. Critical hit multiplier, 60x. Host's driving speed multiplied by 60. In an instant, the speedometer shot up to its maximum of 300 miles per hour, but the actual speed had skyrocketed to 3,600 miles per hour. With a deafening roar, the scenery blurred past them, as if they were caught in the eye of an 18-level hurricane, drowning out all sounds except for the explosive noise and the wind. Chen Xuan's heart raced and panic set in as she screamed, "Ah, stop the car." Upon hearing the system's warning, Chen Xuan immediately understood the gravity of the situation and slammed on the brakes. 20 seconds later, the car came to a halt. Chen Xuan pounded her chest, still shaken. Are you crazy? Driving that fast, that was insane, but exhilarating. Chen Xuan had no words to respond. In the martial arts era, minor accidents were commonplace. He wasn't worried about injuring anyone. Martial artists were far from fragile. However, if such a magnificent car were to be destroyed, he would truly feel heartbroken. After enjoying a delightful breeze, the four friends ventured into a bustling shopping mall. The trio of young women became a dazzling sight, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned their heads in admiration. Chen Xuan followed closely behind, attentively ensuring their safety. Upon rounding a corner, they encountered a long row of claw machines. Wow, these toys are so adorable, Chen Tutu exclaimed, prompting the three beauties to each take a position at the machines. However, whether due to the claws being too weak or sheer bad luck, they found themselves unable to secure even a single toy after several frustrating minutes. When Xiar's lips pouted in disappointment, while Chen Xuan glared discontentedly at the machines, Chen Tutu remained undeterred, confident she had a backup plan. Chen Xuan, help us win some toys, she urged. Which one do you want? He inquired. I want that little duck. Chen Tutu pointed eagerly. All right, just give me a moment, Chen Xuan replied with assurance. When Xiar, intrigued, questioned, can he actually win? Chen Xuan skeptically remarked, it would be a miracle if he could. Chen Tutu, ever the host, asked, what about you two? Let my brother help you win some. Chen Xuan, still doubtful, hesitated. If he wins when we couldn't, I would. She quickly bit her tongue, fearing she'd spoken too soon. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan had already inserted coins, and the initial attempts yielded no toys. Observing his apparent struggle, Chen Xuan wore an expression of expected disappointment, while when Xiar's eyes dimmed, though a glimmer of hope remained. Ding. Host's claw machine attempt triggers a critical hit, with a multiplier of 47. Suddenly, two toys fell into the chute. I got them, Chen Tutu exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to retrieve the toys. How many did you catch? When Xiar inquired, having missed the action amidst the excitement. I got two little ducks. Chen Tutu gleefully held up one of the adorable plush toys. When Xiar gasped in astonishment, that's amazing. Chen Xuan, please help me get that teddy bear. Chen Xuan, relieved that she had refrained from making a bold claim, exclaimed, Chen Xuan, I want a hug bear too. Hurry. Half an hour later, cradling their beloved plush toys, when Xiar and Chen Xuan looked at Chen Xuan with newfound admiration. Their previous attempts had been fruitless, but now they had experienced an extraordinary success. At that moment, they resolved that Chen Xuan must accompany them on future toy-collecting outings. Chen Xuan had skillfully gathered dozens of adorable plush toys, all favorites of the three beauties. The claw machine was left with only the less appealing toys. Their car trunks were now stuffed with the plush treasures, and the four friends returned home triumphantly. The following day, Chen Xuan awoke early, his spirits lifted. After a day of bonding, he felt his relationship with Wen Xiao'er had deepened, marking a promising beginning. Even Chen Xuan, the quirky girl, had begun to view him more favorably, likely preventing any future betting mishaps. As for his younger sister, Chen Tutu, she had increasingly shown concern for her brother, preparing breakfast for him that morning, allowing Chen Xuan to finally escape the grim routine of buying breakfast. After their meal, Chen Tutu returned to her training room to continue her physical conditioning. Since her innate talent had improved, she had become quite the diligent little bee, immersing herself in her training. Revitalized, Chen Xuan resumed forging equipment. His online shop had been operational for 3 days, but he had already run out of stock for a day. And failing to replenish would disappoint his eager fans, He was well aware that most of his fans were primarily interested in his enhanced equipment. However, production was limited, and no matter how hard he worked, he feared he could not meet their demands. Thus, he decided to pace himself. Chen Xuan continued to craft basic alloy weapons, his experience in forging steadily accumulating, and his techniques becoming more refined. He worked steadily, maintaining the same output rate as before. Rows of alloy battle knives quickly took shape, neatly arranged on the ground. Forging ordinary items required little effort, allowing him to think ahead about his plans. After 2 months of relentless activity, clearing secret realms, facing assessments, and exploring small worlds, he had accumulated a considerable advantage in various trump cards. In terms of battle companions, he had a tank-like creature, a sturdy ally worth cultivating, alongside a thunder rooster possessing paralysis abilities, a formidable support skill capable of turning the tide of battle. As for his flame spirit, it had lingered at the 3rd-tier level for too long, and its stock of fire attribute crystals was dwindling, indicating that it was on the cusp of advancing to the 4th tier. Currently, the 3rd-tier earth fire was not only powerful in combat, but also served as a forging flame, obediently residing in the furnace. Regarding his wooden companion, Chen Xuan had not utilized it since the last incident where it nearly suffered a fatal blow. It seemed destined to serve him one last time before being rendered useless. Fulfilling its duty faithfully, after reviewing his companions, Chen Xuan realized they all possessed significant potential for development, yet he was currently focused on breaking through to divine-level physical conditioning, leaving him with no energy to tend to his companion's needs. His primary weapon remained the Gatling gun, more than sufficient for dealing with enemies at his current level. He had also equipped himself with a basic alloy armor enhanced with a 98-fold durability attribute and a basic alloy battle knife with a 90-fold sharpness enhancement. His combat bow and spare arrows were also upgraded, serving as a supplementary weapon during intervals of Gatling fire. With such equipment, Chen Xuan felt confident in stating that he could contend against the final boss, the cunning Cloud Rabbit, in a one-on-one duel without fear of defeat. His skills, including the binding technique derived from the Cloud Rabbit, held considerable power in restricting foes, rivaling the efficacy of paralysis. With these 2 skills at his disposal, he could immobilize opponents for over 6 seconds. As for other less significant skills, aside from defensive abilities, he had yet to employ any melee combat techniques. These reflections represented only a portion of Chen Xuan's direct combat power. Additionally, he had the vast and unmatched small world, a talent for plant affinity, and the temporary advantages of transformation into a rabbit person. Upon this introspection, Chen Xuan suddenly recognized a predicament, in his relentless pursuit of strength. He had been spreading himself too thin across various domains. The divine-level physical conditioning required an immense resource investment. Powerful battle companions demanded resources for enhancement. The small world, having only been briefly explored, had shown no clear progress, and his profession as a blacksmith was hindered by insufficient mental power, limiting him to crafting only ordinary items. The shop was on the verge of closure due to stock shortages. The growth of his fanbase had stagnated, necessitating the clearing of new secret realms to attract more followers. Each avenue of strength enhancement required a substantial allocation of resources and energy, leaving him overwhelmed. Contemplating these matters, Chen Xuan did not slow his hands. Despite his efforts, he found no viable solutions. He had worked hard enough and still could not manage the entirety of the situation. He could only take one step at a time, recognizing that any form of strength enhancement was ultimately beneficial for him. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Xuan immersed himself in forging. As night fell, he paused his work, surveying the courtyard filled with arrows, bows, swords, and armor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This should suffice for a while. He had crafted 20,000 alloy crossbow bolts and arrows, while the primary focus on alloy equipment yielded over 1,000 sets of each type, ready for immediate sale. The pricing was as follows. Alloy crossbow bolts at 1,000 yuan each, with a stock of 20,000. Alloy arrows at 1,000 yuan each, also with a stock of 20,000. Basic alloy bows at 10,000 yuan each, with a stock of 1,000. Basic alloy battle knives at 10,000 yuan each, with a stock of 1,000. Basic alloy armor at 20,000 yuan each, with a stock of 1,000. And over 300 pieces of enhanced equipment. Apart from keeping some enhanced arrows for his use, Chen Xuan selected several high multiplier enhanced items for backup, while putting the remainder up for sale. As for the pricing, it was impossible to set it as low as before. The terrifying value of enhanced equipment had become well known. Pricing them too low would essentially amount to giving them away. Previously, Chen Xuan had priced his items based on their enhancement multipliers. this time. He planned to multiply that by 5. An enhanced 50 battle knife that was previously priced at 500,000 yuan would now be set at 2.5 million. This marked a substantial increase. The enhanced 50 basic battle knife, with sharpness rivaling that of high-tier knives yet being significantly lighter, was accessible for lower-tier warriors. The market price for high-tier alloy battle knives also reached 2.5 million. For low-tier warriors, the enhanced basic battle knife was certainly worth the price. Once all enhanced weapons were listed, the order notifications in the back end began to ring incessantly. Chen Xuan did not need to check. He knew that his fans were eagerly snatching up the enhanced weapons. However, he was unprepared for the fact that not only his fans were waiting for the restock. Following the exposure of more practical videos featuring enhanced weapons on the martial arts forum, his enhanced weapons had gained immense popularity among low-tier warriors. The discussion surrounding enhanced weapons on the martial arts forum was steadily gaining momentum. The enhancement of weapons is extraordinarily powerful. I've come across numerous videos showcasing experimental enhanced weapons, some of which are sharper than high-grade alloy weapons right from the outset. As a novice, I timidly inquire, why has there been a sudden influx of videos on the forum depicting rampant dominance in the secret realms? Have the monsters within these realms weakened, or is it due to the prowess of the enhanced gear? I am filled with envy and must secure an enhanced battle knife at all costs. Why hasn't the master shop replenished its stock? After my own evaluations, I have found that enhanced weapons greatly facilitate the clearing of lower-level secret realms, allowing for at least 1 to 2 additional difficulties to be conquered compared to before. In the case of the miniature secret realm known as the 3 Burrows of the Cunning Rabbit, the effectiveness of enhanced weapons is even more pronounced, as the beast within can be defeated with a single strike. A friend of mine was fortunate enough to obtain a full set of enhanced battle armor and a battle knife. Previously, he could only clear the ordinary difficulty of the 3 Burrows. But now he has surged through to hell difficulty, conquering 3 more levels. This is astonishing. The master shop has once again restocked enhanced weapons. Hurry, for within a minute, the quantity of enhanced weapons diminishes by half. At this moment, numerous forum users, upon seeing this information, erupted in excitement. Time is of the essence. A massive influx of people flooded into Chen Xuan's online store. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuan had been busy for 2 days. Utterly exhausted and disinterested in checking the forum as for customer service, he had long ceased to provide it. His unique merchandise sold effortlessly, so he felt no obligation to offer any customer support. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Wen. Xiao'er, what a pleasant surprise. Why are you calling me? Wen sounded a bit shy on the other end. Chen Xuan, tomorrow is my 16th birthday, and my friends are throwing a small party. Will you be able to come? A birthday? Chen Xuan was taken aback. After knowing her for so long, he had never realized when her birthday fell. Could it be that he was oblivious? I'm sorry, I had no idea it was your birthday. Happy early birthday. I will definitely be there, he quickly replied. She seemed relieved and cheerfully responded, great. The location is at my house. The one you visited before. After hanging up, Chen Xuan was somewhat dazed. What did Wen mean by inviting him to her birthday party? Time was tight. What gift would be appropriate? At Central Street No. 2. Qiansun looked at Wen with a helpless expression. Didn't I ask you not to invite that bumpkin? You initially resisted the idea of a party, claiming you disliked noise and felt it too ostentatious. Now you've suddenly changed your mind. Could it possibly be because of him? Wen cheeks flushed. How could that be? Qiansun, I just thought it had been a while since we gathered, so I wanted to find an opportunity to have some fun. Qiansun scrutinized Wen. The guests they invited were all childhood friends from wealthy families. She was not against Chen Xuan specifically. She just feared that his presence might create awkwardness since he knew no one. Well, I suppose I will just have to keep an eye on him. After all, Wen insisted on inviting him. What was so special about Chen Xuan? Aside from his ability to drive fast and catch plush toys, he was nothing remarkable, she thought, while helping Wen with the decorations. The next morning, Chen Xuan was astonished to find that his store had been completely cleared out once again. Upon reviewing the order records, he realized that all enhanced weapons had been snatched up within 3 minutes. Meanwhile, ordinary weapons and arrows were also being purchased in small quantities amidst the overwhelming crowd. This was terrifying. Enhanced weapons clearly held a significant market. As he marveled at this, he logged onto the martial arts forum. 10 minutes later, he closed the forum in disbelief. So, enhanced weapons had become this popular. For those at the body refinement and energy accumulation stages, the magical artifacts with their accompanying extraordinary attributes were beyond their control, forcing them to rely on mundane weapons, while high-grade alloy equipment was too cumbersome. Nothing compared to the convenience of enhanced weapons. Thus, Within just a few days, enhanced gear had swept through the lower-level martial artist community, with everyone taking pride in acquiring such equipment. Even scalpers had set their sights on enhanced gear, seizing opportunities to buy from Chen Xuan's store and resell at exorbitant prices for substantial profits. It was infuriating. Chen Xuan loathed scalpers. He opened his online store and implemented a one-item purchase limit for accounts without prior verification, striving to curb scalper activity, though he knew they would find other means. Then, he resumed crafting equipment, seizing the momentum to elevate the reputation of his enhanced weapons and ensuring a steady stream of customers in the future. After a long day of labor, Chen Xuan restocked his shop. Watching the orders soar, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. I worked tirelessly all day, and it lasted all of 2 minutes before selling out again, disregarding the store for the moment. Nightfall had arrived, and it was time to attend the party. Chen Xuan meticulously dressed in a fitted designer outfit, standing before the mirror for a considerable time until he confirmed he was in peak form before heading out. He sped down Central Street in his sports car, finally arriving at Central Street No. 2. The parking lot was already filled with numerous luxury cars, including a 30 million yuan Amati supercar, a 50 million yuan feeble, and even gold-plated SUVs worth over 100 million. Chen Xuan recognized several high-end supercars. Indeed, when Xiara's friends were affluent. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Chen Xuan rushed over, her expression impatient as she pulled Chen Xuan along. "Why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you. If you hadn't shown up, we wouldn't even get to taste the cake." Chen Xuan was dragged into the courtyard, which had been beautifully decorated with flowers, floating balloons, and a long white table laden with delectable food and exquisite beverages, while several chefs prepared culinary delights. Numerous young men and women were engaged in lively conversation. Chen Xuan reminisced about his first visit here, when he had come to work as a practice partner for a salary of 10,000 yuan. It was also here that he had met the esteemed Wen Xiar. Experiencing quite a beating that night, he had inadvertently seen Wen Xiar in a vulnerable state and felt a protective urge towards her that, of course, he later inadvertently took from her the first completion of a secret realm that should have belonged to her. Leaving him with a tinge of guilt. In just 2 months, he no longer had to worry about such trivial finances. He had also grown close to Wen Xiar, leading to this invitation for her birthday celebration. He couldn't help but reflect on how unpredictable life could be. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Wen Xiar's eyes lit up as she approached him. "Chen Xuan, you made it. Welcome." Today, Wen Xiar was dressed in an elegantly charming gown, her beauty resembling a pristine lotus. Her waist was delicate, and she appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Chen Xuan also looked stunning, but she playfully teased, "Chen Xuan, arriving late means 3 cups of punishment wine." At that moment, many gazes shifted towards Chen Xuan as Wen Xiar spoke. A clear voice rang out as Li Shaoqin approached with enthusiasm. "Brother Chen Xuan, you're here too," having been rescued by Chen Xuan when they were trapped in a lava lake. Li Shaoqin felt immense gratitude and immediately came over to greet him. Wen Xiar then introduced several of her close friends to Chen Xuan. Having experienced various scenes in life, Chen Xuan navigated the party effortlessly, engaging in light-hearted conversation, which secretly surprised both Wen Xiar and Chen Xuan. Particularly Chen Xuan, who had always viewed Chen Xuan merely as an unremarkable bumpkin with good fortune, was taken aback by his gentlemanly demeanor and articulate speech. The atmosphere remained harmonious. However, observing Wen Xiar occasionally leaning toward Chen Xuan, several of her admirers felt discontent. This was especially true for Zhao Kaiyu, one of the 5 water sons, who had previously tried to buy explosive tree seeds from Chen Xuan but was rejected. After being outsmarted by Chen Xuan, he held a grudge, believing Chen Xuan had stolen his first place. He was aware that Wen Xiar disdained meddlesome individuals, so he pretended not to notice Chen Xuan. Yet, seeing the admiration in Wen Xiar's eyes when she looked at Chen Xuan only fueled his jealousy. Zhao Qiyu understood that pursuing Wen Xiar might not yield success, but he harbored ulterior motives toward the attractive Chen Xuan. However, seeing Wen Xiar fawn over Chen Xuan was infuriating, especially since Chen Xuan was also protective of him. In a fit of anger, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed that Chen Xuan had arrived empty-handed. A scheme began to form in his mind. He quietly approached his childhood friend, Sun Jiqing, who was also one of the 5 water sons. Although Sun Jiqing possessed decent martial arts talent, he was somewhat lacking in intellect. Being quite simple-minded, he had also pursued Wen Xiar and was currently sulking with a drink, observing her converse with an unknown individual with a smile. Zhao Qiyu engaged him in casual conversation, subtly insinuating a few points before departing. Sun Jiqing's eyes brightened, as if he had found an outlet for his frustrations. He set down his drink and headed toward Chen Xuan. Chapter 71. A gift that backfires even more than a broken engagement. Sun Jiqing approached Chen Xuan with a feigned smile, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Jiqing, one of the five of Qing. Chen Xuan extended his right hand, replying, a pleasure to meet you. However, Sun Jiqing disregarded the outstretched hand, turning instead to Wen Xiar, his curiosity palpable. Xiar, today is your special day. What gift has this friend Chen Xuan prepared for you? At this utterance, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning to Chen Xuan. The attendees, all scions from esteemed families, were astute enough to discern that Sun Jiqing's sudden confrontation stemmed from jealousy. When Xiar's gaze turned icy, she had noticed Chen Xuan arriving empty-handed, but she was not perturbed by it. Sun Jiqing's ill-timed remarks irked her, yet she wished to keep the festivities pleasant. Thus, she replied with a smile, Chen Xuan gifted me something yesterday in advance, and I absolutely adore it. Believing Chen Xuan had simply forgotten to bring a gift, she sought to cover for him. Nevertheless, Sun Jiqing persisted, I am quite curious. Why not reveal it for us to admire? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He had indeed prepared a gift, but upon arriving, he had been swiftly drawn away by Chen Xuan, leaving the present in the car. He found it strange that such an ancient trope of birthday gifts leading to public embarrassment would manifest in his life. This same scenario, one even older than the broken engagement trope, had once been a fleeting trend in his previous life, ultimately becoming one of the most tiresome cliches among readers. Tio think there truly existed individuals who sought to stir trouble during the gift-giving segment. How odd, he mused, still processing the surreal situation. Xiar, I have another gift prepared. It's still in the car, he informed Wen Xiar. Chen Sun, could you please retrieve it for me? Chen Sun, equally displeased with Sun Jiqing, snorted and dashed off to fetch the gift. Moments later, she returned, cradling a large, exquisite gift box. Wow, it's quite heavy. Chen Xuan, you didn't happen to gift her a chunk of iron, did you? She asked, intrigued. Chen Xuan accepted the gift box, presenting it to Wen Xiar with both hands. Xiar, wishing you a happy birthday, just a small token of my affection. Wen Xiar's heart soared. Despite lacking a gift from Chen Xuan, she found joy in receiving one. The value of the gift was secondary. Anything from Chen Xuan was bound to delight her. She cautiously opened the box, revealing a set of alloy armor and a combat knife. The onlookers exchanged glances and shook their heads. After all, Wen Xiar was the daughter of the city lord, and such elementary alloy gear was hardly commendable. It might suffice among common folk, but how petty! Sun Jiqing scoffed. Xiar, this gift hardly reflects your worth. Wen Xiar, growing weary of Sun Jiqing's taunts, sealed the box with a smile that radiated warmth. Thank you, Chen Xuan, I truly love it. Wait, a figure in the distance, Li Shaoqin, approached briskly. Let me see. This is no ordinary equipment. He audaciously snatched the gift box, inspecting it closely. The crowd was perplexed by his sudden fervor. After a moment, he exclaimed, Indeed, I was right. This is enhanced equipment. Judging by its appearance, it's at least a 90 enhancement. Xiar, would you consider parting with it? I'll offer 10 million. Li Shaoqin gazed at Wen Xiar with eager anticipation. He had a friend who boasted a set of 50 enhanced gear and brandished it before him. Inciting his envy, the prospect of a 90 set was a dream for him. Not for sale, Wen Xiar firmly replied. This gift from Chen Xuan was precious to her. Yet, she was intrigued. Could it truly be the sought-after enhanced equipment that had recently gained popularity? The thought that Chen Xuan had gifted her such a rare item filled her with delight. The mention of enhanced weaponry drew the attention of those nearby. Recently, a wave of enhanced weapons had surfaced, generating much excitement. It was said that enhanced combat knives cut through iron like mud, and enhanced armor was virtually impenetrable, significantly boosting the combat prowess of those at the body refinement and nascent origin stages. The robust nature of the armor was indisputable, and the knife's edge seemed extraordinarily sharp. Shall we test it? Someone proposed, brandishing a mid-grade alloy combat knife. Stop, Wen Xiar cried out, her heart aching at the thought. With a swift motion, the mid-grade knife clashed against Chen Xuan's enhanced initial combat knife, and with a decisive snap, the former was cleaved in two, the break smooth as if crafted by nature itself. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's enhanced knife remained unscathed. Gasps filled the air. Wow, this is remarkable. It's undeniably an enhanced combat knife. Such rarity is currently worth a fortune. Others chimed in. Sun Jiqing, looks like you miscalculated. Even the typically boisterous Chen Sun felt a twinge of desire. Affectionately linking arms with Wen Xiar. Xiar, dear sister, see that I have no proper weapon either. Wen Xiar frowned. That won't do. Seeing that reasoning failed, Chen Sun turned to Chen Xuan. eyes pleading. Chen Xuan, do you have any other enhanced equipment? Chen Xuan shrugged. At this moment, I have no additional enhanced weapons. Noticing Chen Sun's disappointment, he added, however, I do know sources. I can help you order a set later. Chen Sun's eyes lit up. You must keep your promise. The crowd's interest in Chen Xuan surged. As they began to consider the benefits of befriending him, Li Shaoqin became quite insistent, and ultimately, Chen Xuan agreed to procure a set for him, which satisfied Li Shaoqin enough to release him. As soon as Li Shaoqin departed, two beautiful young women approached Chen Xuan, engaging him in conversation. Girls naturally possess an advantage in social settings, and Chen Xuan welcomed the opportunity to expand his circle of acquaintances. Recognizing the importance of connections, meanwhile, others in the crowd began to inquire about Chen Xuan's background. The top scorer of the preliminary exam, a body refinement level of 100, each revelation astonished them. The top scorer was rewarded with a refiner's insight talisman. He must have already become a refiner, explaining his access to enhanced weaponry. Furthermore, his body refinement level was likely the highest among recent graduates. Promising a bright future, they began to realize that although Chen Xuan was not from a prestigious family, his current strength and future potential were certainly not to be underestimated. In a corner, Zhao Qiyu glared at the crowd surrounding Chen Xuan, his eyes brimming with resentment, and he redirected his frustration towards Sun Jiqing. The instigator, Sun Jiqing, was now shamelessly attempting to ingratiate himself with Chen Xuan, hoping to secure a set of enhanced equipment. What a foolish ally, Zhao Qiyu seethed. How could he elevate himself so quickly, reaching body refinement level 100 in such a short span? He surpasses me by 2 levels. But what is there to celebrate? My family has decided to invest heavily in my training, providing me with ample resources. In the next examination, I will reclaim my title as the top scorer. Chapter 72. The Nine-Tailed Beasts of Qingqiu. Brother Chen Xuan, may I have a word? Chen Xuan was engrossed in conversation with several charming individuals when Li Shaoqin pulled him towards Chen Sun and Wen Xiao. The elders of Li Shaoqin's family shared a cordial relationship with the elders of Chen Sun and Wen Xiao, making the three of them familiar since childhood. Concerned that Chen Xuan might promise more enhanced weapons to others and overlook his own stake, Li Shaoqin decided to intervene directly. With a playful grip on Chen Xuan's shoulder, he inquired, Brother Chen Xuan, when might we expect the enhanced equipment? Money is no object. Chen Sun chimed in, and don't forget my share. At that moment, Chen Xuan had several sets of high multiplicity enhanced equipment stored away, but retrieving them was impractical. After all, spatial treasures were incredibly valuable, and for a mere body refinement stage warrior to possess one was astonishing. Observing their eagerness, Chen Xuan reassured them, rest assured, everyone will receive their share. Sensing Chen Xuan's confusion, Wen Xiao remarked, you might be wondering why they are so desperate for the enhanced equipment, right? Noticing his curiosity, she continued, I want to advise you. Recently, Qingshui City has been rather restless. If possible, avoid going out and ensure your safety. Chen Xuan became increasingly intrigued. What danger lurks in Qingshui City? Chen Sun responded, we cannot be entirely certain. This information has only circulated among the higher-ups, but it seems there are rumors of otherworldly beings approaching. Otherworldly beings? Chen Xuan's heart raced. In the myriad battlefields, all non-human species were referred to as otherworldly beings. These entities were inherently powerful, and those seen on the battlefield were typically at least at the late stage of transcendence. For warriors at the body refinement level, otherworldly beings were insurmountable adversaries. Chen Sun continued to speak eloquently. The entrances from our human domain to the battlefield of myriad races are heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, foreign tribes cannot infiltrate our realm. However, following the tides of spiritual energy, numerous small spatial rifts have been created in this world, often leading to other realms. In fact, the countless small worlds we humans have been exploring are accessed through these spatial rifts. To master a rift leading to a small world is akin to possessing that small world itself. Chen Xuan grasped only a vague understanding of this concept and felt a twinge of confusion. Spatial rifts? I have heard they are accessed through coordinates of small worlds. Chen Sun responded, strictly speaking, small world coordinates can also be considered a type of alternative spatial rift, and they offer a high degree of safety. Ordinary spatial rifts are fixed in location, while coordinates can be carried with you, enabling access to a designated location in a small world via a teleportation array. You may think of them as a type of spatial treasure with a fixed address, though they do require the aid of a teleportation array. Understanding dawned upon Chen Xuan regarding the operational principles of small world coordinates. Chen Sun continued, however, spatial rifts do not solely lead to small worlds. If the rifts to small worlds are a boon and opportunity for humanity, then those leading to the battlefield of myriad races are a calamity, especially the undiscovered ones. Foreign tribes often utilize these rifts to infiltrate our domain and wreak havoc. At this point, Chen Xuan appeared somewhat parched, raising a glass of juice to quench her thirst before resuming her discourse. Our human domain also has specialized military forces tasked with suppressing these foreign infiltrators, known as the Demon Extermination Army. Recently, the Demon Extermination Army station near our city, Qingshui, discovered a new spatial rift in the outskirts of the large city, Yashan. They immediately dispatched troops to guard it. However, it is suspected that foreign tribes have already infiltrated Yashan through this rift. A significant number of the Demon Extermination Army have been deployed to Yashan to seal off and investigate the area, and it is likely that the foreign tribes are already fleeing towards neighboring cities. We, Qingshui, are in close proximity to Yashan, making us the most likely target for these foreign tribes. When Shower interjected, my latest intelligence suggests that a nine-tailed beast may have infiltrated Qingshui. Li Shaoqin exclaimed in disbelief. No way. A nine-tailed beast? I thought it was another foreign tribe. How unfortunate for us. The nine-tailed tribe is known to be particularly troublesome on the battlefield of myriad races, residing in the Qingqiu domain, and they are born with the power to fly. They excel in transformation and concealment, boasting innate abilities of seduction and the absorption of primordial energy, Li Shaoqin continued. If it were another foreign tribe, they would struggle to conceal themselves in the human realm, making it easy to eradicate them. However, the nine-tailed can freely change their form. If they are determined to hide, they might not be found for years. When Shower added, thus, the higher-ups in Qingshui have chosen not to alarm the public. This type of foreign tribe can remain undetected as long as they do not cause a commotion. Leaving us to investigate slowly, hearing such confidential news for the first time, Chen Xuan pondered silently. Such a formidable foreign tribe would undoubtedly be beyond his capacity to confront. He resolved to enhance his security at home and advised his sister to refrain from venturing outdoors. However, considering the nine-tailed's abilities, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that someone among us is a nine-tailed? Li Shaoqin paused. Theoretically, that is a possibility. Chen Xuan retorted, don't scare yourself needlessly. We are right next to the Lord's Manor. With military forces guarding the surroundings, and the Lord's Manor is filled with experts, if they dared to come, it would be akin to courting death. When Shower reassured, currently, this place is very secure. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare host this party. However, it is always wise to exercise caution. Chen Xuan glanced around and noticed a girl he had conversed with earlier, Zhang Xiaolian, looking at him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Coming from a prestigious family in Qingshui, she was quite beautiful and had achieved a body refinement level of 8-2. In their previous conversations, Chen Xuan found her to be quite open, her every smile imbued with charm. Seeing her gaze filled with allure, he quickly turned his head away. After discussing the nine-tailed, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat tense. Li Shaoqin sought to lighten the mood. You all are nearing the completion of perfect body refinement, right? Are any of you considering challenging the divine-level body refinement? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan cast a displeased glance at Chen Xuan and of course, we are aiming for it. Originally, perfect body refinement would suffice, but then you had to emerge and take first place in the preliminary exam, seizing the position of a designated artifact master from the Zhao family, and now you are advancing to perfect body refinement ahead of us Qingshui's 5 prodigies. These prominent families value their reputation. The Zhao family is furious, and they have gone to the large city to purchase a significant amount of primordial liquid, vowing to elevate Zhao Qiyu to divine-level body refinement. Other families, seeking to maintain balance, can only follow suit, and now several of our families are intending to push for divine-level body refinement as well. You say this has nothing to do with you, but it is all because of you. Chapter 73. Primordial Liquid. Chen Xuan found himself speechless, feeling unjustly implicated. What is primordial liquid? He asked. Curiosity piqued. Li Shaoqin wore a pained expression. Brother Chen Xuan, you have put us in a difficult position. Taking pills is already unpleasant, and now we have to drink potions too, he explained. After reaching the 100th level of body refinement, taking enhancement pills becomes ineffective. To continue improving one's body refinement level, one must resort to primordial liquid. This liquid is a substance condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by warriors above the flying stage, comprising an immense concentration of pure primordial energy, and is popular among high-level warriors. Generally, body refinement warriors who consume primordial liquid risk their meridians being unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, leading to fatal consequences. Only after reaching the 100th level of body refinement can a warrior's meridians expand and strengthen sufficiently to endure the cleansing from the primordial liquid. Though the experience is far from pleasant, is that so? Is primordial liquid expensive? Chen Xuan finally understood the existence of such a valuable substance, reasoning that anything consumable must surely be preferable to the unpleasant enhancement pills. Li Shaoqin replied, "It is indeed quite expensive, costing 100 million for a single drop. Between the 100th and 150 levels, one drop can increase a body refinement level. Between 150 and 200 levels, one drop can raise half a body refinement level. TO challenge divine level body refinement. One would need at least 300 drops. Primordial liquid is quite precious, and it is not obtainable without connections. 100 million for a drop, that is far more expensive than gold or diamonds." Chen Xuan thought to himself, astonished. At this moment, Qian Sun cast another cold glance at Chen Xuan. Earlier, she had chosen to concede when she learned that Chen Xuan had reached the 101st level of body refinement. But now that her clan had decided to push for divine level body refinement, she regretted her decision. "I could have won. Had I known, I would not have given up so easily." Feeling various frustrations, she noticed Chen Xuan seemed interested in primordial liquid, and when Shower asked, "Chen Xuan, can you guess what the reward for the second preliminary exam is?" "The reward for the second preliminary exam?" Chen Xuan pondered. The Martial Education Bureau is typically generous with its rewards for students. The first place reward for the first preliminary exam was a position as an artifact master, so he presumed the reward for the second exam would also be substantial. Each year's midterm exam consists of 3 phases: the first preliminary, the second preliminary, and the final exam, contributing 20, 20, and 60 respectively to the overall score. The top 10 also receive bonus points, and these scores and bonuses significantly impact the offspring of prominent families, determining their chances of gaining admission to the most prestigious institutions. The best middle school in Nanjian Prefecture is the Nanjian Academy located in Nanjian City. Chen Xuan had researched the requirements for admission. To enter Nanjian Academy, achieving a perfect score in the midterm exam is insufficient. One must also obtain numerous additional points to stand out and meet the admission threshold. For instance, if the total score for the midterm exam is 100 points, one would need at least 180 points to gain admission to Nanjian Academy. The competition is fierce, with hundreds of billions of warriors in Nanjian Prefecture and over 100 million candidates vying for a mere 500 spots in Nanjian Academy. Steadily raising the admission score. At this juncture, various bonus points become crucial, as every point matters. This is why the offspring of prominent families fiercely compete for first place. Extra points are invaluable. For Chen Xuan, aside from the bonus points, the first place reward for each exam is also of considerable worth, which is why he strives for the top. The second preliminary exam will assess body refinement levels, and several participants will have surpassed perfect body refinement by then. Could the reward be primordial liquid? He ventured to inquire. When Shower wore an expression that conveyed she had anticipated his guess. "Indeed, it is primordial liquid. The first place reward is 20 drops, she added. Primordial liquid is classified as a rare resource and cannot be purchased on the market. The liquid provided by our families cannot be shared externally. If you wish to obtain primordial liquid, you might consider pursuing it through this avenue." Chen Xuan felt grateful in his heart. "Shower, thank you for your guidance. Given how difficult it is to acquire primordial liquid, this second preliminary exam may be my only opportunity to obtain it. Compared to the disciples of aristocratic families, he is better able to harness the effects of the essence fluid due to his critical strike system. However, securing the first place is no easy feat. The Qingshui Wuzi and others are on the verge of achieving perfect body refinement, after which they will consume the essence fluid, leading to a rapid elevation in their physical prowess. Meanwhile, he must toil away at crafting artifacts to earn money to purchase the mediocre enhancement pills, relying on his critical strike effects to raise his refinement levels. Indeed, the foundation of the aristocratic families is something that we commoners can only aspire to. Take the essence fluid, for instance. He possesses neither the funds nor the purchasing channels. In contrast, the disciples of noble families are assuredly provided for by their clans. With only a week until the second assessment begins, during this time, the body refinement levels of Qingshui Wuzi will soar, far surpassing his own, leaving him with little chance of a comeback. Should he simply concede defeat? Surrender is not an option. He is determined to obtain the essence fluid and will devise a plan upon returning home. Chen Xuan contemplated inwardly. The group chatted late into the night, and as the hour grew late, they bid each other farewell. Chen Xuan also intended to return home and said goodbye to Wen Xiao'er. "Xiao'er, thank you for your invitation. I had a delightful time tonight." Wen Xiao'er appeared somewhat reluctant. "Chen Xuan, are you leaving? I had a wonderful time too. Please take your time on the way back." After parting with Wen Xiao'er, Chen Xuan exited the courtyard. Just as he settled into his sports car, a slender figure approached. "Zhang Xiaolian, you haven't left yet?" Chen Xuan was taken aback. This girl was the beautiful Zhang Xiaolian he had just met at the party. Leaning against the car, she gazed at him with longing. I was waiting for you. Chen Xuan, would you mind giving me a ride? Her voice was sweet, and her enchanting eyes sparkled. It felt somewhat ungentlemanly to leave a girl alone at this hour. Yet a young man must be cautious when out in the world. Where do you live? Without waiting for Chen Xuan's consent, Zhang Xiaolian slid into the seat beside him, her long, delicate legs casually draped to one side. Her tone seemed a bit flirty. I may have had a bit too much to drink and can't quite recall where I live. How about you just drop me off anywhere? Was she implying she wanted to come home with him? To be at his mercy? For some reason, Chen Xuan's thoughts drifted to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, take a look at her. This is what it means to be at someone's mercy. You should learn from this. Although Zhang Xiaolian was not as ethereal as Wenxiaer or Chen Xuan, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. If a less steadfast man were present, he might have already succumbed. Yet, Chen Xuan, known for his composure, remained exceptionally calm. Something felt off. He did not believe his charm had reached the point where someone of Zhang Xiaolian's stature would feign drunkenness and openly flirt with him. The female friends invited by Wenxiaer would possess a certain level of decorum and would not behave in such a self-deprecating manner, unless she was not truly one of Wenxiaer's friends. If not Zhang Xiaolian, then who was she? Zhang Xiaolian stared at Chen Xuan with eyes full of affection. At this moment, Chen Xuan could not dwell on his thoughts. To avoid raising Zhang Xiaolian's suspicions, he pressed the accelerator, and the sports car sped away. Pretending to smile mischievously, he asked, "Are you certain? You are fine with me taking you anywhere?" Zhang Xiaolian's lips parted slightly. "Of course. I'll go wherever you take me." She believed that her beauty had completely ensnared Chen Xuan. A shadow of unease loomed over him as he drove at high speed. Within minutes, they arrived at an imposing entrance. Suddenly, a foot slammed on the brakes. "Who goes there?" Inside the entrance stood a squad of soldiers clad in demon-slaying uniforms. Noticing the sports car parked at the entrance, they approached to inquire. Zhang Xiaolian seemed to snap back to reality. Her voice cold. "Where have you brought me?" Chen Xuan, feeling tense yet maintaining a facade of calm, replied, "This is the headquarters of the demon-slaying army. Why are we here? You said I could take you anywhere. Didn't you? I just happened to stop by to attend to some matters." Zhang Xiaolian scrutinized the approaching soldiers, her brow furrowed as she pondered whether Chen Xuan was genuinely on official business or had seen through her disguise. Who would run errands in the dead of night? Did she think him a fool? Ultimately, she huffed and left him with a parting remark. "We'll see about that." With that, her figure vanished into the night. She could have easily eliminated Chen Xuan, but that would expose her completely. As the soldiers drew nearer, Chen Xuan finally relaxed his tense demeanor. "I am Chen Xuan, a junior officer. I have urgent matters to report to the commander." Moments later, Chen Xuan was escorted into the headquarters, where an official received him. He relayed Zhang Xiaolian's suspicious behavior in detail. The official was taken aback and concluded that Zhang Xiaolian was likely a disguised infiltrator from the Ninetales faction in Qingshui City. The official quickly reported to superiors, convening an emergency meeting to devise a plan for pursuit and capture. From that point on, Chen Xuan was no longer involved. He spent the night hidden in the guest quarters of the demon-slaying army. He had already noticed Zhang Xiaolian's oddities. This Ninetales was indeed skillful in her seductive arts, captivating the hearts of others. However, her acting skills were rather mediocre. Later, when Chen Xuan activated his status panel, he was nearly startled into jumping. Alien race. Ninetales, name. Jiuing, cultivation. Late-stage sky dominance. He never expected that a Ninetales would take an interest in him. It should be noted that a Ninetales at the sky dominance level could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. Maintaining a calm exterior, he acted to mislead the Ninetales while making his way directly to the headquarters. He gambled on the Ninetales not wanting to reveal her whereabouts and being wary of entering the headquarters. Thus, he would be safe. As he suspected, the Ninetales was indeed cautious and fled without hesitation. But why was she fixated on him? This Ninetales must have just arrived in Qingshui City and had no prior dealings with him. Her sudden appearance at the party was likely to seek a target, and she had set her sights on him. As he pondered this, Chen Xuan seemed to connect the dots. The Ninetales possessed the innate ability to absorb essence, enhancing her cultivation by siphoning the essence from martial artists. This particular Ninetales was overly cautious, targeting only low-level martial artists to avoid exposure. She had targeted Chen Xuan because he had the highest level of body refinement and the most essence within him. And being a solitary figure without a clan made him an ideal target. So that was it. However, now that he had exposed information about the Ninetales, he had undoubtedly made an enemy and would likely face retribution. From now on, he could only be doubly cautious until the Ninetales was apprehended. With that thought, Chen Xuan hurriedly called Chen Xuan. advising her to move to the dormitory and avoid returning home for the time being. The next day, Chen Xuan hurried back home. One can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. He could not remain in hiding forever, especially since, as a source of intelligence, the demon-slaying army had stationed a small team nearby to ensure his safety. Currently, the army was conducting a citywide sweep for the Nine Tails, who would likely not make an appearance to walk into a trap. Once he felt reassured, Chen Xuan resumed crafting equipment, as his most pressing need was to earn more money to purchase additional enhancement pills. Aiming to secure first place in the upcoming second assessment point 2 days later, Chen Xuan listed a new batch of equipment, producing them more swiftly than before, likely leading to increased earnings. After placing the small fire back in storage, he stored several sets of high multiplication equipment and listed all other enhanced items for sale. He then called for a courier to send his crafted equipment to the cloud warehouse for future shipment. Additionally, he separately mailed 2 sets of high multiplication enhanced items to Chen Xuan and Li Shaoqin. He no longer dared to venture outside carelessly, opting to use the courier to send items. News from Wenxiar confirmed that, as expected, the Nine Tails had not been captured, and her whereabouts were still unknown. It seemed she had gone into hiding. The unconscious Zhang Xiaolian had also been located, but her essence had been completely drained, leaving her cultivation at a nadir, requiring at least half a year in bed to regain her health. The fact that the Nine Tails remained at large was bad news for Chen Xuan. Although there was a team of demon-slaying army soldiers protecting him, he still felt a sense of unease. After listing his equipment, Chen Xuan retrieved the creation cauldron. This cauldron had once boasted a glorious history, having previously synthesized a powerful damage talisman known as the Little Acid Rain Talisman, which had greatly benefited Chen Xuan during his exploits in Fire Demon Mountain. The small wooden items were crafted from an assortment of everyday supplies, costing very little, yet they were incredibly effective in deflecting blades. Unfortunately, the original recipe had been forgotten amidst complex materials, and the small wooden items had become unique. Chen Xuan had tried numerous times to produce something useful but had only ended up with a collection of useless junk. Discouraged, he had tossed the cauldron into storage, occasionally taking it out to test his luck. Activating the creation cauldron, Chen Xuan began to toss in various items. Formula: 6 godflower do 1 roll of toilet paper. Synthesis: a pack of orange-scented wet wipes. Formula: old mobile phone spatula. Synthesis: 1 gram of gold. Formula: power bank. A blade of grass. Synthesis: electric toy. Formula: door handle curtain. Synthesis: robotic vacuum cleaner. Gazing at the bizarre concoctions produced, Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. The cauldron's twisted laws of creation adhered to an utterly nonsensical synthesis principle, yielding mostly worthless debris. Used to this, Chen Xuan remained undeterred, continuing to seek items to toss into the cauldron. Formula: straw mat 2 enhancement pills. Synthesis: reversal talisman. Upon seeing the newly synthesized essence talisman, Chen Xuan was taken aback. He quickly opened his status panel. 3rd rank special essence talisman. Reversal talisman. Effect: can reverse any ongoing curse damage back onto the caster. Not limited to corrosion spells, poison states, bleeding conditions, pain, and weakness curses, one can reflect continuous damage back onto enemies. In other words, if I am afflicted by a weakness curse from an adversary, using the reversal talisman effectively transforms my weakness into theirs. Similarly, if I am in a bleeding state, employing the reversal talisman would inflict that bleeding upon my foe. As they have done unto me, so I return it to them. This unique talisman, when wielded skillfully, is akin to a divine artifact, enabling one to turn the curse skills of monstrous beasts or foreign entities against themselves. It undoubtedly holds immense potential on the battlefield. In the 75th chapter, during the second mock examination, Chen Xuan glanced at his recent earnings. After several days of relentless activity, his 3 rounds of equipment sales had completely sold out. His shop account astonishingly amassed over 300 million in funds. Instead of withdrawing this sum, he directly accessed the official wholesale market, purchasing an entire stock of enhancement pills with the accumulated wealth. Thanks to discounts, he managed to acquire 3,300 enhancement pills. Watching the substantial sum deplete was painful. He truly grasped the meaning of spending money like water. Yet, before he could fully lament, the delivery team from T-Bound had arrived, bringing boxes of exquisitely packaged enhancement pills into his residence, soothing his wounded spirit. In the following days, he devoted himself entirely to consuming these pills, striving to attain divine-level physical conditioning. Chen Xuan realized that even with over 3,000 enhancement pills, it might not significantly elevate his conditioning level. His goal was to improve as much as possible to contend for the top spot in the second mock examination, should he secure the reward of 20 droplets of essence. Consuming them all, combined with the critical hit system, he might directly reach the 200th level of divine physical conditioning. This would save him a considerable amount of training time and spare him from the daily grind of forging equipment. Chen Xuan began refining the over 3,000 enhancement pills. After reaching the 100th level of physical conditioning, any further use of enhancement pills would yield no effect. Fortunately, the critical hit system proved advantageous. Triggering a critical hit could continuously elevate his conditioning level. He tore open the packaging, pouring all the enhancement pills into a bowl. Grabbing a handful, he stuffed them into his mouth and activated his conditioning technique. Ding! The host consumed enhancement pills, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 47. The conditioning effect from the enhancement pills is increased by 47 times. Ding! The host consumed enhancement pills, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 80. The conditioning effect from the enhancement pills is increased by 80 times. Ding! The host consumed enhancement pills, triggering a critical hit with a multiplier of 61. The conditioning effect from the enhancement pills is increased by 61 times. Feeling his body's capabilities ascend, he sensed a significant increase in strength. The post-critical hit enhancement pills indeed proved effective. I must be the first in history to utilize such low-grade pills to challenge divine-level physical conditioning. With a wry smile, Chen Xuan continued to shove enhancement pills into his mouth. A handful, roughly estimated to contain 10 or so pills, managed to trigger only 3 critical hits. Currently, the trigger probability appeared to be around 20. This meant that for every 5 enhancement pills, 4 were entirely wasted. Only the one that triggered a critical hit contributed to the conditioning effect. However, a single enhancement pill could yield tens of times the conditioning effect, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Regaining his confidence, Chen Xuan pressed on with his conditioning. A day passed swiftly, and as deep night approached, fatigue enveloped him, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Over the course of the day, he had consumed over 1,000 pills, experiencing the depths of human suffering. Thankfully, despite feeling mentally exhausted, his body brimmed with vitality, as if he possessed boundless energy. He picked up the martial arts realm testing device. Beep, test result. Physical conditioning realm at level 104, an increase of 2.7 levels compared to the previous test result. After reaching the 100th level of physical conditioning, further advancement became exceedingly challenging. An increase of 2.7 levels in a day pleased Chen Xuan, though he wondered how many droplets of essence the 5 water suns could refine in a day, between the 100th and 150th levels. Each droplet of essence could elevate 1 level of conditioning. He hoped their progress did not surpass his. However, before the examination, he intended to inquire about the situation with Wields. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures 100 victories. Chen Xuan fell into a deep slumber, and the night passed quietly. The following day, he continued to consume enhancement pills. During this time, his homeroom teacher called. Chen Xuan, why haven't you been attending school lately? Didn't the school permit me to skip classes? Chen Xuan replied, puzzled. Of course. However, the second mock examination is about to commence. How will you understand the rules and rewards if you don't come to class? Li Lebang chuckled. Could you just summarize it over the phone? Chen Xuan requested. Going to school was out of the question. He was too preoccupied with his pill consumption. Li Lebang laughed heartily. The principal feels the same way. That's why I'm calling. Allow me to outline the examination details for you. The examination is quite straightforward. The Martial Arts Education Bureau will come to the school to assess the candidates' conditioning levels and rank them accordingly. The examination is scheduled for the morning after tomorrow, so don't forget to be at school. By the way, there are rewards. The school has decided to grant 1 million to the first place and enhancement pills to the top 10. Overall, the rewards are substantial. After explaining the examination details, Li Lebang added earnestly, Chen Xuan, both the principal and I hold high hopes for you. You secured first place citywide last time and gained considerable advantages. Your strength must have improved rapidly. First place is yours for the taking this time. Good luck. Understood. Hearing about the school's rewards, Chen Xuan felt a bit disheartened. All right, I want to keep you. Focus on your cultivation, and don't overexert yourself. As Li Lebang was about to hang up, Chen Xuan hurriedly asked, what about the city rewards? Though he had learned from Wields that the citywide first place prize was 20 droplets of essence, he wanted to confirm with Li Lebang. Why are you asking that? Li Lebang responded, puzzled. You don't want to aim for first place in the city, do you? Chen Xuan felt speechless. Who wouldn't he want to achieve first place in the city? Li Lebang took a deep breath, lowering his voice, Chen Xuan. Although I'm your homeroom teacher and hold high expectations for you, I must advise you to remain self-aware. The principal has also discussed this with me. We don't want to pressure you. Pressure can motivate a person but can also lead to their downfall. This time, we're comparing conditioning levels, not luck. Don't set your expectations too high. That's your weakness. I remember you were only at the 5th level of conditioning last time, in just over a month. If you can reach the 20th or 30th level, both the principal and I would be thrilled. Don't think about competing with those in the 100+ levels of conditioning. Let us focus on our training and channel our energy into preparing for the next major examination. Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed by the lack of faith from the principal and Li Lebang, who seemed to believe that his previous first-place achievement was merely a stroke of luck. I just want to know the city rewards. Hold on a moment, came the sound of papers shuffling on the other end. After a brief wait, Li Lebang finally spoke. Found it. The city rewards. First place receives 30 droplets of essence. Second to 5th place, 5 droplets each. 6th to 10th place, 1 droplet each. Only the top 10 receive rewards. Those beyond that will not. It appeared that the Martial Arts Education Bureau was ready to invest significantly. Essence was a precious cultivation resource, which he doubted Chen Xuan would fully comprehend. All right, understood. After confirming the rewards, Chen Xuan hung up the phone, thrilled. He hadn't anticipated that even the top 10 would receive essence rewards. Even if he couldn't secure first place, the 5 droplets for 2nd to 5th would alleviate his immediate needs. Chen Xuan felt even more motivated to continue consuming pills. In the 76th chapter, the talent group of Qingshui City, after 2 consecutive days, Chen Xuan finally consumed all of the over 3,000 enhancement pills. By now, it was nearly evening, and he ceased his efforts, picking up the martial arts realm testing device. Beep. Test result. Physical conditioning realm at level 111, an increase of 7 levels compared to the previous test result. His conditioning level had reached 111, bringing him one step closer to divine level conditioning. Regrettably, his pills were now exhausted, and his funds were depleted. There was no time to forge equipment for sale. It seemed he could only face the upcoming examination with a conditioning level of 111. Chen Xuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. 111 might not be sufficient for first place. He decided to assess the competition. Pulling out his phone, he opened Wenxiar's messaging app. After some contemplation, he typed, "Are you there?" Before he could hit send, the phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wenxiar. What a remarkable coincidence. Just as he thought of her, she called. Excitedly, he answered, "Chen Xuan, what level of conditioning have you reached?" "I just reached the 111th level of conditioning." Wenxiar on the other end gasped in astonishment. "How did you improve so quickly without essence?" However, sensing that her question might be intrusive, she quickly added, "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's just so hard to believe. Chen Xuan, I am aware of your aspiration to secure the top prize in the city. My call serves to notify you, allowing you to prepare yourself mentally. Recently, all of us from the Qingshui 5 have been consuming Yuan liquid. I have already reached the 127th level of body refinement, and others are not far behind, with Zhao Qiyu achieving the highest at 131 levels." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a pang of despair. Had it not been for Wenxiar's timely warning, he would have been under the delusion that victory was assured. He had not anticipated the rapid advancement of the noble disciples with the aid of Yuan liquid. They refine no less than 8 drops daily. It seems he had underestimated the situation. "Thank you, Xiar." Wenxiar seemed to sense Chen Xuan's low spirits and hesitated before saying, "Chen Xuan, I still have some Yuan liquid here. I can bring it to you now if you would like." "No need," Chen Xuan replied, understanding the preciousness of Yuan liquid and the immense pressure it would place on Wenxiar to provide it. He did not wish to put her in a difficult position. Nor did he want to take advantage of her generosity. Yet, he felt deeply touched. "Thank you, Xiar. It's all right. If I don't secure first place, there will be other opportunities in the future." Wenxiar encouraged him. "Chen Xuan, I believe in you. You have always been capable of creating miracles, and your future will undoubtedly be brilliant. Thank you." There was a moment of silence on the call. Wenxiar continued, "There is another matter. The demon-subduing army has yet to locate the Ninetails. The Ninetails clan is notorious for their vendettas, and she may very well seek revenge on you. Chen Xuan, you must be cautious. I will be careful. Don't worry. I have a squad of demon-subduing army soldiers stationed around my home, so I am quite safe." That's good to hear. Also, Chen Xuan has created a group comprising the martial arts talents of Qingshui City. They frequently share information that isn't accessible elsewhere. May I add you to the group? Wenxiar inquired tentatively. Of course. Thank you so much, Xiar. Chen Xuan was aware that his lack of connections hindered his access to higher-level information. Joining such a group would greatly assist him. I'll hang up now and add you to the group. After saying this, Wenxiar ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xuan received an invitation to join the group. Upon accepting, he found himself in a group with dozens of members. The name of the group, Qingshui City Talent Group, astonished him. Only Chen Xuan could come up with such a peculiar name. Wenxiar, welcome to the group. New member Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan, welcome. Zhao Qiyu. Welcome, Brother Chen Xuan. The group buzzed with welcoming messages. However, amidst the cheerful atmosphere, an unharmonious message emerged. Zhao Qiyu. Why is it that any random person can join the talent group? Chen Xuan. Zhao Qiyu, are you dissatisfied? Chen Xuan here was the top scorer in the preliminary exam. Zhao Qiyu. Haha, that won't be the case for long. Tomorrow's body refinement exam. I don't believe he can outperform us. Chen Xuan. If it weren't for all that yuan liquid you've consumed, could you even compete with him? Zhao Qiyu. Regardless, the first place is still mine. Chen Xuan was too weary to continue arguing. Although she disapproved of Zhao Qiyu's arrogance, she could not refute him. Zhao Qiyu's current level of 131 in body refinement was indeed beyond Chen Xuan's reach. Chen Xuan, disheartened, exited the group. While he lacked the foundation of a powerful clan, he possessed an unmatched diligence. Though he had run out of yuan enhancement pills, he was determined to continue his training. Even a slight increase in his body refinement level could enhance his odds. He no longer aspired to first place, but he would certainly strive for a position within the top 10. Perhaps that mere 0.01 difference could propel him forward by one rank. Calming his mind, Chen Xuan resumed his training. Remembering when Xiar's warning about the vengeful Ninetales, he discreetly placed the moonflower in his courtyard, transmitting his consciousness to it to assist in monitoring for any disturbances. The moonflower, possessing a plant affinity, could relay images of its surroundings to Chen Xuan, proving to be far more effective than conventional surveillance. In the dead of night. After completing a round of body refinement, Chen Xuan prepared to rest when suddenly a thought echoed in his mind. Master, there's a situation? The moonflower had sent a message. Chen Xuan quickly focused, forming a somewhat blurry image in his mind. An ethereal figure had appeared in the courtyard, a beautiful girl with a captivating visage. A member of the Ninetales clan, named Zhou. Chen Xuan's heart raced, a wave of terror engulfing him. How had she bypassed the ambush surrounding his home? Before he could contemplate further, the playful Zhou stepped towards his bedroom. You've ruined my plans, forcing me to hide like a dog for several days. Today, I shall have my fun with you and drain you dry. What to do? Chen Xuan felt anxious. It seemed too late to make a call. Fleeing was out of the question. In the eyes of Zhou, a formidable opponent at the later stage of the Void Realm, he was akin to a transparent figure. Even the slightest movement could lead to his demise. Regret consumed him. He had been too careless, harboring a false sense of security, believing the Ninetales would not locate him or hold him accountable. Facing such a powerful adversary for the first time, all of his cards felt as fragile as paper. He could not afford to panic. Chen Xuan forced himself to remain calm. Confronting Zhou with brute force was futile. He needed to outsmart her. If he succumbed to panic, he would fall into an irretrievable abyss. In the midst of life and death, Chen Xuan astonishingly steadied himself. Chapter 77. The battle outside. Zhou approached the door of Chen Xuan's bedroom and lightly flicked her finger, causing the locked door to swing open on its own. She strolled into the room and, upon seeing the scene within, her playful expression momentarily faltered. Chen Xuan sat with his back to her, calm and composed, devoid of the panic she had anticipated. This piqued her curiosity. You've finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Chen Xuan addressed her nonchalantly, as if he had been expecting her for some time. Did you know I was coming? Zhou inquired, intrigued. She could have annihilated Chen Xuan in an instant, yet her desire for revenge compelled her to torment him first before draining his energy. However, her curiosity now outweighed her rage. The unfolding events were not as she had envisioned. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed. What else could it be? You arrived later than I had anticipated. Zhou, slightly impatient, took a seat and said, Don't play games with me. Otherwise, your demise will be swift. Having intended to toy with Chen Xuan, she found herself in a position of submission, which irked her. Her patience wore thin. Realizing that she was not easily deceived, Chen Xuan decided to speak plainly. As fellow beings of different clans, we should support one another in this perilous human domain. You're of a different clan. Are you mocking me? Zhou retorted angrily. Do you take me for a fool? Amongst the different clans, aside from the superpowers like the divine demons, only the Ninetales possess the ability to perfectly transform into human form. You, however, appear to be a mere middle school graduate. Could you possibly be a Ninetales? That's even less likely. If you were, I would have sensed it long ago. Chen Xuan turned to face her. I am a cloud-laying rabbit person, having concealed myself among humans for quite some time. If it were not for your appearance, I would not have revealed my identity. With that, Chen Xuan activated the unique ability he had acquired, transforming into a cloud-laying rabbit person. His limbs grew larger, Long ears burst forth from his head, and his mouth contorted into a rabbit-esque snout. Upon completing the transformation, his clothing ripped apart, revealing a towering figure of 2.5 meters. With powerful, curved legs and large feet, he resembled a kangaroo with a human head and rabbit ears. As Chen Xuan transformed, he felt his perspective elevate significantly, finally grasping the sensation of towering over others. Jiuying's eyes lit up as she approached him, her hands eagerly exploring the robust muscles of his chest. "Such firm flesh," she exclaimed. "It's been ages since I encountered a cloud-laying rabbit person on the battlefield of the myriad clans. To see one alive today is quite a surprise. How have you managed to hide so well among humans? Truly remarkable." She genuinely admired Chen Xuan's ability to remain concealed amidst formidable adversaries. "What are your plans?" she inquired curiously. Chen Xuan replied with a hint of deception. "I have been lying in wait here to devise a grand scheme, and your presence in Qingshui City has disrupted our plans." Jiuying, displeased, smirked. "Am I so unattractive that you wish for me to leave?" Chen Xuan sighed, hoping she would prioritize the bigger picture and depart. But Jiuying coldly retorted, "What if I choose not to leave?" Chen Xuan distanced himself slightly and shifted the topic. "I have been concealed among humans for over a decade. I wonder how my clan is faring on the battlefield of the myriad clans?" Jiuying responded, "Your Cloudlang rabbit clan is nearly extinct, reportedly hiding in the Cloudlang domain to recuperate." Then, with a mocking tone, she added, "Don't be fooled by your impressive appearance. You are merely a group of soft, useless beings, lacking strength to even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield of the myriad clans." Chen Xuan was taken aback. It seemed the Cloudlang rabbit clan was not faring well in the myriad clan's battlefield. Moreover, it appears that Jiuying holds them in disdain. He had no choice but to lower his tone. "Since we are both from different tribes and our current situation is precarious, I can find a way to help you hide here." He resolved to stabilize Jiuying first and then devise a plan for escape later. "Ha ha ha." As if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, Jiuying burst into wild laughter. A lowly rabbit person dared to claim he would assist the exalted Ninetails clan. How absurd! Then her gaze turned icy as she sneered, "Do not presume that just because you are not a rabbit person, you can utter such words. It seems you know nothing of the battlefield of 10,000 clans." Approaching Chen Xuan with a mocking smile, she seemed ready to strike. Chen Xuan's heart raced. Had he been exposed? How did she discern that he was not a true rabbit person? Jiuying chuckled. "Because, in the battlefield of 10,000 clans, your kind has always been servile and submissive. I have never seen a rabbit person standing to converse with me, especially not with the pressure of my Ninetails clan looming over you. Thus, you are clearly not a rabbit person and have never set foot on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Is that flaw not glaring enough, human boy?" Although he was perplexed by how he managed to transform into a rabbit person, it had indeed surprised her, but that was the end of it. "Prepare to meet your demise, wait." Chen Xuan shouted, "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" Jiuying paused and inquired. "It is the villains perish due to excessive chatter." The moment Chen Xuan finished speaking, a Gatling gun brimming with enhanced crossbow bolts appeared in his hand. He immediately pulled the trigger. 120 enhanced crossbow bolts shot directly at Jiuying. Her eyes narrowed, and she hastily dodged, but the distance was too short to evade entirely. As the bolts were released, Chen Xuan raised his right hand and hurled hundreds of acid rain talismans towards Jiuying. Then, Brother Black Chicken appeared, unleashing paralyzing lightning upon Jiuying. The two clumsy creatures were also launched toward her, and Little Fire transformed into a rocket, hurtling straight at Jiuying. The battle commenced with astonishing swiftness. Within mere seconds, Chen Xuan unleashed all his cards in a short span. The barrage of crossbow bolts, the cascading acid rain, paralyzing lightning, rockets, and the two clumsy creatures enveloped Jiuying. Thunder roared, and a torrential storm completely submerged her. Amidst the crackling and booming sounds, the aftermath of the battle uprooted the roof. Having exhausted all his trump cards, Chen Xuan bolted for the exit. Trying to escape? Not a chance, a mocking voice echoed. Before he could flee the room, his body involuntarily froze. His Yuan power was sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. The chaotic storm of battle abruptly ceased. The once beautiful figure of the young girl vanished, replaced by a hunched silhouette, her skin weathered, hair disheveled, and eyes a blood-red hue. Still human in form, she was now an old crone, with several fluffy tails sprouting from her back, a trickle of blood seeping from her mouth. Jiuying had reverted to her true form. "Well, it's been a long time since I've suffered any injury. Today, I almost met my end at your hands," she declared fiercely. "I shall drain you dry, and then tear your body to pieces. With a wave of her hand, Chen Xuan was propelled before her. His heart sank. He had not anticipated that all his efforts would lead to his downfall, bridging 3 major realms in body refinement while facing a late-stage sky controller. Victory was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not even a sliver of escape seemed possible. Was he destined to perish here today? In a moment of desperation, Zhuing expelled a surge of Yuan power towards him, forming a tubular wave that enveloped Chen Xuan. The absorption of Yuan power commenced. Chen Xuan felt his internal Yuan power rapidly deplete, his vitality waning, and his physical strength diminishing. She was siphoning away his Yuan power. In mere moments, his Yuan power was nearly exhausted. If he were to test his martial cultivation level now, he might barely register at the 30th level of body refinement. The Ninetales' ability to absorb Yuan power was truly terrifying. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming urgency, yet his limbs were immobilized, watching helplessly as his skin aged before his eyes. In half a minute, he could become a mere desiccated corpse. What could he do? In that critical moment, he suddenly recalled the reverse talisman he had synthesized a few days prior. 3rd rank Special Yuan Talisman, Reverse Talisman, Effect. Can reverse the effects of continuous curses, redirecting the damage back to the caster. This includes corrosion, poisoning, bleeding, pain, and weakness curses, among others. Perhaps it could be useful. The situation left no room for hesitation. A desperate measure was better than none. He drew the reverse talisman from his storage space and activated it with the last remnants of his Yuan power. Boom! The reverse talisman detonated, releasing a wave of Yuan power. It successfully activated. He felt the flow of Yuan power momentarily halt, then reverse, as a massive surge of refined Yuan power flowed from Zhuing into Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan felt his meridians swell with Yuan energy, an excruciating pain coursing through him, and he could not help but roar. Meanwhile, Zhuing's expression turned frantic. What is happening? My Yuan power, how can it be flowing backward? However, her skill had already been unleashed. The absorption of Yuan power was a talent that could not be interrupted. It would only cease when the enemy's Yuan power was entirely depleted. She sensed her own Yuan power rapidly vanishing. Zhuing was thrown into a panic, crying out, "No, stop!" Chen Xuan, on the other hand, was filled with exhilaration. It worked. The reverse talisman is indeed extraordinary. A torrent of Zhuing's vast Yuan power surged into Chen Xuan, relentlessly tempering his meridians, flesh, and skin. Amidst the agony, he felt his bodily functions rapidly enhance. Not only was the Yuan energy she had absorbed restored to him, but his body refinement strength also began to increase. Yet, the sensation was far from pleasant. Zhuing, a late-stage sky controller, possessed an overwhelming reservoir of Yuan power that Chen Xuan could not fully contain. Much of it dissipated into the air. How wasteful! As Chen Xuan reveled in his rising strength, he found himself growing greedy. Before long, the transfer ceased, and Zhuing collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Chen Xuan, now invigorated, felt an abundance of strength within him. Cautiously, he approached Zhuing, raising his fist, sized like a sandbag, and began to rain blows upon her face, causing her to spit blood. At that moment, Zhuing posed no threat to him. As she clung to her last breath, he produced several iron chains and bound her tightly before tossing her into storage space. He instructed the 2 clumsy creatures and little fire to guard her, ensuring that if Zhuing awakened, they would pummel her mercilessly, keeping her in a state of near death. Only then did Chen Xuan exhale in relief. Having narrowly escaped death, he sat on the ground, gasping for air. The danger had been overwhelming. Had he not fortuitously synthesized the reverse talisman earlier, he might have perished. His strength was still too feeble. Though he often felt he had enough hidden cards, when confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he found himself in life and death peril. At that moment, Chen Xuan yearned for strength more than ever. He began to tidy up the room. The roof of his bedroom had been torn off and was no longer habitable. He would have to wait until tomorrow to have a construction team repair it. After relocating to a different room, Chen Xuan fell into a deep sleep following the fierce battle. Early the next morning, soldiers from the demon-subduing army came to knock on his door. "Lieutenant Chen Xuan, it's good to see you safe. We sincerely apologize. Our squad was ambushed last night and lost consciousness." Upon confirming Chen Xuan's well-being, the squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. Their team had been knocked out last night and had only just regained consciousness that morning. Upon awakening, he feared the worst. Suspecting that Zhuing had come to exact revenge on Chen Xuan, he hurried to knock on the door to investigate. Relieved to find Chen Xuan unharmed, his apprehension dissipated. If anything had happened to Chen Xuan, they would surely face punishment for failing to protect him. Did anything unusual occur at your residence last night? Still uneasy, he worried that the Ninetales might have some sinister scheme. If they merely rendered us unconscious without any further action, then the Ninetales are indeed peculiar. Chen Xuan chuckled. I slept exceptionally well last night. Was anything amiss? Nothing happened? That's good. The squad leader glanced at the roof, which had been blown off, exchanged a few pleasantries, and took his leave. As long as Chen Xuan was safe, he felt his duties had been fulfilled. A blown-off roof was a common occurrence for martial artists. It was not unusual for them to inadvertently damage property while training. Furthermore, he did not believe this destruction was caused by the Ninetales. Had it truly been their doing, Chen Xuan would have long since met his end. It was known that in the entire city, no more than 5 martial artists could defeat the Ninetales. The city lord had even sought outside assistance. Yet, the current calm suggested that the Ninetales might have secretly departed from Qingshui City. Once he had seen off the demon-subduing army, Chen Xuan began his morning routine. After washing up, he changed into his uniform and hopped into his sports car, heading straight for 1047 High School. Today marked the day of the second mock examination, and he needed to attend. On the way, Chen Xuan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something very important, compared to the first excursion into the Fire Demon Mountain's small world. The second mock examination seemed far too simple. The second mock examination primarily focused on body refinement levels. It would suffice for him to simply take the test. Originally, with his body refinement at the 111th level, he could have secured a spot in the top 5, but he still hoped to make the top 10. The top 10 would earn him a drop of yuan liquid, valued at 100 million. Although earning 100 million was not overly difficult for Chen Xuan now, yuan liquid was a non-commercial item that was generally unattainable for most. It held significant importance for him. Yet, at this moment, he was uncertain of his current body refinement level. Last night, after being drained by Jiuing, he found himself in a dire situation at the 20th level, only to make a remarkable comeback and regain his strength. It seems that he has turned misfortune into fortune. His physical prowess has already surpassed the 111th level, though he cannot specify exactly how many levels he has achieved. Perhaps he could be at 120 or 130 levels, Chen Xuan mused. If he could reach such heights, he would likely secure a spot among the top 5 in this upcoming examination. The rewards for the 2nd to 5th places amount to 5 drops of essence liquid, valued at 5 billion. Wow, that is a substantial sum. Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement and pressed the accelerator, speeding along the road. Indeed, he ought to thank Jiuing for this significant enhancement. What a compassionate and loyal ally she is. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan quickly sent a message to his friends, urging them to be more aggressive during the competition. Chapter 79. Who are you looking down upon? At the entrance of the 1047 middle school, Chen Xuan's sports car was stopped by the security guard. The guard, eyeing the unfamiliar student before him, adopted a stern demeanor. According to regulations, students are not permitted to drive cars onto school grounds. Nearby, some classmates whispered among themselves. Who is this, driving such an expensive sports car? How pretentious that isn't he the one who topped the last exam? The one who got lucky and found a beast's corpse? Driving such a flashy car, yet he still can't enter the school. Teske. As Chen Xuan prepared to reverse, the principal, Wang Jiaqiao, who had been eagerly waiting in the booth, spotted him and hurried out with a broad smile. He waved at Chen Xuan, saying, "Ah, student Chen, you've arrived quite early." He then turned to the guard, sternly commanding, "Raise the barrier. From now on, student Chen can drive in at any time." Chen Xuan greeted the principal with a smile and drove through the gate, leaving his classmates in astonishment. Why does the principal give him special treatment? After finding a parking spot, Wang Jiaqiao quickly followed him, having intentionally waited at the entrance to have a chance encounter with this promising student and foster goodwill. However, seeing Chen Xuan arrive in a sports car dashed his plans. Nevertheless, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away and jogged after him, thinking to himself how quickly a weaponsmith can earn money. In less than a month, Chen Xuan had acquired such a luxurious car, while he, having been a principal for a lifetime, couldn't even justify buying a luxury vehicle. A pang of envy tugged at his heart. As Chen Xuan exited the car, Wang Jiaqiao slowed his pace and called out, "Student Chen, we meet again," he inquired warmly. "Have you been informed about the content and rules of today's examination by Teacher Li Lebang?" Chen Xuan replied. Teacher Li explained everything clearly over the phone. "That's good to hear. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office," Wang Jiaqiao added. "Thank you, Principal." "Student Chen, you achieved first place in the city last time, and I believe in your abilities. However, the second examination will assess your physical levels, which is a weakness for our standard school. We want to place too much pressure on our top students. so remember to relax during the exam and avoid setting your expectations too high. You already possess a significant advantage. The key now is to convert that advantage into strength and achieve a good rank in the final examination. Chen Xuan felt touched by the principal's earnest advice and confidently replied, "Rest assured, Principal, I am confident I can secure a place in the top 5. Wang Jiaqiao was taken aback. The top 5? Surely, he must be jesting. You're a weaponsmith, a lucrative profession, and after a month of practice, you dare not claim first place in the entire school? Not to mention, the money you spent on that sports car could have easily bought you enough pills to secure first place. It's important to note that our school is a public institution, and the highest level a student has reached is merely over 30 in physical training. Alas, a promising talent wasted." Wang Jiaqiao felt compelled to caution. Young people should not be overly indulgent. It is essential to maintain a warrior's heart, always striving for improvement. All right, you may head to class now. After bidding farewell to the principal, Chen Xuan walked toward the classroom. Puzzled by Wang Jiaqiao's reminder, "I toil tirelessly at weapon forging and pill consumption, and last night I even battled a formidable foe from the other realm. Does he think I crave indulgence? Nonsense. Am I the sort to revel in decadence? I would enjoy such luxuries, but I lack the means." As he stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned to him. A few attractive girls were already stirring with anticipation. Li Xiaoxiao discreetly tossed her eraser into the wastebasket. Wang Lingling pondered what training question could be posed that Chen Xuan could answer without finishing too quickly. Zhang Jingjing reminisced about how heroines in novels effortlessly fall into the arms of their male counterparts. This feels like entering a den of thieves. Chen Xuan chuckled inwardly and made his way to his seat at the back of the classroom. He preferred to engage in light-hearted banter with his friends. Lu Xiaojin and the others. By noon, the homeroom teacher finally arrived to inform the students to head to the playground for their examination. The entire class lined up to proceed to the playground. At that moment, a rotund man with a jovial demeanor was directing several staff members as they unloaded a large machine from a truck. Wang Jiaqiao greeted him enthusiastically. "Lu Fatty, I didn't expect you to be in charge of our school's examination this time." Lu Fatty, familiar with Wang Jiaqiao, replied, "What a coincidence, Bald Xiao." He gestured toward the machine, saying, "This martial arts level testing device has a maximum capacity of 100 layers of physical training. It should suffice for your school." Wang Jiaqiao politely responded, "Absolutely sufficient. In previous years, we were provided machines with a maximum capacity of 50 layers, so what's with this upgrade? It's because your school had a surprising outcome last exam. With a few prodigious students, so the Martial Education Bureau increased your limits." Lu Fatty chuckled. Remembering the glorious achievements of the last exam, Wang Jiaqiao felt a wave of elation. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, who was waiting in line nearby, felt his face darken upon hearing their conversation. A testing limit of 100 layers. Who do they think they are looking down upon? He was at least over 120 layers in physical training. How could this be measured? The large machine provided by the Martial Education Bureau is an extremely precise martial arts level testing device. The small testing device he usually used was akin to a wrist strength tester. It merely assessed basic metrics such as strength and muscle intensity, yielding rather imprecise results. Even the CEO of Xiaomi remarked that their testing device is meant for amateurs. The testing device provided by the Martial Education Bureau features a scanning chamber capable of evaluating a martial artist's strength, endurance, agility, and scanning muscle, bone, and blood attributes, thus providing a comprehensive assessment of physical training levels with high precision. This advanced machine not only delivers quick results but also synchronizes them in real time with the Martial Education Bureau's official website, eliminating many manual operations. However, due to the machine's intricate design and manufacturing challenges, it has limitations on physical training levels. The device Lu Fatty brought, with a maximum capacity of 100 layers, is undoubtedly sufficient for the average public school student. Yet, for Chen Xuan, it was entirely inadequate. Feeling exasperated, Chen Xuan realized that the testing had already commenced, and he could not interrupt. One by one, the students entered the testing chamber. The results would automatically display on the machine screen and simultaneously appear on the Martial Education Bureau's official website for the second examination. Chen Xuan observed the impressive scores of several top students. Class 1, Yi Fan, physical training level, 35.5 layers. Class 14, Fan Xian, physical training level, 34.1 layers. Class 6, Xiao Yin, physical training level, 79 layers. Class 3, Wang Lin, physical training level, 34.5 layers. Class 17, Zichuan Shou, physical training level, 30.5 layers. Class 9, Lin Dong, physical training level, 20.5 layers. These are among the most outstanding candidates from 1047 Middle School. Exemplifying perseverance despite their humble backgrounds, Seeing the stellar performances of the top students ignited a lively discussion among the classmates. How did Xiaoyin reach a physical training level of 70 layers? That's astonishing. I heard he recently married into the wealthy Nalan family in the eastern city, gaining access to resources, which naturally accelerated his progress. Envy and jealousy abound. It seems he has a shoe-in for first place. How come Lindong from Class 9 is performing so poorly this time? Haven't you heard? He has been distracted lately, pursuing a career as a fashion designer. Chapter 80. 100 Layers of Physical Training? Shocking the entire school. Finally, it was Chen Xian's turn. Li Libang warmly called out. Chen Xian, it's your turn. Chen Xian hesitated. Old class, this testing device isn't suitable for me. Li Libang mistakenly thought Chen Xian was feeling nervous. As the unexpected emergence of a 70-layer physical training student like Xiaoyin made him doubt his chances of securing first place. Thus, Chen Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Li Libang earnestly reassured him. Don't feel pressured. Whether you score high or low, it's all right. You have always been my best student. He was sincere. Even if Chen Xian did not achieve a good rank, he would still hold him in high regard. Considering the many surprises Chen Xian had brought him to AS for Xiaoyin, he was merely a student from another class, irrelevant to him. With that, he gently pushed Chen Xian toward the testing machine. Chen Xian found himself being pushed into the scanning chamber with no way to resist. Class 23, Chen Xian. Body refinement level. 100. When the result was displayed, everyone on the playground was utterly astonished. It was terrifying. Just moments ago, someone had emerged with a level of 70, and now another had achieved 100. What on earth was happening at this school? Of course, one could not overlook the individual in question. After all, Chen Xian had secured first place last time, so how could he possibly perform worse this time? He had already claimed the title of champion twice in a row. Surely he was the pride of our school. Principal Wang Jiaqiang was equally dumbfounded, feeling a sense of unease. Only that morning, he had advised Chen Xian against seeking pleasure. Now it seemed that Chen Xian, upon becoming a refiner, had not faltered but was instead striving even harder. His earlier mention of being among the top 5 was merely modesty, or perhaps a way to surprise himself. Indeed, what a splendid student. How shameful it was for him to have assumed the worst. Wang Jiaqiang felt an urge to slap himself. Li Libang was also taken aback. His student had once again astonished him. This time, it appeared that a reward was inevitable. Such a remarkable student. He wished he could have a dozen more like Chen Xian. Brother Xian, you truly are a hidden gem. Upon Chen Xian's return to the group, Lu Xiaojin congratulated him with a fist bump. Congratulations, Brother Xian, first place is secure. Several of his younger friends also came forward to express their gratitude. Having benefited significantly from Chen Xian's earlier successes, they celebrated his new achievement. The exam proctor, No Pongzi, wore a grave expression. With years of exam oversight experience, he immediately sensed something was amiss. A body refinement level of 100 was too precise. Typically, such levels would be recorded with decimals. The testing device had a maximum capacity of 100. Could it be that this student's abilities exceeded the machine's limits, leading to a flat 100 result? Such occurrences had happened before. No, this result cannot be accurate. Hearing this, the principal's anger flared. Niu Pongzi, are you that eager to see me fail? I assure you, my student has achieved a body refinement level of 100. The machine has provided the results, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Niu Pongzi hurriedly explained. Wang, I'm just saying that Chen Xian is more than just a body refinement level of 100. Wang Jiaqiang was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. Are you suggesting that Chen Xian's abilities surpass the machine's limits? Niu Pongzi hesitated. I cannot be entirely certain, but it is certainly a possibility. Wang Jiaqiang's tone grew resolute. What do you mean by possibility? We cannot misjudge my student's achievements. If there is a chance, send for a new testing device immediately. Otherwise, you, Niu Pongzi, will be held accountable for negligence. Niu Pongzi retorted by saying that, you are questioning my professional integrity. The testing must continue. I will temporarily set aside Chen Xian's results and report the situation. A new machine with a capacity of 150 will be dispatched shortly. Only then did Wang Jiaqiang relent. Let us proceed this way for now. I will go and comfort Chen Xian. From a distance, Chen Xian observed the two arguing, aware that they were negotiating about the machine. So he chose to wait silently. Meanwhile, in an opulent mansion, Zhao Qiyu was intently fixated on the official website of the Martial Education Bureau, refreshing the page for the results of the second examination. Their school was a prestigious institution, and they had already completed testing that morning. Without a doubt, he had secured first place with a body refinement level of 133.3. However, Chen Xian's results were still pending. leaving him in a state of uncertainty. At this moment, he was more anxious than anyone else, awaiting Chen Xuan's score. Although the likelihood of Chen Xuan surpassing him was minimal, he could not afford to take any chances after the previous exam's lessons. That kid was too cunning. Perhaps he was setting a trap. If he declared himself first now, only to have Chen Xuan pull a surprise later, he would be left humiliated. The testing at the 1047 middle school, such a lousy school. How are they not finished yet? Where are Chen Xuan's results? The efficiency of the Martial Education Bureau is shockingly low. Amidst his complaints, Zhao Qiyu refreshed the page once more, and this time he saw Chen Xuan's name. Second examination result list, temporary, first place, 0001 middle school. Zhao Qiyu, body refinement level, 133.3, 15th place, 1047 middle school. Chen Xuan, body refinement level, 100. Instantly, Zhao Qiyu was elated. The weight lifted from his heart. Oh, ha ha ha, I never expected him to be in 15th place. I was just scaring myself. He casually closed the webpage and felt free to laugh heartily. Now he could flaunt his presence in front of Chen Xuan. Unbeknownst to him, mere seconds after he closed the page, Chen Xuan's name was struck off by Niu Pengzi. Zhao Qiyu opened the Qingshui City Talent Group, where lively discussions about the second examination were underway. Several of his underlings were singing his praises. Zhao Gu, first place is secure. Although some lousy schools haven't completed testing, they can't possibly yield good results. Zhao Gu, you're incredible. I deem you the strongest among the graduates of Qingshui City. Zhao Gu, you will definitely be admitted to Nanzhan Academy. Don't forget to look after us in the future. Previously, Zhao Qiyu had been unsettled and refrained from responding. Now, feeling assured, he began to engage in the chat. Thanks to everyone's support, I luckily secured first place. It's no big deal. Tomorrow, I will host a celebration banquet at the Qingshui City Four Seasons Hotel. I hope everyone can join. Chen Xuan, you must come. If it weren't for you letting me have this, I wouldn't have secured first place. I owe you a proper thank you. Ha ha ha. His underlings immediately chimed in. Zhao Gu is mighty. Such dominance. Booking the Four Seasons for a day must cost millions. Chen Xuan opened his phone, saw the messages directed at him, and chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, observing the arrogant Zhao Qiyu, felt quite irritable. Thus, he retorted, Zhao Qiyu, Chen Xuan's results haven't been released yet, so how can you be so certain you're first? Zhao Qiyu replied, just go check the results page. Moments later, Chen Xuan said, there's nothing there. Are you sure you didn't misread? Zhao Qiyu was puzzled. The results should have been out. Yet Chen Xuan would not lie. With growing suspicion, he reopened the results page and searched frantically. What? Chen Xuan's name is gone. It had clearly been in 15th place, but now it had vanished, replaced by another student from his school. After searching for quite a while, he still couldn't find it. Zhao Qiyu examined the page multiple times, ultimately confirming that Chen Xuan's results had indeed disappeared. What the hell? At that moment, a sense of foreboding arose within Zhao Qiyu, and he began to feel anxious. Chapter 81. Surpassing the limit again? Before long, all students from 1047 Middle School had completed their testing and returned to their classrooms. Only Chen Xuan, the principal, the class teacher, and the testing personnel from the Martial Education Bureau remained on the playground. Why hadn't the machine arrived yet? All the other schools had finished testing, leaving only them. Niu Pengzi was sweating profusely. As the second examination was nearing its conclusion, he knew that once the testing here was completed, they could compile the overall rankings. Yet, they were stuck here, and if the director were to blame him, he would undoubtedly face criticism for inefficiency. After a long wait, the truck carrying the testing device finally arrived. It's finally here. This machine, capable of testing up to a body refinement level of 150, was one of only 2 in the city. Previously, only the top 2 schools had access to such advanced testing equipment. Goodness, Wang, your school has produced a prodigy this year. With the machine's arrival, Niu Pengzi's mood lightened, and he complimented the principal a few times. Wang Jiaqiang stopped the staff members from unloading the testing device. We only need to test one. There's no need to take it all the way down. Chen Xuan, please step into the truck for testing. He was eager to see if his student had indeed surpassed the machine's limits. Oh, right. Niu Pengzi agreed. Lu, activate the machine. Chen Xuan, please proceed to the truck for testing. Chen Xuan hopped into the truck and entered the scanning chamber. After a brief moment, the display screen on the machine revealed the test results. Class 23, Chen Xuan, body refinement level, 150. The individuals below the truck were all struck with disbelief upon seeing the results. Body refinement level 150. How is that even possible? The principal rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still 150. He then turned to Niu Pengzi. Is this machine malfunctioning? Niu Pengzi was equally stunned. This machine was specially designed for testing, with extremely high precision. it wouldn't easily break down. But if this was indeed 150, it would mean that this seemingly unremarkable student had become the top scorer in the entire city. Unbelievable. The highest among the Chen 5 was only in the 130s. One must understand that beyond the 100 levels of body refinement, each advancement becomes increasingly challenging, requiring not just resources but also innate talent. The Chen 5 were all scions of extraordinary bloodlines or families. Yet, this ordinary student from a mere public school had utterly surpassed them. And it was this same Chen Xuan who had claimed first place last time. And now he had done it again. If one were to attribute the first victory to mere luck, then securing it a second time undeniably speaks to one's prowess. Moreover, this occasion was a genuine assessment of physical conditioning, devoid of any element of chance. It appears that my old friend's humble institution is truly on the verge of producing a prodigy. Li Lebang's heart surged with excitement. This young man, Chen Xuan, continues to deliver surprises time and again. My teaching career has finally reached its pinnacle, and I shall have much to boast about among family and friends. Out of caution, the hefty fellow instructed Chen Xuan to undergo the test once more. Class 23, Chen Xuan, physical conditioning level 150. It was confirmed. The machine was functioning correctly. Once again, the top score in the city belonged to us. The principal was filled with uncontainable joy. The testing device was linked to the official website of the Martial Education Bureau, and as soon as the results were available, they were instantly updated on the official score page. At that moment, Zhao Qiyu was frantically refreshing the page. Why hadn't Chen Xuan's scores appeared yet? What could be the reason? Could it be that he was disqualified for cheating? One must not be complacent. One must wait. Zhao Qiyu was in a state of anxious turmoil. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of refreshing, the results page displayed a change. Zhao Qiyu's heart raced as he focused intently. Second test results, temporary, first place, class 1047, Chen Xuan, physical conditioning level 150, second place, class 0001, Zhao Qiyu, physical conditioning level 133.3. How could this be? 150. Zhao Qiyu felt as though all vitality had drained from him, leaving an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His hand trembled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and crash onto the floor. He slumped onto the sofa with a long, despondent sigh. Alas, ultimately, I have been defeated. Closing his eyes, he reminisced about the warmth of being cradled in his mother's arms as a child. A feeling so comforting. Unlike now, where the world seemed to conspire against him. Dejected, Zhao Qiyu picked up his phone and opened the talent group chat for Qingshui City. Performing a quick action, those engaged in casual banter within the group suddenly received a notification. Zhao Qiyu has left the chat. The members were taken aback. Why did Zhao Qiyu leave the group? What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to treat us to a meal tomorrow? Hadn't he secured first place? Just moments ago, he had been so boisterous. Why the sudden retreat? Could there be an issue with the results? Some speculated. Consequently, many rushed to check the score page. Second test results, temporary, first place, class 0001, Zhao Qiyu, physical conditioning level 133.3. The results were intact, yet baffling. The group members were perplexed. The score page reverted to its original state. Indeed, it was the cautious Li Lebang who once again crossed out Chen Xuan scored. That moment, the playground of class 1047 was enveloped in silence. Who could have anticipated such a surpassing achievement? This machine had already reached the testing limit for the city. The crowd exchanged glances in astonishment. The repeated upheavals had left Li Lebang utterly drained. The 100-level testing device showed Chen Xuan achieving a score of 100 in physical conditioning. Quickly, let us switch to a 150-level device. Chen Xuan then achieved a score of 150. Another switch? There were no more. It was not that more advanced devices did not exist, but rather that Qingshui City did not possess them. Over the years, the highest scores in the second test had barely exceeded 100, thus the Martial Education Bureau had not deemed it necessary to procure higher capacity devices. After all, such precision testing equipment costs billions. Why invest in something unnecessary? Li Lebang pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, what if? The principal promptly interrupted. Do not even think about it. My student deserves a fair score. Li Lebang was rendered speechless. Even if it is a score of 150, it is still first place. There are currently no conditions for further testing, so we can announce the score now and retest once the higher capacity devices are acquired. Or we could use a Xiaomi testing device. It may not be highly accurate, but it would suffice. He intended to propose the purchase of new testing devices, as the Martial Education Bureau had ample funds. They awarded hundreds of millions for a single examination. It would be quite embarrassing to falter over testing devices, the principal contemplated before asking Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, what is your opinion? Chen Xuan had been eagerly awaiting this moment. He had not anticipated such complications. However, since he had already secured first place, earning 30 drops of essence and additional points for the entrance exam was quite a delightful surprise. The tangible benefits were already achieved, and further quibbling over specific scores seemed futile. He replied, I concur with Teacher Nyo's suggestion. Li Lebang retrieved a brand new Xiaomi martial arts testing device from his vehicle and handed it to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan gripped it firmly. Beep, testing result. Physical conditioning level, 198.8. An increase of 198.8 layers compared to the previous test. Thank you for using the Xiaomi martial arts testing device. Chapter 82. Final rankings confirmed. Although the Xiaomi device was rather rudimentary and possessed only moderate precision, the margin of error would be at most 1 or 2 layers. Upon observing the display on the Xiaomi device, even the principal and the homeroom teacher, not to mention the experienced Li Lebang, were rendered speechless. They had anticipated an excess of 150 layers, but never to this extent, approaching the divine level of physical conditioning. They had not expected such a true martial arts genius to emerge from this school. Li Lebang took the Xiaomi device, leaped into his car, and declared, We can no longer delay. I must report back to the Martial Education Bureau immediately. Chen Xuan's testing results must be manually entered and approved by superiors. Rest assured, I will expedite the process. Watching the hurried departure of Li Lebang, the principal turned to Chen Xuan and the homeroom teacher with a comforting smile. Oldly, Chen Xuan, come to my office for tea. Let us have a good discussion. Chen Xuan had no time for tea, hastily declining, Principal, I have matters to attend to, so I shall pass. The principal continued. Additionally, have the finance department disperse your prize for securing first place. Chen Xuan's face instantly lit up with a smile. Ah, I suddenly feel quite parched. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiyu was in a state of despair, wreaking havoc in the living room. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, he found a message from a subordinate. Zhao Gu, why did you leave the group? Should I add you back in? Zhao Qiyu cursed inwardly. Truly, why bring this up now? The subordinate continued. Congratulations, Zhao Gu, on claiming first place in the city. Zhao Qiyu's anger flared. Congratulations to your sister. Are you blind? First place now belongs to Chen Xuan. That scoundrel. How dare you insult me with such ignorance? Yet, he pondered, his astute subordinate was typically sharp. He should not be so confused at this moment. Could there be a twist in this tale? Anxiously, he opened the Martial Education Bureau's official score page. Second test results, temporary, first place, class 0001, Zhao Qiyu. Physical conditioning level, 133.3. What the hell? The rankings have changed again. Chen Xuan has vanished once more. What is happening? This back and forth is absurd. Zhao Qiyu's fury gradually dissipated, replaced by a cool-headed contemplation. Is this a website bug? Or a human error? Could it be that Chen Xuan cheated and was subsequently disqualified? Otherwise, this bizarre turn of events is inexplicable. The IT must be so. Who on earth could achieve a physical conditioning level of 150? I, Zhao Qiyu, possess a rare ancient physique, exceptional talent. After exhausting myself day and night refining essence, I have only reached level 133. How could he surpass me? It seems I have been unduly alarmed. Rubbing his head, Zhao Qiyu realized his mental state was not yet stable. With that thought, he quickly called his subordinate. Add me back to the group. Upon rejoining the talent group, he sent a message explaining, I mistakenly left earlier. He then retreated into silence, now hesitant to speak, fearing he would be struck down again. His heart had been battered by repeated shocks. What first-place winner could endure such a near-fatal self-inflicted wound? Now, he awaited the official confirmation from the Martial Education Bureau before flaunting his status. In the principal's office, the three of them enjoyed tea while engaging in lively discussion. The principal praised Li Lebang for his tireless dedication and subtle guidance, while Li Lebang complimented the principal on his exceptional leadership, cultivating a flourishing environment. Together, they extolled Chen Xuan as a paragon of talent, a beacon of hope for humanity, and a future pillar of the southern continent. Chen Xuan felt so embarrassed he wished to disappear into the teapot. Finally, when the finance department transferred the 1 million prize to his account, Chen Xuan's face blossomed with joy. While 1 million was not a vast sum for him, it was easily earned in mere moments. This prize held significant meaning. It symbolized the school's acknowledgement and reward for him, marking him as the reigning champion among this year's students. Furthermore, free money is always more gratifying than that earned through toil. After their discussion had concluded, Chen Xuan excused himself and drove towards the Martial Education Bureau. He had a much larger reward awaiting him, and he was eager to claim it. However, with the final ranking still undecided, He had no choice but to park his vehicle at a street corner not far from the bureau. As he disembarked, he casually strolled along the roadside, waiting for the final list to be announced. This moment, the spring breeze was delightful. Chen Xuan walked along a pedestrian street, observing the vendors and shops on either side. Immersed in the bustling crowd, feeling a sense of joy in his heart, he usually worked exceptionally hard, spending his days either in training or busy with resource acquisition, rarely experiencing such a vibrant atmosphere of human life. As he gazed at the ceaseless flow of people and the lively marketplace, he couldn't help but reflect that indeed, the human domain was the most prosperous realm among the myriad of races. Yet, it was also the coveted prize that many races yearned for. With billions of inhabitants and countless warriors, it presented an enticing feast for foreign races. This was the reason why, despite mutual slaughter among the races, they remained united in their approach towards humanity. Why do warriors relentlessly strive for ascendance? One of their objectives is to safeguard this flourishing human world, to repel the myriad races and protect our kind in entirety. A sense of enlightenment began to blossom within him, fortifying his resolve. After a long wait, Chen Xuan refreshed the official website of the Martial Arts Education Bureau, and at last, the latest list appeared. Official ranking of the second mock examination results. Attention! Students ranked in the top 10, please bring your identification to the Martial Arts Education Bureau to receive your rewards. First place. 1047 Middle School, Chen Xuan, Body Refinement Level, 198.8. Second place, 0001 Middle School, Zhaoqiu, Body Refinement Level, 133.3. Third place, 0001 Middle School, Wenxiaoa, Body Refinement Level, 129.9. Fourth place, 0001 Middle School, Chen Xuan, Body Refinement Level, 126.3. Fifth place, 0001 Middle School, Sun Jicheng, Body Refinement Level, 122.8. Sixth place, 0001 Middle School, Li Shaoqin, Body Refinement Level, 119.3. Indeed, the Martial Arts Education Bureau had ultimately calculated Chen Xuan's results based on the readings from the Xiaomi testing device. With a body refinement level of 198.8, he was the top scorer in the city. The addition of bonus points for the entrance examination was now within his grasp, along with 30 drops of the precious essence. Soon to be his, Chen Xuan hastily made his way to the Martial Arts Education Bureau. Before he could reach the bureau, when Xiao's call came through. Her voice, filled with surprise, resonated from the phone. Chen Xuan, you truly astonished us. Congratulations on achieving first place in the city. Chen Xuan humbly replied. You performed remarkably too, securing third place. It's quite impressive for a girl to achieve such a result. When Xiao continued, the moment the list was released, it caused quite a stir. All the examinees are discussing you. You've truly become a celebrity now. Also, Zhaoqiu has left the group. Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Zhao has left the group? He did quite well too. He just has a bit of a petty side. Oh well, let it be. When Xiao added, Chen Xuan, why are you so fond of surprising us? Were you deliberately trying to shock us? Last night when I called to inform you, you said, if I don't secure first place, then so be it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hmph. You even played tricks on me. Her tone hinted at a touch of grievance, almost as if she were slightly annoyed. At this moment, Chen Xuan heard Chen Sun whispering beside Wen Xiaoa. Yes? He must be intentionally toying with us. This guy is quite slick. He doesn't seem trustworthy. Xiaoa, you need to be cautious around him. Chen Xuan was taken aback, realizing the misunderstanding. When Xiaoa thought he had intentionally concealed the truth from her and was somewhat upset. The fact that Chen Sun was adding fuel to the fire only made matters worse. He quickly clarified, Xiaoa, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to hide anything. At that time, I wasn't certain. Later something happened, which is why he couldn't disclose everything about Zhuiying, and now he was at a loss for words. When Xiaoa, hearing Chen Xuan's anxious tone, felt a warmth in her heart and chuckled softly. I was just teasing you. You must have had some special encounter. Otherwise, we wouldn't believe you could improve so rapidly. We won't pry any further. Only then did Chen Xuan breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, I'll hang up now. I'm at the Martial Arts Education Bureau to collect my rewards. When Xiaoa paused, so eager to claim your prize? All right, goodbye, Chen Sun, who had been listening to the entire conversation, remarked, the list has only just been released for a few minutes, and this guy is already at the Martial Arts Education Bureau to collect his rewards. He seems so inexperienced. Who could possibly snatch your prize away? Chapter 83, Rising Fame, Divine Level Body Refinement within the Martial Arts Forum. The section dedicated to Qingshui City was abuzz with discussions regarding the recently concluded second mock examination, the excitement intensifying. Who is this Chen Xuan, who has achieved a body refinement level of 198? He is on the verge of ascending to divine-level body refinement. Incredible! Divine-level body refinement allows one to cultivate seamlessly to the realm of the venerable. Remarkable! Decades from now, Qingshui City will contribute another venerable warrior to humanity. This Chen Xuan hails from 1047 Middle School, a mere common school, which was once considered a haven for the utterly mediocre. A single trip to the Flame Demon Mountain has catapulted him to the top of the city, launching him into the stratosphere. It is often said that it is difficult for the humble to produce the eminent. Yet Chen Xuan has proven that even from the depths of obscurity, true dragons can emerge. What right do we have to wallow in self-pity? How disappointing are the 5 talents of Qingshui from the first high school? Their performance this year is abysmally poor. Perhaps we should rename them 6 talents of Qingshui, with Chen Xuan taking a leading position. Such exhilarating news. I will take Chen Xuan as my inspiration and strive diligently in my training. At this moment, the Qingshui City Talent Group was also ablaze with activity. Unlike the eclectic nature of the forum, the members of the talent group were all young individuals of prestigious lineage and exceptional martial arts talent. Even they, despite their extensive experiences, found this achievement to be astonishing. How did Chen Xuan improve so swiftly? Wasn't he just at body refinement level 101 a few days ago? It's unknown. Historically, there has never been such a high score in the second mock examination. Brother Chen has truly pulled off a stunning upset. Chen Xuan, please grace us with your insights, Li Shaoqin remarked. I've noticed an interesting phenomenon. Initially, Chen Xuan ranked first, Zhao Qiyu second, with the others from the 5 talents of Qingshui closely following. However, Zhao Qiyu aimed for first place and went to procure essence liquid, while the others were not to be outdone, all starting to consume essence liquid. Each one more diligent than the last. Yet, in the end, the rankings remained unchanged. First was still Chen Xuan, second was still Zhao Qiyu, and the 3rd to 6th places were still the others from the 5 talents of Qingshui. What a waste of effort! They consumed the essence liquid for no reason. The other members of the group found the situation quite miraculous and unanimously agreed. Indeed, the competition has become too intense. This graduating class faces immense challenges. I wonder who will be the top scorer in the upcoming entrance examination. One can easily deduce that the competition will only grow fiercer. The struggle for dominance among the heroes remains uncertain. I place my bets on Chen Xuan. He has already won me over. Chen Xuan, unaware of the group chat, discovered numerous requests to add him as a friend when he pulled out his phone. All from the talent group. He accepted them all. The talent group is not a place for just anyone. These connections are indeed valuable to this moment. He was at the Martial Arts Education Bureau, waiting to claim his reward. After stating his purpose and presenting his student identification, he was attended to by a section chief responsible for distributing rewards. The chief regarded him with curiosity, noting that this promising student indeed possessed an extraordinary demeanor, brimming with vitality. After offering a few encouraging words, he proceeded to the treasury to retrieve the essence liquid. Congratulations, Chen Xuan. On behalf of the Martial Arts Education Bureau, we wish you continued success and further achievements. Here are 30 drops of essence liquid. Please accept them. He solemnly handed Chen Xuan a porcelain vial, roughly the size of a half palm. Chen Xuan received the vial with both hands, carefully placing it into his inner pocket. Thank you, Chief, that I will continue to strive. After bidding farewell, Chen Xuan returned home. Eagerly, he withdrew the porcelain vial. The coveted essence liquid was finally in his possession, and he felt a surge of excitement. With this essence liquid, he could accelerate his journey to divine-level body refinement. He had already reached body refinement level 198, a result that astonished him. He had not anticipated being able to absorb so much essence from Jiuying the previous night. This was merely a fraction of it, as most of the essence within Jiuying was lost due to Chen Xuan's limited capacity. He had only utilized a small portion of it. The terror of the foreign races in the later stages of void control was indeed profound. With this thought, Chen Xuan glanced at the storage space, where the clumsy creature was relentlessly pummeling the nearly unconscious Jiuying with fists the size of sandbags. It seemed Jiuying would not perish just yet. Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief. He feared Jiuying might recover too quickly, which would pose a risk to him. At the same time, he did not wish for Jiuying to die. After all, Jiuying was a foreign race in the later stages of void control and would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. At the very least, he could hand Jiuying over to the demon subjugation army for a handsome reward. Gently, he opened the vial, revealing 30 drops of emerald green essence liquid, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The surrounding energy began to intensify. Chen Xuan hastily activated his cultivation technique, allowing his body's meridians to voraciously absorb the ambient energy. Having already enhanced his qualifications upon achieving perfect body refinement, his meridians had significantly widened, greatly improving his efficiency in absorbing energy. Before long, Chen Xuan paused, feeling a substantial increase in the energy within his body after a session of cultivation. Indeed, this primordial liquid contains an abundance of primordial energy. Even the mere essence emanating from the bottle's opening has granted Chen Xuan considerable enhancement. The primordial liquid is formed by compressing the primordial energy from the heavens and the earth, sharing the same origin as the primordial liquid within a martial artist's body. Upon reaching the nascent realm, a martial artist can absorb the primordial energy from their surroundings. Upon entering the transformation realm, the primordial energy within their body is continuously compressed, resulting in a more potent primordial liquid. Martial artists of the late skyflight stage and above can utilize secret methods to condense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth into primordial liquid in areas rich in primordial energy, or they can condense it from their own bodily fluids. Powerful alchemists can also extract primordial liquid from various rare materials or primordial stones. Regardless of the method, it is quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, the primordial liquid can instantly replenish the expended primordial energy within a martial artist, significantly enhancing their sustained combat capabilities. It is somewhat wasteful for Chen Xuan and his companions to use primordial liquid to enhance their physical conditioning. Yet there is no alternative. Only such abundant primordial energy can temper a martial artist's body after achieving perfect conditioning, allowing for further enhancement. Chen Xuan poured a drop of primordial liquid into his palm. A single drop is worth a fortune. Though he hesitated, he ultimately swallowed it. A torrent of overwhelming primordial energy surged from his abdomen, coursing through his meridians and permeating his muscles and bones. Refining his body, Chen Xuan hastily sat down to cultivate, guiding his meridians to refine the primordial liquid within. Before long, he had completely refined the drop of primordial liquid and picked up the martial arts cultivation level tester. Beep, test result, body conditioning stage level 199.3, an increase of 0.5 levels compared to the last test. As expected, as when Shower had said, between levels 150 and 200 in body conditioning, each drop of primordial liquid can enhance the level by 0.5. This means he can refine 2 more drops of primordial liquid to ascend to the divine body conditioning level. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Xuan poured another drop of primordial liquid and continued refining. Ding! The host consumed primordial liquid and triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 30 times. The host's body conditioning effect from consuming primordial liquid has increased by 30 times. Hearing the system notification, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. He had indeed triggered a critical hit. Now, his method of refining primordial liquid for body conditioning was already a swift means of enhancement, with the effect of the primordial liquid further amplified. Its power was astonishing. Chen Xuan exclaimed in his heart, "This is terrifying." He quickly conducted another test. Beep, test result. Body conditioning stage level 207.13, an increase of 7.85 levels compared to the last test. Staring at the test result, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. He realized that divine body conditioning was still not the ultimate limit, and there were higher levels of body conditioning yet to be discovered. After a brief calculation, Chen Xuan understood that after reaching level 200 in body conditioning, each drop of primordial liquid would only enhance by 0.25 levels, with the effect halved once again. I have now reached body conditioning stage level 207.13. With this thought, Chen Xuan finally took the time to feel the immense changes within his body. Quietly sensing, the primary meridians within his body extended like branches, forming a network of intricate pathways. This net-like system allowed primordial energy to flow unobstructed, circulating through every corner of his body, including the most obscure areas. It could be said that his entire being was receiving comprehensive refinement through the circulation of primordial energy. Divine body conditioning, with its net of meridians, was indeed extraordinary. No wonder it is said that the higher the level of body conditioning, the more efficient a martial artist becomes at absorbing primordial energy. With a slight exertion of his energy, Chen Xuan discovered that the net of meridians within him operated like an enormous net, drawing in the primordial energy from the surrounding environment, continuously refining his muscles, blood, and bones. After achieving perfect body conditioning, his cultivation efficiency had already increased tenfold. Now, with divine body conditioning, his efficiency was at least 100 times greater than at the beginning. Given such a solid foundation, success seemed inevitable. Presently, Chen Xuan could rely solely on his innate talent, without the need for resources, to eventually reach the esteemed realm, albeit over a prolonged period. Of course, cultivating resources would significantly shorten this timeline. However, Chen Xuan was not content with mere cultivation level. It was only the foundation of his combat power and did not wholly reflect a martial artist's actual prowess. Besides cultivation level, martial skills, talismans, equipment, battle pets, mental strength, and even the bloodline powers from exotic beasts could all influence the outcome of battles. These auxiliary resources or trump cards could greatly widen the disparity in strength between different martial artists. Even among those of the same esteemed realm, it was possible for combat power to differ tenfold. Only by continuously augmenting his trump cards could he avoid falling behind. It is said that in the current mid to high-end martial artist world, a trend of concealing trump cards has emerged. When two individuals engage in combat, they initially probe each other, and only after a prolonged exchange do they reveal their trump cards. Ultimately, the one with more and stronger trump cards emerges victorious. This detrimental trend has escalated to the point where everyone feels uneasy. The current situation is one where everyone despises this negative trend, yet they still conceal their trump cards. Chen Xuan could understand this. After all, it pertains to one's life. Having more trump cards increases the odds of survival, and caution is preferable to demise. Nevertheless, cultivation remains fundamental. With this in mind, Chen Xuan continued to refine the remaining primordial liquid. One could only refine a few drops of primordial liquid in a single day. Otherwise, the meridians would not withstand the strain. By midnight, Chen Xuan had refined 5 drops of primordial liquid. To his astonishment, he triggered a high multiplier critical hit. Ding! The host consumed primordial liquid and triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 80 times. The host's body conditioning effect from consuming primordial liquid has increased by 80 times. 80 times! Combined with the effects of the other 4 drops of primordial liquid that did not trigger critical hits, 5 drops of primordial liquid resulted in an effect equivalent to 84 drops. Each drop of primordial liquid provides a 0.25 level enhancement, so 84 drops equate to a 21 level increase. Completing the mental calculation, Chen Xuan was exceptionally delighted. He had not anticipated that he could elevate his body conditioning by 21 levels in a single night. Thank you, system. To validate his conjecture, Chen Xuan promptly conducted another test. Beep. Test result. Body conditioning stage level 2, 28.13. An increase of 21 levels compared to the last test. As expected, it was precisely accurate. There were still 23 drops of primordial liquid remaining in the ceramic vial. I wonder what heights I will reach once I refine this batch of primordial liquid. With visions of a promising future, Chen Xuan fell into a deep slumber. The following day, after a brief wash, Chen Xuan resumed his cultivation. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. A squad of demon-slaying army soldiers appeared at the door, led by a formidable-looking middle-aged man with a bushy beard. This man, appearing travel-worn and exuding a strong aura of menace, stood with a straight posture, resembling a sword unsheathed, ready to erupt at any moment. He was clearly a seasoned warrior. Chen Xuan found him somewhat familiar, yet could not recall where he had met this soldier. Long time no see, Chen Xuan. Oh, my apologies. I should now address you as Second Lieutenant Chen Xuan. The bearded man greeted warmly. Oh, it's you? Now I remember. Chen Xuan recalled. He had encountered a soldier from the demon-slaying army at the edge of the Fire Demon Mountain, who had been battling the Silver Flame Demoness, and he had inadvertently rescued that soldier. The soldier, before departing, had introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Lin Zhilong and had invited Chen Xuan to seek him out in the demon-slaying army. However, Chen Xuan had become too busy and forgotten about it. Who would have thought this person would come knocking on his door? He quickly welcomed. Lieutenant Colonel Lin, please come in. Lin Zhilong instructed the soldiers to wait outside and follow Chen Xuan inside. Chen Xuan led Lin Zhilong to the reception room, pouring tea to entertain him. I'll just call you Brother Chen. Lin Zhilong laughed. I never expected that in just a month, you would become one of us. Lin Zhilong was quite pleased. After all, Chen Xuan had saved his life, and he had intended to look after him well. Now that Chen Xuan had gained a military identity, it made things even more convenient. Haha, it was merely a stroke of luck. I stumbled upon some demon beast corpses and donated them to the demon-slaying army, which inadvertently earned me a military rank. Given Lin Zhilong's boisterous nature, Chen Xuan felt at ease. You found more demon beast corpses? Lin Zhilong was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, Chen Xuan had taken away the corpse of a silver flame demoness of the late Skyflight stage in his presence. It was said that he had achieved first place in the examination due to that corpse. Now, he had gained the rank of second lieutenant through collecting corpses. This kid was indeed fortunate. Even Lin Zhilong felt a tinge of envy towards Chen Xuan. Lin Zhilong produced a stack of square bricks made of mineral stones and placed them on the table. I heard Brother Chen has become a blacksmith, so I brought some forging materials exchanged from the treasury. You should find them useful. Looking at the neatly arranged 10 pieces of steel stone on the table, Chen Xuan was astonished. Steel stone? A first-grade rare material, when integrated into alloys for crafting equipment, can substantially enhance the toughness and hardness of weapons, making it a common high-grade material used by advanced blacksmiths. Steel stones are rare in the market and require special channels to obtain. In his last reward, Chen Xuan had received 2 pieces of steel stone, which he used to forge a Gatling gun. 1 piece of steel stone was sufficient for 1 Gatling gun in Chen Xuan's eyes. These 10 pieces of steel stone were equivalent to 10 formidable Gatling super crossbows. Brother Lin, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, Chen Xuan said, his eyes gleaming with desire. Brother Chen, please don't be polite. You are Lin's savior. These items are trivial, Lin Zhilong insisted, appearing as though he would take offense if Chen Xuan refused. All right, these items will indeed be of great use to me. Thank you, Brother Lin. Chen Xuan ultimately decided to accept them. There was no blacksmith who would turn down steel stone. Curiosity arose as Lin, the elder brother, pondered how he could return despite being deeply engaged in the fiery expanses of Fire Demon Mountain. Lin Zhilong replied with indignation. This is a long story. We were making great strides at Fire Demon Mountain, but a 9-tailed creature infiltrated our Clearwater city. The commander dispatched us several members at the Void Ascend stage to assist. It is merely a minor delay in expanding our small world, but if the 9-tailed beast incites chaos in Clearwater, it would spell great trouble. That cursed 9-tailed creature chose this moment to wreak havoc. When I catch you, I shall ensure your suffering exceeds all bounds. With this revelation, Chen Xuan understood. It seemed the higher-ups regarded the infiltration of the 9-tailed beast with utmost seriousness, adopting a stance of relentless pursuit. As for Lin Zhilong's desire to make the 9-tailed suffer, you may as well abandon that hope. I have already made it a reality. Chapter 85. The Path of Body Refinement, Brother Lin. Why do you harbor such hatred for the 9-tailed? Chen Xuan inquired. In the realm of the myriad races, all foreign entities deserve demise, especially those lurking within the human domain, poised to wreak havoc. Lin Zhilong's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Once you have the opportunity to tread upon the battlefield of the myriad races, witnessing the brutal warfare and witnessing your comrades being torn apart and devoured by foreign foes, you will grasp my sentiments towards them. Though the foreign races, we humans are akin to livestock, easily slaughtered at will. Were it not for our unyielding resilience, developing our martial arts through the tides of spiritual energy, enhancing our strength and gaining the power of self-preservation, we would have long been subjugated by the foreign races, who do not shy away from sacrificing countless warriors each year. Chen Xuan envisioned the overwhelming foreign races and felt a surge of reverence for the warriors on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield. What is the battlefield of the myriad races truly like? Chen Xuan could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Lin Zhilong took a sip of tea, his expression contemplative. The battlefield of the myriad races is not merely as you envision. It is far more than a vast expanse of land. You may find it hard to believe, but I cannot adequately describe the true essence of the battlefield. From my own vantage point, it resembles an independent continent stretching across millions of miles. Just one position occupies an area of millions of miles. Chen Xuan was left astounded. Lin Zhilong continued, that continent is riddled with numerous spatial rifts connecting various realms and other battlefields. Among them, one rift leads to our human domain. The primary mission of my army is to protect that rift and prevent foreign races from entering our domain, as their bloodlust could ignite war at any moment. Seeing Chen Xuan pour him a cup of tea, attentively listening, Lin Zhilong chuckled. Why am I telling you all this? With your current strength, you are still far from the battlefield of the myriad races. If I continue, I might inadvertently disclose military secrets. Chen Xuan pouted. The story had yet to reach its climax and abruptly ended. Noticing Chen Xuan's dissatisfaction, Lin Zhilong softened. While I cannot divulge anything further about the battlefield, if you have questions regarding your training, I would be more than happy to assist. Help me with my queries? Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy. Before him stood a formidable figure at the Void Ascent stage. Although merely at the initial stage, he was still 3 tiers above Chen Xuan. If he could gain insight from him, it would greatly benefit his training journey. After a moment of contemplation, he asked the question that intrigued him most. Brother Lin, I have just completed the divine grade body refinement and know nothing about the subsequent levels. Should I continue refining my body or open my meridians to enter the nascent phase sooner? Lin Zhilong regarded him with admiration. You, my young friend, are indeed impressive. I just heard you achieved first place with a score of 198 layers, and now you have reached 200 layers in just one day. After collecting his thoughts, he continued, in truth, The higher levels of body refinement are not a secret point 800 years ago. Our southern Zhan king, Chen Xuan, opened his meridians at 200 layers and ascended to the nascent phase, subsequently soaring to the Taoist phase. Our human martial artists have never ceased researching body refinement levels, and today we have achieved remarkable progress. 200 layers mark the divine grade body refinement, a significant achievement in Clearwater City. Yet in larger cities like southern Zhan, where countless resources abound, divine grade body refinement is merely a threshold. Their core descendants are required to strive for 500 layers of the path of body refinement. 500 layers of the path of body refinement? Chen Xuan was astonished. Reaching 200 layers had already consumed 300 drops of essence liquid, and the demand for essence liquid multiplies with each layer. The thought of reaching 500 layers was unimaginable and incalculable. Did such individuals truly exist? Indeed, they do, and there are quite a few. The path of body refinement unlocks the body's potential to its utmost, enabling one to withstand fierce beasts. The meridians within the body unify, allowing for unobstructed communion with the world's essence, enhancing absorption efficiency by 1,000-fold, ultimately facilitating a seamless ascent to the celestial realm. It is said that upon achieving the path of body refinement, there exists a chance of entering a state of enlightenment, grasping a fragment of the laws of the Tao. Wow, it sounds incredibly powerful. Unified meridians, 1,000-fold essence absorption efficiency, a smooth path to the celestial realm, and the possibility of enlightenment. Is it easy to achieve the path of body refinement? Chen Xuan inquired hesitantly. Certainly not easy. Only those with extraordinarily rare physiques, coupled with abundant resources, have a chance to attain it. Many large families have nurtured descendants who have achieved the path of body refinement. Chen Xuan regarded himself as inferior to those prominent families. Even with his critical hit system, he felt he was at a disadvantage. However, it was not entirely without hope. His critical hit system was currently at level 1, and it would inevitably be upgraded. It was merely a matter of whether the level 2 critical hit system would be effective at that moment. Chen Xuan eagerly anticipated the upgrade of his critical hit system. He then wondered if the path of body refinement was truly the ultimate limit of body refinement. Noticing the questioning gaze from Chen Xuan, Lin Jilong smiled. I know what you're about to ask, but I cannot answer that. Higher levels beyond the path of body refinement have yet to be achieved, existing only in theory. According to the research conclusions of advanced martial artist think tanks, reaching 1,000 layers of body refinement would unlock a new pinnacle, but what that entails remains a mystery. Very well, Chen Xuan immediately abandoned that thought. Achieving 500 layers was already a monumental challenge, let alone the insurmountable pursuit of 1,000 layers. Brother Lin, I would also like to seek your counsel regarding experiences in the exploration of small worlds. Once I reach the nascent phase, I may join an exploration team to enter a small world for profit. Aside from his concerns regarding body refinement levels, Chen Xuan was most intrigued by the exploration experience of small worlds. As one awaited his development, Lin Jilong contemplated for a moment and replied, exploration of small worlds poses far less danger than the battlefield of the myriad races. The exploration of small worlds is of considerable importance to us human martial artists. A fully controlled small world can provide a continuous supply of cultivation resources. The enhancement of our overall strength as human martial artists is largely a result of the countless small worlds developed over the centuries. From my years of experience, the strategy for developing a small world must align with its inherent characteristics. Generally, strategies may include conquest, support, breeding, or even equitable trade, with the key being how to maximize benefits. For a newly discovered small world, using overwhelming force to seize resources and disrupt its ecological balance is akin to draining a pond dry. It is a poor strategy, so it can be approached in this manner. Chen Xuan had always thought that utilizing force to plunder resources was the only viable approach to small worlds. Lin Jilong continued, take Fire Demon Mountain as an example. This world produces fire-based resources. Once we eliminate the most dangerous core beasts, we can fully control this world. Afterward, the inhabitants can rest and recuperate. Minimal manpower is required, and resources can be harvested annually with just occasional suppression. This is a sustainable strategy. Isn't that the essence of sustainable development? Chen Xuan mused silently. It seemed that martial artists were quite adept at managing resources, as for small worlds inhabited by intelligent beings capable of communication. Or those resistant to subjugation, conquest would not be the optimal approach. Such small worlds can be approached with intelligence, such as gradually infiltrating, nurturing local agents, or opting for fair trade to mutually benefit from cultivation resources. These are all viable methods. In summary, small worlds are diverse and require tailored approaches. However, Regardless of the method of exploration, a strong military backing is essential. As for how to ensure the sustainable and maximized output of resources once a small world is under control. That is beyond the purview of us rough warriors. It falls to the experts and think tanks to manage. Chapter 86. Military Academy. Seeing Chen Xuan engrossed in the conversation, Lin Zhilong felt a sense of satisfaction. After discussing small worlds, Lin Zhilong sensed the moment was right and straightened his demeanor, saying, "Brother Chen, I came here today with another purpose, to formally invite you to join the army." Join the army? Chen Xuan was taken aback and quickly declined, saying, "Brother Lin, I am merely a middle school student. It is still too early for me to step onto the battlefield." Lin Zhilong shook his head. "Of course, I would not send you to the battlefield at such a young age. While you currently hold a military rank and have made contributions, enjoying certain privileges within the army, such as the ability to exchange for treasures, you do not possess a formal military position and are considered an external personnel. Our demon-slaying army recruits talented martial artists annually to enroll in our military academy for training. Upon graduation, they can directly join the demon-slaying army and serve to protect humanity. Your recent performance in assessments has been quite remarkable, catching the attention of the Military Academy's admissions office. I am here to assist you with the application process if you wish to join the academy." Military Academy. Chen Xuan was astonished. The academy never recruits externally, only exceptionally gifted individuals receive special admission. To think he had garnered the attention of the Military Academy. However, entering the academy meant he would become a part of the demon-slaying army, which was vastly different from being a loose martial artist. It required adherence to discipline and left little room for personal freedom. Moreover, it was perilous. Rumor had it that the academy lacked a fixed location and was often moved along with the army, possibly being deployed to the perilous battlefield of the myriad races, a place fraught with danger. Chen Xuan was not a coward, but he simply felt unprepared mentally for the battlefield. He appreciated the army's regard but was not ready to join. Chen Xuan spoke candidly, "Thank you for the army's kindness, but I truly apologize. I do not intend to join the military so soon. Once I have honed my skills, I will certainly step forward to contribute my modest efforts in protecting humanity." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhilong displayed a look of disappointment, yet he would not force Chen Xuan. Hearing Chen Xuan's promise to eventually take to the front lines brought him solace. This promising junior, though lacking the resolve to face death, possessed extraordinary courage and potential. He patted Chen Xuan's shoulder, saying, "I respect your decision. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out." After that, he took his leave, reminding Chen Xuan one last time, "If you change your mind, my phone is always available. The doors of the military academy remain open to you." Once Lin Zhilong had departed, Chen Xuan began to reflect. Their lengthy conversation had been enlightening and had imparted considerable knowledge. He learned that the divine-level body refinement was not the pinnacle of the discipline. There existed the path of body refinement to the 500th layer. Furthermore, the core disciples nurtured by the prominent families in large cities aimed for the divine-level body refinement as a basic threshold, striving for the path of ultimate body refinement. He retrieved the reward of the pulse-opening pill from his storage space. Gazing at the vibrant and alluring pill, Chen Xuan bit his lip. By consuming this pill, he could ascend to become a nascent realm martial artist, but it also meant he would only embark on the martial path with the foundation of divine-level body refinement. The heights he could reach would be significantly inferior to those from families with access to the path of ultimate body refinement. However, for someone like Chen Xuan, who lacked resources and connections, achieving the 500-layer body refinement seemed akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. He needed to find a way to acquire more essence liquid to have a chance at breaking through to the ultimate body refinement. No other option seemed viable unless Chen Xuan suddenly entertained a possibility. If he could capture a few nine-tailed beings to absorb their essence and then reverse the absorption, he could rapidly increase his body refinement levels. However, he chastised himself for such naivety. That would be playing with fire, and one misstep could cost him his life. After a long moment of contemplation, he decided to place the pulse-opening pill back into storage. He would take things one step at a time, first refining the remaining essence liquid and then deciding based on future circumstances. Having achieved first place in 2 consecutive baseline assessments, he earned 2 perfect scores of 20 each and 2 additional points, totaling 60 points. The formal midterm examination still had 60 points available. He could also strive for extra points. If he performed well in the formal examination, he could achieve a total of 130 points, making it feasible to gain admission to a key intermediate academy. However, as for the Southern Zhan Academy, he still felt it was a stretch. Historically, the admission threshold for the Southern Zhan Academy had been above 180 points. Considering the maximum score was only 100, Achieving 180 points seemed utterly absurd, yet it was the reality due to the intense competition. Nonetheless, he still had time to pursue additional opportunities for extra points, such as becoming a weapons master or an alchemist, or attaining military honors to boost his score. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan resolved not to waste any more time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Idle dreams are devoid of meaning. He commenced the process of refining the essence liquid. Over the next 4 days, he successfully refined all 23 drops of essence liquid. The process triggered 4 critical successes. Chen Xuan calculated that the 23 drops of essence liquid, enhanced by the critical hits, yielded the equivalent of 229 drops for body refinement. After reaching the 200th layer of body refinement, he could only use essence liquid for further refinement, with each subsequent 50 layers resulting in diminishing returns. From the 250th to the 300th layers, each drop of essence liquid would only elevate his body refinement by 0.125 layers. Upon completing the refinement, Chen Xuan felt an immense power surging within him. Stretching, he took out the realm testing device. The device beeped, testing results, body refinement level 267.75 layers, an increase of 39.62 layers compared to the last test. His body refinement level had surged to 267.75 layers. He was drawing nearer to the ultimate body refinement of 500 layers. However, as he progressed, the resources required surged exponentially. Every additional 50 layers demanded double the previous amount. At this moment, Chen Xuan found himself once again devoid of resources. He needed to devise a plan to earn money. The path of ultimate body refinement truly felt like a bottomless pit. Moreover, for Chen Xuan at present, small earnings were no longer sufficient. Engaging in the former practice of refining and selling items for a daily profit of 2 to 3 million was merely a drop in the bucket. The most immediate solution was to either elevate his rank as a weapons master, train in mental energy, and craft treasure-grade items to enhance his income, or to seek alternative avenues for generating wealth. After careful consideration, Chen Xuan identified several profitable methods. The 9-tailed beings he possessed were quite valuable. Submitting them to the Martial Education Bureau could yield a considerable bounty and military merits. However, if the Bureau were to investigate how he captured the 9-tailed being, he would struggle to provide a plausible explanation. Additionally, the 9-tailed clan possessed an extraordinary innate ability to respawn, with the most powerful 9-tailed being having 9 tails and 9 lives. Upon death, they would resurrect in the land of Qingqiu, albeit at the cost of losing a tail and diminishing in strength. The 9-tailed being he had captured had 4 tails, meaning she could revive 4 more times. Now, Chen Xuan found himself in a precarious position. He neither dared to kill her nor to release her. Killing her would lead to retaliation, while letting her go would leave an unresolved vendetta. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to continue imprisoning her, with the 2 clumsy fools taking turns to beat her, making it exceedingly difficult for her to regain her strength. However, with this ongoing torment, their hatred only grew deeper. Chen Xuan had another path available to him, to fully leverage his ability to battle above his level and conquer new secret realms. The rewards for being the first to clear these realms were indeed substantial, particularly upon clearing an entire secret realm, which would yield a magnificent treasure chest with a chance to unveil rare treasures. The coordinates for Chen Xuan's small world were obtained after he completed the Cunning Rabbit's 3-burrow secret realm. Should he uncover another small world coordinate, resource concerns would no longer trouble him, even if he lacked the time to explore. Handing it over to the authorities would guarantee him a minimum reward of 10 billion, which could be exchanged for 100 drops of primordial liquid. Furthermore, he could attain the title of honorary citizen, granting him an additional 10 points in his exams. This route was indeed feasible, yet, before embarking on this journey, Chen Xuan resolved to visit the small world first to assess the situation. The insightful words of Lin Zhilong from their last encounter had greatly inspired him. Brute force was not the sole method for conquering the small world, and one must adapt to the circumstances. The native beings in his small world were far too powerful. Relying solely on force to establish dominance would likely prove futile throughout his lifetime. However, neglecting exploration would be wasteful. For now, he could only delve deeper to seek alternative methods for gaining benefits. With his mind made up, Chen Xuan began his preparations. Aside from essential supplies, he also stowed his sports car into his storage space and procured 10 tons of gasoline. With the car, his exploration speed would be significantly enhanced. Once everything was in order, Chen Xuan activated the teleportation array and entered the coordinates for the small world. As radiant light swirled before him, he found himself back in the small world, precisely at the spot where he had departed. The coordinates in Chen Xuan's possession allowed him to record new locations, and this time he opted to teleport to the site of the old grass. where he had previously left the golden ant queen and the explosive flame tree. This location served as Chen Xuan's stronghold in this small world, and he had duly recorded it within the coordinates. As he surveyed the area, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of lush grasslands, with towering blades reaching thousands of feet high, piercing the clouds. Having grown accustomed to the architectural proportions of the human realm, Chen Xuan felt minuscule within this vast grassland. This small world was majestic, ancient, and teeming with a potent life force, with rich spiritual energy swirling throughout the cosmos. It seemed fitting to name it the ancient world. Upon discovering an entrance beneath his feet, Chen Xuan burrowed inside. He recognized this entrance as one excavated by his battle pet, the golden ant queen, leading to her lair. As expected, the further he descended, the more expansive the space became, ultimately revealing a subterranean main passageway that spanned dozens of meters in height, over 100 meters in width, and stretched endlessly into the depths. Along the sides of the passage were numerous nesting chambers, the habitats of ordinary golden ants. This moment, many golden ants scurried to and fro within the passage, laboring diligently to excavate tunnels, construct chambers, and search for minerals, all utterly absorbed in their tasks. The sheer number of golden ants was a testament to the fruitful expansion of his battle pet, the golden ant queen. Indeed, his foresight had not been in vain. She had successfully established a thriving colony. When the golden ants spotted Chen Xuan, they exhibited no hostility, remaining engrossed in their work. It was likely that their nurturing queen had informed them that he was the true master of their colony. Chen Xuan accessed the panel of one golden ant beast. Golden ant, realm, body refinement level 121, attributes: gold, fire, skills, steel teeth, hardness, resilience, agility, great strength, golden body, bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of the ordinary golden ant. Talent, melting gold, capable of melting metals with its jaws and stomach to refine its body. Description: has surpassed its growth limit of body refinement level 60 and continues to grow rapidly. The attributes and skills of the golden ant had remained unchanged. Yet in this world of rich spiritual energy, through day and night of refinement, it had surpassed its growth limit, ascending from body refinement level 60 to level 121, and appeared to be still advancing. This was astonishing. Chen Xuan pressed on and, at last, located the golden ant queen within a vast central nest. At this moment, she had grown significantly larger, measuring an impressive 4 meters in height, surrounded by several newly hatched golden ants learning to walk. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, the golden ant queen radiated waves of excitement and joy. Beast, golden ant queen, realm, body refinement level 200, cannot be further enhanced. Second level of essence gathering. Attributes: gold, fire, skills, steel teeth, hardness, resilience, great strength, golden body, rapid reproduction, bloodline. Possesses the bloodline of the ordinary golden ant. Talent: melting gold, capable of melting metals with its jaws and stomach to refine its body. Traits: rapid reproduction. A trait possessed by the mother of the species, enabling swift breeding capabilities. Description: has surpassed its growth limit of body refinement level 60 and continues to grow rapidly. Upon viewing the panel, Chen Xuan was taken aback. The golden ant queen, initially hatched in the ancient world, had advanced from body refinement level 60 to an astounding level 200. Having reached the divine level of body refinement, she could not ascend further in that regard but had progressed into the essence-gathering phase, continuing to enhance her prowess in less than a month. She had achieved such remarkable growth and even birthed a plethora of golden ant offspring. Impressive indeed! The enhancement in the speed and limits of cultivation for native beings within the ancient world was monumental. In that moment, a wild and peculiar thought crossed Chen Xuan's mind: to marry 100 wives, relocate his entire family to the ancient world, and strive to produce numerous offspring. Decades later, he would return to the human realm with thousands of extraordinarily gifted children, unifying the world. Of course, this was merely a fanciful notion. Chen Xuan had no desire to become a mere breeding tool. Subsequently, he communicated with the golden ant queen through mental waves. Language barriers made their communication somewhat cumbersome, but after much effort, he gleaned a vague understanding of the situation through the queen's fragmented thoughts. Coupled with his own reasoning and analysis, the golden ant colony had thrived due to the absence of natural enemies and an abundance of food, allowing them to reproduce freely and grow like a snowball. Although the overall strength of beings in the ancient world was high, the area occupied by the golden ants remained relatively peaceful. The old grasses were pacifists, primarily indulging in slumber. This remote locale was unlikely to attract powerful beasts. And being several hundred meters underground, The golden ants had yet to encounter any foes, thereby enjoying a harmonious environment for reproduction. As for sustenance, the golden ants primarily fed on gold and iron. The queen dispatched her subjects to excavate in all directions, centered around the main passage, yet they had not yet discovered any established mineral deposits. Fortunately, the soil contained trace amounts of metallic elements, allowing them to consume the earth and extract the abundant metals within to sustain themselves. Moreover, in the ancient world, their cultivation accelerated, relying on the pervasive spiritual energy that surrounded them. Even without access to gold and iron, they continued to progress at an astonishing pace. With no enemies to contend with, no concerns for food, and the ability to enhance their abilities without dedicated training, this place had become a veritable paradise for the golden ants. The queen need only focus on reproduction, without the worry of providing for her brood. The colony had grown to over 1,000 members. Underground, the diligent golden ants had excavated a main passage extending over 100 miles. Along with an intricate network of exploratory tunnels. Splendid work. Chen Xuan did not hold back in his praise for the golden ant queen. He then instructed her to continue breeding to expand their numbers and to persist in excavation, seeking out mineral veins and other valuable resources, striving to establish an underground world of their own. Furthermore, he cautioned her not to venture out to the surface lightly, urging them to develop discreetly underground. While the golden ants thrived in their subterranean realm, there was always the risk of an unwise ant wandering to the surface and attracting formidable foes, should they inadvertently lead powerful enemies to their lair. It could spell disaster. As of now, no mineral deposits had been located, likely due to the vast expanse of this world, where the ants were merely the lowest of the low, with limited exploration capabilities. However, the ants' rapid growth and reproduction would eventually expand their colony throughout the underground, vastly increasing their range of exploration, and they would inevitably uncover mineral veins. Chen Xuan had high hopes for the richness and abundance of the underground deposits in the ancient world. Exiting the ant tunnel, Chen Xuan made his way to the area where the explosive flame trees were planted. In this expansive plot of land, numerous saplings had broken through the soil, with some of the faster-growing specimens already reaching 2 meters in height, their fiery red branches and leaves flourishing impressively. Chen Xuan counted and found that all 827 seeds of the explosive flame tree had sprouted into seedlings. Being a plant, the explosive flame tree had a longer growth cycle compared to the golden ants. Yet it possessed its own advantages. They required no sustenance and could thrive anywhere, displaying astonishing vitality while remaining inconspicuous and seemingly harmless. Generally, they faced no enemies, allowing them to endure for long periods. Thus, their potential for growth was immense. Even the weeds in this area could reach the celestial realm. As a remarkable species of plant, the explosive flame tree held even greater potential, albeit requiring considerable time to fully mature. With his exploration complete, Chen Xuan felt satisfied. In Chen Xuan's heart, a flicker of enlightenment emerged. The true value of the ancient world does not lie in the number of formidable beasts, rare mineral deposits, or celestial treasures it harbors, but in its inherent capacity to nurture these wonders. Any being born of this land possesses astonishing potential and a terrifying future. Understanding this, the extent of one's gains ultimately depends on one's own endeavors. Chen Xuan resolved that upon returning to the native world, he would seize every opportunity to collect battle pet eggs, exotic plants, and seeds of spiritual herbs to cultivate in the ancient world. Only through long-term investment could he hope for greater rewards. Approaching the old grass, Chen Xuan withdrew his garant, unleashing a volley of 120 crossbow bolts. Exhilarating! Little grass, you've come again. The old grass stirred awake, and upon seeing Chen Xuan, was filled with joy. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it had conversed more with the little grass than with anyone else. Just as it had closed its eyes for a moment, the little grass returned to check on the solitary elder, deeply moving the old grass. Old grass, has anything transpired during my absence? What could happen while I slumber? You have extinguished our conversation with a mere question, replied the old grass, somewhat curtly. Chen Xuan pondered silently. Lin Zhilong had mentioned that there were various methods for breaking new ground, and sometimes trade proved to be an excellent approach. Being an immortal, the old grass's casual offerings would hold considerable value. Old grass, could you spare me a leaf? Look at me. I possess only 5 leaves, each one akin to my limbs. Do you wish to take one of my hands? Little grass, your request is rather excessive, grumbled the old grass. Chen Xuan looked up and indeed saw that the old grass had only 5 leaves, each several hundred meters long. A miscalculation. Old grass, do you have anything else? Anything at all would suffice. I have spent my life in slumber. What could I possibly offer? Little grass, do not burden this old soul. Perhaps you could take a few pieces from my body instead. Thank you, old grass. Chen Xuan brandished his enhanced alloy saber. Striking forcefully against the old grass, clang! The saber rebounded, leaving not a scratch on the grass's surface. Chen Xuan gazed at the dent in his reinforced blade, feeling a twinge of regret. The old grass swayed lightly. How delightful! Chen Xuan's anger surged. This cunning old grass had feigned kindness merely to solicit a massaged eye in frustration. He unleashed a torrent of flames upon the old grass, which remained impervious due to its full fire resistance. Alas, I have misjudged. I chose the wrong trading partner. With a sigh, he decided to abandon the idea of trade. I was foolish to think I could barter with a mere weed. After being rebuffed by the old grass, Chen Xuan dismissed the notion of trading. He had another intention for his visit, to bring back certain items for research. Scanning the grassy expanse, it was evident that apart from towering grass, there was little else of value. Among martial artists, a saying about exploring small worlds circulated. One does not return empty-handed from the wild. Even if no resources were obtained, one should at least collect some items to bring back. Generally, scavenging remnants of antiques or unique stones from the small world, or even gathering a few flowers and plants, could yield some monetary return in the human realm. Items from the small world, even deemed useless, held a certain market value. Chen Xuan retrieved the prepared shovel and burlap sacks, beginning to dig and collect soil. The rich, black earth beneath his feet, formed over eons of decomposition, was sticky and smooth to the touch, far more fertile than that of the native world. Moreover, after countless years of spiritual cleansing, it might have developed extraordinary characteristics. Previously, Chen Xuan had been overly ambitious, focused solely on celestial treasures, overlooking the soil beneath him. Now, with a more humble perspective, he recognized that even digging for soil could be a worthwhile endeavor. One burlap sack after another, he filled them to the brim, unburdened by weight concerns due to his storage space. After tirelessly working for half a day, he had filled 200 sacks with rich black soil. Once these sacks were stored away, Chen Xuan took a moment to rest. Chapter 89. The expedition. Upon finishing his collection of black soil, Chen Xuan surveyed the area and concluded that there was little more to gain. He resolved to leave this place and explore further afield. His impression of this world was that it was vast. Everything seemed immense. He felt as if he had been shrunk 10,000 times and cast into the thickets. This grove of grass was dominated by ancient grass, all of which seemed devoted to slumber. There were no grass seeds or newly sprouted blades in sight. If Chen Xuan remained confined to this small area, any effort would be in vain. This grove offered only grass and soil. Devoid of even a small puddle, water and soil were the basic elements he sought for his research in this world. Thus, he had no choice but to continue his exploration, hoping to venture beyond this grove and witness the landscape outside. Chen Xuan believed that no matter how wild and majestic the world, it could not possibly lack for small, nascent beings. Even if plants were less enthusiastic, animals must still propagate. In this world, creatures often boasted lifespans of tens to hundreds of millions of years. He could hardly compete with the ancient ones. Still, if he were to encounter newborn beasts, young grass, or small insects like ants or grasshoppers, he might stand a chance. Surely, such creatures existed beyond the grove. Then onward, to explore. Before departing, Chen Xuan summoned the Thunder Chicken and commanded, "Brother Chicken, ascend to the skies and become my eyes." He wished to survey the distance to select a direction. The Thunder Chicken appeared somewhat reluctant, but eventually flapped its wings, clumsily ascending skyward. This grove of grass obscured the sun, towering at least 3,000 meters high, and the Thunder Chicken struggled to reach a height of 200 meters before finding it difficult to ascend further. Useless! A chicken that cannot fly! Chen Xuan cursed under his breath, recalling the Thunder Chicken. Fortunately, he had prepared well. He retrieved a drone from his storage space, an aerial photography device he had purchased for over $1 million, specifically for exploring the ancient world. Constructed from titanium alloy, the drone was lightweight and equipped with 16 powerful rotors, boasting exceptional flight capabilities. It was also outfitted with an ultra-high-definition camera capable of transmitting real-time images to Chen Xuan's phone. The operation of this drone was straightforward, and Chen Xuan quickly adapted to its controls. As he maneuvered the drone higher and higher, it soon soared to an altitude of 3,000 meters, surpassing the height of the grove. Continuing to ascend, he sought a broader view. Once the drone reached 5,000 meters, Chen Xuan attentively examined the images on his phone. As he scanned the horizon, the drone's perspective revealed an endless expanse of grassland. It seemed he was still in the central region of this grassy area. He commanded the drone to climb further, magnifying the clear images to analyze them. At last, in the distant view, he discerned a faint white line. This serpentine line wove through the heavens and earth, seemingly endless. Horizontal water. This must be the horizontal water the old grass spoke of. Let us head in that direction, Chen Xuan exclaimed, exhilarated. Retrieving the drone, he activated his iron cloth technique, empowering himself with over 80 layers of defense, and summoned his sports car, flooring the accelerator towards horizontal water. The grass in this region was comprised of ancient blades hundreds of meters thick, with gaps of at least several thousand meters between each. The terrain was remarkably even, allowing the car to glide smoothly. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt as though he were racing down a runway several kilometers wide. As long as he navigated carefully, there was little risk of colliding with the grass. The car surged to over 500 miles per hour. Having brought several tons of gasoline, he need not worry about running out of fuel. If he maintained this speed, driving for 5 hours and resting for 1, he could cover 20 hours in a single day, thus traversing 10,000 kilometers. Indeed, driving was far swifter than walking. Last time, it took him 10 days to cover just over 3,000 kilometers. At this pace, he would surely escape the confines of this grassy expanse in just a few days. How curious he was to see what lay beyond the grassland. As he pondered this, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, but alas, all he saw was grass, more grass. Ding. Host triggers a critical hit while driving, critical hit multiplier of 66x. Host's driving speed x66. The system's notification resonated, and the car's speed skyrocketed to over 3,000 miles per hour. The towering grass blurred past him as the vehicle raced forward like lightning. Now this is exhilarating. Chen Xuan refrained from applying the brakes, focusing instead on steering the wheel and deftly avoiding the towering grass. 5 minutes later, the critical effect faded, and the car's speed decreased. Chen Xuan understood that the critical system segmented the driving action into 5-minute intervals. If a critical hit occurred, he could enjoy the enhanced speed for that duration. Of course, he could choose to slow down if he desired. What remarkable speed! In merely 5 minutes of critical time, he had covered approximately 6,000 kilometers. At this rate, his travel speed would significantly increase. Thus, Chen Xuan, propelled by continuous critical hits, steadily advanced forward. A day later, the dense grass began to thin, and his field of vision expanded. After calculating, excluding rest periods, he had driven for 20 hours, covering over 500,000 kilometers. Aware that he was nearing the edge of the grassland, he gradually reduced the car's speed. Along his route, he spotted several gigantic beasts. One particular creature, elongated and verdant, wielded 2 massive blades over a kilometer long, exuding an impressive aura. There exists a colossal beast of a circular physique that possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Measuring over 1,000 meters in length and enveloped in a resilient, smooth crimson shell adorned with 7 prominent black spots, exuding an aura of formidable menace. Fortunately, at that moment, I was in a state of heightened speed. And before the creature could react, I vanished from its sight. It dawned upon me that my prior failure to encounter such a beast was due to my limited range of movement. Had I ventured further, I surely would have encountered it. Henceforth, I must exercise greater caution. Having narrowly escaped danger, I sighed in relief. After traversing a short distance, the grassy terrain completely vanished, revealing an expansive lake before me. The sight of this lake evoked feelings of vastness, tumult, and boundlessness. As I piloted a drone into the heavens, soaring to altitudes of thousands of miles, I was astounded by the transmitted imagery. From this lofty perspective, the lake appeared to stretch infinitely. It was immense, rivaling even the Pacific Ocean. Upon closer inspection, I observed the water's flow was remarkably gentle. The surface rippled with a serene hue, indicating it was indeed fresh water. Yet devoid of any significant current, I concluded with astonishment that this was not the horizontal water, for although old Chow had described it as merely a small stream in the boundless realm, its expanse was vast and its volume immense. The flow could not possibly be so tranquil. This area was likely a depression adjacent to the horizontal water, connected to it, merely a pool beside the horizontal water. Yet it could be likened to a grand ocean from my past life. As I pondered this conclusion, I was suddenly interrupted by a resounding avian cry that echoed through the heavens. From the distant sky, a gargantuan bird with a wingspan of several thousand meters swooped towards my drone. In an instant, it seized the drone with its talons and crushed it to smithereens. The fierce winds whipped overhead as I crouched low, scarcely daring to breathe. I readied myself to activate the coordinates for my small world in order to return to my homeland. Fortunately, after dismantling the drone, the colossal bird circled the sky before flapping its massive wings and swiftly departing. After what felt like an eternity, I gradually rose to my feet. The presence of such a giant bird filled me with trepidation, prompting me to question whether my current strength was sufficient to navigate the antiquated world. After considerable reflection, I surmised that the earlier crisis was likely due to the drone's conspicuousness against the azure sky. It was possible that this aerial territory belonged to the gigantic bird, and its sudden appearance was perceived as a provocation, leading to its swift destruction. As I lay on the ground, I must have appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand to the bird, which deemed me unworthy of attention. The fate of the drone served as a cautionary tale. One should not harbor illusions of conquering the skies. Initially, I had envisioned the drone as an ideal tool for exploration, and I had even contemplated acquiring a helicopter. However, it now seemed evident that flying here would be akin to courting death. Since I had arrived at the water's edge, I decided to collect some samples for experimentation. Approaching within a few hundred meters of the lake, I retrieved 201 cubic meter water barrels from my storage space and summoned my companion. Little Wood, take the barrels and draw water from the lake. Fill each barrel, secure the lid, and then bring them back, one by one. Having recognized the dangers of this realm, I dared not approach the water's edge myself. Who knew what lurked within? It was wiser to delegate such perilous tasks to Littlewood, especially since it currently had little else to do. Obediently, Littlewood took the barrel and trudged towards the lake, while I dug a small pit for myself, leaving only my head above ground to keep watch over the lake's surface. After 2 hours, Littlewood had filled at least 100 barrels with water. In the meantime, I observed numerous creatures within the lake. At one point, a fish measuring over 10,000 meters leaped from the water, soaring high into the sky before crashing back into the lake, followed by a swarm of smaller fish, likely in the dozens, which also leaped and splashed back into the water. The resulting waves appeared to me as towering surges, crashing against the shore. Thankfully, my elevated position spared me from being submerged. As this group of fish appeared, I quickly activated my panel. However, the enormous fish elicited no response, likely because its realm exceeded the panel's detection threshold. The smaller fish, on the other hand, were each of considerable size, measuring at least 100 meters in length. Beast, White Carp, Realm. Respectable 5th rank, age. 122. Attribute, Water. Skills, Diving, Wave Riding, Bloodline, none. Talent, none. Characteristics, none. Description, Juvenile fish. Containing formidable spiritual energy within, its flesh is delectable and offers numerous benefits to martial artists upon consumption. This juvenile fish was indeed at the respectable realm, a startling revelation, despite lacking any bloodline or talent and being merely a juvenile white carp. It had reached this stage solely through the influence of the local spiritual energy, having lived for a mere 122 years. Such undeveloped creatures must surely represent the lowest tier of beings in this world. These beings, which have attained the respectable level through external spiritual influences and lack any notable skills, likely possess low combat capabilities. Nonetheless, even so, this respectable juvenile fish would be beyond my current capacity to defeat. After all, there exists a 4-realm disparity in cultivation, and the physical strength of a respectable fish would easily overpower me. In addition to the fish, I also discovered several shrimp and snails along the lake's edge, each measuring over 100 meters and boasting realms above the respectable tier. The bodies of these respectable beasts are treasures in themselves. Take, for instance, the juvenile fish, having undergone a century of spiritual refinement. It is far from ordinary. Its scales could be fashioned into shields and armor, its spines into weapons, and its eyes serve as excellent materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. As for its flesh, it is a nourishing delicacy, greatly beneficial for enhancing a martial artist's cultivation. Unlike the beast of the human realm, this juvenile fish was significantly larger, indicating the potential for vast quantities of resources and flesh to be harvested. The sight of these colossal fish and shrimp made my mouth water in anticipation. If I could simply catch one, the path to forging my body would be within reach. The flesh of respectable beasts is highly sought after, and selling even a single juvenile fish would surely yield ample resources to enhance my cultivation. The value is immense, but how to capture them? At present, Littlewood was diligently transporting water barrels. The aquatic creatures that occasionally surfaced showed no awareness of the lifeless wooden figure nearby. Seizing this opportunity, I closed my eyes, relaxed my mind, and transformed into a thinker. I needed to devise a clever method for catching fish. Such immense wealth should not be left unclaimed, akin to entering a treasure trove yet leaving empty-handed. An unthinkable loss. I dared not entertain thoughts of capturing the colossal carp. I would be content with merely a few smaller fish or shrimp. Approaching the water to catch them by hand, using nets, or fishing seemed implausible. The nets would be ineffective. I lacked the means to procure a net of such size, and even if I did, it would be futile for a single individual to operate. The crux of the matter lay in the vast disparity of strength. I could not risk approaching the lake's edge. Fishing, however, presented a viable option. By employing a longer line, I could remain at a safe distance, alleviating concerns of danger. With barbed hooks, any small fish that bit would be unable to escape, while I could secure the other end of the line to a sturdy plant. Once the small fish grew weary from their struggles, I could devise a means to pull them ashore. This approach seemed feasible, but it required crafting a fishing hook at least 10 meters in height, along with a half-meter thick steel wire for the fishing line and suitable bait, preferably the size of the stoutest beasts. The investment seemed rather high, and several challenges remained, such as how to haul a 1,000-ton fish onto land. Fishing would merely serve as a backup plan. After much contemplation, I found myself increasingly frustrated, as each potential method was systematically ruled out. Insufficient strength was the root of the issue. How I wished to possess the prowess of a Nirvana realm or even a Heavenly King realm warrior, capable of subduing these fish and shrimp with but a flick of a finger. Yet, if I were indeed at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm, these respectable fish and shrimp would hardly warrant my attention. My intellect seemed inadequate, as I struggled to conceive even a single method for capturing fish. It appeared that the time had come to devote myself to enhancing my mental prowess through practice. After half a day of aimless thoughts, I shook my head, pinching myself sharply in a moment of realization. It seemed I had struck upon an idea. Instead of fixating solely on catching fish at the water's edge, I could approach the problem from a different angle, perhaps by constructing a trap. This would be a display of cunning. Suddenly, I recalled my childhood fascination with digging a small pond in my courtyard to keep a few small fish. Out of boredom, I once created a narrow channel that was only slightly wider than the fish itself. One fish swam into the channel, unable to turn back due to its constricted space. And it could only swim forward, ultimately finding itself trapped at the end, flailing in vain to return to the pond. Amusing me greatly, I could excavate an artificial channel along the lake's edge, 50 meters deep and 20 meters wide, just large enough to accommodate the small fish and shrimp, preventing them from turning back. Once they ventured from the lake into the channel, they would be unable to escape. And if I were to block the water's entrance, they would become fish in a barrel. Should I then drain the channel, these fish and shrimp would be rendered as helpless as fish out of water, ripe for the taking. For the sake of safety, this artificial waterway must be sufficiently long, at least spanning hundreds of kilometers, to distance itself from the dangers lurking in the Great Lake, allowing for the secure and worry-free capture of fish and shrimp that fall into its traps. This is indeed a monumental project. However, he has an abundance of manpower at his disposal. In the ancient world, he possesses thousands of golden ants, each endowed with specialized excavation skills. The ant army shall be summoned forth without delay. Chen Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration, admiring his own ingenious idea. At this moment, Xiaomu had already filled 200 buckets with water, and Chen Xuan swiftly stored both Xiaomu and the buckets into his storage space, preparing to embark on the monumental task of constructing his artificial waterway. Yet, a sudden notification left him astounded. Ding! Critical hit system level up, current level 2. For specific upgrade details, please refer to the system description. The critical hit system, which had remained stagnant for eons, had unexpectedly leveled up. This was utterly unforeseen. Could it be that something significant is destined to transpire? He was curious about the new probabilities and multipliers granted by this upgrade. Chen Xuan hurriedly consulted the system description. Suddenly, he received a notification from the editor. This book is set to launch tomorrow. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to the readers for their support. Whether through reading, collecting, voting, monthly tickets, comments, or rewards, each gesture is a token of encouragement. Starting tomorrow, subscription support will also be added. The process of completing a book resembles nurturing a child. The author gives it life, while the readers nurture its growth. Special thanks to editor Liao Tiao for the numerous recommendations. Regarding the launch, it will commence at noon tomorrow on the first day. I promise to update at least 5 chapters. As for additional updates, for every 100 subscriptions, starting the day after tomorrow, I will add an extra chapter to the existing ones. Recommendations, monthly votes, and rewards will also contribute to additional updates. About this book, although recommendations have ceased, The collection data has been rising rapidly, with hundreds of new collections each day. There is still hope. I anticipate writing at least 1,500,000 words, or even more. The plot has been somewhat slow to unfold. It has been 200,000 words and the midterm exam has yet to commence. Therefore, I intend to write extensively, as there is a wealth of exciting content yet to be revealed, including a major segment, the battlefield of 10,000 races. Truly exhilarating, the battlefield of 10,000 races. I possess a billion-fold critical hit system. The launch message is being typed out. Please hold for a moment. After the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 91. System Upgrade, Billion-Fold Critical Hit System. Provided that the host's life is not endangered, any action taken by the host may trigger a billion-fold critical hit. Level 2. Trigger probability. Random. Critical hit multiplier, 2 to 100 times. Trigger probability, 20. Critical hit multiplier, 101,1000 times. Trigger probability, 0.1. Critical hit multiplier, 1001 to 10,000 times. Trigger probability, 0.01. The system grants a data panel and storage space. Billion-fold critical hit system. A love for the weak? If you love, love deeply. Note, during the prolonged operation of the critical hit system, it automatically optimizes. Optimization notes. 1.to ensure the safety of the host's life. All triggers that endanger the host's life will be automatically blocked or the trigger multiplier reduced. 2. Actions that the host subconsciously does not wish to trigger critical hits, such as eating, sleeping, walking, and using the restroom, will generally not trigger. 3. The direction of critical hits triggered by the system is broad, encompassing qualitative and quantitative changes as well as other peculiar directions. The system will strive to select the most advantageous critical hit directions for the host and those the host wishes to trigger. 4. The system's gifted storage space will also upgrade and sync. Specific changes are to be explored by the host. After reviewing the system's upgrade details, Chen Xuan was deeply moved. The system had finally matured. His efforts had not been in vain. When the system was at level 1, it provided only a simple description, with specific probabilities and critical hit directions requiring Chen Xuan to explore on his own. Following this upgrade, the system had at least adopted a more respectful attitude, providing a comprehensive explanation. In summary, the most significant advancement was the increase in critical hit multipliers. Besides the unchanged range of 2 to 100 times, new tiers of 101, 1000 times, and 1001 to 10,000 times had been added. Although the trigger probabilities for the latter two tiers are exceedingly low, their mere existence signifies that the critical hit system is indeed undergoing continuous improvement. Recalling the initial days when the system first appeared, with only a multiplier of 2 to 100 times, Chen Xuan had doubted its efficacy. Now, it was evident that the system required ongoing upgrades. Imagining the scene of triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit to obliterate a monster filled him with exhilaration. Moreover, as the system evolves, it will eventually reach the billion-fold threshold. Chen Xuan felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. The enhancement of the critical hit multiplier does not solely pertain to combat. It also applies to other aspects, such as crafting. Previously, Chen Xuan could only forge weapons with a maximum enhancement of 100. Post-upgrade, he might now craft weapons with enhancements of 10,000. The attributes of such equipment would be unfathomably terrifying. Furthermore, the system's upgrade had brought about optimizations, making it more user-friendly, automatically shielding against critical hits that could endanger Chen Xuan's life. He no longer needed to worry about the system inadvertently causing his demise. Additionally, the exclusion of critical hits during routine activities like eating, sleeping, walking, and using the restroom was a welcome relief, enhancing his quality of life. After all, the occasional odd occurrence could lead to rather embarrassing situations. The system could also autonomously select advantageous critical hit directions for Chen Xuan, which was another delightful surprise. In conclusion, Chen Xuan felt that the system had indeed matured significantly. A mature system is undoubtedly a commendable one. The system had also upgraded the gifted storage space. Chen Xuan quickly inspected the storage area and was astounded to discover that the previously 1,000-meter diameter space had now expanded 100-fold. Furthermore, he could sense that he had greater control over this space. He could now partition it into various smaller areas, akin to compartments in a game inventory. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan effortlessly delineated several compartments to store different resources. The expanded space allowed for the accommodation of significantly more items. For him, the previous storage had become somewhat inadequate, as even the small fish of the ancient world could scarcely fit within. The timely increase in storage capacity was indeed a fortuitous upgrade. In summary, Chen Xuan was quite satisfied with this upgrade. He refrained from yearning for excessively grand outcomes, such as a critical hit multiplier soaring to billions. as that would be rather unpalatable. The path of a martial artist is not merely a straightforward enhancement of power. If one's intellect and character are not refined, a sudden surge in strength, devoid of self-control, would only lead to insatiable desires, leaving one susceptible to darker influences and ultimately leading to ruin. The process of martial cultivation is also a journey of self-refinement. I do not wish to become a madman like the fire cloud evil god, whose humanity has been devoured. Having thoroughly examined the upgraded system, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy and anticipation for his future. Currently, the construction of the artificial waterway remained the most pressing matter. Excavating the waterway would require labor, and he needed to devise a method to transport the golden ants. Their nest lay over 500,000 kilometers away. If left to their own devices, they would take a year to traverse the distance, risking death along the way. Thus, he would have to transport them himself. Looking at the sports car in his storage space, he realized it was of little use. It seemed he would need to return to the human realm to procure a large truck. By inputting this location into the coordinates of the small world, he could teleport here directly next time. With that, Chen Xuan activated the coordinates and returned home. Sitting on the comfortable luxury sofa, he opened a chilled bottle of soda, gulping it down with satisfaction, letting out a comfortable burp. Ah, home is such a comfort. Wilderness survival is truly not for the faint of heart. In the ancient world, Chen Xuan had been perpetually on edge, and only now was he able to relax completely. He promptly dialed Lin Jilong's number. "Brother Lin? Could you assist me? I need a giant truck to transport some items. The larger, the better." Such vehicles could only be rented as standard heavy trucks outside. Only the military possessed giant trucks. As Chen Xuan was acquainted with Lin Jilong in the military, he sought his help directly. Lin Jilong did not inquire into Chen Xuan's reasons for needing a giant truck and responded readily, "That's manageable. We have some giant trucks designated for cultivating small worlds. Most are stationed there, but coincidentally, one is parked here at headquarters. Just service. I can arrange to lend it to you for a few days." The demon-subduing army stationed a regiment in Qingshui City, where Lin Jilong served as the 2nd Battalion commander, making him a prominent figure in the local military. Sending a truck was certainly not an issue. "Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll head over now." After disconnecting the call, Chen Xuan hurried to the headquarters of the demon-subduing army. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he was introduced to a colossal vehicle, a Caterpillar giant truck, equipped with a 106-liter displacement V20 quad-turbocharged engine. It boasted a maximum output of 4,000 horsepower, paired with a 7-speed automatic transmission and a formidable torque converter capable of processing vast amounts of information. The vehicle stood nearly 10 meters tall and had an effective payload of 400 tons. After the introduction, Lin Jilong turned to Chen Xuan and inquired, "Brother Chen, is this vehicle sufficient?" "Absolutely." Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What man could resist such a magnificent machine? He never anticipated that the demon-subduing army possessed such enormous trucks. With this vehicle, his golden ants could complete their tasks in one trip. In his previous life, only the largest of minds could afford such a behemoth, yet he discovered that the demon-subduing army in Qingshui City had several of them. It seemed their resources ran deep. Chen Xuan drove the massive truck to a remote area in the outskirts and stored it in his spatial dimension before retrieving his sports car to return home. This operation was largely to conceal his possession of a storage space and the secret of his small world. Upon entering his bedroom, he wasted no time and activated the teleportation array. Setting his destination at the Golden Ants Burrow, in a flash of light, he found himself back in the ancient world. After using the teleportation array multiple times, he had grown accustomed to the dizziness that accompanied the transition. Looking down at the Golden Ants Burrow and the thriving fiery saplings in the distance, as well as the slumbering ancient grass, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of reluctance. These were the initial arrangements and connections he had established in this ancient world. He would not be visiting often anymore since he planned to relocate the golden ants. The resources and beasts in this grassy expanse were too scarce, forcing him to have the golden ants dig deeper in hopes of discovering something valuable. The area near the Great Lake, however, was abundant in both resources and beasts, making it far more worthwhile to shift his focus there. As long as the golden ants were alive, they could reproduce and grow anywhere. And Chen Xuan indeed needed their labor. Upon entering the ant tunnel and locating the golden ants, he issued a simple command: to leave 50 golden ants behind to guard the base and continue excavating underground for mineral veins. The queen ant would take the remaining ants and climb aboard the giant truck to facilitate their move. Leaving 50 golden ants here would serve as a contingency plan, maintaining this site as a hidden subbase. After all, the golden ants had already dug over 100 kilometers of underground tunnels, establishing a significant scale, and abandoning it now would be a pity. should they encounter difficulties at the Great Lake front. They could always return here to recuperate. With the colony now numbering over 1,000, leaving 50 behind would not hinder the construction of the river project. The colony, devoid of any belongings, climbed onto the truck as if moving home. Chen Xuan started the vehicle and headed towards the Great Lake. Ding! The host's driving triggered a critical hit with a multiplier of 65. The host's driving speed is multiplied by 65. Ding! The host's driving triggered a critical hit with a multiplier of 17. The host's driving speed is multiplied by 17. Ding! The host's driving triggered a critical hit with a multiplier of 354. The host's driving speed is multiplied by 354. Though the truck speed could not match that of his sports car, with the assistance of the critical hit system, Chen Xuan did not take much time, arriving at the lake's edge in just 25 hours, only a few hours slower than if he had driven his sports car. Chen Xuan settled the Golden Ants colony 100 kilometers from the Great Lake and began surveying the environment, ultimately selecting a concealed ravine as the new excavation site for the Golden Ants. This colony was Chen Xuan's most crucial asset in the ancient world, and for the time being, he needed to focus on their gradual development. Therefore, he ensured the ant mound entrance was not too close to the lake to avoid attacks from the beast within. Chen Xuan intended for the queen ant to breed offspring here, excavate an underground city, and search for mineral veins. This location would serve as a long-term stronghold for the golden ants, not to be easily abandoned. With the ant colony engaged in excavation, Chen Xuan quietly approached the Great Lake with the queen ant to scout the terrain and prepare for the river project. After careful observation, Chen Xuan selected a low-lying area by the lake to establish the artificial river. He then communicated his plans to the queen ant, using gestures to clarify the tasks ahead. During the intervals of busyness, Chen Xuan had developed new ideas for the artificial river project, by leveraging the ant's tunneling abilities. He planned to create an underground dark river with a spacious underground hall at its terminus to facilitate the capture of small fish entering traps. Thus, the originally planned surface river would transform into a concealed underground river, enhancing its stealth and preventing attention from surface beasts. The entire process of luring, capturing, or hunting would be executed underground, undetected and flawless. Without the golden ants, such an underground river project would indeed be challenging. Here, he would excavate a channel 20 meters wide, 50 meters deep, and 100 kilometers long, with a hall at its end. Once the dark river was fully excavated, it would connect to the Great Lake, allowing its waters to flow in. After providing a brief overview of the project's considerations to the queen ant and confirming her understanding, Chen Xuan ceased communication. Engaging in dialogue with his battle companion was mentally taxing, especially when dealing with such intricate engineering details. The queen ant promptly set about organizing the golden ants for the task. Once arrangements were confirmed, the queen entered the newly excavated ant mound, ready to act as a reproductive machine. Given the digging speed of these golden ants, the dark river would require several days to complete, after which they could await small fish and shrimp to wander into the trap. However, it would be prudent to place some bait in the dark river to entice the small fish and shrimp to their doom. Once the project was finished, Chen Xuan would have little reason to remain. It was time to return home. Upon arriving home, he found Chen Tutu strolling in the yard. After the recent nine-tailed incident, Chen Xuan had sent Chen Tutu back to school for a while, only notifying her to return home after resolving matters with Joing. Seeing Chen Xuan emerge from his bedroom, Chen Tutu pouted, "You bad egg," disappearing for days on end. With an apologetic expression, Chen Xuan replied, "I've been quite busy lately, first with exams, then other matters came up. Busy, busy, busy. How long has it been since you took me shopping? Is this how you act as a guardian? Guardian?" Chen Xuan was taken aback. 5 years had passed since their parents entered the small world. Back then, Chen Tutu was merely 9 years old. In the blink of an eye, she had grown into a budding young woman without their parents' presence. Remarkably, her personality had not warped into that of a rebellious teenager in their absence. Instead, she appeared quite well behaved, a curious phenomenon, indeed. Had she come to regard her merely 3 years older brother as a parental figure? It seemed his sister had it tough. What a neglectful brother he was! Originally intending to return to his endeavors, Chen Xuan decided to pause and fulfill his duties as an older brother. Spending the day with Chen Tutu. "How about we go out, little sis? My sports car needs to be taken for maintenance, and afterward, we can go shopping." "Great! Awesome!" Chen Tutu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. The two hopped into the sports car and headed straight for the service center. Upon arrival, Chen Xuan tossed the car keys to the mechanic, saying, "This vehicle has been driven quite a bit recently. Please give it a tune-up." "Okay, Mr. Chun, we'll take care of this right away. You can come back in 2 hours to pick it up." The young mechanic expertly accepted the keys and glanced at the dashboard. only to gasp in astonishment. "Oh my, Mr. Chen, your car has logged over 600,000 kilometers. It could be eligible for scrapping, but I distinctly remember purchasing this car just last month. Even if you drove it nonstop, you couldn't accumulate that mileage so quickly. You truly are a remarkable driver." Of course, Chen Xuan had no intention of scrapping it. It was a freshly purchased vehicle used only a handful of times. He replied nonchalantly, "Just a tune-up will suffice. But with that mileage, the car's performance will decline, increasing the risk of accidents," the mechanic urged. Chen Xuan retorted, "Do martial artists fear car accidents? Just go ahead and maintain it." The following morning, Chen Xuan awoke with the dawn. A new day had begun, and he was ready to embark on a new journey. The previous afternoon, he had enjoyed a delightful outing with Chen Tutu. She was easily pleased. Just a few snacks and toys had her beaming with joy. During their outing, Chen Xuan also returned the giant truck to the demon-subduing army. Today, he finally had time to challenge a new secret realm. It had been quite some time since he had completed the previous secret realm, and a flurry of responsibilities had occupied his schedule. Now, the advantages from the last secret realm had been fully developed, allowing him to reach the impressive height of body refinement level 267. Meanwhile, the small world he had acquired as the ultimate reward was also under development, showing promising prospects. It was time to explore another secret realm and reap the benefits of a first-time completion. His fans on the forum were eagerly waiting for his new clearing strategy. If he delayed sharing his experiences any longer, he risked losing followers. The next secret realm that Chen Xuan intends to challenge is called the wolf diagram. Through extensive research online, Chen Xuan has gained a comprehensive understanding of this secret realm. The wolf diagram is categorized as a small-scale secret realm with a cultivation restriction, body refinement stage. This is also the reason Chen Xuan chose this realm, as it is one of the few secret realms accessible to martial artists at the body refinement stage, the other being the Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves. In the wolf diagram, any practitioner at the body refinement stage can enter, regardless of whether they are at the 5th or 500th level of body refinement. Many talented martial artists who have endured the arduous path of body refinement have experienced challenges within the wolf diagram. Consequently, the completion rate for this realm is quite high, with only the last 2 difficulties remaining unchallenged. The Abyss difficulty has a completion rate of 86.6, while the Shura difficulty remains at 0. The beasts within the secret realm are relatively simple, led by a single alpha wolf commanding a pack of wolf demons. According to the attributes of the beasts shared online, those at the simplest difficulty level are not particularly formidable. Equipped practitioners at the 10th level of body refinement can easily overcome them. As one progresses through the difficulties, the number and strength of the beasts continuously increase, making challenges progressively more difficult. With many geniuses getting stuck at the Abyss difficulty. The Abyss difficulty. There is 1 mid-stage Transcendence Wolf and 100 early-stage Nascent Beasts. The challengers face both quantity and quality. A body refinement stage martial artist must overcome 2 major realms to defeat the wolf demons while simultaneously contending with an onslaught of 100 wolves at a higher tier. It is undoubtedly a daunting challenge, and no wonder many have found themselves stuck here. As for the final Shura difficulty, no one has entered yet, and thus no information regarding its beasts is available. To earn substantial rewards, one must vanquish formidable foes, as is the nature of secret realms. Chen Xuan promptly made his way to the center of the realm. Even if he desired to claim the first completion reward at Abyss difficulty, he must first conquer the simplest level to have the opportunity to challenge higher difficulties. After paying the fee, he entered the teleportation chamber and was transported into the simplest difficulty of the secret realm. During the teleportation, the brilliant starlight before him painted a vivid scene. In a vast, desolate wilderness, a pack of robust wolf demons charged through the raging winds in pursuit of prey. Chen Xuan felt as though his body and consciousness had plunged into the painting. It was truly wondrous. This secret realm was indeed a masterpiece, hence the name Wolf Diagram. Upon landing, Chen Xuan opened his eyes to find the scene before him indistinguishable from that depicted in the painting. The distant wolf pack spotted him and charged forward with ferocious howls. The battle was imminent. Unlike the Cunning Rabbit's 3 caves, the wolf diagram offered no preparation time, no safe zones, and no moments for contemplation. Combat commenced immediately upon entry. Fortunately, Chen Xuan had prepared thoroughly, having accumulated over 90 layers of iron cloth before entering. Even though the system had been upgraded, granting a 1 in 1,000 chance to trigger a critical hit between 101 to 1,000 times. He had no time to repeatedly activate iron cloth. Even if his internal energy were depleted, he might not trigger a high-magnitude critical hit. Clad in enhanced primary alloy battle armor with a level 98 enhancement and wielding a level 99 enhanced primary alloy battle knife, he chose not to summon his pets, deeming it unnecessary. At this moment, a dozen ferocious wolves had already closed in, their steel-like claws slashing toward Chen Xuan, their blood-stained mouths gleaming with sharp teeth as they aimed to tear him apart. Their menacing aura was striking, as if they intended to shred him into pieces. Crack! A wolf's claw shattered, leaving it injured. Clang! A wolf's fang flew off, its neck twisted. The ferocity of the wolf pack was met with utter disarray. Each one injured and tucking its tail. Indeed, the wolves at the simplest difficulty were akin to a flock of mere barnyard fowls. Through the interface, Chen Xuan discerned that this pack comprised 1 alpha wolf at the 20th level of body refinement and 10 wolf beasts at the 10th level. Curious to test the capabilities of his enhanced armor, he soon understood why it was so highly regarded. Its defensive power was extraordinary. With a swift motion, Chen Xuan raised his enhanced battle knife, dispatching each wolf in mere seconds. The weak beasts at this simple level possessed neither bloodline nor talent, rendering their corpses of little value, and Chen Xuan could not be bothered to collect them. After teleporting out of the secret realm, he received several yuan enhancement pills as rewards. While these pills no longer aided his body refinement, they did contain a small amount of energy, proving somewhat useful for replenishing the energy expended by a body refinement martial artist. Chen Xuan continued to challenge the ordinary, difficult, and nightmare difficulties, rapidly clearing them one after another. Given his current strength and equipment, these challenges were merely trivial, and he accrued a modest number of medicinal rewards, which he considered a small success. However, upon reaching the subsequent hell difficulty, witnessing the hundreds of wolves charging towards him, Chen Xuan finally felt a surge of alertness. Opening his interface, he targeted the enormous wolf towering at 3 meters tall. Beast, Wasteland Wolf, Realm, Early Stage Transcendence, Attribute, Earth, Skills, Low-Level Resistance, Speed, Steel Fangs, Iron Bones, Steel Skin, Tier, Roar, Earth Spike, Bloodline. Carries a trace of the ancient ferocious beast, the Howling Beast, Talent, Gigantic Body. Mental Resistance, Evaluation. Wasteland Wolf, beware of its Earth Spike. The Early Stage Transcendence Wasteland Wolf, possessing a trace of the Howling Beast's bloodline, boasted 2 unique active skills unfamiliar to Chen Xuan, Roar and Earth Spike. The remaining 100 wolves were all ordinary wolf demons at the 100th level of body refinement. They surged towards Chen Xuan in a dense mass, creating the sensation of a stampede across the barren landscape. Chen Xuan dared not underestimate the situation and immediately summoned his companions, the Big and Small Hanins, Thunder Rooster, Little Wood, and Little Fire. He switched his weapon to a Gatling gun. The Big and Small Hanins charged forward, drawing the wolves' fire. Little Fire assisted them in exterminating the ordinary wolf demons. Thunder Rooster, hold steady and follow my commands. Wait for the right moment to unleash a paralyzing strike on the Wasteland Wolf. Little Wood, stay close and protect me, shielding me from blows when necessary. Based on the enemy's formation, Chen Xuan devised the above strategies. The Big and Small Hanins were both nascent stage battle pets, equipped with low-level damage resistance, rendering them immune to lethal harm from ordinary wolf demons. They were sent to distract the pack while the 3rd-level Earth Fire alleviated their burden by systematically eliminating the wolf demons, gradually wearing down the enemy's ranks. The real challenge lay with the early-stage Transcendence Wasteland Wolf. With a staggering reserve of energy and high attributes, it typically possessed several skills, making it a formidable opponent. Fortunately, the hundreds of lesser wolves were eager to prove themselves, inadvertently pushing the Wasteland Wolf to the back. It seemed unperturbed, gradually closing in on Chen Xuan, who smiled at the sight. Come closer. Ranged output is my forte. As he spoke, he steadied the Gatling gun in his hands and unleashed a barrage at the Wasteland Wolf. Ding! Host's shot with the alloy crossbow arrow triggered a critical hit. With a 65-fold multiplier, Host's shot with the alloy crossbow arrow damaged 65 times. Ding! Host's shot with the alloy crossbow arrow triggered a critical hit. With a 92-fold multiplier, Host's shot with the alloy crossbow arrow damaged 92 times. Numerous critical hits were activated. Despite the Wasteland Wolf's formidable defenses and low-level damage resistance, the ordinary alloy crossbow arrows could not inflict harm, while the critical hit arrows, multiplied several times, embedded themselves into the Wasteland Wolf's hide. Causing blood to flow profusely, roaring in pain, the Wasteland Wolf unleashed its skill. Roar! Chen Xuan felt a thunderous noise in his ears, the world around him spinning, his head feeling as if weighed down by bricks, leaving him utterly drained. The roar skill was designed to induce a state of dizziness in enemies. Summoning his strength, Chen Xuan could only vaguely see the image of the Wasteland Wolf charging toward him at incredible speed. Its massive maw revealing sharp fangs. In this moment of crisis, He shouted with all his might, "Thunder Rooster!" Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the wasteland wolf, which was now only 10 meters away from Chen Xuan. The Thunder Rooster's special ability, Paralysis. Paralysis. Releases a bolt of lightning with a paralysis effect on the enemy, inducing a paralysis state lasting between 3 to 15 seconds. Due to the vast gap in realms, the wasteland wolf, endowed with primary resistance, could only be paralyzed for 3 seconds. Its massive body trembled uncontrollably, appearing almost unsteady. During these 3 seconds, it lost almost all combat ability, rendering it vulnerable. 3 seconds was more than sufficient. By the second, Chen Xuan had already shaken off the dizziness. In the third second, he retrieved a Gatling gun filled with enhanced crossbow arrows from his storage space. At this point, the distance to the wasteland wolf no longer required aiming. He simply pulled the trigger. 120 glimmering, razor-sharp enhanced crossbow arrows flew rapidly towards the wasteland wolf. However, the 3 seconds had elapsed, and the wasteland wolf had recovered from its paralysis. As the enhanced arrows approached, it showed no intention of dodging. Instead, it opened its maw wide, releasing a wave of peculiar energy fluctuations. Seeing the desperate action of the wasteland wolf sent a chill down Chen Xuan's spine. In a split second, he leapt aside. Oh no! Earth spike! A multitude of sharp, elongated stones shot up from beneath Chen Xuan's feet, piercing towards the sky. Fortunately, Chen Xuan reacted timely, evading most of the spikes, but one at the edge struck him, shattering over 90 layers of iron cloth and leaving a dent in his enhanced armor. Chen Xuan was drenched in cold sweat. The power of the Yuanli skills at the Transcendence stage was indeed formidable. Had he not evaded the attack, his reinforced armor would have surely been breached, resulting in considerable injury. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan's escape, the wild wolf's eyes dimmed, relinquishing its struggle as 120 reinforced crossbow arrows embedded themselves into its body. Ding! The host shot with the reinforced alloy crossbow arrow triggered a critical strike, with a multiplier of 19 times. Host's damage with the alloy crossbow arrow multiplied by 19. Ding! The host shot with the reinforced alloy crossbow arrow triggered a critical strike, with a multiplier of 33 times. Host's damage with the alloy crossbow arrow multiplied by 33. After a series of system notifications, the wild wolf lay motionless on the ground, transformed into a spiky porcupine. What a close call! This wild wolf was indeed ferocious. In merely 7 to 8 seconds, both parties had engaged in 2 rounds of combat, each strike fraught with peril and lethality, one stunning him, the other paralyzing. You unleashed ground spikes, and I retaliated with reinforced crossbow arrows. Ultimately, Chen Xuan outmaneuvered his opponent and triumphed, realizing that in genuine combat, victory or defeat often hinges on a mere instant. Clearly, he was still lacking in combat experience. In the heat of battle, he had forgotten that he possessed a control skill of entanglement. Had he employed the entanglement first to restrain the wild wolf before unleashing the Gatling gun, the wild wolf would likely have had no chance to employ its ground spike skill. This encounter had certainly augmented his battle experience, making it worthwhile. With the demise of the wild wolf, the remaining ordinary wolf demons at the body refinement stage were left to be slaughtered. At this moment, they had already been decimated by the duo, Big and Small Huan. Chen Xuan drew his reinforced battle knife and joined the fray. Before long, the wolf pack was entirely annihilated. The duo's eyes sparkled with excitement as they picked up a demon wolf to devour. In Chen Xuan's storage space, they could only rely on the meager supplies he had stored, which, while preventing starvation, did nothing to enhance their strength. The flesh of these body refinement stage demon wolves contained a wealth of yuan qi, which would greatly benefit their cultivation. The thunder chicken followed suit, feasting on the demon wolf's flesh. Having accompanied him for so long, their strength had remained stagnant, which was indeed a disservice to them. Chen Xuan decided to store the demon wolf meat for their consumption, ensuring they would be well fed for an extended period. He hoped that his battle pets would swiftly enhance their abilities, providing him with even greater support. While he found the demon wolf meat unworthy, discarding it would be wasteful. Sharing it with his battle pets was a pragmatic use of resources. However, the wild wolf, being a bloodline beast of the Transcendence stage, was meant to be delivered to the demon-subduing army in exchange for military merit and should not be squandered by Huan. After collecting the remains of the demon wolves, Chen Xuan teleported out of the secret realm. Upon clearing the realm, he received a substantial number of yuan augmentation pills as a daily reward. Yet he remained indifferent, fixated on the grand prize for the first clear. Next, it was time to confront the abyss difficulty, a challenge that had stymied countless disciples from prestigious families and martial arts prodigies undoubtedly bore considerable difficulty. Chen Xuan glanced at the honor roll in the hall. Secret Realm honor roll. Wolf diagram secret realm level. Small secret realm difficulty. Simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, hell, abyss, shura. Clearances, simple, 4.661 billion times. First challenger, anonymous, ordinary, 1.116 billion times. First challenger, anonymous, difficult, 16.8 million times. First challenger, anonymous, nightmare, 115,000 times. First challenger, anonymous, hell, 742 times. First challenger, Wei Wuyan, abyss, 0 times. Challenge progress, 86.6. Challenger, Ming Qingqing Shura, 0 times. The nightmare and hell difficulties of the Wolf Diagram Secret Realm were dominated by Wei Wuyan and Ming Qingqing, both of whom were undoubtedly formidable geniuses. Particularly Ming Qingqing, whose peculiar name had managed to push the abyss difficulty to 86. 6. Impressive. There was scant information available online regarding the abyss difficulty of the Wolf Diagram Secret Realm, indicating that those talented from noble families who could conquer this difficulty were fiercely guarding their secrets, striving for the first clear rewards and accolades. Chen Xuan did not presume to consider himself exceptionally capable of breezing through the abyss difficulty. Yet, he would not belittle his own abilities either. Always believing in thorough preparation before undertaking any endeavor. Based on the escalating prowess of the beasts in preceding difficulties, he surmised that the lead wolf in the abyss difficulty would likely possess late-stage transcendence powers and potentially several formidable skills. Additionally, there would be at least 100 demon wolves at the initial Yuan gathering stage. This constituted a formidable combat force. Not only would the lead wolf be challenging, but if all the pups were at the Yuan gathering stage, they would also be exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 95. The 30-story high Gatling Chen Xuan chose not to re-enter the secret realm but instead exited the secret realm hall. He lacked complete confidence in tackling the abyss difficulty. It was best to return home and prepare adequately before the challenge. While clearing the corpses, he noticed a considerable accumulation of soil and water from the Tsanggu world in his storage space. These needed to be processed. His initial intention was to bring them back for research to discern any peculiarities. His so-called research entailed planting some herbs in the black soil, watering them, and observing any changes, an unprofessional endeavor. As always, after much thought, he decided it was best to consult a professional institution for a comprehensive analysis. Following the dubious map, Chen Xuan arrived at a store named Truly Reliable Testing Center. A female technician greeted him. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" This technician was quite attractive, scoring an 8.5 in appearance. Upon seeing the handsome Chen Xuan and the supercar parked outside, she endeavored to display a blend of innocence, allure, and a knowing smile, treating Chen Xuan with particular warmth. Chen Xuan produced a small bag of black soil and a bottle of a liter of lake water that he had already portioned. "I would like you to analyze the composition of these two items. The analysis of water and soil composition is our specialty. Would you like us to provide a research report alongside the composition analysis?" The report would encompass the composition, value, uses, and a comprehensive outlook of the tested items. The technician detailed her offerings while gazing at Chen Xuan, her eyes sparkling. Chen Xuan considered that a more thorough analysis would enhance his understanding of the Tsanggu world. "Please provide a research report," he replied. "Certainly. The composition analysis costs approximately 50,000, while the research report amounts to a hefty 200,000. We will proceed with the agreement. You can pay a deposit of 50,000, and we will contact you once the results are ready." Though the fees were steep, he reasoned that a professional testing institution was far superior to his amateur endeavors, judging by the technician's enthusiasm and expertise. The Truly Reliable Testing Center appeared to be quite trustworthy. Next, he simply needed to await the report. Chen Xuan drove home, intent on preparing for the upcoming challenges. He had previously focused on enhancing his body refinement level, neglecting the improvement of his combat capabilities, which were gradually revealing some deficiencies. First and foremost was his lack of diverse offensive tactics. The Gatling gun, his primary weapon, possessed a critical flaw. After each firing, it required at least 2 minutes to reload with arrows. This limitation meant that in the fast-paced battlefield, a single Gatling could only attack once. Now that he had 2 Gatlings, he effectively had 2 opportunities to strike. In today's battle, had the wild wolf been more resilient and withstood the 2 volleys of arrows, Chen Xuan would have had no choice but to resort to close combat with his alloy battle knife, an outcome he wished to avoid. His experience in melee combat was minimal, and he would certainly be flustered in such a situation, making it challenging to display his true abilities. Additionally, engaging in close quarters with demon beasts was highly perilous. To face the challenges of Abyss and Shura difficulties, 2 shots would undoubtedly be insufficient. If 2 Gatlings were inadequate, he might as well craft several more. The 10 pieces of fine steel sent by Lin Jihong were just what he needed. Furthermore, his stock of reinforced crossbow arrows was dwindling and required replenishing. He also had a limited supply of the small acid rain talismans, which proved to be incredibly useful, as a low-level, special Yuan talisman. It required minimal Yuan power to use while delivering substantial damage, ideal for a body refinement stage warrior like him. Moreover, it was currently his sole means of area damage, making it highly effective against wolf packs. The products from the Creation Cauldron were invariably of exceptional quality. Speaking of the small acid rain talisman, the newly synthesized reversal talisman was also remarkable, serving as a veritable artifact under special circumstances. He resolved to prepare several of those as well for emergencies. Chen Xuan's thoughts became increasingly lucid. With adequate preparation, victory would be assured. He promptly placed an order for 120 Zhuge crossbows and 20 tons of alloy materials through the wholesale marketplace. The logistics soon delivered the items to his door. As Chen Xuan surveyed the 120 Zhuge crossbows, he found himself in a quandary. During the previous crafting of the Gatling, he had adopted a time-efficient and material-saving approach, resulting in a convenient yet less durable design compared to a fully integrated large crossbow, which was only suitable for short-term USE, Theo Forge and integrated Gatling gun. One not only requires a significant amount of fine steel, but must also discover a material for the bowstring that possesses exceptional resilience. By fully utilizing the inherited knowledge of weapon crafting, one can innovate while casting, gradually uncovering the secrets to creating a truly durable Gatling gun. The benefits of this endeavor include the enhancement of one's crafting experience, the ability to produce a long-lasting Gatling gun, and the potential to develop a super Gatling gun capable of firing 240 arrows instantaneously, or even thousands. There is also the possibility of inventing an auto-loading mechanism for arrows. In the eyes of a weapon craftsman, nothing is deemed impossible. If it can be conceived, a way to realize it can be devised, albeit with considerable effort. However, time is of the essence, and the materials are insufficient. Thus, the crafting of the integrated Gatling gun must be postponed. Chen Xuan sensed his increasing impatience. Xiao Hua, come forth and get to work. In the following days, Chen Xuan transformed into a diligent worker, tirelessly processing 20 tons of alloy material. Ultimately, he crafted tens of thousands of alloy arrows, among which more than 1,000 were enhanced critical arrows, and he even produced dozens of arrows with sharpened tips magnified by hundreds of times. Following a system upgrade, the limit was raised, yielding arrows with even higher enhancement levels. Additionally, 9 new Gatling guns were added to his arsenal, combining with the original 2, allowing him to unleash 11 volleys of arrows in 10 seconds. Totaling over 1,300 arrows, it stands to reason that ordinary beasts would struggle to withstand such a barrage. Regarding the 10 fine steel stones, only 9 Gatling guns were produced because one of them triggered a critical enhancement during the forging process. Ding! Host has triggered a critical hit while crafting the Gatling gun. With a multiplier of 100, Host's crafted Gatling gun dimensions increased by 100 times. Gazing up at the towering 150-meter Gatling gun in his yard, Chen Xuan felt overwhelmed. Wasn't the system supposed to automatically trigger the most advantageous critical hits? How could this be explained? This enormous Gatling gun, with a base measuring nearly 100 meters in width, nearly consumed Chen Xuan's entire courtyard and even overshadowed several pavilions and artificial hills within. Such a colossal creation must weigh tons in alloy materials alone, having purchased only 20 tons and having utilized over half. The system truly displayed its generosity by compensating for any material shortages. However, a Gatling gun of this magnitude would likely never be used in his lifetime. There were no arrows loaded into it either. Filling it with 120 large arrows would require hundreds of tons of alloy materials. The thought is terrifying, launching over 100 tons of arrows at once. Given that 1 ton of alloy costs 200,000 yuan, a single launch would deplete materials worth 20 million yuan. This is merely the cost of materials. The labor to forge such a giant arrow would be astronomical. It is utterly extravagant, beyond his means. So, was this colossal Gatling gun merely a source of amusement? A flurry of thoughts coursed through his mind, and within mere seconds after the appearance of the Gatling gun, Chen Xuan swiftly stored the gigantic weapon in his storage space. Hoping no one had noticed that it would be terrifying for a 30-story tall crossbow to materialize out of thin air. This contraption shall remain in the storage space, gathering dust. After all, the space is ample enough. Alternatively, if he ever found himself in dire straits, He could sell this mountain of alloy materials and instantaneously become a billionaire. Chapter 96. Wolf Map, Abyss Difficulty. Chen Xuan also synthesized a substantial number of small acid rain talismans. At least several thousand. Additionally, he prepared dozens of reverse talismans, hoping they would prove useful. With all preparations complete, Chen Xuan once again ventured to the Secret Realm Hall. Within the Wolf Map's Secret Realm Hall, the leaderboard remained unchanged. Abyss, 0 times. Challenge progress, 86.6. Challenger, Meng Qingqing. The Abyss difficulty still lingered at the record held by Meng Qingqing. Excellent. Today, I shall shatter this record. Noticing a considerable queue of challengers, Chen Xuan promptly joined the line. The Secret Realm Hall buzzed with chatter, and a beautiful female streamer was meandering through the crowd. Dear viewers, the wolf map differs from the cunning rabbit's lair. The challenge threshold is not as low, hence the higher completion rate, with only 2 difficulties remaining. Since the cunning rabbit's lair had been completely cleared, the streamer, Xiao Yang, shifted her focus to the wolf map's secret realm. Employing her usual streaming tactics, anticipating new completion records, randomly interviewing passers-by, and engaging in casual banter with fans. However, with so many streamers present, the competition was fierce, and her income dipped significantly. Fortunately, her stunning appearance allowed her to gradually stabilize her viewership. I was thriving in the cunning rabbit's hall, and now I find myself forced into the wolf map hall to compete for scraps. She harbored resentment towards the individual who had cleared the cunning rabbit's lair. Humph, I hope I can uncover your identity. Otherwise, you shall pay. Internally grumbling, her face remained adorned with a pure and charming smile. Dear viewers, I have a premonition that the abyss of the wolf map shall soon be conquered. Care to guess if my sixth sense is accurate? This was merely her standard streaming rhetoric, designed to cultivate anticipation among her fans. In truth, she secretly wished for the wolf map to remain unconquered indefinitely. Observing the lively atmosphere in the live stream, Xiao Yang beamed with delight. Let us randomly interview a challenger. At that moment, she found herself next to Chen Xuan. Upon turning her head and spotting him, her eyes sparkled. Oh, I've caught a handsome guy. Pretty boy, would you mind? Chen Xuan raised his hand to block her microphone. Sorry, I declined the interview. Xiao Yang's expression fell, and though she wished to persist, Chen Xuan had already turned away. Sigh, the handsome guy is ignoring me. Xiao Yang, with stars in her eyes, stole several glances at Chen Xuan before reluctantly moving aside, slyly whispering to her viewers, Dear friends, did you know? The moment I laid eyes on him, I even thought of names for our future children. The chat erupted with lamentations from her adoring fans. Finally, it was Chen Xuan's turn to enter the teleportation room. After multiple iterations of iron cloth, he finally stacked it to over 90 layers. Next, he attempted to condense over 80 layers of ice shield. His ice shield was not frequently utilized, merely a beginner-esque technique, with defensive capabilities inferior to iron cloth. Moreover, its use caused a drop in surrounding temperature, rendering it uncomfortable, suitable only for hot environments. However, faced with an unknown and formidable enemy, accumulating additional armor was crucial for enhancing his odds of survival. Stepping into the teleportation array, he was transported directly to the wolf map. Upon arrival in the wolf map wasteland, hundreds of demon wolves detected Chen Xuan and charged at him with ferocious howls. Each wolf stood 2 meters tall, a dark mass of formidable presence. Chen Xuan immediately summoned all his battle pets, arranging them as previously planned. The larger ones, like Xiao Han and Xiao Hua, would create distractions, while Wu Ji and Xiao Mu stood guard nearby, a Gatling gun filled with arrows appearing in his hands. Within a second, he set the formation. He then swiftly activated his panel, aiming at the distant demon wolves. His gaze scanning rapidly to identify the lead wolf. In the wolf map's secret realm, the alpha wolf posed the greatest threat. He needed to observe the alpha wolf's attribute panel immediately to ascertain the enemy's capabilities before formulating a battle plan. Wait, no alpha wolf? The alpha wolf typically towers over the other demon wolves, easily recognizable. Yet now, his view was filled with a mass of 2-meter-tall, menacing wolves, devoid of any larger or distinctive features. Suddenly, Chen Xuan noticed a few wolves lagging at the rear of the pack, not charging alongside the majority. Their towering forms seemed to be shielding something. Unable to locate the alpha wolf, Chen Xuan directed his panel towards the wolf pack. Demon Beast, Wild Wolf, Realm. Initial stage of nascent energy. Attribute, Earth. Skills, low-level resistance, low-level damage reduction, iron bones, steel skin, bite, claw strike, charge, bloodline, none, talent, none. Evaluation, Wild Wolf, a low-level demon beast from the great wilderness, notably tough, prefers to outnumber its foes. To his astonishment, they were all at the initial stage of nascent energy. Upon entering the nascent energy stage, one can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing bodily functions, far surpassing the ordinary physical cultivation level. Broadly speaking, demon beasts at the initial stage of nascent energy possess strength comparable to that of a 100-layer physical cultivator. Those at the mid-stage of nascent energy boast strength akin to a 200-layer physical cultivator. It takes only 10 layers of physical cultivation to advance to nascent energy, granting the ability to absorb energy. Many martial artists linger in the physical cultivation stage, delaying the opening of their meridians, opting instead to continue enhancing their physical level to fortify their physical attributes, broaden their meridians, and establish a solid foundation for cultivation, thus unlocking potential far beyond that of their peers. The initial stage of nascent energy posed little challenge to Chen Xuan. The low-level resistance could mitigate a portion of skill damage, while low-level damage reduction could lessen physical harm. These wild wolves lacked bloodline talents and were merely ordinary demon beasts, yet they possessed low-level resistance and damage reduction, making them genuinely formidable opponents. Evidently, demon beasts from the Great Wilderness are exceptionally resilient. Though the larger Xiao Han outmatches the wild wolves in strength, facing numerous opponents would inevitably wear him down. As for Xiao Hua, it would take considerable time to incinerate even a single wild wolf with low-level resistance. At this moment, the alpha wolf remained hidden, yet Chen Xuan did not hesitate. He aimed the Gatling gun directly at the horde of savage wolves. Before him loomed a dark mass of enormous beasts. And without the need for precise targeting, Chen Xuan pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 120 crossbow bolts were unleashed upon the wolf pack. Ding. Host's alloy crossbow bolt triggers critical hit multiplier 33x. Host's alloy crossbow bolt quantity multiplied by 65x. Ding. Host's alloy crossbow bolt triggers critical hit multiplier 59x. Host's alloy crossbow bolt quantity multiplied by 59x. A dozen instances of critical hits ensued. The level 2 system indeed proved its worth. Against such a multitude of low-level demon beasts, quantity critical hits were far more effective. Consequently, the triggered critical hits reached astounding multiples. In an instant, over 1,000 alloy crossbow bolts rained down upon the wolf pack. Bang! Several savage wolves in front of the Gatling were knocked over. Although the damage of the ordinary alloy crossbow bolts was limited and could not severely injure them, each wolf was struck by dozens of bolts. Leaving no chance for survival, a clearing emerged from the onslaught of bolts. Chen Xuan swiftly retrieved another Gatling loaded with crossbow bolts and resumed firing, filling the battlefield with cries of anguish. After 3 rounds of fire, the number of savage wolves dwindled. The 2 large bears, chased and bitten by the wolves, let out pitiful shrieks. Setting aside the Gatling, Chen Xuan drew a reinforced primary battle bow and enhanced arrows. Aiming at the remaining wolves and quickly firing precise shots. The previous barrage had provided cover fire, but now it was time for targeted elimination. The enhanced battle bow's propulsion power had increased over 90 times, and the sharpness of the reinforced arrows had also been enhanced by 90 times, resulting in arrows of astonishing lethality. Any wolf that was struck was doomed. Before long, every last savage wolf was eradicated. The 2 large bears, having completed their task of luring the enemies, returned with their bodies covered in wounds. As tanks, they had proven somewhat inadequate. It was time to bolster their strength. With the savage wolves cleared, a few remaining wolves in the distance shifted aside, revealing a smaller but more formidable demon wolf. This was indeed the alpha wolf, having hidden well behind its pack to provide protection. Now, it was finally your turn. Chen Xuan opened his panel. Chapter 97. Battle against the Wilderness Sorcerer Wolf. Demon Beast. Wilderness Sorcerer Wolf. Realm. Mid-stage Transcendence. Attribute. Earth. Skills. Low-level resistance. Low-level damage immunity. Iron bones. Steel skin. Falling stones. Earth split. Puppet summoning. Low-level rebirth. Bloodline. None. Talent. None. Evaluation. Wilderness Sorcerer Wolf. A sorcerer among wilderness wolves. Possesses a fragile body but formidable skills. Upon reading the information on the panel, Chen Xuan was taken aback. The alpha wolf was a mid-stage transcendence beast. He had no experience battling beasts of this caliber. Transcendence implied shedding the mortal coil. Its body had been refined to the utmost by vital energy, storing immense amounts of power which allowed it to unleash skills multiple times. This particular beast possessed several formidable skills: falling stones, earth split, puppet summoning, and low-level rebirth. This revelation sent a chill down Chen Xuan's spine. Rebirth? This was dire. At that moment, The frail wilderness sorcerer wolf released a surge of vital energy that spread across the battlefield. The previously slain savage wolves inexplicably revived, their wounds miraculously healing, and one by one, they rose again. In an instant, over 100 savage wolves were resurrected, vibrant and fierce, their eyes locking onto Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan scanned the panel again. These resurrected wolves had fully regained their initial strength. The rebirth skill was utterly overpowered. It was only a low-level rebirth, likely allowing this alpha wolf to revive only those wolves at the initial stage of vital energy accumulation. But now was not the time for contemplation. The two large bears had exhausted their combat strength, and Xiaohua could do little to help. As for the Thunder Rooster, it had but one strike to offer. With the wolves preparing to pounce, Chen Xuan resolved to strike first. He drew the Gatling gun and unleashed a volley of fire. Ding! Host's alloy crossbow bolt triggers critical hit multiplier 93x, Host's alloy crossbow bolt quantity multiplied by 65x. Ding! Host's alloy crossbow bolt triggers critical hit multiplier 829x, Host's alloy crossbow bolt quantity multiplied by 829x. To Chen Xuan's delight, among the numerous critical hits, one triggered a staggering multiplier of 829. Just as the pack of wolves began to rise, a large number fell under the barrage, with at least 30 wolves eliminated. Chen Xuan felt invigorated. Again, he pulled out another Gatling gun. After 3 rounds, only about 20 savage wolves remained. At this point, using the Gatling would be wasteful, so he switched to the reinforced battle bow, dispatching the remaining foes with pinpoint accuracy. Half a minute later, the wolf pack was entirely extinguished. The wilderness sorcerer wolf, displaying a hint of surprise, opened its mouth once more to unleash rebirth. The wolf pack revived. While this new wave of wolves posed no threat, the wilderness sorcerer wolf, being a mid-stage transcendence entity, had deep reserves of vital energy and could unleash rebirth multiple times. One wave after another of wolves gradually depleted Chen Xuan's resources and combat strength, leading to the inevitable outcome of his exhaustion and demise. No, he could not afford to drag this out. He needed to eliminate the alpha wolf first. Chen Xuan fired off 3 more rounds of crossbow bolts, followed by precise shots, clearing the latest wave of wolves. At that moment, he had emptied 9 of his 11 Gatlings, leaving only 2 equipped with reinforced crossbow bolts, which he could not afford to waste. Time was of the essence. Seizing the opportunity while the alpha wolf was casting its skill, Chen Xuan leaped forward towards the wilderness sorcerer wolf. He was currently too far away for the Gatling's effective range and needed to close the distance to eliminate it. As Chen Xuan approached, the wilderness sorcerer wolf appeared alarmed and began to retreat. Meanwhile, rebirth was once again completed. The revived pack of wolves immediately surrounded Chen Xuan, clad in reinforced battle armor with additional layers of iron cloth and ice shield. His defenses were formidable. Armed with a reinforced battle knife, he carved a path through the besieging wolves, inching closer to the wilderness sorcerer wolf. Feeling its fear, the wilderness sorcerer wolf attempted to deploy skills to hinder Chen Xuan. Earth split. The ground beneath him trembled violently, prompting a hasty retreat. Suddenly, several large fissures opened up, swallowing both Chen Xuan and several surrounding wolves. Chen Xuan fell into a crevice several meters deep, dispatching the wolves that assailed him before quickly climbing upward. The fissure sealed shut in an instant, but fortunately, Chen Xuan's divine-level body refinement granted him physical prowess on par with a late-stage vital energy warrior. In the final moments, he leaped just in time to escape before the fissure closed. That was a close call. Had he misstepped, he might have been trapped underground, suffering serious injury or worse. How potent was this mid-stage Transcendence Earth attribute wolf skills? He longed to reach the vital energy stage soon and learn some vital energy techniques. Wondering what skills would emerge after critical hits, witnessing such formidable abilities ignited a passionate fire within Chen Xuan. At that moment, once again, the 4th wave of revived wolves relentlessly encircled him. This was never-ending. Infuriated, Chen Xuan felt helpless and could only clear the pack once more. The wilderness sorcerer wolf, seeing its minions ineffective, grew anxious and unleashed another area skill. Falling stones. Massive stones rained down from above, blocking out the sun. Chen Xuan hastily retreated, but his speed paled in comparison to the falling boulders. There was no time to spare. Just as he was about to be struck by a massive stone, a notification rang out. Ding. Host sprint triggers critical hit multiplier 87x, host's running speed increased by 87x. Countless enormous stones crashed down behind him, creating numerous craters in the ground, while Chen Xuan barely managed to escape. That was close. This falling stone skill was indeed formidable. Within the secret realm, aside from the final level S Azura difficulty, other levels did not result in true death, yet Chen Xuan was soaked in sweat from the ordeal. The falling stone skill had forced him back, rendering his earlier efforts fruitless. With the ability to infinitely resurrect and summon puppets, coupled with two powerful skills, even the strongest body-refining warrior could be worn down. The abyss difficulty truly was challenging. It was no wonder that prodigies had struggled for so long without success. This was Chen Xuan's first encounter with such a tenacious adversary. His competitive spirit flared, and he felt a surge of rage. Very well. If you want to let me through, then I shan't advance. For every wave you send, I shall eradicate. Let us see who can endure until the end. Chen Xuan retrieved a luxurious sofa from his storage space, settling comfortably upon it, and pulled out a large cardboard box filled with small acid rain talismans. As the wolf pack charged toward him, Chen Xuan plucked a handful of talismans and casually tossed them into the fray. Ding. Host cast small acid rain talisman, triggering critical hit multiplier 276x, acid rain corrosive damage multiplied by 276x. Ding. Host cast small acid rain talisman, triggering critical hit multiplier 68x, acid rain coverage area multiplied by 68x. Ding. Host cast small acid rain talisman, triggering critical hit multiplier 88x, acid rain water type attack damage multiplied by 88x. After the storm passed, few wolves remained standing. Xiaohua moved in for the kill, incinerating the stray survivors. While the savage wolves possessed low-level resistance against typical elemental damage, they were helpless against the overwhelming corrosive damage amplified by dozens or even hundreds of times. Rebirth, small acid rain talisman, rebirth, small acid rain talisman. After a dozen rounds, the small acid rain talismans in Chen Xuan's box had only consumed a thin layer, yet the desert wolf was already struggling to stand. Resurrection, small acid rain talisman, summon puppets. Suddenly, a pack of 5-meter-tall puppet wolves appeared out of thin air, ferociously charging forward. Small acid rain talisman, small acid rain talisman, small acid rain talisman. To be safe, Chen Xuan hurled 36 small acid rain talismans in succession. Under the onslaught and corrosion of the acid rain, the earth attribute puppet wolves were reduced to mere piles of dirt. Water perfectly counters earth. At this moment, the desert wolf was drained of its elemental energy and could no longer unleash its skills. In desperation, it and a few of its wolf guards lunged towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 98. First clear reward, here they come. Chen Xuan leapt from the sofa, brandishing a Gatling gun filled with reinforced crossbow bolts. Aiming at the desert wolf, Brother Wuji, prepare yourself, steady. At this point, the desert wolf had yet to enter the crossbow's attack range. Chen Xuan gripped the Gatling gun tightly, his eyes fixed on the oncoming desert wolf. Just as it was about to enter the attack range, the desert wolf suddenly halted, opening its mouth wide as a surge of elemental energy was about to erupt. Indeed, the cunning wolf pup feigned weakness to create an illusion of elemental exhaustion, secretly preparing a powerful move. Chen Xuan was already prepared and immediately commanded Brother Wuji. Paralyze, crack! A bolt of paralyzing lightning struck the desert wolf, instantly interrupting its spellcasting and causing it to recoil in pain, blood spewing from its mouth as it collapsed. Meanwhile, the wolf guards had rushed up to Chen Xuan, and both Xia and Xiaohua advanced to eliminate them. Are they dead? Observing the desert wolf lying motionless in the distance, Chen Xuan remained vigilant. Better to be cautious. That wolf pup is too sly. Don't advance any further. The bow has a long range. Let us test the waters first. Chen Xuan switched to a reinforced battle bow, preparing to shoot an arrow. Just then, the desert wolf sprang up from the ground, desperately attempting to expel its last bit of elemental energy. Bind. Chen Xuan unleashed a long-prepared skill. Thick vines shot up from the ground, securely ensnaring the desert wolf suspended in midair, once again interrupting its powerful attack with no delay. Chen Xuan swiftly fired several reinforced arrows, all striking the immobilized desert wolf. After suffering the backlash from its own spell and being pierced by the reinforced arrows, the desert wolf finally met its demise. Without its minions, the desert wolf stood no chance against Chen Xuan alone. The electronic synthesized voice echoed. Congratulations on clearing the challenge. Please take a brief rest. You will be teleported out of the secret realm in 1 minute. That was close. The wolf pup was much more cunning than the rabbit people. Thankfully, I have many trump cards. Binding is truly a divine skill. Having narrowly avoided danger twice, Chen Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had been cautious enough. He stored the desert wolf's corpse in his storage space and took a moment to summarize the battle while waiting for the teleportation. In combat, it is all about who possesses more tactics, or more precisely, more trump cards. The desert wolf, hiding in the distance and continually resurrecting its minions, would indeed pose a challenge for an ordinary person. However, with my stockpile of small acid rain talismans, I drained its elemental energy while carefully evading its ultimate moves, earthquake and falling rocks. Coupled with 2 control skills, bind and paralyze, and utilizing reinforced equipment and the Gatling crossbow, I strategically outmaneuvered it and emerged victorious. Although the desert wolf was not a humanoid beast, its intelligence surpassed that of the rabbit people. It seems that wisdom is not exclusive to humanoid beasts. I must revise my perspective. 1 minute later, Chen Xuan materialized in the teleportation room, his spirits soaring. It was time for the exhilarating lottery segment. I wish I could remain in this moment forever. First clear reward, here I come. I am ready. The anticipation of unknown rewards always stirs excitement. Soon, the teleportation array within the crystal wall began to rotate slowly. A line of text appeared. Identifying. Recognizing challenger clearing the abyss difficulty. Dispensing standard rewards for abyss difficulty. Identifying challenger as first cleared of abyss difficulty. Dispensing first clear treasure chest for abyss difficulty. First, he retrieved the standard clearance reward from the crystal wall drawer. 100 essence restoration pills. Valued at 10 million. Chen Xuan joyfully took them. Essence restoration pills are useful for restoring elemental energy. Even if I don't need them, they would be great for my sister to enhance her physique. Although Chen Tutu's strength is considerable, she seems utterly clueless about making money. Currently, I'm still providing her with pocket money and cultivation resources. Next, Chen Xuan opened the first clear treasure chest floating above the teleportation array. He chanted, "May the luck of the Emperor bless me." A radiant light flashed, and the treasure chest vanished, revealing a transparent orb shimmering with an enchanting glow, within which seemed to swirl mist. Another orb. The sight of yet another orb filled Chen Xuan with disappointment. The last first clear rewards were the talent orb and bloodline orb, one granting plant affinity and the other a rabbit people's bloodline transformation. Neither had been particularly beneficial to him in the short term. I would prefer a divine pill, a divine pet, or at least a few drops of elemental liquid. Let us see what kind of orb it is. Opening the panel, heavenly materials, illusory pearl of the phantom clam, grade 5. Illusory pearl of the phantom clam. A natural pearl cultivated once every 3,000 years by the phantom clam residing in the depths of the mysterious marsh. Refining it triggers a moment of enlightenment. Note, not suitable for low-level telekinesis practitioners. Under telekinetic impact, it may lead to dementia. A 5-grade heavenly material. It could sell for several billion, and if it's a sought-after item, its value would soar even higher. This orb can grant a telekinesis practitioner a moment of enlightenment. Enlightenment is something one can only encounter by chance. It requires the right timing, location, and personal readiness, along with one's experiences, perceptions, values, and even mood at the time. All these factors must converge to trigger enlightenment. For telekinesis practitioners, a single moment of enlightenment is equivalent to 3 years of arduous training. Some practitioners may achieve enlightenment once every few years, while others may never experience it in their lifetime. This item is exceedingly precious to telekinesis practitioners and would undoubtedly be fought over fiercely. Telekinesis practitioners are quite affluent. I've struck gold. But what does this note mean? Note, not suitable for low-level telekinesis practitioners. Under telekinetic impact, it may lead to dementia. So it means I can't use it myself. Aside from that twisted character of the creation cauldron, this is my first time obtaining a heavenly material above 5 grades. With this illusory pearl of the phantom clam, all my previous efforts have not been in vain. Indeed, achieving the first clear in the secret realm is the shortcut to wealth. Stowing away the illusory pearl of the phantom clam, Chen Xuan exited the teleportation room and entered the bustling secret realm hall. Glancing up at the honor roll with satisfaction as he stepped out, at that moment, a pair of beautiful big eyes in the corner were quietly fixated on Chen Xuan. The handsome guy finally emerged. I've waited so long just to catch another glimpse of you. This could be deemed a beautiful encounter. Streamer Xiaoyang had been waiting for quite some time, yet upon seeing Chen Xuan, she lacked the courage to approach him, fearing another rejection. Suddenly, a cry rang out, "Look, the honor roll has been updated." The hall's occupants instinctively turned their gazes to the honor roll above. Hiss, 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 the sound of gasps filled the air. Secret Realm Honor Roll, Wolf Pattern Secret Realm Level, Small Secret Realm difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Abyss, Shura. Clearance counts, easy, 4.661 billion times. First clear challenger. Anonymous normal, 1.116 billion times. First clear challenger. Anonymous hard, 8 million times. First clear challenger. Anonymous nightmare, 115,000 times. First clear challenger. Anonymous hell, 742 times. First clear challenger. Wei Wuyan abyss, 1 time. First clear challenger. Anonymous Shura, 0 times. Big news, someone cleared the abyss difficulty. Who could it be? It definitely is and teeming Qingqing. She has dominated the leaderboard for so long and didn't he even leave a name? How tragic. Who is it? Why the anonymity? Do they really seek such obscurity? Is there anyone who just exited the teleportation room? Searching like this is pointless. If the anonymous person lingered in the teleportation room for half an hour before coming out, how would you discover their identity? Xiao Yang's good mood instantly evaporated. Could it be that I, the miss, have just established a foothold in the wolf pattern hall only to be forced out again? As expected, it's the same old anonymity. It must be that cunning individual who has achieved multiple first clears, the one who relishes anonymity. Such an infuriating character. Why are they so strong? Chapter 99. The surge of chives. Chen Xuan returned home to rest for a while. Feeling invigorated at last, he had secured another first clear. Now, it was time to cultivate a wave of chives. Upon opening the martial arts forum, I glanced at my follower count, a staggering 21 million. Alas, after merely a month of not posting strategies, I lost 2 million followers. My fan loyalty is alarmingly deficient. These fledgling fans require diligent nurturing. Drawing from prior experiences, Chen Xuan swiftly composed a comprehensive guide on the wolf map secret realm at abyss difficulty. This guide is richly illustrated, meticulously detailing the number of head wolves and their packs, their fundamental attributes and skills, while offering several sagacious recommendations. For instance, one must exercise utmost caution regarding the cunning of the head wolf, as the crux of success lies in countering the incessant resurrection of wolf packs, among other insights. This time, Chen Xuan refrained from designating it as a hidden purchase post. After all, free content is the most valuable. Only by casting a wide net can more individuals witness it, thereby creating a superlative post. A persona that exudes both formidable strength and a willingness to share is far more likely to attract a legion of loyal followers. Of course, Chen Xuan maintained the guise of a friend, posting on behalf of another. He was well aware that many followers had long speculated that he himself was the conqueror. Yet, it mattered little. The martial arts forum would not disclose his true identity, so he chose to continue with his previous persona. As expected, within merely 10 minutes of posting, the readership surpassed 1 million, garnering 100,000 likes and 10,000 comments. The ensuing discussions were fervent. Incredible! The abyss difficulty just got cleared, and the guide is already out. Your friend is astonishing. Didn't he just conquer the cunning rabbit's lair and now he's bulldozing through the wolf map's secret realm? Seriously, do you really think the conqueror is that friend of the original poster? Why not quietly appreciate the guide instead of commenting? The abyss difficulty is far beyond our capabilities, but a free guide is worth joining in the excitement. This original poster is a strategy expert. Everyone should follow him. The geniuses who had struggled in vain against the abyss difficulty were left in tears. Look, this is professionalism. With this information, I too can conquer the abyss difficulty. At that moment, within an opulent mansion in Nanjian City, a striking young woman perused the forum's guide, her brow furrowed in frustration. That scoundrel has stolen my first clear, she sighed. How wretched am I? I was so close to success. Why does he possess such detailed information on the demon beasts? Based on my numerous challenges against the abyss difficulty, his data is utterly accurate. He even included skills I was unaware of, such as rockfall and puppet summoning. It appears that Head Wolf had 2 tricks up its sleeve, clearly underestimating me. How insidious! With this information, I could clear the abyss in no time. How vexing that I can no longer claim the glory of the first clear. Fortunately, there remains the opportunity to challenge the Shura difficulty, though I lack confidence in my strength for that endeavor. If I could ascend to a 3rd-tier Mind Power Master, gaining the capacity for mental attacks, I would stand a better chance against the Shura difficulty. The thought of achieving the rank of a 2nd-tier Mind Power Master at the tender age of 16, just a step away from the 3rd tier, filled Meng Qingqing with an overwhelming sense of superiority. Generally, a martial artist must reach the Sky Control stage to attain the 2nd tier of Mind Power Mastery. What defines a genius? Talent is paramount. My relatives, even some esteemed figures, unanimously regard me as a rare talent in mind power cultivation. Just a little further to the 3rd tier. With this in mind, Meng Qingqing reached out to her closest friends and relatives. asking them to keep an eye out for rare treasures that could aid in mind power cultivation. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan refreshed the forum. Followers, 27 million. Donations, 40 million. In just half an hour. 6 million new followers had joined, and the donation amount was astonishing. Chen Xuan opened the donation records.an account named Secret Realm Management Bureau. Li Huang had donated 20 million yuan to the original poster. The clearing bonus from the Secret Realm Management Bureau varies based on the size and difficulty of the realm, with the bonus for the first clear of the Wolf Map Secret Realm precisely amounting to 20 million. It seems the officials are quite astute, aware of my aversion to fame, and directly credited the clearing bonus to my forum account. Continuing to peruse the donation records, he noticed several donations exceeding 1 million. Indeed, the audience for the Wolf Map Secret Realm is wealthier and more generous. The Cunning Rabbit's lair restricts challengers to the 5th layer of body refinement, whereas the Wolf Map Secret Realm can be tackled by anyone in the body refinement stage, thus attracting a larger and more affluent audience. No wonder my follower count has surged so rapidly, and the donations are remarkable. Not having set a hidden charge proved to be a fortuitous gamble, as it encouraged people to willingly contribute. The overwhelming popularity of this guide astonished Chen Xuan. If this trend continues, it is highly likely that my follower count will surpass 50 million, and the subsequent total of donations will not fall below 100 million. Perhaps even more. This is an incredible windfall. A single guide has yielded such bounteous returns. Truly, achieving the first clear of a secret realm is a shortcut to prosperity. Now, Chen Xuan eagerly anticipates conquering the next challenge, the Shura difficulty. Yet before that, he wishes to convert his previous gains into resources. The illusion clam pearl should fetch a handsome sum, but where to sell it? Chen Xuan found himself in a quandary. The city boasts numerous shops dedicated to the acquisition and sale of cultivation resources, yet Chen Xuan is not well acquainted with them and lacks knowledge regarding the precise value of the illusion clam pearl. If he were to attempt selling it in person, he fears being grossly overcharged. Perhaps he should consult an acquaintance. Chen Xuan hung up the phone, muttering, "That little girl Meng Qingqing actually called me, asking for assistance in procuring rare treasures for mind power cultivation. How amusing! Living in a core city, the esteemed young lady of the Ming family still remembers her cousin who was relegated to a small town." She chuckled. In a place like Qingshui City, how could there possibly be any rare treasures for mind power cultivation? Cousin, it's not that your elder cousin doesn't want to help, but there is simply no way. Just as Chen Xuan was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang out. It's that Chen Xuan. Picking up the call, she greeted, "Hello. Chen Xuan, what do you need?" "I need a favor." "You have something you want me to help with?" "This is unexpected," Chen Xuan replied, surprised at the sudden influx of requests. "If you don't want to, that's fine, don't say that. I'm always eager to help, just tell me what you need." Seeing Chen Xuan's willingness, Chen Xuan continued, "I want to sell an illusion clam pearl. You have extensive connections, please help me find a reliable channel, just don't let me get ripped off." Chen Xuan, slightly confused, asked, "What pig?" "Not a pig. I'm trying to sell you my dear uncle," Chen Xuan exclaimed, exasperated, before patiently explaining. "It's an illusion clam pearl, a 5th-tier rare treasure that can enhance mind power and grant a moment of enlightenment." "Understand?" Chen Xuan gasped. "A 5th-tier rare treasure? Good heavens, where did you get that? You didn't steal it, did you?" Chen Xuan retorted. "Where I got it is none of your concern. Just find me a channel." Chen Xuan patted her firm chest. "Leave this to me. I'll have an answer for you in half an hour, and I guarantee the price will satisfy you." After hanging up, Chen Xuan felt on the verge of tears. One person wants to buy, another wants to sell. "Why are both of you coming to me? Go meet each other," she lamented. "What's in it for me? Why does everyone treat me as if I'm not an outsider?" 10 minutes later, Chen Xuan called back. "It's done." "Already?" Chen Xuan questioned, surprised that I found you a buyer. "And the price, 2 billion, can it really sell for that much?" Chen Xuan asked incredulously. "Listen, Chen Xuan, to ensure you get a good price. I went through a lot of trouble. They initially offered 10 billion, but I insisted that this treasure was hard-earned, a life-risking acquisition. After 10 hours of relentless negotiation, I finally managed to raise the price to 20 billion. 10 hours of negotiation? I just asked you for help 10 minutes ago. Oops, slip of the tongue. In any case, it wasn't easy for me. Remember this favor," Chen Xuan replied. Chen Xuan felt immense gratitude. For someone he was not particularly close with to go to such lengths was commendable. Aside from being somewhat scatterbrained, she was indeed worthy of friendship. "Rest assured, I'll treat you to a grand dinner at the Four Seasons Hotel." "Ha ha, you're quite the charmer," Chen Xuan said, feeling elated at the prospect of a feast. "The buyer will come to trade in a couple of days. Make sure to answer my calls." After hanging up, Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. She hadn't worked in vain. Not only would she enjoy a lavish meal, but she would also gain Chen Xuan's friendship. Fifth, what use is this friendship? The dinner is far more rewarding. Regaining her composure, Chen Xuan dialed Meng Qingqing's number again. A tense voice immediately came through the phone. Cousin, how is it? Did the seller agree to the price? Before calling Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan had spoken with Meng Qingqing. Upon learning that Chen Xuan had found a phantom clam bead, Meng Qingqing was overjoyed and promptly expressed her willingness to offer 2 billion. Requesting Chen Xuan's assistance in acquiring the bead, she anxiously awaited Chen Xuan's call. When the phone rang, her nerves heightened. Chen Xuan spoke in a slightly heavy tone. Cousin, the seller wasn't initially willing to part with the phantom clam bead. He intended to cultivate his mental power with it. Knowing your need, I pleaded and negotiated for quite some time. Eventually, he stated that 2 billion was insufficient and demanded 3 billion. Meng Qingqing grew anxious. 5th grade heavenly materials typically cost around 1 billion. This phantom clam bead, which aids in mental power cultivation, is worth a bit more and can usually fetch between 1.5 to 1.8 billion. I offered 2 billion out of urgency. It's a fair price. Chen Xuan chuckled. Isn't it a case of supply and demand? Don't fret. Let me finish. As you know, I hold some influence in Qingshui City. After much persuasion, the seller finally agreed to let it go for 2 billion. Considering our relationship, I owe him a significant favor now. Hearing the deal was finalized, Meng Qingqing felt elated. Cousin, thank you so much. Rest assured, I will never forget your kindness. Once I acquire the phantom clam bead, I will order the latest Bugatti for you. Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile widely. Cousin, you're too generous. When will you visit? I'll treat you to a feast at the Four Seasons Hotel. Once she obtains the phantom clam bead and triggers the epiphany state after refining it, she would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a 3rd-grade mental power master. With this thought, Meng Qingqing could hardly contain her excitement. I'll pack my things and set off immediately. After hanging up, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only had she earned her cousin's gratitude, but she was also set to receive a luxurious new Bugatti worth several million. What a profitable venture. In less than an hour, she had gained 2 friendships, a sumptuous meal, and a top-tier supercar. An endeavor with no risks and boundless rewards. It turned out that being an intermediary was such a promising profession. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan resolved issues regarding his spoils and began preparing for the challenging Shura difficulty in the Wolf Map Secret Realm. It wasn't that he wished to avoid rest. Rather, he simply could not afford to. With his strategy for clearing levels shared, talented warriors stuck at the Abyss difficulty would soon conquer it, subsequently qualifying for the Shura challenge. Naturally, the Shura difficulty was perilous. This level could indeed lead to death, and only those with certainty would dare to attempt it. Yet, the fear of potentially losing both first clear and full clear rewards loomed large. Therefore, Chen Xuan was determined to prepare as swiftly as possible and face the Shura difficulty head-on. As per routine, he engaged in refining and synthesizing, replenishing his stock of alloy crossbow bolts, arrows, and minor acid rain talismans. He also acquired a batch of reinforced crossbow bolts and arrows, essential components of his combat strength, which he could not afford to neglect. Next, he checked the status of his battle pets. During his conquest of Hell difficulty, Chen Xuan had obtained over 100 wolf demon corpses, stored them in his space, and allowed his battle pets, De Xiaohan and Wu Jiage, to devour them. Their cultivation had significantly improved. Battle pet, Stone Ape, Realm, Midnight Yuan attribute, Earth, skills, agility, climbing, giant strength, resilience, bloodline, contains a trace of the ancient fierce beast. The Diamond Ape, talent, low-level damage resistance, mitigates a small amount of any damage, evaluation. To put it simply, the gorilla is quite resilient. De Xiaohan and Wu Jiage had both reached mid-Yuan. Yet this cultivation level was insufficient against the Shura difficulty and could only serve as a distraction, making them easy targets for a beating. This oversight stemmed from Chen Xuan's exclusive focus on enhancing his own cultivation while neglecting his battle pets, resulting in their stagnation and ineffectiveness. Currently, their primary role was to torment Juing in storage. If they did not improve soon, they would become burdensome. Upon checking the Thunder Chickens panel, he quickly reviewed its skills. Paralysis. Releases a bolt of lightning with a paralysis effect that strikes the enemy, inducing a paralysis state lasting 3 to 15 seconds. Electric Net. Can release an electric net to strike enemies within its range. Damage range increases with the level of lightning elemental power. Chen Xuan felt a twinge of guilt. This battle pet was a rare lightning attribute demon beast, possessing not only the powerful paralysis skill but also a formidable area attack skill. The electric net. The Thunder Chicken's lightning elemental power had yet to improve, rendering it incapable of unleashing the electric net skill. Such a waste. This potent battle pet was a fortunate find from the principal. The Thunder Chicken could unleash a paralyzing lightning strike, immobilizing enemies for 3 seconds, making it more crucial than Xiaohan and Wu Jiage. The head wolf and its pack in the Shura difficulty would undoubtedly be far more formidable. And Xiaohan and Wu Jiage were no longer suitable as a meat shield. However, without a meat shield, he could not focus on dealing damage. Moreover, with various peculiar skills, the head wolf would certainly pose a threat. New meat shields were essential. Confront the head wolf. A decapitation strategy would be most effective. The head wolf in the Shura difficulty would be vicious and challenging, commanding at least 100 subordinates at Midnight. You have minions, and so do I. In fact, my minions outnumber yours. This time, let me show you what a sea of troops looks like. Chen Xuan shifted his gaze to the coordinates of the small world in his storage space. In that vast and magnificent world, he had once planted a seed. Although it was not yet harvest time, it would not hurt to reap a little now. After nurturing the troops for 1,000 days, it was time to deploy them. The golden ants, it's your turn to contribute. The next day, Chen Xuan activated the teleportation array to the Kangoo world. As brilliance flowed around him. He found himself standing upon the ancient earth, having set his arrival point near a concealed ant hole. The Kangoo world did not experience night. There was no pitch-black darkness. Countless stars perpetually adorned the sky. By day, these stars radiated like miniature suns, illuminating the world with brilliant sunlight that felt pleasantly warmed. At night, they emitted soft, silvery moonlight, casting a dreamy beauty over the land. Gazing at the starry sky and feeling the gentle breeze, Chen Xuan marveled. What an extraordinary world! Not lingering to admire the scenery, he entered the ant hole. Beneath the ant hole, a vast hall had been excavated, with a broad main passage extending into the distance. Alongside the main passage were numerous ant nests, and the entire ant hole was riddled with intricate pathways, likely causing anyone but the ants to lose their way. Following the Golden Ant Queen, he first toured the underground river construction site. The river's location had been designated by Chen Xuan, situated not far from the underground hall and connected by several pathways. The golden ants first excavated a 200-meter-wide main passage and then carved out a 20-meter-wide, 50-meter-deep underground river in the center, resulting in broad plains on either side for subsequent construction, such as building sluices. The Golden Ant Queen dispatched over 1,000 golden ants to dig the river. So the project progressed rapidly. In just a few days, 30 kilometers had been excavated. At this rate, the project would be completed in no more than 2 weeks, allowing them to connect to the large lake and await the arrival of small fish and shrimp. Chen Xuan praised the Golden Ant Queen for her efforts, then took a closer look at the golden ant colony's status. The total number of golden ants had reached 300, with an increase of 30 each day. Under the abundant spiritual energy of the Kangoo world, the golden ants' potential was rising, with their physical training limit elevated to 200 levels, only entering the Na Yuan stage after achieving divine level training. This level of aptitude could rival the top 5 in Qingshui among humans. Initial Na Yuan, 120. Physical training 100 to 200 levels, 630. Physical training below 100 levels, 600. Young ants, several. Chen Xuan was somewhat astonished. The speed at which the 60-level golden ants were growing in strength was remarkable. Seeing their rapid progress made him reluctant. The Shura difficulty was perilous, and the ants might not return. Even if they could come back, they might be viewed as foreign entities, rejected from absorbing the spiritual energy of the Kangoo world. Ultimately, his own life was paramount. The number of golden ants was increasing daily, and in a month, they could breed thousands, so he need not worry excessively. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to take the strongest 300 golden ants with him, including 120 in the initial Na Yuan stage and 180 approaching 200 levels of divine training. After storing the 300 golden ants in his storage space, Chen Xuan activated the small world coordinates to return home. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Success or failure hinges on this one endeavor. Chen Xuan boldly heads towards the depths of the Wolf Diagram's secret realm, confronting the challenging Azura difficulty. With unwavering confidence, he makes his way to the heart of the secret realm in the Grand Hall. Chen Xuan stands quietly in line, and despite his meticulous preparation, which includes summoning 300 subordinate allies, a tinge of anxiety lingers within him. The unknown nature of the Azura difficulty evokes a sense of foreboding, where death and glory intertwine. At last, it is Chen Xuan's turn in the teleportation chamber. He dons a layer of iron cloth and an ice shield, both at level 90. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely steps into the Wolf Diagram's secret realm. In an instant, he finds himself on the desolate plains, where a dark mass of wolves roars in the distance. their presence formidable. At the center of this wolf pack stands a gigantic wolf, towering at an imposing 5 meters, its fierce visage unmistakable. Without delay, Chen Xuan directs his gaze towards the colossal wolf, opening the information panel. Beast. Wild Wolf King. Realm. Peak of Transcendence. Attribute. Earth. Skills. Intermediate Resistance. Intermediate Damage Immunity. Earth Escape. Battle Roar. Landslide. Enhancement. Weakness. Bloodline. Contains a trace of greedy wolf bloodline. Talent. Braver with battle. Braver with battle. A talent of the greedy wolf. The longer the battle lasts, the faster all attributes grow, until invincibility is achieved. Evaluation. Wild Wolf King, a low-tier beast residing in the great wilderness, is the small leader of the wild wolves. Suggestion. Just give up, young man. You cannot defeat it. Upon seeing the attributes of the head wolf, Chen Xuan's expression sharpens. How powerful! The peak of transcendence far surpasses Chen Xuan by 2 ranks. An undeniable crushing force. Intermediate resistance renders it immune to the corrosive damage of the minor acid rain talisman by multiple factors. Intermediate damage immunity allows it to evade the damage from numerous critical hits. The 5 skills, Earth Escape, Battle Roar, Landslide, Enhancement, Weakness, each appear formidable. As expected, being the final boss of the Wolf Diagram's secret realm, the Wolf King cannot possess trivial skills. Extreme caution is imperative. Realizing the Wolf King's talent for growing stronger with each battle, Chen Xuan feels the urgency to act swiftly. He needs to end this battle decisively. With a wave of his hand, 300 molten gold ants surge forth from his storage space. Before the leader can make a move, the legion of subordinates has already engaged in fierce combat. In this moment, Chen Xuan is able to examine the attributes of the wild wolf group. Beast. Wild wolf realm. Mid-stage of nascent origin. Attribute. Earth. Skills. Low-level resistance. Low-level damage immunity. Iron bones. Steel skin. Bite. Claw strike. Charge. Bloodline. None. Talent. None. Evaluation. Wild wolf, a low-tier beast from the great wilderness, is quite resilient and prefers to overwhelm through numbers. Fortunately, the Azura difficulty wolf pack is only slightly more formidable than the Abyss difficulty, with no other attributes altered. Observing the wild wolf's attributes, Chen Xuan quickly formulates a battle strategy. Since the Wolf King cannot be incapacitated in the short term, he plans to eliminate the wild wolf pack using the minor acid rain talisman, then charge in with his 300 subordinates for a decisive assault on the Wolf King. Rapidly, he retrieves a handful of minor acid rain talismans and hurls them towards the wild wolves. Ding! The host casts the minor acid rain talisman and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 58 times. Minor acid rain talisman corrosive damage 58 times. Ding! The host casts the minor acid rain talisman and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 51 times. Minor acid rain talisman coverage 51 times. The non-critical corrosive damage proves ineffective against the wild wolves with low-level resistance. Fortunately, the talisman triggered a critical hit of 58 times corrosive damage. And the storm rages, striking several wild wolves, which scream as they are reduced to sludge. With 100 molten gold ants boasting a divine-level body refinement foundation, they are more than a match for the mid-stage nascent origin wild wolves in one-on-one encounters. Moreover, with an additional 200 molten gold ants nearing divine-level refinement, 3 against 1 causes the wild wolf pack to retreat in disarray. Observing his subordinates faltering, the Wolf King remains unfazed, letting out a thunderous roar towards the wild wolves. Skill. Battle Roar. Battle Roar. By roaring, it stimulates the latent potential within allies, amplifying their combat prowess. In an instant, the wild wolves' morale surges, their attack speed, agility, and strength noticeably enhanced, allowing them to hold their ground against 3 at a time. Gaining a slight advantage. Upon witnessing the wild wolves' sudden increase in combat strength due to the battle roar, Chen Xuan refrains from remaining a mere spectator and pulls out more minor acid rain talismans. The Wolf King, fully aware of the peril posed by the minor acid rain talismans, knows his subordinates cannot withstand them. Once more, he opens his mouth, unleashing a surge of energy that envelopes all the wild wolves. Skill. Enhancement. Enhancement. Allows the caster to bestow one of their resistance states onto allies. At that moment, Chen Xuan's handful of minor acid rain talismans strikes the wolf pack. Ding! The host casts the minor acid rain talisman and triggers a critical hit. Critical hit multiplier 83 times. Minor acid rain talisman corrosive damage 83 times. After the tempest, Chen Xuan is left astounded. The wild wolves, subjected to 83 times corrosive damage, emerge unscathed. Swiftly, he opens the panel to investigate the cause. Beast. Wild wolf realm. late stage of nascent origin. Skills: intermediate resistance, low-level damage immunity, iron bones, steel skin, bite, claw strike, charge. The Wolf King's enhancement skill has conferred its intermediate resistance upon the wild wolves. Consequently, these 100 wild wolves now possess intermediate resistance, rendering them immune to most magical damage. It is no wonder the minor acid rain talisman fails to inflict harm. Moreover, Chen Xuan notes that, bolstered by the battle roar, the wild wolves realm has risen to the late stage of nascent origin. The tide of battle appears to turn unfavorably for Chen Xuan. The Wolf King fixes its gaze upon him, a glimmer of mockery apparent in its eyes, as if it were surveying its imminent prey. How, Xiaomu, guard me closely, Wuji, be ready. If I'm in danger, unleash paralysis at once. Xiaohua, you cannot die, so go to the front lines and distract the Wolf King. Orders are issued one after another. Observing the battle companions surrounding him, Chen Xuan feels a sense of reassurance. The fight among his subordinates has reached a stalemate, making it time for the two leading brothers to intervene. As the Gatling gun lacks sufficient range, Chen Xuan retrieves his enhanced battle bow and arrows, aiming at the Wolf King, and draws back the bowstring to shoot. Arrows fly at remarkable speed toward the Wolf King, each finding its mark under Chen Xuan's precise aim. Regrettably, aside from the damage from critical hits inflicting minor wounds, the rest of the enhanced arrows are deflected by the Wolf King's tough hide. Why not evade? Intentionally becoming a target. Sensing the rising momentum of the Wolf King, Chen Xuan is alarmed. This is bad. He has fallen into a trap. The Wolf King's talent, Braver with Battle, activates once he is hit, enhancing its strength with each strike. What a clever pup. It wields its skills and talents with remarkable finesse. Now, the Wolf King is becoming increasingly formidable. Attacking it only serves to empower it further, making subsequent confrontations more challenging. Yet, not attacking is not an option either. Should he allow his subordinates to be annihilated and await the Wolf King and its pack to descend upon him? Chen Xuan finds himself in a dilemma. The Wolf King, meanwhile, resembles a seasoned hunter, toying with Chen Xuan as if he were a mere pawn. "Do you truly believe I cannot harm you?" Chen Xuan smiles wryly, discreetly retrieving a few arrows enhanced by hundreds of times from his storage space. These arrows, forged under extremely rare conditions, possess a minute chance of activating a critical hit with razor sharpness, making them scarce. Using one means losing one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Xuan releases 3 arrows in quick succession. The Wolf King howls in pain as 3 arrows pierce its flesh, blood flowing profusely. It did not anticipate that the seemingly insignificant Chen Xuan would possess such sharp arrows and turn the tables on it. Cunning human, despicable insect. Subsequently, the Wolf King begins to dodge, avoiding any opportunity for Chen Xuan to land another shot. Xiaohua flits around the Wolf King, occasionally striking it. Infuriated, the Wolf King raises its massive paw, scattering Xiaohua. However, due to Xiaohua's indestructible attribute, it quickly reconstitutes itself. This diversion occupies much of the Wolf King's focus. Chen Xuan finds himself at an impasse against the Wolf King. The Wolf King remains on the defensive, fixated on Chen Xuan while occasionally glancing at the battlefield. This Wolf King is notably cautious. Having observed his subordinates gaining the upper hand, it intends to stall Chen Xuan, allowing its allies to eliminate the molten gold ants before converging on Chen Xuan. Naturally, Chen Xuan is unwilling to grant the Wolf King its wish. He readies the Gatling gun, aiming at the wolf pack, and fires. In preparation for this battle, Chen Xuan has crafted a plethora of crossbow arrows, loaded into 11 Gatling guns. Among them, 6 are fitted with standard alloy crossbow arrows, while 4 contain enhanced arrows multiplied by dozens of times. The final Gatling gun is predominantly loaded with arrows enhanced by dozens of times, with a smaller portion featuring arrows enhanced by hundreds of times. The rarity of arrows enhanced by hundreds of times is so minuscule that he could not amass enough for a full complement of 120 arrows. Hence, he resorts to using the dozens of times enhanced arrows as substitutes. Nonetheless, this particular Gatling gun has become a significant weapon in Chen Xuan's arsenal. The Wolf King's evasion speed is swift, compelling Chen Xuan to await an opportune moment to deploy the Gatling gun. The 6 Gatling guns loaded with ordinary arrows pose little threat to the Wolf King. Thus he decides to utilize them against the regular wolves first. Observing Chen Xuan once again target the wolf pack, the Wolf King remains remarkably composed, showing no signs of aggression. The duel of experts hinges on every slight movement. Ding! The host fires an alloy crossbow arrow, triggering a critical hit multiplier 77 times. The damage inflicted by alloy crossbow arrows has been amplified 77-fold. The moment the host fires the alloy crossbow arrow, A critical hit is triggered, multiplying the damage by 27. With this shot, 120 crossbow arrows have triggered numerous critical hits, sending the pack of wolves into disarray. At least several feral wolves have been gravely injured, rendered incapable of further combat. Observing this, the Wolf King's expression hardened, yet he remained motionless. Chen Xuan, witnessing the efficacy of the Gatling gun, promptly retrieved another one and aimed it at the wolf pack. Several more feral wolves fell under his onslaught. On the third attempt, the Gatling gun again proved effective, claiming the lives of additional feral wolves. With Chen Xuan's assistance, the pressure on the molten gold ants significantly diminished, allowing them to leverage their numerical superiority, managing to fight to a standstill against 4 adversaries. As Chen Xuan produced a 4th Gatling gun, the Wolf King could no longer contain his composure. Letting out a furious roar as he charged towards Chen Xuan, the battle instantly escalated. It was imperative that the Wolf King not close the distance. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. In close combat, Chen Xuan was certainly no match for the Wolf King. With intense focus, he switched to a Gatling gun equipped with significantly enhanced crossbow arrows, predicting the Wolf King's trajectory as he advanced. The Wolf King, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly entered the firing range of the arrows, prompting Chen Xuan to pull the trigger with fervor. After firing, he swiftly exchanged the Gatling gun for another one loaded with enhanced arrows, again targeting the Wolf King. As the Wolf King witnessed 100 glimmering arrows approaching, he desperately twisted his body mid-run, narrowly evading the barrage. Now was the moment. Anticipating the Wolf King's evasive maneuver, Chen Xuan squeezed the trigger once more. The Wolf King, alarmed, exerted all his effort to dodge again. But unexpectedly, he was struck by the second wave of arrows, with at least 30 enhanced arrows piercing him. A notification chimed. Host's shot with enhanced arrows triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 68. Enhanced arrow damage increased by 68 times. A succession of 5 critical hits resulted in new wounds adorning the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King let out a pained cry but did not retreat. Instead, he lunged at Chen Xuan. As the distance closed rapidly, Chen Xuan, filled with anxiety, revealed his trump card. The Gatling gun armed with arrows enhanced several hundred times. Fixing his gaze on the Wolf King, he aimed the Gatling gun at its trajectory, urging it to come closer. The outcome rested on this decisive moment, and perspiration began to bead on Chen Xuan's forehead. Enough! Thunderous rooster! He bellowed, simultaneously placing his finger on the trigger. Waiting for the paralysis skill to take effect. In every battle, Thunderous Rooster could only release one skill. Yet each time it proved remarkably effective, earning Chen Xuan's utmost respect. Upon receiving the command, Thunderous Rooster unleashed a bolt of paralyzing lightning, racing towards the Wolf King at an astonishing speed. And no matter how swift the Wolf King was, he could not outpace the lightning. A crackle echoed as the lightning struck, but to Chen Xuan's disbelief, it missed its target. Where had the Wolf King gone? Confusion enveloped him as the Wolf King appeared poised to close in, just as the lightning shot forth. Suddenly, in a blur, the Wolf King vanished. This was the first time Thunderous Rooster had failed. Chen Xuan quickly scanned the surroundings, seeking any clue. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. His expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying thought raced through his mind. This isn't good. It's Earth Escape. In that fleeting moment, he released the binding skill beneath him. With the reserves of his energy, he could only unleash this skill once per battle. As he activated it, he leaped several meters away, then turned and sprinted at full speed in the opposite direction, hastily swallowing a handful of energy-boosting pills to replenish his internal power. After running a considerable distance, he glanced back to see the Wolf King emerging from the spot he had just vacated, its massive form ensnared by vines that surged from the ground. However, the vines were already being wrung free by the Wolf King. What a close call! Chen Xuan's heart raced. Had he not acted swiftly, he would have been devoured by the Wolf King. At that moment, the positions of both adversaries had switched, each standing where the other had been. In this second round of confrontation, it was a stalemate. It seemed the Earth Escape had drained too much of the Wolf King's energy, for he did not press the attack, but instead glared fiercely at Chen Xuan. Wolves are inherently cunning creatures, and it was likely the Wolf King was plotting again. Chen Xuan mused, not wishing to linger, and continued to fire regular crossbow arrows from the Gatling gun at the wolf pack. 3 volleys later, he claimed the lives of several more feral wolves, further enhancing the odds in favor of the molten gold ants. After completing 3 rounds, he again filled his mouth with energy-boosting pills, confident that soon he would be able to unleash the binding skill once more. The feral wolves, however, did not grant him a moment's respite as they charged towards him with increased speed and ferocity. Despite the Wolf King having sustained multiple injuries, his combat prowess remained intact and seemingly grew stronger with each encounter. If he could not deliver a fatal strike, Chen Xuan's situation would become increasingly perilous. He retreated swiftly, left without any skills at his disposal, and could only rely on his subordinates to intercept the Wolf King. 100 molten gold ants bravely charged at the Wolf King, buying Chen Xuan precious time. If he could unleash the binding skill once more to trap the Wolf King, he could then fire the enhanced arrows and turn the tide of battle. The Wolf King, in a frenzy, ruthlessly slaughtered the molten gold ants, and soon, a significant portion of the intercepting ants lay dead. Chen Xuan once again drew the Gatling gun armed with enhanced arrows and aimed at the Wolf King. However, his 2 attempts to shoot were evaded, leaving only minor wounds on the Wolf King. After finishing off the molten gold ants, the Wolf King's innate ability surged, causing his combat strength to escalate dramatically. Now, the Wolf King exuded an imposing presence, striding towards Chen Xuan with an air of disdain for cunning tactics, seemingly intent on confronting him head-on. Chen Xuan, well aware of the Wolf King's deceitful nature, held onto the last Gatling gun with utmost vigilance. As the Wolf King approached the firing range, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, invoking the skill, landslide. Countless massive boulders descended upon Chen Xuan from all directions. Leaving him nearly no option for escape. In a panic, Chen Xuan realized the potency of this skill. He swiftly maneuvered, making a break for it alongside his companions, as the ground tremored with the sound of crashing stones and the anguished cries of his allies. Chen Xuan found refuge beneath the sturdy frame of his companion, successfully evading the barrage of boulders. With remarkable speed, he dashed out of the skill's range, though his companions bore the brunt of the attack. Bloodied and barely clinging to life. Just as Chen Xuan emerged from the area affected by the landslide, he sensed a lethal intent. A massive figure lunged towards him at blinding speed. The Wolf King, having unleashed the skill, now pounced at Chen Xuan, catching him unawares as he exited the danger zone. With jaws agape, the Wolf King prepared to rend Chen Xuan apart in the blink of an eye. What a devious trap! The layers of deceit were suffocating. I could not help but wonder if this foe was a mere beast or an ancient monster, cunningly scheming for centuries. Alas! No matter how adept you are at plotting, I have already seen through it all. Binding! Chen Xuan remained calm, releasing the binding skill as he pulled the trigger with decisive intent. 120 arrows struck the ensnared Wolf King directly. A notification chimed. Host's shot with enhanced arrows triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 18. Enhanced arrow damage increased by 18 times. Another notification followed. Host's shot with enhanced arrows triggered a critical hit, with a multiplier of 666. Enhanced arrow damage increased by 666 times. This round of arrows was Chen Xuan's ultimate gambit, comprising 80 arrows with enhanced capabilities and 30 exceptionally sharp arrows, all enhanced several hundred times. During this assault, critical hits were triggered, including one with a staggering multiplier of 666. The Wolf King barely had time to emit a final, sorrowful howl before succumbing to the onslaught. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, riddled with numerous wounds, the most severe penetrating its body entirely, as he shot, Chen Xuan rapidly retreated, distancing himself from the fallen Wolf King. Just as he prepared to deliver a few more arrows with his enhanced war bow, the Wolf King unexpectedly opened its eyes, mouth agape, and summoned the last remnants of its energy to unleash one final skill. Weakening. A curse-like ability designed to diminish all enemy attributes, in its current weakened state. The Wolf King could do nothing but attempt to undermine Chen Xuan's strength, hoping for a chance to turn the tide. This was its sole opportunity. As Chen Xuan felt his physical capabilities waning, he realized that soon he might not even be able to contend with an ordinary feral wolf. However, he remained unperturbed, producing a reversal talisman. The weakened power returned to the body, and Chen Xuan felt his strength, agility, and sensory range rapidly increasing. He was now so confident that he believed he could tear apart the wild wolves with his bare hands. The reversal talisman transformed weakness into enhancement. Witnessing this, the Wolf King was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness and exhausted. He closed his eyes, ready to meet his demise. Chen Xuan effortlessly drew his enhanced war bow and leisurely shot down the wild wolves one by one. Only after confirming that the Wolf King had completely lost his breath did he cease his actions. This battle was incredibly arduous. Chen Xuan's gold-refining ants suffered heavy losses, with only 50 of the original 300 remaining, each one battered and bruised. The two large companions were gravely injured by a rockslide, barely clinging to life. The little wooden companion had taken severe damage, its form barely recognizable. All 11 Gatling crossbows had been exhausted, and all enhanced bolts were used up. Fortunately, a single strike had severely wounded the Wolf King. Otherwise, Chen Xuan would have found himself in peril. The reversal talisman continued to demonstrate its miraculous effects, shattering the Wolf King's last glimmer of hope. All strategies were employed, and both Chen Xuan and the Wolf King revealed their hidden cards, engaging in a battle of wits and bravery, where ultimately, Chen Xuan outmatched his foe. In the two daunting battles against formidable and cunning adversaries, he maintained his composure, assessed the situation, and refrained from acting prematurely. When he did strike, it was with swift and decisive force. In the duel of intellect and combat prowess, armed with knowledge of both himself and his adversary, Chen Xuan engaged the Wolf King multiple times, turning his own tactics against him, even risking his own safety. In the end, with a thunderous blow, he managed to turn the tide and slay the Wolf King. It could be said that amidst danger, Chen Xuan's combat experience soared. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This was perhaps his greatest gain. Now, he was faced with the sure difficulty first clear treasure chest and the infinitely intriguing first clear treasure chest of the entire secret realm. An electronic, synthesized voice resonated. Congratulations on clearing the level. Please rest for a moment. You will be teleported out of the secret realm in 1 minute. Collecting all the wolf corpses, Chen Xuan gently placed the severely injured companions into his storage space, reassuring them to recover at ease, promising them the right to consume the low-level wolf corpses within the storage. He was also very grateful to the loyal little wooden companion, whose condition was precarious, as it seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Perhaps if it blocked one last strike, it could enjoy a peaceful retirement. So, he gently returned the little wooden companion to the storage space. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Xuan awaited the teleportation point. 1 minute later, he appeared in the teleportation chamber. What rewards awaited him for this clearance? The prospect of a lottery sparked his imagination. Last time, during the full clearance of the cunning rabbit's lair, he had struck a super jackpot, a coordinate to a small world. The sheer improbability of winning such a treasure left him astounded. Would he be so fortunate again this time? As he pondered, the teleportation array within the crystal wall began to rotate slowly. A line of text appeared. Identifying. Recognizing Challenger-S clearance at Shura difficulty. Dispensing regular rewards for Shura difficulty. Recognizing Challenger as the first clearer of Shura difficulty. Dispensing first clear treasure chest for Shura difficulty. Recognizing Challenger as the first clearer of all difficulties in the Wolf Map Secret Realm. Dispensing super treasure chest for full clearance of the Wolf Map Secret Realm. Having cleared the level, Chen Xuan received 3 rewards, demonstrating that the final challenge of the Secret Realm was indeed the most rewarding. He hurried forward, first claiming the regular reward of 200 enhancement pills, valued at 20 million. With these enhancement pills as a foundation, this venture was already profitable. Few would acquire these 200 enhancement pills. Even with Chen Xuan's strategy, only a small number of talented warriors could clear the Shura difficulty. For them, clearing higher difficulties was not about rewards, but about self-improvement and the honor that came with it. After claiming the regular reward, it was time for the first clear reward of Shura difficulty. Above the teleportation array, a treasure chest emanating a purple glow appeared. The first clear treasure chest of Shura difficulty. This chest could yield substantial rewards. Previously, Chen Xuan had obtained his talent orbs, bloodline orbs, and phantom conch beads from first clear chests. He fervently hoped it wouldn't give him more orbs, as he had developed a psychological aversion to them. As the purple glow enveloped the chest, it opened automatically, revealing a myriad of rare treasures, divine pills, and equipment flashing by in rapid succession before the chest vanished, leaving behind a small square stone. The stone, measuring an inch on each side, was perfectly cut and displayed a creamy white hue. Its surface appeared plain, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed semi-transparent, with swirling clouds of vitality inside, occasionally flashing with lightning. Truly extraordinary. Chen Xuan gasped in astonishment. Could this be the legendary Yuan stone? But what with the lightning? Warriors could absorb the vitality from the heavens and earth, storing it within themselves, upon entering the transcendent stage. When their internal vitality was saturated, they would compress it step by step into a liquid state, known as Yuan liquid. This Yuan liquid, in certain extraordinary places of creation, could be further compressed into a solid state, resulting in Yuan stones. Yuan stones are rarer cultivation resources than Yuan liquid, typically circulating among high-level warriors and serving as a universal currency among all races on the battlefield. A single yuan stone is worth 10 billion. 10 times that of yuan liquid. Chen Xuan was certain this was a yuan stone, and upon seeing the sporadic flashes of lightning within it, he discerned that it was no ordinary yuan stone. Immediately, he opened his interface. Thunder Yuan Stone. A condensation of thunder attribute vitality, containing immense thunder elemental power and a trace of the laws of thunder. Seeing the details, Chen Xuan was astounded. This was indeed not an ordinary yuan stone, but a thunder yuan stone. The thunder yuan stone contained vast amounts of thunder elemental power and a hint of the laws of thunder. This special attribute yuan stone was even more valuable than regular yuan stones. Regular yuan stones are attributeless, formed from the condensation of universal vitality. However, the wonders of creation have given birth to even more peculiar yuan stones, known as special yuan stones. These contain specific attributes of elemental power, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and even stranger attributes like ice, wind, thunder, and light. The Thunder Yuan Stone is especially vital for warriors with a Thunder God physique or beastmen with a Thunder bloodline, significantly enhancing their strength. When used, it not only increases Thunder elemental power but also offers a chance to comprehend a fragment of the laws of Thunder, greatly augmenting their Thunder-related skills. Was this not a treasure prepared for the Thunder Chicken? Could there be something useful for him? Chen Xuan's composure faltered. The Thunder Yuan Stone, while beneficial for him and equivalent to 10 drops of Yuan liquid, could elevate the Thunder Chicken's power, enhance its skill effectiveness, and possibly allow it to comprehend a fragment of the laws of Thunder. Once the Thunder Chicken's Thunder bloodline reached 100, it could transform into a formidable Thunder Dragon. Was it possible? Did he have the opportunity to possess a dragon as a battle companion? With that in mind, he could part with the Thunder Yuan Stone for the Thunder Chicken. Chen Xuan, with tears in his eyes, made his decision. Reluctantly, he offered the precious Thunder Yuan Stone to the Thunder Chicken, silently urging, "Thunder Chicken, don't let your master down." At that moment, a treasure chest radiating a kaleidoscope of colors materialized above the teleportation array. The full clear treasure chest, the ultimate reward of a secret realm, available only once. Imagining himself as the luckiest of warriors, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and gently opened the chest. As the multicolored light swirled, countless treasures flashed before him, igniting his excitement. As the brilliance faded, the treasure stabilized, a coordinate to a small world. Seeing the familiar crystal stone, Chen Xuan was utterly astonished. How could he have drawn another small world coordinate? Was his luck truly so extraordinary? Or was it that every secret realm's full clear jackpot was secretly a small world coordinate, with the rotating treasures merely a visual effect? Yes, that must be it. Chen Xuan was not one to believe his luck could be so fortuitous, having drawn two immeasurable small world coordinates. Thus, the small world coordinate must be a fixed reward for clearing a secret realm. As for the specifics of the small world, that would depend on chance. Apart from Chen Xuan, there had been no records of anyone in human history clearing a secret realm, so he lacked a reference point and could only deduce the rules of reward distribution himself. Despite already possessing one small world coordinate, receiving another filled him with immense joy. He had struck gold. The thought that every secret realm's full clear reward could potentially be a small world coordinate made Chen Xuan's heart race. He was eager to conquer all secret realms at once. Alas, the only secret realms accessible during the body refinement stage were these two, the simplest of all. The next secret realm would require him to be at the Yuan gathering stage before he could challenge it. In truth, even if he could challenge the next secret realm now, he would refrain. It was no joke. He had struggled against the Wolf King in the Wolf Map secret realm. Challenging a more formidable boss would be tantamount to courting disaster. Chen Xuan was undeniably courageous. However, bravery does not equate to recklessness. Even with a critical hit system at his disposal, he would never overestimate himself when faced with formidable enemies across this vast world. He understood that only by enhancing his strength could he hope to conquer more challenging realms. With a sense of satisfaction, he stored the coordinates of the small world and briskly exited the teleportation chamber. His speed was remarkable. As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm's grand hall, a cacophony erupted behind him, akin to a tsunami. Secret realm honor roll, Wolf Map secret realm level, minor realm secret realm difficulty, simple, ordinary, difficult, nightmare, hell, abyss, shura, conquest count, simple, 4.671 billion times, first challenger, anonymous, ordinary, 1.118 billion times, first challenger, anonymous, difficult, 16.81 million times, first challenger, anonymous, nightmare, 115,100 times, first challenger, anonymous, hell, 758 times, first challenger, Wei Wuyan, Abyss, 2 times. First challenger. Anonymous, Shura, 1 time. First challenger. Anonymous. Everyone was astonished to discover that the wolf map secret realm, which had just been conquered at the Abyss difficulty a few days prior, had now also been cleared at the Shura difficulty. After the initial shock, all the martial artists in the hall quickly disseminated this news. The wolf map secret realm, which had been challenged by billions of body-refining warriors, garnered immense attention. News of its complete conquest spread like wildfire through forums, video platforms, and social networks. The martial artist forum buzzed with excitement. Goodness, could this news truly be real? It's utterly unbelievable. In the past few centuries, none of the numerous secret realms discovered by humanity had ever been entirely cleared, and now, within just 2 months, we have witnessed 2 such occurrences. It's truly astonishing. First, the cunning rabbit's 3 burrows, and now the wolf map. It seems we have encountered a prodigious genius among our race. This must be a descendant of an ancient family from the core cities. I wonder which family's celestial seed has come into existence. But why remain anonymous? Ah, you must not understand it. Why clearing it multiple times and revealing their true name simultaneously, the sensational effect would be even greater. This is undoubtedly part of a grand scheme. What you say eludes my comprehension. I am merely curious about the rewards for complete conquest. Haha, to know the rewards, one must inquire with foot-kicking Nirvana fist-beating king. Who is this person? Foot-kicking Nirvana fist-beating king, their friend has been the first challenger every time. You can review their posting history and see for yourself. This username is rather ostentatious. Could they possibly be a fool? We're just waiting for the master to share their strategy. Forget about clearing it ourselves. This is merely to satisfy our curiosity. Under the fervent sharing of his devoted fans, Chen Xuan's follower count skyrocketed. In the hall of the wolf map secret realm, amidst the rising tide of astonished voices, a striking girl live-streaming with her phone slowly retreated to a corner. Gazing at the conspicuous completion record on the honor roll, Xiao Yang's heart raced tumultuously, only to be overwhelmed by despair. Why? Just as I found my footing in the wolf map secret realm. Why must you deliver such a crushing blow? Why sever my path to survival? The fans in the live stream sensed her distress and rushed to express their concern and comfort. With trembling, feeble fingers, Xiao Yang tapped the screen to end the live broadcast, finally succumbing to tears. She had left home to prove herself, yet as a beautiful single girl, she was often the subject of unwanted attention. After numerous jobs and encounters with ill-intentioned individuals, she gradually withdrew from the world, unwilling to engage with others. After several attempts, she finally discovered a suitable niche, live streaming in the Secret Realms Hall. Surrounded by talented individuals whose words were melodious, she found immense joy in this environment. Moreover, the work was effortless, the income substantial, and she was free from the judgment of others. Gradually, she amassed considerable resources, and her own strength continually improved. This sense of self-reliance brought her peace of mind. She felt confident that she could forge a bright future on her own. However, after 2 setbacks, her path as a streamer had been shattered. She found herself lost and uncertain of her direction. This heavy blow felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Her remaining faith and determination crumbled in that moment. Xiao Yang huddled in the corner of the hall, weeping inconsolably, her tears falling like rain, oblivious to the curious gazes of those around her. After a long while, she ceased her crying, her face now marked by resolve and indifference. Taking out her phone, she dialed a long-forgotten number. "Daddy, I no longer wish to struggle. Please come and take me away." After hanging up, she was no longer the warm-hearted Xiao Yang. Wiping away her tears, she exited the Secret Realms Hall. At the door, she turned for one last glance. Here, she had encountered a handsome boy who had captured her heart, and here, she had also faced the devastating blow from an anonymous villain. Love and hate intertwined. Yet she must depart. When I return home, that boy who has stolen my heart will be effortlessly mine, and I shall shower him with affection. As for that villain, I will ensure you regret ever being born into this world.